CBT Gaming, Firas, Bren Esports, Paparax, Cerberus Esports, 6045 Pirates, Full Sense, X10 Esports, Boom Esports, and Excel Liga Game. Are you ready?
So welcome back, guys, to another wonderful day of the Challengers SEA Playoffs. The sun is shining. Are you ready for another set of incredible games? And how long will we take to get into every single set? That'll be one of the biggest questions coming into this one. First things first, though, my name is Zax, and I'm joined by Illustrado. And Illustrado, you're looking very swanky today. That's a really nice jacket you have and a really nice pin with it.
Yeah, thanks. I picked up the unicorn pin because I'm like, oh, glitch pop. It's pretty cool. And decided to change things up. Bought a new jacket. Don't really have many. So for this one, for you guys at home, decided to spice things up a little bit because I'm feeling good. Not just about myself today and you, Dex, but because of how good these matches are going to be. Boom versus Bren. This is a rematch of the last time we were here at Masters. This was basically Boom dominating Bren. But this time, things are different. We got a different roster for Bren, and they're looking stronger than ever. We had a little bit of a discussion, Dax, before the show started about whether this roster of Bren can go the extra mile, can go the distance, pull off a Hercules and basically take us to Reykjavik, Iceland. But I always said, yeah, I always thought that they could. But now with Wits on their roster, I feel like the chances are sky high, strong as ever, strong as can be. But you kind of disagree with me on that point, didn't you?
The thing is, I don't come from the same background as many of the Bren guys and the same as you. So I'm like, okay, I've heard about these names coming together. I know they've been teammates, but is it gonna be enough? Because technically, this Bren roster, it was only really formed as soon as it was happening in Stage 2, Week 2. And with that being said, okay, it was like they won it out. They won out their first two series and grand finals where they basically got a walkover at the very end of it. So from my experience as them as a team, as a unit, it really feels like that they just got stuck together and they had a little bit of a skirmish, and that's pretty much it. Not enough notches under their belt personally, and even though I've been told time after time, it's like, okay, it's gonna work. This Wits guy, he is incredible. He came in to the Valorant scene with so much hype. He was able to play into the Thai scene as well for MITH for quite a while. But then, does it really work for Bren? That's the question. It's always been that 4+1 setup. When they used to have Ching, it was Ching trying to really figure out his role, but then he got stuck on the control. When they had Humi, sure, Humi was willing to play that controller role, but he wasn't as potent as everyone else and just didn't really work out the same way. Is Wits that missing piece? But as we are going to be getting into today, we check out that prize pool yet again. $50,000 on the line. First place with 15, second place with 10, and all the way to the participation award of $1.5K there. It's some big money on the line, and that's not all, Estrado. I know there's a slot waiting for the champion as well.
Okay, let's be real here. The $15,000, that's nice, but everybody really wants to go to Iceland. I think it's truly the cherry on top here, the coup de grace, the pièce de résistance, to be able to go to to Iceland, hang out in the glaciers, see the aurora borealis. I know it's not the season for it just yet, but if I were there, I'd stay until December and maybe watch it anyway. But like we said, it is $15,000 at stake. None of these teams want to lose it, and if you have an extra $15 in your pocket to take with you to Iceland, man, best believe you'd be getting full bang for your buck over there. Just a number of things I can do. Go skiing, take that vacation. Man, I'm just daydreaming for these players. I know, but we have a long way to go before we get there. And speaking of that journey, let's take a look at the current bracket right now. This is where we're currently at.
Yeah, it seems like we just had such a stellar day yesterday. We saw the Vietnamese teams fall though to the lower bracket as Boom took down Cerberus and Pirates taking care of Furious. In the meantime, incredible series there in round number 2. Paper Rex 2-1 versus Full Sense. And then we were able to check out X10 versus CBT, which X10 was able to win it out. So you can see Paper Rex X10, they're waiting on the other side. They're waiting to see who's going to be there to represent. And we got Bren versus Boom. We got Pirates versus NXL coming on for today. Paper Rex now going to be facing off against the winner, Bren versus Boom, if I remember correctly. And then NXL, it will be the winner of that, X10 rather, it'll be the winner of that Pirates and NXL game.
It's not going to be an easy journey for the Filipino squads by any means here today. Starting off with Boom. However, I do feel like this is worth mentioning. This is going to be, I think, the biggest challenge for Bren. They haven't really been able to beat Boom, and they constantly struggle to go up against teams like Boom. Actually, had a chat with Gibo, and we did kind of agree that for some reason they play a little bit strange, a little bit differently. The timings are off, and that really makes things a little bit difficult for teams like Bren. And so how they can adjust this, that's going to be the main concern here today. I want to see what they can do on Haven in particular, simply because we saw a good glimpse of how Boom Esports played Haven, and I felt like it was just very flat. The defensive hold was just generally the same. It's a miracle they actually won it. But overall, I feel like Bren has a very good chance, given that they have a new player on their squad, Wits, who seems to have been, I don't know, manna from heaven. Just feels like he fits perfectly in that Bren piece of the puzzle. Always searching for that. They were always 4+1. Now it seems like they've actually found the 5th.
I mean, the big thing is it's Bren. They are so willing to let Witch shine because they all adjusted to allow him to play that duelist, but he can also whip out that breach if need be, which means Borkum, he's back on that control, and on maps like Icebox, right, that Viper, so very scary. Dispenser, on the usual Sentinel, Jesse Vash, so good yet again, and Dubstep gonna be your main duelist time after time. So Bren Esports, they're basically the veterans. They're back with a vengeance. They're here to get their retribution against Boom. And of course, Dubstep has to be that tip of the spear, playing that jet if he is going to be going for it. But I really think that Dubstep might be flexing it over yet again just to allow Wits to play the jet this time. We'll see what kind of comps we're going to be getting here from Bren and what kind of maps we're going to get. And the thing is, I really feel like for Bren right now, you made a good point about that even map. If they get even, it has to be one of the best maps for them.
But dito na
They
sa
are just
bilong, nakadalawa pa si
good.
Dubstep.
Bren, on a map like that. Besides that, it is going to be interesting because if we get split on the other hand for Boom, the fan base is so voracious about it. Illustrator's like, Boom and Split, you are basically dead if you go there.
Yeah, I think it was made pretty clear, not just by chat, but by, the analysts on desk, that really going up against Boom on Split, you're asking for it. I expect this to be fully banned here by Bren today. They probably will be comfortable playing on literally any other map, and that's just something that Bren is quite familiar with. One of their strong suits, rather, that they can pick up any map and play relatively decent on it. What they want to do, however, is avoid playing on the opponent's best map. But let's take a little bit of a look here at the roster of Boom Esports. You got Blaze, NC Slasher, Asterisk, Eeyore, and Adern King. And normally we talk about Blaze and Adern King, and these guys were like crazy. But yesterday it was the NC Slasher show. He was just absolutely on fire, and he's not the featured player right now. It's actually Blaze, who did play a lurk role for most of the time. He was on that Omen, and then he did play Sova. But NC Slasher getting those multi-frags every single time. We wanted to talk about him for a second. He is truly somebody I want to watch out for, as well as Blaze.
I mean, if you have NC Slasher on his raise, he is just so good at it, especially in a map like Split. But I do want to mention the fact that it was very interesting from Boom in Haven because it wasn't really NC Slasher playing that other duelist alongside Adern King. It was actually Asterisk on the jet with NC Slasher going over to the Omen. So maybe that was the reason why they didn't have the best perform against Cerberus in map number 2. But at the same time, it was just Cerberus blown out of the water from the Split performance. So maybe that was really the potency of that Vietnamese team. Because looking at the map draft of that series there, Cerberus, they had a good win rate on Split as well. And I guess local scene is one thing, the region is the other. And you're just like, are you challenging me on Split? Are you serious, bro? Is this gonna happen? And Boom was happy to take that map number 1, have a great contest in map number 2, and here they are facing off against Bren Esports.
We talked a little bit about the odds of Bren winning the whole thing and going to the Masters, but what about Boom? I feel like they kind of do well against teams like Bren, but they seemingly struggle up against teams like X10. It's just a matter of play style. And we talked, and you mentioned this specifically yesterday, Dax, that it has a lot to do with the fact that there's so many varying playstyles in the region. We have this melting pot. Some people take a little bit more inspiration. Some people borrow more from NA. Other teams like to borrow more for EU and Korea. And this is kind of why we see a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors situation. When everybody's aim is on point, it's really a matter of who gets to play their game, who's able to play their own particular brand of Valorant and be able to bring that movement, that momentum towards that grand final and to help them secure that slot. But let's take a look at exactly where we're going to be heading off today. This is, of course, our Colosseums where the Gladiators will be facing off Haven, Bind, and Ascent. So this is a really, 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 really good draft, I think, here for Bren.
I just want to mention this, Ilustrado. This is the exact same map pool that they had last time in Masters 1. The only difference is Ascent was map number 2 and Bind was map number 3. And the thing is, Haven, it was very close in that matchup until Boom ran away with it in that second half. And then Bind itself, it was just taken handily by Boom versus Bren. Ascent in the meantime handily won by Bren versus Boom. So they're just saying, hey, you want to do it again? You want to see what we can do now and what kind of experience and what kind of journey have we gone through? But for Bren, that Haven crown in the PH scene, it's been tossed around, but it eventually went back to them. Bind in the meantime also showing up as one of that better maps. So in terms of recency, Bren has really worked on this map pool. And the fact of the matter is Split is gone, Icebox is gone. It will really just be that direct combat. And I feel like for Boom in the meantime, if they want to show Bren that they've improved on a map like Ascent, it is high time to do so. But I fully expect now that this is going to be another close one. Will we see Bren in top form in the first two maps? Will we see Boom turn it around as soon as possible? Or actually try to dominate the same way they did last time? And speaking of domination, that's one thing I also want to build on to your previous point. You know, teams like X10, they know what to really do in terms of the roles. But I really feel like for Boom, they have such a good cooling power against opponents. So if you're facing off against Bren, you just shut them down. And I think they're part of the bracket, especially if they win this, they go against Paper X. They'll stand a good chance if they can really shut down those duelists as well. So for Boom right now, they're in prime position to really make quite a deep run into the bracket right now, the Shadow. But here we are. Let's go to Haven, and we're seeing already a Sky from Wits.
Indeed, and Sky, this is something that I'm not surprised that Wits is picking up. It just seems to fit into his playstyle perfectly. Meanwhile, it's a little bit of a standard form here for Boom. They're going back to their roots here. They got that Omen on NC Slasher. Not so convinced about that, if I'm being honest. But they're going back to their roots, and they got Blaze and Boom. Blaze and Adern King on the Sova and the Phoenix. This is something we're quite used to seeing, and Asterisk as well on the Jet. Now, this is a pretty, I'd say, okay defensive start for them. It's not the most comfortable, personally. I do honestly like Brent's lineup much, much more. They're going with that double initiate, especially on the attacking side. Plus, they have that good Sentinel on their squad. I feel like it's a very well-rounded lineup. And the fact that they're only going with one duelist, that's absolutely fine. As long as you get the support from the Sky, as long as you get those recon darts, Dubstep is going to be enough to be able to take the aim duels and the entries and take those sites here. But it all will rest on his shoulders. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword that Dubstep will be the only guy to be able to really, truly hard entry in a site.
I mean, that's his job. That's what he wants to do. But on the side of Boom, though, this is the same comp that they ran yesterday against Cerberus. And they really won it out on the attacking side, not in the defensive. If I remember correctly, it was on 4 points that Boom was able to get on their defense. And now that they're starting on defense here, it might give Bren that push, that edge to really get on through with that momentum and try to snowball their way out of control, because this map is one of their favorite playgrounds, especially on the attacking side. And you have that intel, especially adding on to that Sky, to really figure out what is going on. But as we are going to be getting into the series, this is the rematch many of the communities in SEA have been looking for PH fans and Indonesian fans. This really has to be one of the best rivalries we've seen right here, right now in VALORANT SEA. And I do know for a fact that, you know, these two orgs, they've met each other in the region in previous titles as well. So Bren versus Boom, 4 letters to their name, aim is their game, and right now we're going to be seeing who's going to be getting the one up yet again. In terms of the rivalry, it is Boom with the advantage. Bren, though, trying to get that revenge and trying to stay in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and here we go, getting ready to get started here. We got Dubstep on Jet, Jesse Vash on that Sova. Dispenser is on the Killjoy. You got Borkum on the Omen, and Wits heading up on that Sky. One of the more classic lineups from these guys on the other side. Got Asterisk on the Jet. Now, SC Slasher is going to be on the Omen, and Killjoy is going to be sitting on the Eeyore is going to be sitting on the Killjoy. Blaze going to be taking the Sova, and a Dern King on the Phoenix. And it's a quick hit towards B. No delays, really, as they already try to bury themselves deep into site without really securing that much map control. And it's got to be a quick pick. Dubstep finding the kill onto Asterisk here, but how are they going to handle this on the Boom Esports side? They have some information that Jesse Vash is tagged up, know where he is. He's going to get peeked from another angle, and he goes down. Borkum with a trade here, and a Dern King with a refrag. Jesse Vash somehow still alive, leaving only Eeyore, but he won't be alive for very, very long. Drops down, and Bren's going to secure the first round. The pistol. This is not something characteristic of Bren, and the fact that they take a pistol, it's already a good start.
Oh, this is such a good start for them, and especially saying, hey, pistol round, we got this. But they kept it very simple there, Illustrator. They went into the middle. They're like, okay, let's put the spike down. And I don't think Boom was ready for it. And that's the thing. This is the problem for Boom right now, especially coming into the Haven defense first. They weren't too potent on it last time. And if they're still coming out of the starting games a little bit weary, a little bit sleepy, then Bren says, sure, let's go. Thank you very much. And I like this a lot from Bren right now. It feels very cheeky to say because this is the first match of the day. So you're like, okay, we're gonna be kicking off the show. We're gonna be showing everyone how it's done. And on a map like Haven, that distance from spawn or from the window to B site, it's very, very short. So you can really catch out the team napping there. But Boom Esports, sure, they can give up that first round. Let's see what they can do now. It's gonna be, of course, all about the eco. One frenzy on the Dern King, while already a rifle in hand here for Jesse Vash.
And the rifle starting them off strong. They don't want to lose this one, so they got to be very careful about it. Dubstep will be only sitting on the Ghost, which just means one thing. He's going to be saving up for that Operator. This is not something that you typically do unless you're confident that you can get it early on in the round. And so Bren, they're going to be starting off a little bit slower here, just making sure they got their angles covered, they got their bases checked, and nobody really pushing them from any awkward situations. They have Asterisk, though, who has managed to creep him his way towards Cubby on C-Long, but it's going to matter very little as the actual full rotation is going to head towards A. Every single person on Bren going to be pushing, but look at this. A 4-man push through mid from Boom Esports. If they time this right, they might just get the flank here on Bren, but there is still an alarm bot to deal with. So the moment that they get spotted by this alarm bot, it has to be a full burst here from Boom.
Spencer, there you go. It's going to be the alarm bot saying hello. And now, salutations, Boom. What are you doing there in behind of all of us? Bren, in the meantime, stationing on up into the sewers there. And it seems like the Spencer catching at Eeyore to start things off. Whitson holding on to the connector angle, though, as much as possible. Blaze, though, finding the Spencer there. And Dubstep creeps closer and closer to get that takedown. Here we go now with the push. Borkum Wits on the board. And oh, a Dern King gets in the face of the bird. And it's going to be Wits going on down. Still not done here. Brendan's gotten the spike down. Finally, they get killed onto the Phoenix. But despite that, it was a good effort from Boom, trying to play the sandwich as much as possible, looking for that pinch just to separate Bren as much as possible there. And the fact of the matter is, they got rid of the Spencer, they got rid of Wits, and that's a bit of economic damage done versus Bren.
Like the affirmative play that we got there from Bren, despite having security on site, they decide to go and challenge on short, denying Boom the opportunity to go for a set retake. And this is the kind of thing I like from Bren. They're able to go and play affirmative defense, not even when they're on the offense, on post-plan situations. They know how to play dynamic and make sure to get the map control that they really do need, and which parts of map control that they can relinquish. So this is really just a game of map economy that we're seeing here from Bren, and they're one of the best teams to do it in the region, actually, if you notice how they're doing it. But having said that, it's a bonus round for them right now, and they're going for just a straight-up B hit.
We haven't yet get into the middle. Seems like for Brad, they just want to go for the heat check right now. Let's do me sports right now. Dubs one looking hotter instead. Asterisk down here, going out quickly. over to the A-Link angle. And Blaze, he has to hold the line, but Jesse Bash, he's found two so far. Bren right now looking for retribution and off to a good start. Blaze, though, he's trying to spray it down. Can he get another takedown? No, Jesse Bash won't be able to get that triple kill. 3 points on the board for Bren. And this is such a good opening here for Bren Esports right now. They're running away from Boom as much as possible. They're really getting such a good scoreline so far. And these simple B takes is just allowing them to get the control on. Thing is, though, with the Sova and the Sky together, they're so sure about those pushes just because they know or they have an idea of where Boom is.
I like the approach that Bren is going for. He's keeping it simple, but clearly Boom's just not ready for it. I mean, who would expect Bren to pull out that exact same kind of bizarro strat one round after the other here? Dubstep, information garnered, sees a asterisk, excuse me, but is unable to get the tag. Really gets him low, unable to find the frag here. And they're very patient, Bren. They're happy to just wait and secure any push that might be happening for their squad now. But obviously on Boom Esports side, they need to find something. They spot information onto one. Now they know there's two pushing close on A-Long. So again, it's this game of map economy. They've given up A-Long, so instead, what do? They take that trade, they go to C, and they're going to full commit onto it. Paranoia comes out. No one really to stop them except for Predator, who does get one. Reloads mid-fight, and it's awkward because NC Slasher picking up 3-2 rather with the Sheriff, and this is looking precarious. They've just cleaned things up on an eco round. Shock Dart will take and claim the life of NC Slasher, but the damage has been done. Bren take a loss to the Sheriffs of Boom Esports.
He's not on the duelist, but he's getting the tools to work out anyway. And you can see there for the side of Boom, it's just Peekaboo, I see you, from the boxes into C-Long. Bren forced in the funnel there, and they just fell one by one. Boom right now showing how potent these guys can be. NC Slasher has been absolute MVP for that round. But the cleanup clear was a go as well. So Adern King popping that run back for that round. It seems like Boom also working on getting their ultimates online with form of them trying to come on up. But Dubstep and Borkum, they're ready with theirs. Dispenser is one away alongside Jesse Bash from his. And with Bren right now having the advantage just like that. But no, Adern King find the answer. 1 HP though on Asterisk. He gets hit by the Trailblazer and he gets hit by the face and the fury of Dubstep there.
This is exactly what we needed to see yesterday. For Full Sense. They were... Sorry, not for Full Sense. Was it Full Sense who went against Blaze? Boom, again?
Full Sense versus Paper Rex. It was Boom versus Cerberus.
Thank you, there we go, Cerberus, right. This is what we were lacking to see from Cerberus yesterday. The flashes, the double flashes for A-Long to help them control the site, and then the swing out to P. Cerberus never were able to truly capitalize and take advantage of the fact that there are 3 players playing on A-Long for Boom. That's the strat that they were running almost the whole game long for the Boom Esports side. And Bren, the first time that they took a crack at breaking it, they managed to find the success simply with a couple of flashes and, you know, the Trailblazer and some information from Jesse Bash. So the power right now of the double initiator showing full force in that previous round. And look at the thing. Look at this. Boom Esports going for the exact same play again.
Yeah, Boom, you're gonna try to make it work, and that A-Long angle, so perilous with the guiding lights coming into your face. But the operator now is the way to go for Asterisk. But the thing is, for Bren, they just have so much intel. No matter what, they know exactly where these guys are when they play the darts and the guiding lights. And Jesse Bash is able to line up against NC Slasher. No more taps for you, good sir. The Omen gonna be going on down. Eeyore in the meantime trying to play out the C side, but he knows he has to forfeit this already. Bren given a red carpet treatment to try and play off the C. Now Eeyore trying to contest, but the Trailblazer gets in his face. The concuss is there, and Wit, he just knows how to train those doggies as much as he can to fight the opposition. He's potent on the breach, but the Sky looking so good for him as well. And now the Seeker, it's hunting down the last member of Boom.
They're looking so strong here, Bren. They're not missing a beat. I'm usually a little bit hesitant when they leave a Jet to do the lurking, especially when it's Dubstep, who is an amazing AWPer. I'm not just AWPer and entry. I'm a little bit apprehensive when I see that stuff. But having said that, it works in their favor because the double initiators currently, the way that this team is working is that... Oh, okay. the way that it's working is that the double initiators truly help everybody else get onto site, like Borkum and Dispenser, and they're going to be doing the entries instead. Sure, it's not the most impactful of entries, but they still are able to make it work. And while that's happening, you've got Dubstep on the lurk to secure their flank, making sure that nobody else pushes.
You know, my favorite part about seeing Wits right now on this Trailblazer is his team really protects him, because it's so dangerous to do that danger close, especially if the swing is coming. First things first, though, Wits very quick onto the leap to get the bites and the concuss onto the opposition. But besides that, you can see the angles being taken by the other members of Bren on C side. One trying to go for the swing, trying to go for the backstab, the other watching out for the front line, and they really want to enable Wits to give them the intel, give them that extra utility. But the third king, he gets the sheriff and catches out the Spencer. Jesse Vash, though, now with the answer there. Seems like A site might be right for the taking here for the side of Bren. And oh, that Aljon gets the tag onto Asterisk anyway. This is going to be the Blade Storm being exposed. And the shock darts are coming. And Asterisk, he wants to fight against Jesse Vash. Trying to go for the blades. Doesn't get the daggers to connect. It's Bren right now, still in the 4v4 slate. And they have that gun advantage here, Yulu.
Only 20 HP left here on Asterisk, so he's definitely not going to be in any condition to take some duels. He even missed a few of his blades, so there's really not much left for him. He has to get out of here, and the rotation already coming in here for Boom. They're going to give up A for the most part here, and Jesse Vash will get the entry. Going to secure the site fairly simply, fairly easily, as Boom, they're just looking fantastic right now. They have given up a kill onto Jesse Vash, and that could be a second. Almost was. It just wasn't to be this time around. It's 3v2, and somehow this is turned on its head. What is going on right now? Wits all alone here in the eco yet again. Bren, they're struggling to deal with the ecos of Boom. What on earth is going on here?
Apparently the sheriffs are going to be the biggest banes of them all. Wits in the meantime trying to come close, but he cannot even figure out where that spike is. And Bren, they have it stolen under them again. This is another round where Boom just makes these revolvers count time after time. And it feels like when Boom plays the eco, it's Bren unable to really catch him in the first place. Sure, we saw the fact of the matter is Bren was able to station onto the site, but Boom, wisely enough, backing on away, trying to protect each other. Asterisk there, staying alive with 20 HP, gave them that numbers advantage. Hunter's Fury there from Blaze as well to add up to the collection. And the thing is, it seems like Bren right now, even though they know that this is Boom, they know that this is such a strong opponent, they don't really respect the revolvers on the other side as much as they should. And now, after losing 2 rounds, just the same way, they have to understand that's Boom on the other side. They have to realize that it isn't gonna be all a frolic into B side. It is gonna be a siege no matter what. They still have the lead though.
I'm actually gonna disagree with you here. I actually think that they're giving a little too much respect to the sheriffs. We're lacking that impact from Bren to go in and clear the sites, and they're just holding and creeping on into A and sites, like hoping that people rotated out on the side of Boom. But that's just not the case. Boom got the right reads, and if you want to counteract that, go play the trades against the sheriff. It's not like they're not gonna line you up and get multi kills with it. I mean, well, ideally, but.
I mean, that's the thing. They're like dominoes, right? And you make a good point, especially at the start. Oh, but Asterisk. Let's scratch that. And scratch one onto the board. It's going to be dubstep going on down. No off gameplay for him. And this is what you were talking about, Illustrata. Tried to go for the trades. Tried to go for the chase. And apparently, Bren, they want the fight. Rifle versus rifle. Mano y mano. They say, okay, sure. Let's go for the fight right now. And yeah, in that first half, right, you can see Jesse Vash sticking around in the sewer. And he didn't just go for the push and try to catch out Asterisk there. But in that second half, it was just like Bren hanging on around there, and they just said, okay, come Boom, let's go for the fight. And eventually it's gonna be NC Slasher waiting for the Spencer to come into his lair. Jesse Bash though on the board. It's now 2v2, and Bren Esports, they went for the trades this time. It's a lot more potent from Boom though. We'll see how it's gonna work. It's the 2 duelists versus Sky and the Sova.
I'm a little bit miffed about that rotation. It's a little bit haphazard. They're playing double garage right now because they've lost so much map control here. And let's see what they can do about it. Silong is an area of big vulnerability. Fortunately for the side of Bren, only 33 HP on Asterisk. This retake, quite possible, honestly. So either side could do it. And the big ulti from Jesse Vash, he does have the Hunter's Fury to be able to slow it down if it so comes to it. And he's going to be repositioning all the way towards mid. And he actually lines it up, and what? Look at that. Perfect unison, in sync. just like a symphony. They get the kills one after the other and secure the round here onto Bren, just when you think it's going to get a little scary.
I honestly thought it was been Vash getting the kill onto Asterisk because as soon as Wits heard the updraft, Jesse Vash jumped with that Hunter's Fury. And sure, it's cool to float, you know, that keep flowing into the wind and all like that. But I really understand why Jesse Vash jumped there. Maybe to catch up both with the same burst. It was, of course, Wits getting the kill onto Asterisk. And still, since Jesse Vash got the tag onto Adern, it was him finding that Phoenix. But my oh my, the teamwork right now for Bren Esports is looking so sublime. All you need to do, though, is to make sure that they're to stay safe against those sheriffs. But Jesse Vash, he gets rid of that gun on the other side very quickly. He knew ER had the sheriff. It's like, no, it's time to stop. We don't want to get one-tapped anymore. Let's stay alive versus everything else. It's a hero rifle, though. A pair of hero rifles, actually, for NC Slasher and a Dern King Asters on the Marshall. But Bren right now, they just have that advantage in terms of the guns and in terms of that movement on the map like this. They're waiting for Boom to come, and Bren, they're stationed and ready to fight some more.
If any team is ready for this aggressive push, it's Bren, and they do exactly that. They wait for somebody to get a little bit antsy, and then they counterplay that with map control themselves. They know that they've successfully forced back mid, and so they're going to go towards C. Beautiful play there, but they lose the duel. Bren has gone down without even dropping his ultimate now, and that's going to be C-side secured. And as I say that, that's the spike planter going down. Borkum gets dropped onto backside grind.
Oh.
Something's wrong here, Bren. They're really struggling on these eco rounds. That's the third one in the row that they might fail. And Ensley Slasher, he gets the lineup onto Jesse Vash and Wits. What is going on? Bren looking like they're too far in their heads. They're struggling against the ecos and they can't convert these rounds.
Through the head, through the box. How does this even happen? What are the odds of this lineup from going on? And it's just insane how NC Slasher was able to get the wall bang and the headshot at the same time as Jesse Vash peaks. Perfect angle there being taken by Boom. But you make such a good point there, Ilustrado. Right now, Bren, they have that Hunter's Fury itself, not the ultimate, but their Fury at going after rifles on Boom, going for the trades. But when it's this forced by situations, with an eco there from Boom, they're like, okay, let's hang on around, let's wait for Boom to come. And the thing is, they have that gun disparity. They should be the ones going on in just like this. And Dubstep now finding Blaze, playing with that drone. Asterisk missing the shot as well. Operators right now not getting much value in this game. But Dubstep, he's still hungry for more. Looking for a target or two. Borkum in the meantime with a kill out NC Slasher. Borkum now with a double up. And this is just Bren Esports saying, throw caution to the wind. And I think this is what they need to do, Ilustrado. They're losing rounds because they're playing too safe in rounds where they should be getting in the face and stepping on Boom.
You're absolutely right. Where was this? The decisiveness, the affirmativeness.
It's
Just
here.
to-
That's the thing. It's here.
Yeah, but wait. You just watch them lose this next eco round, dude. Just-
Here we
you-
go again.
Yeah, you just wait for it.
It's like watching an introvert at a party. Sometimes they feel so confident coming on in, and sometimes they just want to hide in the corner. That's not personal experience or anything, but
Yeah.
exactly that. Come on, it's time for Bren to show how confident they are, because Boom, if you give them that time and if you give them the chance to cool you off, that is when they can get that streak. They can run away with a game like this. And the fact of the matter is, Bren right now knows for the fact that Boom has a weaker side on the defensive right now based on their experience yesterday. And this is going to be their chance to just really snowball their way to victory. 7-3. But did this need to be a 7-3 scoreline? That's the question. Bren right now over to A side.
No, this should have been much more of a stomp here for Bren, but they seem to have lost. Now they're even going to use the lockdown for the eco round because they're just so afraid of it. But yeah, I feel like this is finally a way for them to get back into the game. They go straight onto A site, no hesitation, and a little bit more confident for Bren this time. It does take them a while. Having said that, guys, whoever's watching at home, something you should know about Bren is they really play like this. They play slow. It takes them a while to get into the game. And clearly everybody's seeing that they're a little bit cold at the moment here. But not cold is a Dern King who's hitting every single shot. But Boom has guns in their hands, and that spells disaster for them because, as we all know, you can't really win against Bren if you have guns. They need sheriffs.
It's a sheriff. It's a
marshals.
lucky charm. Yeah, that's true. It's a big lucky charm there. But we talked about how Bren has been doing the attack quite a lot. But honestly, for Boom, this defense, it really feels like they just don't have that much staying power as much as they would like. It really is just opportunities given to them by Bren. That's why they have the points right now. And the fact of the matter is, with that Jet, with that Phoenix, you want to play close with it, or you want to play at least an entry. Now, an Operator, sure, in the Ants of Asterisk without any armor, just to mix things up. But Boom, unable to get more of that map control, and that's the thing. And okay, that's one way to control the station here, Moscato, with Asterisk getting through. So sure, Bren, please line up to the lair of Asterisk. But back to my point, since Bren has been countering any kind of push from Boom, Boom had to wait on outs, and Jesse Bash now with a chase, 3v4, and on the seaside we go.
How does he line that up? Blaze getting that kill right there, and good flash from a Dern King to be able to bring things back. He flashes, but it doesn't matter. Jesse Bash hitting every single shot here. Bring us to a 2v1. Some information garnered, but Eeyore, he's gonna win that duel, but unable to win the second. He gets the isolation, doesn't get the headshot, and it's gonna be a 9-3 scoreline. Bren starting strong on their attacking side.
And this is a bit telling right now. Honestly, this could have been a 12-0 for Bren if Boom wasn't just incredible on the Sheriffs and Bren was just letting them do it. And that's the thing, for Boom, it seems like they really want to get close to Bren. And it's just not happening. Bren, so good at the spacing with the Sky there to help them out. And of course, Paranoia is from Borkum as well. There is no way for Boom right now to really tighten up a map this wide on the defensive side. So they just say, okay, let's shrug it off. Let's go on the attack instead. And this is where Boom is going to be a lot more potent here, Ilu. Especially with that Phoenix alongside that Sova. It's going to be even faster with what Bren was doing with the Sky, right? So this duelist right now, it's up to a Dern King to show us what they got. If not, Boom, they're going to be losing out pretty handily versus Bren. But come on, in a rivalry like this, it has been one side dominating the other per map. And we'll see if that's going to be the case yet again as Dubstep gets one, looking for a second, and does so as well.
And Boom, Bren taking a play from the book of Boom, stacking three on A and pushing it, getting 2 kills. And this more or less will help them secure the round. This should be a round for them. Some information onto Dispenser, but that just forces Eeyore to double back and sort of question himself on this one. However, NC Slasher has crept up onto C site, but they're happy to go for the retakes here. Borkum's able to get one more. Now it's a 2v3. Awkward timing for that Paranoia. Could go for the knife. Not gonna do it. Oh, and how? What? Borkum? He wins that? All right.
All right. Now, the Frenzy, great gun, but you've missed the first few shots, so like around the 5th shot, right? It's a Stallion that you cannot control as well as you can, and I do feel like you should have gone for the knife instead. At least that would have been a backstab there to add to the highlight reel and be a secure kill. But Borkum, man, oh man, how did he go for the 180? He heard the shots, and look, that flick! How far did he go on that mouse pad? We will never know, but Bren Esports, sheesh. 10 points now to 3, and honestly, This is pretty much the story of this rivalry. One side will get such a dominating scoreline against the other, and then usually it's the other team doing the same case. So no matter what the end result of this is, especially if Bren can run away with it right now with the gun advantage, it still is a chance for Boom despite that. But here we go, Bren. They're tripping up Boom no matter what. High ground, low ground, everywhere and anywhere. Witz comes in close inside the smoke to become that smoke criminal. And Borkum, he's waiting patiently. Blaze though with the takedown. That Stinger right now trying to bring in the buzz. But the only thing looking to disperse here will be the lives of Boom instead. Bren now 2 away from taking this map.
Bren making a statement. They've done their homework and they've clearly warmed up. Let me just remind everybody in the audience that the only rounds that Bren have lost are actually eco rounds. Sorry, I mean to say Boom's eco rounds. And while that usually doesn't bode well, Bren, they turn up their aggression when they need to. They're able to go for those double, triple peaks, and they push onto A, shutting down the full buy here, the forced buy of Boom. And now it's pretty much almost a lost cause here, but Jesse Vash right there to back up his teammate. Dubstep does go down, though, so is a little bit of a precarious one, but it is a bonus round. However, for Bren, they'll be happy. They'll be fine even if they do lose this one.
I mean, the thing is, Boom forced in the other round. They played some SMG, so it's
Oh.
advantage right now, and Jesse Vash is in control. The thing is, lately Jesse Vash hasn't really been the best fragger for the side of Bren, but in this game, it really feels like there's a chip on the shoulder as Wits gets 2 more to wrap up the round, and I do believe it's the Silva right now really not only carrying his weight, but multiply that by 4 or whatever. 19 kills on Jesse Vash. Always a potent sight, especially with that intelligence. But my oh my, he's hitting the shots time after time, getting some good triple kills for some rounds. And Wits, newest addition, you have to be a believer. The flashes have been insane. The dogs have been there to bring in the concusses. And it seems like he's the zookeeper here for Bren.
This is a little bit of a reverse in terms of the storyline of both of these squads here. Bren usually loses the first game, and they usually start cold. And Boom is usually the opposite, where they start strong and they kind of taper off. And this is a little bit of a backward situation right now. This is a good sign for Bren, just because it might mean that they have addressed the issue of them starting cold. I feel like they were given the opportunity to warm up at the very start of this, having started on the attacking side earlier on, which is honestly why we're seeing this buy right here. They're so far ahead in terms of points, in terms of economy, and Boom struggling to catch up. They have barely anything left, and we're at match point, and Boom just don't look like they're in the server at all.
Yeah, Boom right now, it's a very, very cold day at the office. Someone turn off that AC because Boom, they need to heat on up and fast. This just has been such a difficult trade for them. We've seen the weaknesses of Boom on the Haven defense already yesterday versus Cerberus, but they were able to bring it back and show up on the attacking side. But Bren, not only were they able to stifle the initial push with some really great aggression on the defense, they stopped the force, they stopped Boom from basically getting close, and it really is that social distancing game that Bren is trying to play right now. That extra range is helping Bren a lot more than Boom. And with the first kill, make that the second kill and the third kill going into Bren's favor. This might be all over. Operator there to get the shot. It's all up the asses right now, but all it's gonna be, it's a curse to Jesse Vash because he is just gonna be so hot and so on fire. Bren will take it 30-3, a commanding performance from the PH Squadron.
Oh, wow, that was the finest Bren game we've seen in a while. I don't think we've ever seen them that clean. It feels like they're going up against other PH teams yet again, and this is a fantastic sign for them. I know a lot of naysayers for Bren, including you, including a lot of the other panelists, who had their hearts to Bren, but just couldn't see them overcoming the hurdle that was Boom. They're proving us wrong, and I think it has a little bit more to do with the fact that we've got players like Jesse Vash stepping up. Look at that 4.0 Dax. 4.0 KDA and a 366 combat score. What?
It's because he woke up at 6 a.m. or something in the morning. He made a post. He was like, I'm feeling hot today, and he does not disappoint. 4.0. Come on, Jesse Vash. This is just incredible. And, you know, I'm not a naysayer. I was just like, they barely have games beside each other. You know, this is technically their second tournament, and my biggest concerns for teams like Bren, for teams like Extend, who get into the SEA playoffs very early, is they don't have that much time in a tournament setting. Sure, it's great to hide your stats, play the scrims a lot more, but it's still a completely different matter when you swap from one player to the other in a span of a week. But as you said, as many of you said to me, it's like, it's okay, Dax. Believe in the hearts of Bren, because these guys, they played together in the CS days. These guys know each other so very well, and you can see that natural chemistry is just right there. I have to believe right now, and it really has to be the side of Bren being potent on all fronts. Everyone carrying their weight and more, and with Jesse Vash, like I said, he's been a bit cold on the kill side, hot on the Ital side. Now with the hot being both, oh man, he is just the chef in the Bren kitchen.
Just chef's kiss to Jesse Vash performance right there. And one reason I think that Wits just works so well on the roster of Bren is personally because they have an understanding. And I mentioned this before on panel on VCT Philippines, that when you have players like Dubstep and Dispenser that go way back, and they have this sort of innate, inherent understanding that they've developed over the years, and suddenly a player to the same caliber like Wits joins up, they no longer have to play catch-up with one player. They no longer have to elevate one up. It's just all of them, every single player firing on all 5 cylinders. And you can see very, very clearly that the effects of that are just so transparent, are so evident that nobody really has to do any, I'd say, hard carrying. It's everybody just focusing on what they personally have to do to get themselves the win, to get themselves a victory, and they're shining right now. One of the best forms of Bren we've ever seen.
It's one of the best forms, and it's even an asterisk because they just lost so many thrifty rounds. I feel like this is not the highest potential Bren has. They could have actually gotten a clean sweep for this game with the performance Boom really brought to the table. And I honestly see for Bren that this is going to work a lot better because they trust each other on the roles, not only to do what they have to do, but they're so willing to flex on over. That's the thing. The 4+1 system has just basically collapsed. It's not looking for that controller anymore. It's Borkum on it, and he's so sneaky even in some of the highlights here. But Blitz, man, oh man, he played in the Thai scene for good reason in MITH, and here he is, just the Flash God, and probably going to be a duelist to remember later on if they whip it out. So Bren, there are a lot of things going right now. Boom, in the meantime, they have a shining light in the darkness though here, Ilustrado. Next map, I do believe it's gonna be Bind. And the last time we were there, it was Boom giving the same scoreline versus Bren as we saw a while ago. They were able to dominate, but of course, that was the days of the Bucky, and Bren, they have to have learned a lot from that game. They've really made Bind usually either their first or second best map by this point, so I wouldn't be too surprised. But Boom Esports, they need to rethink things a lot. If they're going to be playing a very close contact playstyle, especially with the Phoenix, they need those gap closers. They need to get through and blue to the other side. They need to get closer to Bren, and I feel like Bind is going to be a good map for them to do so.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think really makes the lineup of Boom potent is them being able to really truly back and forth with each other on smaller maps, not like the big maps that we saw. But however, we'll find out whether that will be true or not as we go into the second game. We'll be taking a short break, but when we do return, it's the continuation of Bren Esports versus Boom Esports. We'll be back in just a second.
Bren has brought in the Boom, but can Boom fire one back? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Challengers SEA Playoffs. First game of the day. First match, rather. Second game coming your way. I'm Dax. He's Ilustrado. And Ilustrado, we're seeing the rivalry yet again between Philippines and Indonesia. Bren versus Boom, but it's Bren with the 1-0 lead. And not just that, it was quite commanding there on Haven. Any thoughts, though, before we get into the next map?
Yeah, for me, this is really about what we saw from Boom yesterday. Because let's be real here, against Cerberus, they almost lost the Haven map. And a lot of it had to do with the fact that their defense was it was very flat. It was very two-dimensional. They stacked 3 players on A, and they used that information that they get to apply more pressure or to relieve pressure wherever they choose. Bren was able to counteract that by simply picking a fight with their 2 initiators and winning the kills on A long. Either that or completely ignoring A long and then just going for a fast hit on to C. And this is something that you'll see from higher level teams who have a better understanding of the map. And clearly, Bren, having done their homework, knowing how to address this. Now, as we go into Bind, however, this is going to be a little bit of a different story. I feel like both teams play this map equally well. And even though it's really Boom Esports' pick, Bren, this fits into their playstyle. This is a map where you can see a lot of quick trades, very strong teamwork, and a lot of aim duels that you can take, especially at the start of the round with a strong offer. And so this really falls into the playstyle, one of the perfect storms of the Bren Esports playstyle. Boom, however, on the other side, they have a Dern King, they have Blaze. That duo of theirs, they take map control so confidently every single time they get on the attacking side and even on the defensive side. So, to address your point, Dax, I feel like it's going to be a very level game here as we go into Bind.
Yeah, and looking at Boom, I feel like as we get into Bind, it'll be the problems and the sins of Haven alleviated by the natural geometry of the map. Much smaller, much tighter angles. You can really see those corners sometimes. So like, are you there? Are you there? Where are you going to be trying to come from? And curveballs abound if they go on through as we tilt our heads in unison. It does seem like for Boom, they will be able to play their plays a lot better, get that map control on a smaller map, try to really tighten the noose versus Bren Esports. With Bren Esports, come on, you got to already see that these guys are willing to fight and willing to go the distance. This addition of wits really showing on up, and here he goes again on the sky. Now, I like the fact that Bren has kind of changed it up for Wits because he's no more for either his jet or his breach. And the breach is a little bit on the slower setup side, and then you have the jet dashing on in. But with Wits himself just playing the Animal Kingdom, it's like, okay, guiding light, so running on in, try to go for the Trailblazer, danger close to get a quick little concuss while being protected by my team. And the fact of the matter is, for Bren Esports, it does fit the playstyle of going fast and going hard onto a site a lot better than the setup gameplay that the breach gives us. In the meantime, though, Dubstep very willing to play the Raze on a map like this. Here for Boom, though, the fire has been brought out. It's going to be double intel, though, between the Sova and the Cypher. A lot of flames between the Brimstone and the Phoenix. And, the Astra going to be on the other side. This is interesting here, Ilustrado, because Boom Esports, they're technically playing an older playstyle of Bind that really allows lineups to work out so well, especially in post-plant. But on the other side, Bren whipping out that Astra, and we know how potent she can be, especially on those chokes.
Look at this for Bren here. They got so much to go off of, not just for executes, for taking sites, but also for post plans. You've got that the Showstopper and even the Paint Shell. You got the Sova for the recon darts. You even have the Killjoy. There's just everything that they need to hold the post plant. The secret will be getting onto the site. If they can get onto the site, their lives will be so much easier. Because of the fact that they only have one duelist, their takes are going to have to be so clean as they enter onto site. But that's what those double initiators are for, to help them get onto the site with the use of, basically everything, every single flash that Sky has, which is a lot, and maybe the Seekers if it's available, and also the Sova. So on the other side, on the converse, Boom, holding the line is going to be absolutely crucial for them. They need to not let Bren onto the site. They need to start playing aggressive early, take map control early on, maybe take a duel early, starting on that defensive side, and hopefully that will be enough to secure them an advantage that will win them the round.
Yeah, Bren, they're going to be looking to, at the very least, figure out what the conundrum of Boom's going to be. Boom, in the meantime, they know that they have been able to dominate Bren before. They have that confidence in history. They know that they are really a team to beat also here on the upper side of the upper bracket. And this is their chance to really make such a deep run coming into the region. Most of the usual rivals they have, they're on the other side. And as I mentioned a while ago, they have the tools to really shut down teams that go on fire. Whoever wins this is going to be facing off against Paper Rex. And we know how slow they start, but how strong they finish after that commanding game number 3 from yesterday against Full Send. So for Boom, they really have the keys to the kingdom right now. But Bren, apparently, they gave Boom the wrong key. It's like another padlock is there, another way to go about things has been secured, and right now it's Bren looking to make that date with the MYSG squadron over there onto the other side. They are one win away from taking the series. Boom, they need to equalize.
This series is actually quite crucial. When you go into the lower bracket, so for the guys at home who don't know, lower bracket matches are just best of ones. And in best of ones, you normally think, oh, hey, okay, Boom is going up against I don't know, let's say Pirates get eliminated. You would think that it's such a large advantage, but in best of ones, anything can happen, which is a scary prospect for any team going into the lower brackets. Anything could happen, which is why for any team that's on the upper bracket right now, they need to stay there, because if you go to the lower bracket, your path is so perilous, so precarious, that getting back into that upper bracket, getting back into the finals, the chances of that, I don't know, man. They're very 50-50. It's like a game of chance, almost a game of chance that we'll be seeing here. But let's go ahead and talk about this game as well. Bind, and then we follow it up with Ascent if we're lucky, if we get to see a map number 3. Again, but what are our predictions here? You know, we never actually got to do that. We never got to make our predictions. And so it's a little bit unfair to make predictions now. But I'm going to ask you, Dax, assuming we didn't see game number 1.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pretend we didn't see that. Oh,
Yeah,
welcome guys to day 2. First day. First game coming your way.
Just go full Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and just pretend we
okay.
didn't see it.
Boop. I still feel like this would have been okay. Bren 2-1 Illustrado. Gotta go for my homeboys no matter what. And thing is, they have this new roster. So there, Eternal Sunshine moment.
Right. I'm gonna pretend that I'm gonna do my hardest, my damnedest to pretend that prediction wasn't colored by any recent victory or not. I'm just gonna say 2-0 Bren. I feel like they got this in the bag here, and with this particular map, I feel like Boom is gonna make it close. But the momentum from Bren, this is one of the things that Bren are so good at. Once they have momentum, they almost never let it go. But we'll find out whether that's true or not as we go into game number 2. Here we are in Bind, and Bren looking to head off against Boom Esports and take this game and advance themselves, getting closer and closer to Iceland, Reykjavik, which is where all of us want to hang out and be right now. Just imagine, Dax, all of us just chilling out in maybe a hot tub somewhere in Iceland, with a cocktail or two maybe.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be the dream? Wouldn't it be a perfect world to, go for a journey? But the thing is, we are just basically passengers right now to the journeys of these two teams. Only one can make it to the very end, Illustrado. Only one can book their tickets for 5, maybe even 6, if ever, all the way to Iceland. And maybe, just maybe, Bren Esports, if you need a Diamond 1 bench warmer, I'm available if you're able to win it, all the way. Come on.
Yeah. But here we go, getting ready. Let's go into the first game of the day, and I'm feeling pretty good that this game will be fairly even, fairly close. It's just all going to be a matter of how they can, be able to play their own respective play styles here. Bren, they like to take things nice and slow. They like to be a little bit more deliberate, and they like to force other teams to play that same pace. But Boom, they like to play it kind of similarly, but with a lot more, I think, fast-paced impact. They like to go with a lot more contact plays. This is something that they've done not just yesterday, but historically speaking. But Bren have been just so good at counteracting that. They play so passive at the start that they force Boom to burn out utility at the very beginning, and just Boom aren't able to do anything about it. But a little bit of a technical pause here, Doc says. We take a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a breath, just to get ourselves psyched up and in the mental space for this game.
I mean, I'm just studying right now the Boom roster because a while ago, Asterisk, he did play the Jet Duelist. And the thing is, Boom does run that, and we know that Asterisk is an incredible player. He's really good at control, and one of his claims to fame against Bren was that ace with the Bucky to the rifles and everything, almost clutching it out and almost winning it for Boom at the very end, just the spike getting in his way. And I feel like him on the control, it allows Boom to do a lot of things better compared to NC Slasher playing that Omen and that Omen only. NC Slasher, he is just so strong on that raise. He showed up versus Cerberus yesterday with that agent. And I love the fact that the double duelist we're getting right now from Boom is the signature agents. They have a Dern over on his Phoenix, NC Slasher on the Raze, as I mentioned. It really feels like Boom going back to the roots. And if they're going to be taking a map away from Bren, it has to be this one, obviously, because it needs to be the decider for map number 3 if ever they win. But besides that, it's time for the signature agents to come on out. It's time for Boom to show the comfort zone and more. And that comfort zone, it isn't just the starting points here, Illustrada. It isn't just what they can go on, but how far and how much they can push Bren to the brink.
Yeah, and it's been a really good run here for Bren. Let's see what they can do. Game number 2 is starting. Bren, they have the 1 map advantage. Boom, they got to claw their way back here. But B-Long control now trying to be garnered here by Boom. They have already lost 1 this early. And as you can see, well, they're a little bit confusing right now, but they're going to go towards B. And let's see how Bren can hold this one. Dispenser finding the first. Gets tagged down by the Recon, the Shock Dart. Gets followed up right there by the Doggy. And the Doggo will be a good boy and take down Blaze here, bringing us to a 2v.
No, don't worry. So a little bit of the side chances here, the HUD here, going a little bit early, but it's okay. Bren right now gonna be going for that kill against the Darn King Astros in the meantime with the answer and the gravity well to get the suck out the NC Slasher. Dispenser will take advantage. This leaves the Brimstone all alone, and can he figure it out? That'll be the question. Already going for the tap there versus the Dart. Seems like Bren is still gonna be that firefight. Astros with a kill on the Jesse Bash, but Borkum comes close to get that execution. It's Bren now taking the pistol, and if this is the Bren Esports roster that is able to take pistol rounds confidently and consistently, then SEA has to be on notice.
This is looking good. It's looking good for Bren. That was a clean round. I honestly think that Boom took that a little bit too slow. But you know, having said that, I feel like Boom, they had to do a little bit better. Once they got information on 1, the double swing should have come out, and you can see a little bit of tentativeness, a little bit of negativeness coming from Boom. They're playing a little bit too apprehensive that they can't get the map control that they want, and this is their strong suit on Boom. They take map control and they win duels in crucial parts, and then they roll with it. But they're being denied this by Bren because, as you can see, every single time they get a chance, Jesse Bash is mowing them down. Not this time, but still, Dispenser's there to pick up the pieces. A Darn King, his location is known. He has a Spectre in his hands. Gets fully flashed, and now they know he's there because the blinded did have to come out here. Satchel is enough to help Dubstep secure that one, and a clean anti-equal round here for Bren.
Confirmation with accent and all, the Sky giving that intel. Thing is,
good on ya.
Good on you. Nice one.
Good on ya.
Ready to go down onto that, mate. But Boom Esports, it's time for them to get the guns out, as Illustrada has such a sweet voice for pretty much any kind of accent. Gotta say though, for the side of Boom, you make a good point. This is a contact playstyle that allows them to go very quickly onto the site, not only because the Phoenix curveballs plus the Raze satchels, but you're playing Brimstone over Omen, which means it's us 1, 2, 3, put the Sky Smokes down, make sure that GPS is working out in your favor, and the quicker Boom goes, the better they have a chance against Bren, especially if they can circumvent or get past the Stars as quickly as possible.
Indeed, and the Stars, they've just been placed at exactly the right spots here. They know how to capitalize on them perfectly, whether it's playing from in front of them or behind them. Bren actually have such good mental games with playing with the Sky. And this only means one thing, that their understanding of the agent is actually fairly deep. That they know how to use these smokes in a really good position. And that, again, that blinded will give information that there are players in showers. And it's a really good piece of information to have. Now they're, however, cheating players towards B, though, because they're not convinced that it's going to be an A hit.
Yeah, it seems like the Boom, they're just waiting it out yet again. They don't want to go in. A Trailblazer, though, gets in the way, and a Darn King, his initiation is suddenly snuffed out there, Illustrado. Curveball, Mate Dog, a Trailblazer, the Tasmanian Tiger getting in the way yet again. And just the timings right now from Wits with the Animal Kingdom, with all his utility and
seconds
more,
left.
really putting a damper on Boom. But Aster is finally opening things up. Dubstep creeping a bit too far from the hook there. It just might be a B hit, but 20 seconds left. Jesse Bash, though, trying to hold the line. Cybercade in the way, and here comes Eeyore. Borkum, though, with the kill, and it's going to be Wits on the board. Action, though, on both fronts. B-sides now, right for the taking, and oh my god, Eeyore,
10
classic in
seconds
hand, finding the shot onto Borkum. Spike going to get
Spike
planted,
planted.
and this is going to be
Last
Boom
player
trying to
remaining.
prepare themselves. Blaze with the kill on the Spencer. Good read there. 1v3, all up to Wits.
And that was exactly the kill that they needed to find to get onto the side. Borkum doing so well. You'd think that he'd slow them down long enough to be able to clutch that round, but it just wasn't the case here. Now Wits in a 1v3. Here's the footsteps from Eeyore here, but he does have 3 scalps to find. Definitely not the easiest of clutches. Gets spotted out. His footsteps are known. He wins almost one duel, takes them down very low. And look at all the HP. Cumulatively, they all have less than 100. And
man.
they make it expensive though, so it's a good bonus round at the end of the day.
Stats don't lie, and the numbers do matter. Thing is, with that kind of HP, it means there's no armor there on the other side, so you still have to spend 1,000 plus the utilities that you need. So great bonus for Bren, all things considered. They realize now what Boom is going to be trying to do. A bit of the lurk onto A side, try to snuff that out, try to get the catch on as much as possible, which they did. But the B take, that B hits, and that aggression there from Boom has to be basically respected now by Bren. Jesse Vash, second time in a row, he's been caught trying to play inside something like that. A while ago, Aldrone inside the Octagon, he was just pretty much snuffed out there by a Third King. And in that Cybercade, just like, he just wasn't ready for it whatsoever, the push from Eeyore. So even though he had a good first game, he still needs to be careful coming into 5 year Elo. And Wits now showing us how it's done on the Showers front to hold the line. For Boom, there's one thing they want to do here, and that's Phoenix. He wants to control the Showers as much as possible. But Bren, they're taking control instead, catching out the Fountain, catching out the Showers. And it's all Bren right now until NC Slasher gets one back.
A little bit careless to overpush that angle onto Borkum, but regardless, they do have map control. And look, what's the response of Bren after getting caught off with aggression? Throw them even more aggression. As currently Jesse Vash going on a hard flank here, and he actually has Wits to cover his flank just in case he misses anything right now, because the rotation is going towards A, and we have both remaining players on the Boom side going towards Showers. This is a very possible side take, especially because there's not really a lot of utility from Killjoy towards A, but the big flank from Jesse Vash, look at this. If he just peeks out a little bit earlier, a little bit more, he's gonna get the kill on both, drop on both.
Just a few more steps. Jesse Vash, he's almost there. Oh, what's he gonna go for the knife? Now he's just patiently waiting, and he saw Asters was looking for the setup, and he knocked down NC Slasher first and foremost instead. Great decision making there from Jesse Vash, erasing the sins of the previous few rounds. And my oh my, Bren Esports just controlling the map and playing Boom Esports game. I like the fact that it's Wits challenging a Dern King, because it's basically Flash versus Flash, and as we see Jesse Vash there springing it down to get those takedowns, it really allows the side of Bren to contest the close angle that Boom wants to take. When you play Phoenix on Bide, that Shower is the best point of entry for you, and with Bren cooling that Phoenix off, they are going to be controlling that A side a lot more handily.
All right, well, eco round now, so Bren's got to be a little bit. Yeah,
No, they can. Oh no, the sheriffs. There are 4 of them. So
here we go.
The chances
Okay,
of Boom
no.
winning increase by since one's down around 60%.
Yeah, we'll see if it plays out here. But look at this. Jesse Vash, so brazen, so bold. He's going for another peek here towards B long. He's actually going to get the drop onto a Dern King, and that's going to force him to double back and question the map control that they actually have garnered. They have lost it. And so they're actually committing 2 players to deal with Jesse Vash in case he's still there. Now, Dispenser, he's more than enough to hold down control of site. And so he's happy to do that. That move was a really well-played move right there for Jesse Vash to just make them doubt themselves. But a good kill right here onto NC Slasher.
Yeah, and Bren Esports, just all about that cleanup. And yeah, Boom. This seems like we are going to be seeing Bren, though, hold on to B sites. It's all about that spray down again. All about those takedowns, and overall, it's just Bren right now having the answers versus the Sheriffs. They're making sure that they're not going to be walking into that one. There is that propriety to go for double peak, and that being said, Bren able to take another round, really getting away from the eco that Boom has been trying to bring out and has been able to win from the previous map with.
Did it just rewind, or am I going
Yeah,
crazy?
yeah, it did. I also was trying to figure it out. I thought for a while, I spaced out. I saw the future, and then I went to a different timeline, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, is this different events? Is Boom gonna take it? Will we see NC Slasher get the headshot instead? And as soon as I saw him get that takedown onto one with the body shots, it's like, oh, it's the same thing. So Bren
Right.
eventually up by 3. They didn't die the sheriffs this time in the Strata, so they're learning apparently. They know what to do now.
You know, for a second, I just feel like, because I clicked on my keyboard by accident and then it happened. So for a second, I thought that I had the powers of Click. You know, like the movie Click with Adam Sandler and the rewind.
no.
I feel like with a keyboard for just a second I had it, and I was like, yes, I can go back in time and buy stocks of Riot. And
Perfect.
you know,
Actually, good
yeah,
call, good call.
yeah.
Wonder what else we could invest in. Maybe
Well,
I'll
Apple,
a lot of things.
GMT,
Bitcoin,
GME,
man.
Bitcoin, yeah.
GameStop. But Bren, this is really just them countering Boom as much as they can, and it really feels like that chip on their shoulder they have versus Boom right now, it is showing and it is glowing. Not only that, let's be real. In Masters 1, Bren, they brought out what? Triple duelists on Bind. Way too outdated of a playstyle there. And here we go with the utility that we see, which is more prevalent nowadays, especially on the EU side. I'm loving it a lot. And Bren, it really fits them. The Dern King now with a kill onto one. He's the one trying to take control, but dubstep from the grave, catching out plays. 2 for true trade after everything is said and done. NC Slasher right now trying to play that showstopper, but no one is home. The elbow is where the Killjoy is at. And this B site might be taken here, but no dispenser. He has an answer, gets rid of ER, gets away in time. 30 HP left, but it's advantage here for Bren Esports.
He stays alive, and that's absolutely crucial because he still has his lockdown. He's going to be able to use that. They actually get the tag onto NC Slasher, and he's going to be dropped down low. Through the smoke, Dispenser finds one, leaving Asterisk all alone. They might not even need to use the lockdown at all. They've got a flank coming in, and Borkum is able to secure the round. Bren, everything falling into place for them. They just look like they're on point right now, not dropping a beat. Even when they do lose one, it all seems calculated. They lose control towards Showers, sure, they lose a player, but what do they do instead? They make a play towards B and reclaim that control. And this is something that is inherent to players who go back in tactical shooters. This is something they know. They know that if they lose map control towards one area, they got to do something to make up for it in another way by either getting a kill or stealing map control away. That's what you saw Dispenser do, and that's really what won them the round in the end.
It's all about that hard contest, and Bren really understands how to place off against Boom right now. Boom, you can see that the struggles for them is just they can't play the Boom playstyle that we know and love. Boom, as a roster, as a team, they get such good intel from Blaze, and they get such good isolation plays and such good map control thanks to their duelists. But for now, it's Bren getting it away time after time, especially as you can see from the Showers in the previous rounds. But here we go with the classic B split, and if your playstyle doesn't work, might as well go to the classic routes, try to go for those more normal playstyles and strategies, as here comes the Orbital Strike, and Blaze, he doesn't care. Jesse Bash though gets in the face of NC Slasher. Blaze right now and ER on the board versus Dispenser. As the spike is planted here for Boom right now, it's Bren stacking on the defense side. Gravity well though, sucking them in. Does it get the vulnerable onto the Cypher? Yes it does. Jesse Bash now on a rampage. He will get 3 so far. He's going for more. He has the Sheriff, and he knows he just needs to get one more hit to get that takedown. He will take Blaze down to him to hell. Drag me to hell, why don't you? The Sovas go down together, but it's Bren coming up one more up. It's gonna be 6-1 now for Bren Esports.
Well played by Jesse Bash. So noble. Sacrificing his own life for the better glory, for the better of the team to secure them the round. And had to deagle it. Look how confident he is. He knows, I'm gonna go down, but I'll take it with me. And this is when Bren looks scary. Let's go back to that fact. Bren looks scary when they're confident enough to challenge 3 players on elbow and just run and gun around the corners, knowing, fully trusting that their teammate will go and get the refrag. This is why Wits is so crucial to the Bren lineup, because when they have a player like Wits that they know will get their backs and go for those refrags, they're unafraid. And it's clearly showing here. But going into the next round here, Dubstep, good pain shell to slow them down, but not by much. Look at this! Oh, Dubstep lands it perfectly! The showstopper into the gravity well. They take 2 in response though, but what flash, what pizzazz from the duelist here of Bren.
Ilustrado holds me. I'm seeing flashbacks. I don't think I'm in the right game right now. I know that combo. I know that combo for years, but I don't expect to see it in Valorant whatsoever. Dispenser, though, gonna be setting up the turret, but my oh my, the gravity well into the rocket. That has to be the big boom of all. Justice reigns from above there from Dubstep, and now Asters, he is holding close and he catches out Dispenser. It's Boom though with the advantage, and they will take the round. But apparently, Bren, they still know the combo nation in their belt. Boom though. This is the speed they need to play into, Ilu. This is what they have to do time after time. And we're going for that grab, but it's just not going to be enough. It's still Boom taking the point after everything is said and done with this aggressive take.
Really sexy plays from both of these teams here. Loving the discipline, loving the patience for Boom. They know that they were a little bit at a disadvantage, and so what do? They change it up. They change up the play, change up the pace. They're able to win their aim duels and catch Bren off guard, and that's it. That's the economic reset that Boom need. If they can keep playing a little bit smarter like this, if they can keep catching off Bren with those aggressive plays, then they're going to be in a little bit of a good situation. But just as I say that, they get caught off here. The big flank, the big push has been made here by Bren. Look how far Dubstep has gotten.
Oh, a Durn King and Dispenser, but yeah, Dubstep. He's pretending to be part of Boom. He pretended to be part of Boom. He's like, can I join your team? Let me go with the Congo line. And surprise, surprise, he will get two and just hop on away to victory. A while ago, it felt like for Boom, they weren't able to get past the first star. And that's why we got that big combo between the Astra and the Raze. But that second star, it just wasn't in position in time for the side of Bren, which really allowed Boom to overrun that B side. But in this case, if you just say, let's pretend to be part of Boom and be the spy here, basically go for the backstab. Apparently, there's a spy over here, and Boom Esports, they didn't even see that was coming to them. 4v2. And not only that here, Ilu, they are separated. This army of two are basically individuals on lone islands of A and B. Showers being taken there by the Sova. Astor's still with the kill onto Dubstep. So that's big, because he's the one with the spike. And oh, the turret says confirmation there. Now it will be Dispenser protecting the teleporter. And I like the fact that Boom has rotated together. But oh no, Bren, they're prepared. Boom is running out of time here, Ilu. And Blaze now will go down. Next on the risk might be Asterisk. He's trying as best as he can. But Bren is prepared. 7-2. Another situation where Bren is just running away with this lead here.
There you go. What are you doing, Dubstep? This isn't TF2. You can't pretend to be a spy here. You just can't do that. He had his knife out actually, and so that was really awkward. The timing on Dubstep, let's admit, it's a little bit lucky that nobody was looking his way. Because if they were, he would have been dead.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Apparently, we didn't need a Dispenser there. It was just all Dubstep.
Yeah. Yep. Fair enough. Fair play.
You know it's. Anyway, though. Oh, no. Sheriff? Oh, it's only two. It's only two Sheriffs. Okay. So it's not too bad for the side of Bren. Boom, in the meantime, playing into Eco. And all jokes of the Eco aside, it really feels like for Bren right now, it's all about that control. Boom, though. I'd love to see them just go throw caution into wind. Just go for that full reckless abandon by this point. Because trying to play tactical against Bren right now, it's not just working. And apparently, bodies to the floor immediately. Dispenser and Wits on the board. It's advantage now for Bren.
Yikes, just getting the kills through the wall. Hardly ever even seeing anyone. And Boom is just dropping down like flies here. All going down, swatted away. Gravity well on top of the smoke kill. Borkum goes big and gets two. And clean round after clean round. Bren, they're just cruising their way through this match.
This is just cruise control here. It feels like we're just on a pretty potent 6th gear from the side of Bren. We're going fast, and we're just stepping on the gas as much as we can today. Bren Esports, this is the best that we've ever really seen them. Like, we know for the fact that Bren Esports is really the PH gods, but they were bleeding coming into stage 2. They lost in VCT Stage 2, week number 1 versus Team Hashtra. They were finally dethroned in the official local circuit, but they brought it back with this new roster in week number 2, and here they're looking so prim and proper. Boom Research in the meantime, they came in through week number 3, and they're still trying to redeem themselves and trying to make that very long run. But in this case, they felt like they had the advantage versus a team they already beat, but it's not working out for them whatsoever. I like the take though. They've stacked onto the short angle, but Bren again with the backstab, and now the gravity well just being able to suck in Boom yet again. It's like stay in the this corner. Why don't you, good sir? Dubstep now getting the showstopper even. It's 4v1. It's all the lamps right now here for NC Slasher. He's looking at the lights, but can he make it right with those headshots? Not gonna happen. It's Dubstep with 3. And Bren now 1 away from double digits, 1 away from moving over to the attacking side, 9-2. And here we go again. Gravity Well to get the control. Showstopper all the way to the other side.
Boom just doesn't have an answer to the gravity well. They just don't. Every single time that Borkum uses it, he gets 2 or 3 trapped in it, and they're able to capitalize and follow up with the kills. That plus any utility coming up from Bren has just been lethal thus far. And Bren right now, like you said, about to get double digits here in one of the strongest performances that we've seen from Bren in any international tournament ever. This is a milestone for Bren.
Absolutely. And for Boom, they need to get this round. They're desperate right now. They are going to be buying whatever they can. Seems like a showstopper going to be into play, but overall, Boom Esports, how will they do is here, Estrado.
Yeah, how indeed. And Dubstep, though, he's going to get a pick onto 1, bring us into yet again another 2v3 situation. Boom are pretty low on HP. Asterisk is at the very least. A little bit of an awkward engagement here. Jesse Vash comes up close range with the Odin. Might find another if he gets the timings right. Here's the footsteps, and oh my god, with the Odin, Jesse Vash, you has no business winning those duels.
And this is spread. Sure, come into our lair. Come into that A side. Why don't you? Though this is just looking so commanding right now for Bren. They have everything on the table right now, all exposed. They have shown the side of Boom that's gonna be all about utility, and it's just working time and again here. Boom, even though they get close from time to time, it's still not enough because Bren is controlling this battlefield.
Look at this dispenser having a heyday, having a field day rather on these guys. 13 kills and 3 deaths. My gosh, there's just no mercy as we swap sides. This is very, very worrisome for Boom. They played, I'd say, fairly well yesterday, but they're just getting shut down at every single opportunity here by Bren. They're just not getting afforded any chances. Look at this triple push towards Showers, and they're gonna get spotted. They know that there's 3 in this area, and Dubstep with a double knows where everybody else is. Jesse Vash even gets that pick off towards B-Long, and they're all trapped here towards Showers. NC Slasher tries to make something happen, gets flashed off the angle, but the response is to go everybody else towards B here. They still have a pinch player, and that's Borkum, who snuck his way into lamps. Here's the footsteps, knows that both went teleport, and this is a little bit of a hodgepodge, topsy-turvy round. Dispenser knows that they didn't go through, and so he gets both. And they line up, and yet again the gravity well. The big brain 2000 IQ plays from Bren.
It was a game of teleportator translocation. Just what did we see there from Boom? It was like, okay, Bren is gonna be witnessing a new improved science experiment. Watch how Boom reappears on the other side of the map. And apparently Bren, the scientists that they are, the guys writing out this data is like, okay, cool, you were able to teleport. But we're here, we're waiting. And Dubstep was just like, I have a frenzy. Thank you very much for coming into these shots. It was just all about Bren right there, right then. And Boom Esports, even though they tried to play it creatively, they tried to play the scramble, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. Promo, but we're back. NC Slasher though, they get to kick off there. Game and asterisk again with the Marshals. This is the eco round that we've been so worried about. Jesse Vash looks like he's about to drop. Witz gets 1 up towards heaven. Will be able to fall off that angle. Does actually get the flash. And so this is a pretty good scenario here. 3v3. And the force buy actually prevails. I think he did get the stun right there with the Trailblazer.
Right here.
I think so too. Oh, asterisk though. Marshall sees the head. Can't get it. Try your best. And it's Eeyore who succeeds instead. Only 7 HP. Boom though. This is their survival round basically. This is a battle for them to try and stay alive. Jesse Vash though. Beautiful shot to catch at asterisk. But still, Blaze is alive. And boom. They are able to survive that onslaught here, Lestrada. They're able to keep on up and show up with the force buys there. They needed a round like that just to stay in this game, in this series. And it was so dicey time after time. Asterisk on the high ground there, trying to go for the Willfire. It was up to ER to go for the push, and Jesse Vash, you can really see that he is just so hot today. He woke up early in the morning and he felt it, and you can see why right now. 14 kills to his name, 16 actually for the Spencer. Bren now 2 away from taking the series.
Couple rounds, all they need. And they're happy to eco. They have rounds to play with. They have rounds to lose. And so they're just going to go ahead and play on those deagles, play on those upgraded pistols, and hope that it's enough to do economic damage for them to close out the rounds later on. So see what they can do. But the shock darts from Jesse Vash will get one, and that's already made things expensive. Dubstep's making it even more costly, and through the wall to Spencer! He's found another! And the ecos in this series are proving lethal as Boom Esports, they're suddenly reduced to 2 players. Make that one! Make that still one! And Asterisk is going to be alive here, but not for much longer. 4 HP, Borkum claims his life. In the eco round victory for Bren, they're getting vengeance for the eco wins against them earlier.
Bren giving Boom a taste of their own medicine, and the shock darts are just really on point here for the side of Jesse Vass. He is hitting them like they just count them down time after time. Every single shock dart here has a name on the notch itself, on the bow and arrow here and now, and it really feels like it's just being delivered to Boom time after time. Gotta say though, Asterisk, he had a chance, he felt it, he was like, oh, is it my time to get an ace on the B side yet again? But a scoreline doesn't lie. Bren Esports now is on match point Illustrado. They have the same scoreline as before, and that entry like that is gonna be huge. Eeyore going on down. It's whatever Boom can buy on terms of the arsenal. Here we go with Bren having the rifles and some Spectres. It's do or die time for Boom. It's Bren the one doing all the action.
Wouldn't it be so very much like poetic justice to have Bren secure map point on an eco, and that's exactly what they did. In this smoke though, however, they will have to deal with Asterisk, who is getting a little bit cheeky in it, just hiding in the pocket, hoping to get lucky. But that's Jesse Vash with his Hunter's Fury, and lethal as always. He just never misses those.
He doesn't. He tags you up and you are going to be going on down. And it's now 4v3. Dubstep though. Zoned out by the shock darts. Dispenser sees the Brimstone. And Asterisk, he has run out of time to play it cheeky. Bren Esports, this is the road to the redemption. And they are just getting vengeance the same way they know how. They're looking at the scoreline and they said, we were on the opposite side of that one. Blaze though, he's trying to go for the last stand onto A. And he will get rid of Dispenser. But Jesse Vash is just going to be so Vash, so good yet again. And Bren Esports will vanquish Boom there with such a commanding statement. 30-3 again there, Illustrado. Gotta say, Bren, they've brought back, flipped that script, and have moved on to the next round.
This is not what we expected from Bren. We expected them to be good, but this good against Boom, the team that took them down last time? We expected a little bit of added firepower, but it's not just the firepower that apparently Wits brings. It's also the chemistry. It's also that understanding. It's also, I feel, just this latent understanding of each other that just basically makes them all stronger as a whole. He's like a multiplier that brings them higher and higher in terms of the skill level. But Boom, I do have to say, it was a little bit of an underwhelming performance from them. They were shut down at every opportunity. They were losing almost everything. They were winning mostly eco rounds, and most or half, if I'm going to look at the exact statistic, I think half of the rounds that Boom won were on eco rounds.
Much one of their wins here coming into Bind was them actually winning out in a goodbye. But speaking of goodbye, it was just goodbye and good riddance to Boom time after time. 3.8 KD on Dispenser, and he's done it again. Illustrado, the mad lad. Jesse Vash, 4.0. 4.0 on the KD. He is just keeping efficient. And Boom, you can really see that Sova tried to play it clutch again. You can just really notice how Boom loves to rely on the two kings as much as they can when they're in that pinch. But Bren, my oh my, this is just commanding. This is a statement. And the fact of the matter is, this is another 13-3 in the series. And this was the scoreline that Boom gave them when they beat Bren in Masters 1 on Bind. So it really is just quite poetic justice, I would say, for the side of Bren. They beat down the team that beat them last time. They're looking to make a case to be the best in the region. And, you know, this Philippine pride you can really see here for Bren right now. They want to make it to Iceland. They want to show on up. They're going to be facing off against Paper Rex next, which is going to be an incredible one as well. The Boom Esports, they need to retool everything. They're like, okay, our map control, it's not working. Why? Let's try to figure it out, but it's really just the amount of space Bren is either able to attain thanks to the map like Haven, or the amount of space they're able to get thanks to the control of the Astra on Bind.
Yeah. And again, I think a lot of it had to do with the lineups. Bren know their win conditions, and they executed it perfectly. Bren was able to pick out that double initiator, and when you have a double initiator, one thing that you really have to remember to do is that you have to take map control early. Make full use of it. Make full use of the utility that you have in your back pocket. And they were able to do that round after round after round, and it forced Boom to sort of play on the back foot without even having seen or lost anyone. And that's really, I think, the tale of the game here, that Boom weren't able to counteract the early map presence, the early map control coming from Bren. And on top of that, the duels just weren't going their way. The duels all started favoring Bren because Boom was dancing to the tune of Bren Esports.
Like Tide Pipers here. They're the ones giving us the Bren national anthem by this point. And Bren Esports, they beat down one of their main rivals, Boom Esports, coming into the set. An incredible run from Bren, but Boom is not out. They will go over to the lower bracket. And even though it honestly wasn't the best performance, I would say for Boom, they just need to rethink. They have to scratch that from their history. We didn't see that series from Boom at all because they weren't really as impactful as they should be. Try to figure out what's going on. How will they answer back? And how can they even get back the space that they need? Those are the answers that Boom needs to get and fast in their lower bracket run. Because if you see these utility-based comps on the other side and how they pull you around with gravity wells when they get in the way with the flashes and more in the concusses, right? It's just so hard to play that hard entry. And I think that's why the Phoenix has a hard time into this meta right now. Because we're seeing these Phoenix players, they cannot get close whatsoever. And it really hampers any kind of antics there. But guys and gals, incredible series there. Bren will be taking it 2-0 and we'll be moving on to the next round. We are going to be going for a break, and when we return, it's going to be the next one. This is the SEA Playoffs of VALORANT Challengers. Winner here, going to be going over to Iceland. I'm Daxis Illustrado. We'll be right back in just a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It seems like we have witnessed a series for all series right here, especially for our Filipino fans out there. Bren just destroying the opposition. Boom Esports, who had the one-up against them last time they meet, that was during SEA Masters, now coming into SEA Challengers. It's a definite or different beast. Now coming into the second series, it's another Filipino team that will be going up the opposition. 6045 Pirates up against NXL Liga game. My name is Asarai. Joining with me now is Black and Blue. And man, what do you think about this one?
Man, I'm very excited for things here. Obviously, we're here only at day 2, and we've had such exciting matches already to get the weekend going off. Yesterday, we saw a bunch of, honestly, upsets that we weren't really expecting, and now once more, with Bren beating Boom, they get the revenge story. But there's another team here looking for that revenge. It's NXL. Well, obviously the Pirates, this is their kind of first time showing here at the, international stage. NXL, if they win this series, they will be going over to Extend, who eliminated them during the SEA Masters 1. And so they're looking for their shot at redemption. But to get at that shot, to get that opportunity, you're going to need to go through the Pirates. And these guys, man, I tell you, they've been consistently getting better every single week. And they've shown up a lot. And going 2-0 yesterday, they've done so much already here at the VCT.
True, but this is where I have to put another kind of disclaimer to this best of 3. It seems like we have both Indonesia and Philippine matches like back to back, with Bren and Boom now going into the 6045 Pirates and NXL. What is this battle of the regions coming in for the second day? But you talked about it. 6045 Pirates have shown to have such a maturity with how they play. Before, such a pug style team, now looking a lot more structured, a lot more composed. They have setups, they have strategies and whatnot, and it's not always going to be Fire Saiyan that kind of picks them out from the grade at which they dig in. But going up against NXL, who have arguably been the best team in Indonesia, there is going to be some blood to be drawn here. And NXL, if you just look at their recent matches in their particular region, they didn't do so well in their Challengers 1 Stage 2, but I feel like it's because it's the same metric as Philippines, where with Challengers 1 not really mattering, the week 1's not really mattering, it's week 2 and week 3 that matters. They just popped off on week 2 unopposed, and this team looks incredibly scary as of the moment. We have players such as who was it again? Flipsider, such as Vascalis, who always pop off when they need to. And this is something that 6045 Pirates, if they are not ready for it, they're going to be in for a rude awakening here, Blue.
I mean, they are the first seed, basically, here of Indonesia, right? And while they might not have performed too well, during the Indonesian VCT during week 1, they came back in week 2, and that's where it matters. It's actually quite a parallel to how Bren did, right? Week 1, VCT Philippines, they dropped that series. They lost the grand final of that, but then came back looking stronger than ever in week 2. So both of the top seeds for the Philippines and Indonesia going up against the second seed of either side. And right now, it's basically the second seed here of PH, which is Pirates, versus going the first seed of Indonesia. And while a while ago in the Philippines one, they took that 13-3 on both maps. We're looking here if the Indonesian squad, if the Indonesian region will be able to kind of get that retaliation for their fellow countrymen, for their fellow teammates who did kind of lose that series and got relegated into the lower bracket, Boom losing. And so right now the storyline is NXL. They're looking for one redemption here for their fellow countrymen here against another Filipino squad. And second, more importantly, if they can get further, they're going to get their shot at redemption versus X10, who eliminated them during the SEA Masters 1. And that is really what is, I guess, kind of fueling the fire here under NXL. But 6-0, 45 Pirates, we talked about it time and time again. When the wind goes under their sails, that's definitely a ship you don't want to be in front of, because if they go and anchor themselves in your own home and take your map away from you, these guys know how to run away with it, Asteroid. We've seen it time and time again here, and so I'm just super excited. And I like the fact that you brought up, yeah, they're a lot more compact now. It's not the Fireside show anymore. They're playing as a team, and that's something that these other teams in the region should be very aware of.
Yeah, something to also note about the 60-45 Pirates is Fire Saiyajin from yesterday's match up against Fearless. Again, going back to the point where Vietnamese teams coming into the Southeast Asia tournament seems like they still haven't really adapted to the meta here. And there's only two ways that you can go about this, is that you adapt to the playstyle of your opponents to try to compensate for whichever issue you have, or it's your own playstyle that just flourishes in this particular scene. It seems like they were on the former. They did not pop off. 60-45 Pirates got the 2-0. And going back to my point, it's not Fire Saiyajin that just exuded excellence going into that best of three. It was actually Singer Carl who played a phenomenal raise throughout that entire regard, and maybe coming into this best of three, maybe going up against NXL, who we know is such a team that has a lot of pedigree already, has a lot of experience, and has been together for such a long time. I think even longer than what Bren has with their roster, because Bren has had shifts with Ching, with Humi, with Wits, but NXL has stuck with this roster for such a long time already. These guys know the ins and outs of what they're going to be playing. Players like Singer Carl from the Pirates will definitely have to step up his game right now. The next evolution to keep them afloat in this tournament, again, it's the double LMs, but you don't really want to play from that lower brackets because it's a safety net, but it's a best of one safety net, It's scary.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to get as much cushion under you moving in forward in the bracket. And I think something that will be quite a curious thing to note is that both of these teams actually share a lot of the same map pool in terms of what they're good at. Like Icebox, it's a great map for NXL, but we've learned recently, especially these recent times, that 60-45 Pirates, this is where they make their home. It's probably sometimes almost their best map. And for them to be sharing that part of the map pool is going to be very interesting if they actually ban it or decide to play it. We've seen Pirates pick that yesterday, and they actually won that map too as well when they did pick Icebox. And so also Haven is another great map for the side of NXL. And so I'm assuming that if they were ever going to ban the map, Pirates, they're probably going to ban Haven because they're okay in Haven. Not the greatest team on Haven, but they've done good things. Bind and Ascent is where they usually shine a bit more. In that case, I'm looking for them to maybe go ban Haven to start things off. Try and play Icebox, which can be dangerous because once more, NXL, this is a very good map for them. It's probably their second, if not their best map. But still, it is a map that they both share in the pool. And so we're going to see how contrasting they play basically their best maps against each other. Now, the Pirates, we talked about it, how they've been kind of like upgrading themselves, not necessarily adding new pieces, but rather adding new moves to their game. And we saw that, from early on, it was just more of the Fireside show. But as we saw in the previous weeks, Senior Carl, he's been stepping up. A lot of other players like Flash has just been the complete glue on that Sentinel here for the side of 60-45 Pirates. And they as a whole, as a roster, have been lifting themselves up. But we cannot also forget, just the great players on the side of NXL. They have players who have been popping off. Obviously, they're some of their duelist mains, kind of like Sayo, who's just super flexible in any duelist that he picks on. They have Noisy Boy on that Killjoy typically. They have Budmeister, who's a great controller. He's always on that Smoke player. He's always on Omen and Brim, and he has been controlling the pace of the game in a lot of rounds. It is what basically gets NXL the chance or opportunity to completely dominate on a site execute because of that. And so it's really going to come into basically big time players need to make big time plays in such big situations as this, Asarai.
I would go far to say that the playstyle of the Indonesian scene has really yet to transform. Because you saw, again, as recent as that previous match from before, Indonesians really love to go for that contact. Yesterday, we saw Paper Rex. We've seen teams from the Singapore region, from the Thai region, kind of utilize the more expansive roster that we have on the agents. And again, if you compare it to CS, agents have different abilities per agent compared to CS, where you can have just like one smoke on everybody and stuff like that. But anyways, what I mean by this is that people and teams are starting to adapt to that. Indonesia seems to be a team that still holds true to their beloved playstyle, which is gung-ho, guns blazing, very much on that contact play. And this is where maybe 64-5 Pirates can find their mark, because 64-5 Pirates, before they've done those type of things, they were all about that contact. But we'll see if this Indonesian superstar, this team that was able to beat the likes of Boom time and time again, the second seed from the Indonesia scene, is going to be performing coming in to this best of 3. Vascalis, of course, on that Sova, 2.0 KDA coming in from their particular region. Also, to kind of point it out there to our viewers, NXL, they were probably, from that SEA Masters that we have a couple of months ago, they were probably the team that was supposed to be, popping off. They were supposed to be the second favorites, but I think because, like you said, Black and Blue, that they went up against X10, one of the strongest teams in the entire region, they weren't really able to pop off. But maybe now, going up against another Filipino team, it could be a different spell here. Maybe this is where they get revenge for their fallen brothers from that last game for Boom, who were dropped down into the lower brackets. Or are we going to be seeing both of the Indonesian teams right now be dropped onto the lower bracket? Time will only tell.
Yeah, it's kind of how like in every friend group you have like one friend that you guys kind of be a bit more harsh on and kind of pick on sometimes, but like only we can pick on him. You guys, you can't pick on him because he's our friend, right? He's our brother. And so in that case, it's like you might beat Boom, but we're the only guys who are allowed to beat Boom, right? So we're gonna try and get a redemption for the Indonesian scene and hopefully get it against the Pirates to send them into the lower bracket. That's what NXL are looking at here. And it's just a funny thought how it's like we have literally PH versus Indonesia twice to start the day off before we move on over to the further matches upper in the bracket. And so you mentioned that they did beat Boom in the past, and they've also beat other very good teams as well, especially in the Indonesian scene. Bigatron Astro, Alter Ego, those are teams that they've actually dealt with. But the Pirates, they've fought basically big time teams as well in their own scene to get on here. Obviously, to get into the qualifying slot, they had to beat Alpha, which came in with a lot of hype, and they beat Hashra in that grand final, who so far is the only team to beat Bren Esports in the VCT PH. And that's a big accomplishment for the Pirates right now. And obviously yesterday they won 2-0 versus Fear Us, and that was no slouch of a game. That was a complete statement coming out from them. And basically they're also looking to make just as big of a statement as Bren just did to Boom Esports. The question is, will they be able to do it? We have obviously kind of, as they came on here, we're looking at them to be the underdogs. Let's not be beating around the bush here, because they are the underdogs because it's their first real international outcoming here at the VCT SEA Challenger Finals. And so for them to be able to prove themselves yesterday versus Furious 2-0, a clean series, it's going to be a bit more tougher to do it against a team like NXL, I have to say, but I think these guys got what it takes.
I agree. Only time will tell again if all of what we've been talking about is going to transpire, is going to come to full fruition, to full circle. And now we just have to wait for that map selection to go underway, because we are kind of wondering. There are some weak points for the Pirates here, and most notably some of those weak points are actually maps where they're strong at, but it's the starting sides that do tend to kind of fluctuate them. We did talk about yesterday how the Pirates, they're not really the best in terms of their defending side when we go to Icebox. Yes, Tuge was fantastic on that Viper. Yes, he was able to anchor the sites where the rest of the Furious members were coming from. But the big thing about that, though, is I think it's more of Furious just having the inexperience on the Icebox map compared, going up against these Southeast Asia teams. Now, looking at the map selection here, Black, it's going to be Ascent, Bind, and Icebox. The third map favorable to the Pirates, and this first one, a toss-up, of course, once again for the Southeast Asia teams, but still selected by the Pirates.
Actually, this is a pretty equal map veto, all things considered. Ascent is a map that both teams are quite apt at. Bind as well. It's kind of that for both. They're both tied up when it comes to Bind. And Icebox, that is honestly both of their best maps, to be quite honest with you. The only other map maybe that I'd put up over Icebox is Haven for the side of NXL, but I think it's Pirates right now. It's their best map to be playing, and so for that to be the decider, oh man, I'm looking at a full 3-map series here, to be quite honest with you, SRI. I think it's going to go down to the wire. Both of these teams obviously want well, one of them wants redemption, the other wants to make a statement. And when you have that kind of concoction of all these storylines and such great, amazing talent on the board, I think we're in for one heckin' series coming on up.
I mean, no doubt in my mind, are we going to be able to see something so fantastic once again? We were treated to the Bren show a while ago. We were wondering if Wits was going to be a nice addition to the Bren team, and that was with a swift answer of a yes to us. Now, here's another question to us and to our viewers out there who are anticipating this match to undergo. Is the 65-45 Pirates here going to be able to double their doubloons as they already got the 2-0 against Fear Us? Or is it going to be short-lived as NXL come in from Indonesia to once again challenge the Southeast Asia scene here? Going to be checking out the agent selection for the moment. And Bootymeister on the NXL side, hovering over the Viper, interestingly enough, here on Ascent.
Well, they have actually kind of flirted with the idea of having a Viper. They do it on Icebox not too often. It isn't something they always do here for the side of NXL, especially on Ascent, but there is some merit to that. But it seems like they're going to go for the Astra. They have done this also quite often, actually. It is typically Budmeister on that Astra here for the side of NXL, but Pirates, well, you're going to go double duelist. They do have the Omen, the Sova, and the Killjoy roundout, so very, very kind of like, how do I say this? Just the basic comp that you might expect on an Ascent map, especially from the Pirates. Nothing too fancy for them, really. As NXL, they're the ones who are going to try the Astra pick on that year. They have a Breach as well to supplement that, and they have a double duelist, which is very, very curious. That means they don't have a true Sentinel. We've seen this type of composition, no Sentinel coming on up, happen here recently during the Challengers Finals with very mixed results, to be honest with you. And for that to happen on Ascent, I think it can work out, but they're going to have to employ a lot of very hard kind of holds or retake kind of gameplays to actually make it happen, because not having that Sentinel and then having the Breach with a double duelist, it kind of leaves some holes open there that they are going to really have to, I guess, adjust into.
Well, it seems like for the entirety of this Ascent map here, both teams really favoring this one. We tend to know that Pirates, if they have the chance to pick their first map ever, if they know that the other team doesn't have a good Icebox map, they'll pick that. But if they know that their opponent is versed in that icy tundra of Icebox, they will be going once again for Ascent with their tried and tested map. And we have seen Fire Saiyajin do incredibly, exceedingly, fantastically well on this map. But same could be said for NXL, that when they went up to their Indonesian region, when they went on their own VCT, most of the matches that they had on Ascent with the other teams that were there were almost all wins for this particular team, except for maybe the Alter Ego match where it went like 4-13. But after that, they went for the swift 3-0 victory on all Ascent maps, and it's fantastic. Now, going into this one, we'll see how it goes, guys. Game number 1, best of 3.
Game number 1 about to start on off here, and so we're gonna fly up to the heavens of Ascent to get things going. Bind is where we will be bound into a map number 2, and if we ever go to the icy tundras of Icebox, well, that's going to be a chiller of a game to cap things on off. But we're finally getting the pistol round starting off here with the Pirates on the attacking side, and on the defensive will be NXL. So Asterai, you can see a very spread out offense from Pirates. This is kind of their default. 1 towards A main, 1 high mid, and then they have the 3 waiting outside the lobby and B main. And so they're looking to take quick mid control here before they kind of make this flirty push towards A long.
Here.
Now they aren't just going to be hovering over for the moment. Singer Carl is going to be the one to actually play the Jet here, as Fire Saiyajin has kind of been relegated to play the Reyna. I do like this. They know that Fire Saiyajin likes to clutch a bit more. Singer Carl has been, I think, more successful, inconsistent with his entry fragging. Makes a lot of sense. Nico, on the other hand, here has been, even though I think he's been scrutinized a little bit, criticized as to he's not always the guy to pop off for the Pirates. I have to say that his ability to just lead the team and kind of bring them around in terms of the strategies and whatnot has really given big strides for the 60-45 Pirates. And not only that, his addition with his Sova plays has really allowed players like Senior Carl
30 seconds left.
and Fire Staging here to capitalize on that. Now, 25 seconds though, they're about to go in hot and heavy into the A site already. A short will be flashed away, but NXL will just give it up as Flipsider will be alone onto the heavens. He'll have to get away for the moment, but that smoke will keep him alive and safe for the moment.
Oh, he fakes a dash on in and gets Flipsider, finds a triple kill off of that, and well, Flash will find 2 here going the way of the Pirates. He's going to need an ace clutch to get it off, but the 4K comes in the way of Flipsider, flipping it on their heads on the attack, and they do get the opening round here in the defend.
And that is just a quick and painless retake for NXL. Giving up onto the site there, but look at Flipsider here. Nico thinking that he could have gotten the catch-off to his opponent. I'm pretty sure he heard the reload come through, but his jumping on top was just a bit too slow, and Flipsider takes the 4K out of nowhere. Man, oh man. This is where it becomes a bit scary now, but still Pirates, it's only the start of the round. Maybe it's just the jitters for them, but NXL starting it off really, really strong, already equipping Flipsider with a scout, very deadly at range. And here's something. If you don't have any armor, shields to be more specific, yeah, that scout can one-hit body shot you at any range. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, it's hunting season on out here coming in from Flipsider. He does get tagged up quite a bit though, Asteroid, so he realizes, okay, let's stop trying to push this mid, rather short control. Let's play here towards CT instead, where in Pirates, we're trying to take short control away right now. There is a breach on the other end of that. That is going to be Noisy Boy just waiting on in, so to come his way. They do have a crossfire to stop this from happening. Noisy Boy and Flipsider, they're going to find one apiece. That's a second now for him, Flipsider, and Vescalis will find the 4th. Leaving Senior Carl once alone once more. Oh, he does get that great shot off though, but still 1v4 here.
Oh, turns it into 1 versus 3 here, my dude. And Senior Carl is gonna make it a bit pricey, but he doesn't know that somebody is already coming through the heavens onto the top mid. But it seems like his ability to just vibe right now and time it properly, this is actually looking pretty bad now for NXL, because even if they can hear these rotations from Senior Carl, his sheriff in hand, he's the cowboy that I think will just give a kin to the town of Pirates, maybe allowing them to clutch out this round now. Rotation will be merited away from Noisy Boy. As he sees that, is he going to go straight onto the A site, or will he try to double fake? He doesn't have a lot of time. He has to decide right here, right now. And it seems like B is going to be the way to go. Noisy Boy holds the angle, does have a flash in tow, spots out the 1 already, flashes it through, and will not get the connection onto Noisy Boy, who he did kind of bait out with his movement there, but in the end, make it very expensive for NXL.
He actually had the chance. If he was able to get that shot off maybe on the breach, it could have been a frag coming his way towards Noisy Boy, and then it would have been a 1v1 too. So great effort from Senior Carl getting full value off of that sheriff. But Noisy Boy will shut him down in the end. But finally, a gun round coming in here for the Pirates. And with that, well, we know how Pirates are on their attacking side when it comes to their gun rounds. These guys looking to finally get a stop here. Spike, is at the top of mid, and they do have this main control presence here from NXL. You can see already the Blade Storm has been burned, has been popped, rather, by Flipsider, looking to make a play, but with no presence coming his way. You're going to hold off on that for now, as Pirates are looking to take mid control once more.
I do like the optimization for NXL here with their initial defensive lineup. Going to be putting the Breach where he can flash the most effective. I think Breach, when he tries to flash on B, it's not really as explosive. And it does allow him to just get out of harm's way. Flipsider will try to capitalize, though. But in the end, will just whip the shots. Now down to 70, and his blades is exceedingly thin here. Senior Carl's going to be charging right in as well, but got to be careful onto that close range. Everybody else is going to be coming through the B main angles, and Vescalis left to his own devices here. Cannot go for the wallbang because it is the Spectre. And now he's about to get the waterfall onto the 2, but Vescalis gets another. How does he actually capitalize on this? How does he able to translate, as now the Pirates, they just line up, and it's all up to the hands of Senior Carl once again. But thankfully enough, he does have 30 seconds on the clock, and both of his opponents pretty devastatingly low. Creeping up onto the back of B here. He's waiting, blades on out, and he's hunting for it. Gets the shot through the door, and he even picks up the spike. Now, this puts Budimeister in a very, very difficult corner, because He can always dash away. One more. Oh, right click missing. At that distance, it's already been nerfed. That was unfortunate, but that's going to be another clutch for NXL.
Unfortunate. If he maybe just went for like a full on left click spam on that, he probably would have gotten the kill. Honestly, a single kunai would have probably done it on in, but in the end, well, hindsight is 2020. Able to get a triple, he needed the quad kill to get the clutch off. So, be another round, a heartbreaking one for NXL, popping that Blade Storm here from the Pirates. Still do not get it on the board, but they're looking to hopefully get a good eco round to try and re-stabilize their economy. As we move into the fourth round, you can see they're once more playing quite spread out. I'm looking at the A main play here, might just be done. They do have a Reyna for the flash, and Sova here as well for information towards that A main position. One-way smoke on out, and they're not going to try and contest that just on yet. You can see the game plan here for Pirates a lot of the time is for this mid-side control. And then they try to stage their attack on in, but in a light buy, in an eco like this, I'm not too sure how great that will be. But Nico, a double kill. You guys talk about him not going big, well, that's a big-time play coming in from Nico.
It sounds biased coming from you, man, because your name's also Nico.
Oh, you are right.
No, okay. Obviously, that's just a joke, guys. Don't take it too seriously.
Bias guest.
Bias caster because he has the same name as you. But
that's how.
Now, that's how it works. I wonder if anybody's gonna have the same name as me, because even my normie name, not my IGN, is pretty rare. I think, at least where I am at, where I live. Anyways, it's pretty common to see now that when you get a kill, 2 kills on A, you're gonna also push for the A side. But Noisy Boy, that's rather unfortunate for Flash here. Noisy Boy can deal some more damage, but through this eco, it seems like Pirates have finally found their groove. Seo and Vascalis will be coming in. No ultimate to be had to actually stop them, but Nico has his own. If he can survive this, if he can plant the spike down, he has the lineup for days. It's going to be Tuge onto the corner, swats him back like flies. Nico's got to be careful here, but he does tag the one. Will try to go for the other, but the Electric Cha-Cha once again coming in from his counterpart. Vascalis will not be denied. He has to charge in. He doesn't know where his opponent is at. Spots out the one, but the flick from Nico nets him the 4K, and that is going to be the first point for Pirates in this first game. NXL, though, where did that come from?
It's a great hold on it, but still, Nico, as we said, big-time players, big-time plays. Nico finding a 4K on that 2K. Great shot there, actually, shooting him out of the air. Looks like duck hunt some days. But Nico, he will get that he will get that first round of the board after the 4K coming on in with him. And, well, Pirates looking to finally get a second round in a row. It is the eco for the side of NXL, and you can see them going for the mid push now. They've taken short, they've taken bottom mid, but the Pirates, their intent is to go towards this B main position. They have the owl drawn out for information. Right around that is going to be Vascalis. He is pinged on out. They have to know he's in the site right now, and they can flood this, honestly, as they do smoke out this market position. Door shall be destroyed, and Senior Carlos made his way in towards the site, but with the ping, he go get that frag, and that's the B site right for the taking.
Smokes will be there to stop anybody from coming out of market and getting themselves the right produce that they want. But it seems like Fire Saiyajin is here to get the sale. The 3K already. As for the triple, can he get the quadra? And Fire Saiyajin, he was a bit cold. He was a bit on the frozen section of the market side, but now he finds himself with hot foods. The 4K down onto the board. NXL will still have money to buy, but it's Pirates to create some momentum for them right here, right now.
They've got more than just momentum going for the way now, Pirates. They have that economic advantage. Moving into this one, you can see them, even if they lose this round, you can probably still buy up and force one up on after. So NXL, they're looking here right now to not let this lead be erased, because the Pirates, well, they're sailing steadily away to try and tie things on up. Farsigen trying to go for this information, or rather, trying to go for the pre-fire there towards A main. Budmeister able to dodge that. He will smoke off the one-way. It being the S, right? He can safely back on off as well. As Senior Carl takes bottom mid control here, they are droning out here NXL, the B main position. So the information gathered on that, you're going to see kind of the rotation being pulled here as Noisy Boy makes his way to try and help on out and play the rotation if anything does happen. But the Hunter's Fury does come on out. Not much being found that way.
A bit over eager for Vascalis to use his ultimate, but does make sense. He does want to capitalize on that. Here comes the Cosmic Divide to split up the entirety of the site. Vascalis is going to try to use this as cover as well as a bit of recon mission for him. Spots a few already with the recon dart of his own. But he does have a nice little lineup here. That is still not going to stop it. If you guys don't know, or, you know, it's kind of obvious, it doesn't stop the detain coming in. Beautiful flash, though, as both gets hit. Got to back away for the moment. Sayo is holding true, but oh no, this is just easy pickings. Take your pick. It's already, well, killing season for the NXL roster. Now Fire Saiyajin, he's not done just yet, and Ascent is his stomping grounds. Can he stomp for more as he finds another? But Booty Meister will just end his track there, his reign of terror, but that still leaves Fire with the site, and now they've equalized to NXL 3-3.
It's locked down, go back to your cells. Because right now, well, rec time is over. The Pirates have tied things on up. Well, honestly, I think what should have been the play there, coming in from NXL, look at this. They had the Raze and the Sova both on the B site. It wasn't necessarily a safe lockdown. They did that specifically so that they can capture the people on the back of the site so that it will actually all encapsulate the whole boathouse. And so they had the paint shells. They still had shock darts, both of them. They could have used that to destroy the lockdown. But still, I guess, you know, when the pressure is applied on you, there's an astral divide in front of you. It's a big brain wall in front of him. And so they're like, okay, what can we do here necessarily? Throw the pressure a bit too much. And now Pirates, they've tied things up as right. They're looking to once more take the pizza.
Are they going to be ordering in, or are they going to be taken out? It seems like Flipsider goes for the latter. Senior Carl, not knowing there was somebody creeping to the right of him. And this is something that NXL can work on. They are going to be still on the weaker weapons, but thinning down the herd onto the Pirates, and Senior Carl as well, who has been such the crucial entry fragger, might actually net them a possibility. The triple stack onto the B side as well, and this is looking pretty good. Fire Saiyajin is kind of just forming his footsteps onto short. This could gravitate the rotation, or this could put NXL on an uneasy path that they have to kind of spread themselves off a little bit, not knowing where the rest are. That recon dart, it did get that information early on here, Black, but the thing about that, though, is it's been a couple of seconds already, and there could always be the merited rotation, which will happen. Still, Flipsider, he picks up the Phantom and just does excellence with it. You didn't have to. You don't like to see it, but Flipsider just does it.
Flipping it on their head, and Nico will find another. It's a 2v3 right now, of course. Is a light by an eco here. Something about eco rounds from the Indonesians have been so great at effectively flushing out the Filipino squads. And Flash, he's gonna find a second here. That Bucky, sorry, it's not the right patch anymore for you. And Nico will get the final. That's his second in the round to get this one on the board. And the Pirates, they take on the lead. That would have, if we were playing at like patch 2.05 and under, that probably would have been a free frag for him. But look at that, just great frags as well, we have to say, from the side there. Flipsider getting a triple in that round, but still, in the end, it will be Pirates going on up.
Has Nico went like full 10 hours, 12 hours on aim labs? Because his reads, his aim has been pretty crispy for this first game, not gonna lie. NXL, they did a lot of good things though in the end there. Flipsider, he started very strong. He caught Senior Carl off guard. He got the Phantom. He was able to convert more kills onto a short, but still fell a little bit short up against Pirates. Unluckily enough, that Bucky, it's not lucky anymore. NXL is going to be here on their weapons buy. They do have the utilities as well and do have the big ultimates. Fire Saiyajin, he knows the timing, but that was a bit close for comfort. But you know what? He likes to live in the danger of it all. And by that, I mean he just plays around that aftershock. Flipsider almost takes away at the head, but could also have been said the same for him.
Almost lost his head. For now, no one yet dead. Flipsider looking to come on in, and he's walking his way here to try and contest his smoke on the other end of it. Sayo is going to be playing that market position, so all in the Senior Carl to make a play, but he will be the one to go out this day, and so it's a double opening pick here for NXL towards that mid position. Actually, the other one was towards A main, and so right now the Pirates are trying to storm their way here into the generator position. Budmeister going to find the frag here. He's going to find that second. Both of them finding their second this round. Who'll get the third on the A site? It's the last one left alone. 2G. Will have to go too big here. He will find that one, but not the third. It's going to be Budmeister, and they finally tie things on up.
Stop him. Stop the bleeding. Because Pirates were able to take, how many rounds was that? 4 in a row before NXL finally found their groove. Flipsider, is he going to be equipped with the operator? I'm not sure if that's going to be happening, and he just takes off so many shots, but this is where it really just popped off unstoppable, rather, sorry, for NXL. That ultimate, even if it does hit Bootymeister, still does favor him, because that means that Tuget can't really charge right in and, you know, get that quick refrag and maybe even able to run away with the spike and go to B. It just puts him still at switch, and nothing can be said by that. Fire Sage in here, though, we'll be waiting for some information to be garnered, to be gathered, as that recon dart from Nico will at least spot out 1 or 2. They still do spread across this map here, Black, but for the moment, Pirates take a slower pace into this particular round.
They've been actually taking a lot more considerate approach, honestly, on a lot of these stakes. They haven't been barreling on through like we might expect sometimes. They play a lot of information gathering, trying to find a slow surprise pick for their side before anything else. And I'm not sure if that's the right idea right now, but, well, they've got it to 4-4. And so Budmeister here towards this short position. Gonna fall back on, and Noisy Boy's gonna find the opening pick here for the side of NXL. Now, as Nico goes down, that's so much information gathering taken away from Pirates, and that's a huge, huge flash here. Get Sayo.
They're going to leave Senior Carl to hold on to the A short, but also have Flash to kind of help him out for a moment. I do like this. This kind of optimizes the play too, Gare. Where does that come from?
30 seconds
He
left.
does have the paranoia, which pushes out the A-Heaven squad here of NXL. And with that smoke, it does give him the opening, and he will not be denied another kill. His teammate has already planted down a spike at NXL. Don't know what hit them there, but it seems the creepance of Tuget allowing Pirates to just get their value. Finally, we get shut down now, and it's all about Vascalis. Fire Saiyan, though, has to wait for his teammate. Flash all the way coming into the Heaven's side, and he got caught on the window. Man, oh man, he's trying to be a bit of a, you know, a Lupin boy there, but not gonna happen in the end. Fire Saiyan tucks himself into the corner, and he'll tuck his opponent to sleep, as that gives Pirates another round here. All about those lurks there, Black. Let's look at that kill. Bootymeister, though. Oof.
Ooh. Bootymeister getting the booty away here from the side of the Pirates in that one. So Vascalis versus Fire Sergeant. At the end of things, of course, he will find the way of the Pirates. He will once more take the lead here. A round up over NXL. But he comes on the Sheriff from Flipsider. He's probably going to pop that right from the get-go. So Blade Storm should be coming on up as he's playing this mid position as well. Lots of verticality for him to use and peek on over those walls. Right now, Fire Sergeant being very, very patient with this wall, because he knows it's one way. Definitely be a bad time if he cannot force the issue. Budmeister on the other end of that, trying to fall on back, but not dissuaded just yet by the Lear. They're going to try their sight toward B.
B hasn't been the most successful for the Pirates. They have gotten the site. They are able to, you know, get these lineups and whatnot, but it seems like after that, that's where it doesn't happen. But Senior Carl, where have I seen that play before? You know that he's going to have to use the Sova drone in that angle just so that he can clear out the rest of the B main, but this is where Senior Carl gets to at least find the entry frag. He will not convert another. This does give Flipsider maybe the weapon. I don't think he was able to pick it up, but this forces the 4 versus 4. The clean tech into the B, but this is where Nico finds it and gets even more. I don't know what happened to Sayo right there at the back of the site, but he got a 2 for nothing. And Bootymeister with about a 3 versus 1 with still the Sova drone to give away his information. He just does not have any form of control here. Not even going to be able to sneak his way because there's just so much info gathering for the Pirates. And with Bootymeister down to 51, it's all but just a matter of time. Either he saves or he dies going for those exit frags.
He got complete value out of that one Hunter's Fury. As we said, the hunting season is out, but this time it will be for Nico and Tuget. He will get the final one, toasting him on up, and Budmeister have to go back to the cooler. Right now, Pirates, they are looking to end the half strong. NXL on another eco here. Have to try and do something big. Spectres all around, the Sheriffs, otherwise the pistols is all they got to work with. So for the Pirates, trying to loot the booty, win the shooty once more. In this case, we're looking to do that here. And the half-strong Asteroid. I mean, so far, the only rounds they've lost were those 3 straight, and then another round aside from that. So they were only really losing those rounds that they were bad on the economy side. On this gun rounds, on these gun rounds, they've been looking quite well on this attacking side with this mid-controlled take that they always do. Playing these 2-on-2, it's been working out for them so far.
I think right now the strength of the Pirates is their ability to quickly adapt to the situation, and this being a map pick of their own. Of course, that's not really the biggest thing, but you can see how comfortable they are with just kind of going around the corners here. Again, it seems like NXL is still trying to make the Bucky work, but it's just not as potent anymore. But Flipsider with the Stinger, he's so damn strong on this one. Has to be even refragged by Tuga, and if we see the head-to-head at how many times Flipsider has caught Stinger Carl unawares, I think it's 5 out of 5 right now, but that still will not stop the take onto the A site. Farsajin, oh no. This not 2 times in a row. This does not happen like this. Oh my goodness, Pascales. You gotta feel for this man. He just wants to get that information. He just wants to release the Sova drone to get eyes in the sky, but he just finds his demise. Unfortunate, Black. Unfortunate.
I think that's the second time we've seen Farsajin punish somebody on their cell phone once more. It's like, stop browsing, stop browsing Instagram, stop leaving those wards wherever you are, because right now you got to keep your eyes on the prize, man, and we have a game on our hands, and he's really, really, really good at punishing those. And so Pirates, they're only, well, around the way from going up 8-4, but NXL, they finally have rifles here, and if they can get 5-7 for the side of NXL, then if they win the pistol, it's going to be a tied-up game, pretty much, because they can get the second round, obviously, either way. And so, NXL, all they need to bring this to 7-7 is win this next round. As we move on over to the half, if they can win that pistol, then they're still definitely on the board. Although, it's still not a huge cushion, even if the Pirates win this. It's only going to be 4 rounds, if ever. So right now, the Pirates are playing a 3-2 split with a good opening pick here from Flash. He will place that lockdown tube to apply pressure here. It's only going to be Vescalis on the site with a Sova. Not much he can do in that situation aside from information gathering, but he has to bail on out. He knows he cannot hold on to the site here. And as this fake on the lockdown comes to be, they've walked themselves into A. It's a full sold fake. They sold them snake oil, and they can get a safe A plant.
Oh no. I mean, I'd prefer getting virgin olive oil, man, for that extra flavor, but it seems like the flavor for the Pirates here is all about that flavor of deception. Now, they don't have really the time, but they do have the big ultimates. Both Vescalis and Seo did save their ultimates because they weren't sure if that ultimate from the lockdown was really true. Fire Station cannot get the reset, but Senor Carl! Oh no, he just creeps out of nowhere, and Noisy Boy, he doesn't even know where he's going to be coming from. It's the Ninja Assassin to come out from Senor Carl, and that gives the Pirates the 8-4. I don't know what's happening here, but NXL, they're playing on one lane where their opponents are going for the triple lanes. The multi-dimensional minds of the Pirates is showing as of the moment, and NXL here are getting caught unawares. They're getting the frags, yes, but these frags are nothing yet compared to the Pirates, and to 8-4. Rather unfortunate for them, but we've swapped the sides here, Black, and we'll see how that pans out.
Well, a great flank there coming from Senor Carl once more, Senor. XL, though, they have to get the stop here. If they lose this round, it could easily be 10-4. That's definitely not the cushion you want to give the opposing Pirate squads, who are already looking so good here to start things off. And so far, they are looking good here for the Pinoy squad. They are the 2nd seed versus the 1st seed here of the Indonesian region. So they're going to be on the defensive side right now. Attack is where they make their money, though. And so it's NXL who have to prove themselves on this attacking side. They did initially go for this lobby push, B main walk up, but they're looking to set their sides towards the alpha side, A side. It's going to be their next target now to start off the round.
Well, they did see already the utilities being thrown by Nico on B main. If they get this orb, they will be heard, but there is some inkling that smoke will stop them, but this also doesn't give any information from Tuge. He's out in the open right now. He sees the recon dart, the charge right from Flipsider as he tries to open up the site. Nico could be, or rather Tuget could be in a bad position, which he is, in this quick, aggressive take for NXL. They're bringing all the way back. Bootymeister just picks himself up a weapon, and this is going to be an uphill battle for the Pirates. It seems like NXL have given back the medicine to the Pirates here. With Pirates on this pistol, like you said, man, they need to win this, or else it's going to be a mounted comeback for NXL. Oh no, there's not going to be the stop just yet, as Senior Carl takes away the one. One will be playing, no, two will be playing on Hell there, but the crossfire is already being set. Senior Carl, he tries to cover himself with the smoke, but not going to work in the end, and it's Bootymeister, no flash, gets spotted by that recon dart. It's Bootymeister to take the last kill in the end, and NXL, they mount the comeback, they might mount the strike to get back into this second half. It's not over by a mile, but as you can see, Pirates, they are going to be on these upgraded pistols. Interestingly, Tuge was looking to go for the shorty, but when you're going to be in this moment, I think you're better off with a ghost or something to help out your teammate there. More damage at a more safer distance. But NXL, they don't mess around. They go straight into the Spectres, only leaving Bootymeister with his own. Senior Carl still wants to challenge onto this corner, and knowing, of course, that the Spectres can't really force through the walls, it's going to be momentous for him. He has to back away. He's alone now into enemy territory. The Flipsider makes quick work of him, and that's going to be the 4 versus 2. Tuga and Far Cyanogen to remain, but they're very far from the site, and they have to walk all the way up here, Black.
They have try and make a play right now in 2v4. Now Flipsider is playing this position, which will be very hard to flush on out. He's looking to swing as they come in from that CT spawn. So Tuge, 2GE. He's gonna have to go big here to be able to find this one. Only a ghost in hand. The far side with a frenzy. I'm not sure, man. It isn't looking too well here for the side of the Pirates as they pretty much caught out between a rock and a hard place. Here comes the swing. Bascal is not able to confirm that, but Flipsider will. Third for him. Budmeister will confirm the round. NXL are only 2 away from tying things on up here. So the Pirates, they're looking to extend this. They can't get shaken by those opening rounds on the pistol, because right now NXL are hot on their tracks. Asarai, you know, there was during like the VCT there was a point where I kept on asking and wondering actually too, like, why is it so dark where the Pirates are in their boot camp or wherever it is? And I found out a few days ago is because one very, very generous I guess friend of theirs who owns a computer shop nearby is actually letting them play on in, so they don't necessarily have a real boot camp, and so they're really just making the full use of what they've got here, and we can really see all of that in their playstyle as they come to RTA site once more.
That is awesome for them. That is amazing. You know, just having the support for their friends, from their community, gives them all this room to breathe, room to play in, and they've gotten to the upper echelons. But speaking of getting in, well, NXL do take the A side once again. They know that Tuga really likes to play in that Heavens, and he just cannot find a break right now. He cannot anchor the site by his own when he can't really reposition quickly enough. Far Cyanogen, as he goes through the switch, will get switched off. And we have Flash to kind of make it work. Oh no, that is where it is not gonna pan out for him, as of course the pulse from the recon dart will also merit the wall bangs from those coming in from Hell. And this is where NXL need only one more round to equalize, and we are so close for them to mount that comeback, as Pirates will be relegated on the weaker bye once again.
NXL bringing them down to Hell. I like that rhyme you just made, but really it's Pirates who have to make a name for themselves right now. They are, of course, this is one of their first outings here in the international scene at the SEA Challengers, and so they're really looking to make a name for themselves. They had a good opening start on that first half, but here in the second, things are looking a bit shakier. They have 2 Spectres on their hands. 2GE will be playing that A main side, but NXL, they're taking their talents here towards the pizza. They do have, of course, a Flipsider on that jet towards B main, so he's going to dash on in if they can find a pick, but Flash will find the opening here on the Flipsider. That's going to be a big pick here for the side of the Pirates. They needed that to be able to get back into this round with that economic advantage that they've got. Well, here comes Budmeister, able to find a frag, able to find a second if line up on here. It's a 3v3, make that a 3v2. Flash and Far Cyanogen going huge, Asarai. It's a 2v2 right now. They know where he is, especially, and it will be down to Tuga now with the Spectre.
They're about to just drop in on him, but his Spectre is gonna be unchallenged. Down to 45 though. He's got to be careful. Sees the one already, but just closes the distance, and that's gonna be the clutch for Tuga. Out of nowhere, Pirates reclaimed the round, reclaimed the game on a weaker by just playing the contacts and peppering with the frenzies.
One enemy remaining.
Well, a great eco round, and that all was because of that frag that they found towards Flipside. I think it was Flash who found that opener there with the frenzy. And as I said, as soon as he found that, that was huge, because that's exactly the type of play that they need to be able to get back into the round. The fact that Flipsider was alone in B main and all four of them were inside that pizza position towards mid meant that they can get the frag on him for free without any trades. And when you're playing against an eco, especially a Pirates eco, well, you need to play that type of trade game buddy system. Otherwise, they're going to punish you for that. And rightfully so, they did. But Senior Carl on his mid position, he's in a very precarious spot. He can dash on out if it seems to be unsafe.
Oh, he's about to get traded here if he's not careful, but he will get the one on his own. Sayo, though, will not allow him to get there unscathed. So the trade will happen. I thought it was going to be earlier than that, or actually even Vascalis not needing to get taken down, but I don't know what just happens here, but it seems like Vascalis is the punching bag for the Pirates. Nico will try to get some more info gathered onto the mid side. Will not find anybody here, but once again, NXL, they really love to go for this A side. They just know that they can always take it, and their post plan isn't bad at all because they're able to just net these W's. But in a 4 versus 4, with Flash having a bit more opportunity here, maybe just maybe, but Sayo gets traded immediately as Flash comes in from the short side.
Well, he still finds a second off of that in Fireside Dream. With the paranoia, they're going to be quite anxious here. Noisy Boy, he does have the flash on now to try and defend himself. It's a 1v2 right now. Here comes on now the Thunder. Noisy Boy with a triple kill. What a flick to turn on around and find Fireside Dream. It seemed like a great retake coming from the Pirates towards the short position, but in the end, what a flip around coming in from them, and NXL still hanging on, take the round.
There's nothing that you can say other than the fact that that was just a sick clutch from Noisy Boy. He didn't spot anybody in front of him after he got the kill onto Tuget, so he just knew that somebody should have been on his flank, on his rear, and his instincts just told him, go straight for that 180 and see what happens. And it seems like he has been awarded the instinct of the century here, gets that one kill, and keeps NXL on the momentum. There's still one round away here, but as you can see on the Pirates, their money is down the drain. Fire Saiyajin will be pushing a bit more forward through that smoke, but that might have actually notified NXL of what could be happening. They do back away immediately and want to go now for B, maybe thinking that there is going to be a monster, massive stack on the A side because they know that their opponents are going to be on the weaker buy, but this could actually also still be really good. But they have to be aware that Flash is here, and he has his peppered nano swarms situated on the site itself.
You can see NXL, they're not going to make that same mistake anymore that they did 2 rounds ago versus the Eco. Everybody's going to be all grouped up in here, but what a triple kill to start things off from the side of the Pirates on an Eco once more. They're so good at opening these Eco rounds off with a pick, and in this case, it's a triple. Double for Senior Carl and another to top it all off. Noisy Boy is going to go loud here, and he's going to shut him down, making that noise of his alone, and Vascalis a great shot here to find Nico. It's now a 2v3. Noisy Boy very low on the HP. Pirates, they have a chance here. It's 30 seconds left. They have to play this very, very cautiously, because right now, if they can find an opening pick here, the side of NXL, they can definitely swing things back their way and equalize things on up 9-9, but with 15 seconds and taken, they have to come into the site right now. They know they don't have enough time. Here comes the recon ball out, and he execute.
Last player standing.
What is up with today and... Oh! Fade away from Tuget. Just go mall shopping right now with the weapons, but look at that shot real quick. But this is where it just got messy as Nico's ultimate stops them dead in their tracks. Added also by that nano swarm, and they come in. Look at this, one shot straight up, and then another one. Who says that you have to, counter strafe? All you gotta do is actually just straight strafe, and then go for the shot, and it still will connect. That's how it goes here, guys, in Valorant. But now Pirates do get their double digits, 10-8.
10-8 for the Pirates. A lot of these rounds were won off of that eco, and look at this, the P coming on over. Fortunately, Flash is going to be waiting, phasing through any information gathered. But Senior Carl able to find the opening pick on the Budmeister. Flipsider, he's made his way here towards short, but he's taking so much damage, and that turret is just peppering him. Noisy Boy, though, once more making some noise. Senior Carl will go down. Information gathered on out here. He is towards mid. They know now his position. He has to be very careful because they can make a play off of that. He can get shock darted on out. Fortunately, I think there isn't any way they can really pincer him right now because they are down to that 4. They're going to be playing this very cautiously. The Pirates will be waiting and waiting.
Exactly. I mean, they have the 50 seconds still to move around the map here. Nico puts himself into harm's way just to get that information. Noisy Boy throws out the aftershock, and we'll be using that to get themselves a bit more map control onto the mid side. And here we come out from the switch doors. Nico will be holding the cross, spots out the 1 already, the 2nd, and he will not miss that other. And Tuga comes in for the pinch onto the side as well. Noisy Boy is into the crossfire, will pick up the spike now. But Nico, does he know? Oh, he has an inkling that Pascalis is there to the corner. Flash is about to spot him out here, but he's just not looking in the right direction, but still will be able to get the connections there. And Nico, where was he just gone? Straight up into the heavens with the ultimate, but Flash picks it up, keeps his teammate alive. And this is where the Pirates just turn and get round wins. My God, 10 to 11, no, 10 to 11 to 8. My bad.
Well, you gotta smash that Flash because he's coming in hot, fast, and all the force behind him with the speed of it too. Nico get great opening pick here, and you can see Flash on the killjoy. He just walks his way in the market. He's like, all right, let's take this. Pascal is taken down, whipping that shot, and coming on up. Look at Nico flying high. It seems like a slam dunk competition right now because, well, he's going up to the heavens of Ascent, and as they're only around away now here, Asteroid, from getting match point. Pirates, they're looking to run away with this.
There is still going to be economy for NXL, but this might be their last chance to go for a full buy. Flipsider has already used his blades in that last round, so unless he can get like 5 straight kills plus an orb or die, it's not going to look too hot for him. Fire Saiyajin. He shows to us who's the better dancer there through the ultimate and Flash. He's got a very creepy angle at the bottom of Heavens on A, but does get flushed out by Sayo. There's no chance he's going to be able to make that happen. Flipsider survives with his head intact. Does still have a lot of HP here, and through the flash of his teammate, gets another very clean takes from the NXL roster. But NXL, or rather, Senior Carl and Tuge still alive, and they can deal some damage here, or maybe even clutch the round in this 4 versus 2.
You're going to have to go in now, though, because otherwise they're going to be dry for time. Recon Bolt on out. There comes the Boom Bot as well. And so as the Astro Divide has been popped, they're all going to be able to hide on this other side. Senior Carl will be taken down. Tuge, he's going to find the frag. Will he find more? Yes, a second comes his way. But that no more. That will be the day done for them. 9th round on the board for NXL. 2 away from tying things on up. Pirates, they're going to still have economy to buy up on here. NXL, they're going to have to play this perfectly from now on. Otherwise, it might be in a bad spot. And so, you can see here, economy-wise, they can still buy on up. The Pirates, it'll be another round for them, but they're going to have to get this one on the board. Do not let NXL cut into their lead.
Noisy Boy, I mean, he's the one of the bottom fraggers for NXL, but that's because he plays on utility a lot, and he has to set up for his team. But when you give him the chance to do so, he just gets these frags with really good positioning and awareness of where his opponents can be. Now we are seeing an adjustment from the Pirates here. Flash is just creeping up and putting everything that he has straight onto the A site. He was already there last round, but I don't think he was prepared for what was about to come. He does leave the site already, which does give Farsight some opening, but the problem with that is it seems like NXL were aware of what could have happened, what could have been, and they've really forced themselves onto this A site, more so than not, knowing that there's going to be 1 or 2 defenders, and with the bodies that they put on this site, it's still going to be unstoppable, and Noisy Boy would have set up once again on that flash.
That was a great flashpoint coming there from Noisy Boy, and Flipside is going to capitalize on that fully. But look at this! A quick swing! And they've taken it in a full 5-man push, over flooding the site, and NXL are going to be losing this one. Match point taking the Pirates here. They've taken match point, and they're only a single round. What even happened? Let's get a replay back on that. Run it back, because I thought that was a round already for NXL, but still the Pirates, they've got something to say. They win the shooty-shooty. They take the looty-booty.
Oh. We wanted to see that one. Unfortunately, the replay was not present for that. But it seems like Tuge was able to get behind enemy territories and just play sneaky beaky, get those 3Ks out of nowhere, and Senior Carl follows up I think NXL might have been focused too much on the doors on Switch because the ultimate of the Killjoy was there. Maybe they wanted to get the lockdown destroyed immediately, even if their teammate was already able to break that down, which was Flipsider. But in any case, at least they do have some money to work with coming into this round. Flipsider, interestingly enough, still does have the Vandal in tow, leaving Bootymeister with just the Sheriff, but it does make sense. Bootymeister is an Astra. He can just throw out the stars and give utility from the back. And when they get a pick, maybe he picks it up and then Flipsider activates his blades. Or, at least if they win this round, he can have something else to use in the following. But this is where Pirates do put their foot down. They have so much utility to work with. And Fire Sajan is now back up with his Empress as well. And this is where it becomes a bit hairy. And here we go. It's all about that contact. We'll see how this pans out as Seo comes in for the close quarter combat, activating his ultimate there. The chase in from Flipsider here. Tuget anchoring the site will finally get denied, and Flipsider's dropped down to 25.
They do have site control right now, NXL, so they will get this plant off. But Flipsider on 25 HP is going to have to make full use and full value of this Blade Storm that he's got. They're both trapped in the back of the site. I believe they still should have Nano Swarms and Shock Darts to try and deal with this, so they can be flashed on out. Senior Carl will find that a single frag away here for Pirates to take it, and they do, getting match point right now, and rather, they do get the map finally on the board. 13-9, that's map 1, quick and done.
Took a bit longer, I think, than the Pirates would have wanted, but a very, very good performance in the end for them. And it seems like it's going to be the Pirates in the end. GG! NXL, they looked so good at the very start. They had moments there. When we switched the sides already, when it was already the attacking, it seems like A was their stomping ground. But when that one time that it failed, they tucked tail, they ran to B, they thought it was going to be better, but the problem there was it seems like the anchoring of Tuget will just not be denied. I thought that it was only that match on the Firas, but Tuget really steps up his game here. No, we talked about how Senior Carl and Fire Sajan are just immense players, but their support, their players from the backline, Tuget as that Omen, Nico as that Sova just pops off straight up. Now we are going to be seeing the head-to-head real quick. Senior Carl, of course, with the 1.4, 253 combat score, but that's not the story that we want to tell here. It's the whole teamwork of Pirates that just come out, you know, just popping off in this game here, Black.
I mean, we can't forget also Flash. He has a 1.8 KDA, and he's been finding so many picks. That one round that they won on that B-side defense was enabled because he found Flipsider with a frenzy all alone on towards B main, and because of that, they took the whole round over. And that is just the type of exemplary plays you really want from kind of like the backline players you're supporting with your Omens, your Killjoys, those guys who might not necessarily be on the duelist, but set everything else up, set their duelists up, set the stars up. You align the things and align all the lines. It's just been such a good, I guess, a comeback round here from the side of Pirates time and time again, because there are so many situations where, honestly, they were on the losing side of that. Like on that second to the last round when they were pretty much down, it was like 3-5, but still, the flank comes in from Flash, from Senior Carl. They take it with a quick 5-man sweep on that second to the last round, and Pirates are just so good at playing at the deficit.
I think the difficulty for the Pirates there was they play based on information. You know, when they're gonna have those weapons, when they have the buy rounds for them, they're just gonna wait a little bit, get a bit more of that knowledge as to where their opponents are, and then kind of adjust to it. And it works there. But when it doesn't, and they get pushed into an eco round, they go for such aggressive takes that I don't think NXL was even prepared to go for this. Ergo, that peek off from Flash with a frenzy going into B main. He gets the kill onto Flipsider. Then boom, no more entry fragger for NXL. There was a round where it seems like they were betting that the A main would been a straight push for the rest of the Pirates as they were on the weaker buy, but they still went straight to B, where I believe Flash was setting up his utility there, and it just does not work out in the end. And now we have, of course, the highlights here, Black, but this is looking pretty promising for the Pirates, and kind of interesting as to how, you know, NXL have been kind of caught unawares in this first game.
I mean, such a great play by Noisy Boy. You can't forget that. Such a valiant effort coming from NXL, and they've looked spectacular on some of these attacking rounds, just completely overrun, especially the A site, where it was a struggle for the Pirates to kind of fend them off back. There were so many rounds that NXL just completely overpowered the A side take. then
Last
others
player
as well.
standing.
Seems like a done deal. There is the replay. 2GE just coming on in. That like rapid position towards that short area has been time and time again kind of like the X Factor
player
position for the
standing.
Pirates here to try and
Player
capitalize on.
standing.
Earlier on was Senor Carl, and we saw Kuga just do that too. And well, they cleaned on up Flash. Very, very, of course, great play from him, getting that final kill at the end of things. And while, you know, players like Kuge, players like Senor Carl got so many frags on that, I think Flash was really the glue that held them on together. He did so many high impact plays. He might not be at the top of the scoreboard, but the importance and the impact of those high capability frags have just been spectacular for the Pirates.
NXL, there was a lot of things that they did well. Especially when we came into the second half, there was a lot of entry fragging. They noticed that the A side isn't as good for 6045 Pirates here, but again, just to finish off before we go into that break, Vascalis, one of the unluckiest Sovas that we have ever seen in the C tournament. How many times has he been caught with his iPad out, you know, controlling his DJI thing? Anyways, we're gonna go to the break, guys. When we come back, game number 2.
Welcome back with a swell attack from both teams on that Ascent map, but we're going to be moving over to Bind, where will we be bound to this 2-map series, or will we be moving over to the icy tundras of Icebox once more? I am Black and Blue. With me is Asarai, the ever amazing guy. And how are you doing, first of all? Second, what are you thinking looking into this map number 2?
I'm astonished, I'm astounded, I'm amazed at how 6045 Pirates have kept their momentum going. There's a lot of Cinderella stories that we have right now for the VCT teams coming in from their respective regions. For Vietnam, there's an example of Firas. For the Philippines, it's definitely the 6045 Pirates who, for the lack of a better term, I think all of us casters in Philippines, which is around 10 people, when they went up against Hashira, we predicted in the grand finals, right, coming up to SEA Challengers, all of us predicted for Hashira to win. I think it was only you and Ling on the Filipino broadcast side that voted for the Pirates, and they just came out unawares. Again, that was the start of, I think, the 60-45 Pirates creating a name for themselves and going into the Southeast Asia up against one of the most revered teams in the entirety of this region, in Indonesia, which is a bombastic region, is looking abashed, just aghast to what this team is just doing. And right now, it seems like they're not going to be able to stop. But coming into the second map, there could be some reset coming in here for NXL. They still have, people like Flipsider, people like Noisy Boy, who are able to create openings for them. And this is where NXL do make their stand. And I believe Opal did tweet this like really quickly just a few minutes ago, that if NXL do lose, both Indonesian teams will be going to the lower bracket, and both Indonesian teams will be going head-to-head against the Vietnamese teams. Are we going to have that, or is NXL going to keep themselves afloat for this particular game?
Man, I've been following competitive shooters for quite a while, and in almost every single scene, there's one thing that has been true for the most part in recent history. The Indonesian scene has slapped us Filipinos in tournaments, in international tournaments. I'm not to discredit,
Sure.
the amazing plays that obviously our amazing talented players have put out, but for the most part, they slap us, right? But finally, here at Valorant, we're making us kind of like the whole Filipino scene has kind of been making waves for the first time, really internationally. There has been some inklings of that in the past, but now finally they're trying to really make a name for themselves. And even a team like 6045 Pirates, who it's their first time here in an international stage, they're doing pretty well. But NXL, these guys, well, they've already got the name, the history, and all that you might want to say behind them, because they are such a formidable team. I wouldn't count them out just yet. NXL, by all means, are the favorites to win this series. Still, 6045 Pirates, they've been the underdog time and time again. They're comfortable playing that spot. They like being that heel. And well, right now, they're looking for the Achilles to strike.
Interestingly enough, we are going to be seeing Seo play as the Phoenix, which he has done in the past, or actually as of recent. And then Flipsider does tend to play like a Raze or another Jet, but in the recent matches that they've had with Bigatron, Astro, and XEN Gaming, it seems like they have adopted, that mentality that if you're a Jet main, you can actually transition to playing a Sage as well. And it seems like it is going to be utilized here on this bind map. It's going to be put into the motions by Flipsider. I'm not sure how that works, but what this does allow is that you have a lot of sustain for this team. We are kind of talking about like MOBA-ish types, right? But there is going to be heals coming in from this Phoenix as well as the Sage, which could allow for more aggressive pushes from the NXL roster that will be able to maybe net themselves that W coming into this bind map. I don't know what's going to be happening on this one, but this is where they have to hold off, because if they lose this, like I said, it's going to be them going into the lower brackets with their brethren Boom Esports.
I mean, to move your duelist to, like, say, a Killjoy or something like that isn't actually that big of a change as you might expect. I said yesterday too, and I'm going to kind of repeat it once more, because a lot of times your main rifler is kind of like your Sentinel. Your Sentinel will be in that main rifler position because your duelists, they go on in. But then your Sentinel guy, your Killjoy coming on that execute, he's going to clean things up because he is your rifler. He's not the controller, has to worry about the smokes. He's not any of that. He's not your flasher. All he has to do right now is frag and follow up on what the duelists are doing. And so in that kind of main rifler position, it does allow and enable a lot of players to kind of pop off. We know, like, from Alpha Esports alone, like Gion Sanity. We also know, like, Dapper is like that, right, from the other scenes.
Yeah.
And so that's exactly the reason why Killjoy, it's not actually that big of a departure from a duelist, really, in a lot of situations, especially in the attacking execute. So right now, map number 2, this is the pick of NXL, and they're looking to bring things back in the series.
So here, Carl, I think the Pirates have done this as well before. The triple stack onto Showers. It's a bath party here. It's a bathhouse. A lot of the members, Flipsiders, playing along the side of this smoke for the moment. We'll have to back away for them. 2GE already known where he is into the corner, and he is just keeping them at bay for as long as possible, as the rest is coming in from the side. This is going to push the NXL squad to go all the way around. But as they do know now that the Astra and the Killjoy on an A, this could be a really nasty take onto the B side, as it's going to be only Nico as well as Fire Sajin playing also on the battle stage here.
Well, the Battle Sage, we know what that can bring in. So they've got 2 high-fragging Sentinels right now, although some people, including me, don't really want to consider Sage a Sentinel. But all things considered, as we're moving into things, here comes Cider walking in here from the B-long position, while the rest of them are going to start barreling down Hookah, going to smoke him on out. And Fireside will be the first one to make contact, finding one. He's going to swing wide, though, and will he find a second? They're going to line up. He finds a double kill with a great shot frag here from Nico. But Mascalis is going to answer back to bring it to a 2v3.
I have the spike.
I love the positioning there and the timing from Nico to use his recon dart. Nobody was comfortable in just pushing out, but it seems like he was just truly the shot to behold. Flipsider out of nowhere. Triple kill on this man. Spots out 2 coming in from Murder Hole, and then immediately just rotates, spots out the one onto Hookah, and brings it all the way back for NXL. Pirates a bit too overeager with the success that Fire Sajin has gotten them a couple of seconds back, and they just came in one after the other, not knowing, not respecting that they could have just played a 3 versus 2, but it was kind of like the 1 versus 1 for multiple bouts in that one.
Yeah, you can see just totally the whole reason why Flipsider is on that Sage is because a lot of times it might actually enable you more to frag out than if you were on that duelist, because you're not the first one in anymore. And so you got that information to play off of. When Sayo puts his play on in, Flipsider can capitalize on that, and you saw that exactly there. Right now, early showers control trying to be actually fought by both of these teams, being contested here. Lots of presence towards the A side. Only the solo Fireside will be towards the B side right here.
Yeah.
And well, 4 of them waiting and waiting. NXL looking to pounce.
Senior Carl's about to spot out maybe the one. Could actually even be Bootymeister, who is holding the spike right now. And he just does not miss those. We've already seen how potent he is on that Ascent map, and he happened to do that once again. Nades will be thrown. Hot hands will be done to use and just flush out the U-Haul area, as now it seems like NXL will make A site their home. Flash is into the corner, already spotted by the recon dart. Gotta be careful now, but he is stopping the plant on the spike to come in. The teleportation, but they do come in with the teleport of their own, and they rush it onto the B side.
That was the right decision. They did not have showers controlled. They did not have it smoked either, as Noisy Boy finds a double kill here on a flash and Tuge waiting still in that site, and he'll finally get taken down by Senior Carl, but that was a great split-second decision here for NXL to make, to go towards that B side, but still, 3v3 SRI. They can make this happen, Pirates, if they can get an opening victory, especially towards elbow. But Budmeister is going to shut that idea down. Fireside taken away.
Positioning from Seo was more to just gather the info remaining. But as he doesn't hurt anybody from the market side, well, does guess that it's all going to be up through that Murder Hole. Nico, he's about to get peeked by Sayo. Gotta be careful here, though, but he's very potent on that one. His teammate does come out, and the picks to remain. Vascales, he was rather unlucky in that Ascent game, but now he comes into play. And that's going to be another kill, another round for NXL. Very cheeky one, though. It was pretty expensive, made, of course, by Senior Carl, but now this is where we do get ourselves that buy round for Pirates.
Pirates, they're finally going to be able to buy up on here, and they're looking to once more make this comeback happen. Now, NXL have in this series, like during map number 1, started off very strong. They got that opening 3-0 scoreline to start off Ascent a while ago in map number 1. And the Pirates, well, they're pretty good at playing with kind of this deficit and making that comeback happen. So they're looking to finally make their stop right here, right now. It's a full 5-man push towards B site. And only defenders here is going to be Nico and Flash, rather Nico and Fire Cyanogen to hold off of that. Wall comes up on the Hookah to give him that verticality to hold on to the angle, but the rest of them are going to be barreling their way still here in the Octagon. The fight's going to happen. Well, it's going to have a lot to do as that Shark Dart actually bounces back onto him.
So your Carl spots out the one as well as he plays onto the side cubby. Everybody's running back, and Nico's about to push in, but Seo's holding still the flank as Fire Sajin above the walls. Like you said, man, it's all about that verticality. Seo does pop off a couple of fire shots. They're waiting, and oh no, this recon dart. Will they come in for swift retribution with that teleportation? They don't even need to, because it's the pinch. It's the one under the showers, one under the short, as Tuge comes in there for the big sandwich. And Pirates, as they get the funding to buy the weapons, take away, not at NXL without losing anybody. That is going to be a flawless for them. They keep the weapons, they keep the money, and NXL, they have to go for a full buy here into their gun round.
I told you, man, this is where they're good at. When they play on that deficit with maybe the numbers advantage going against them, they don't have maybe the best weaponry. Still, Senior Carl, he had the Phantom, he made it work. And there it goes. Only a single round away from tying things on up. NXL playing that more of a bonus, and so they're going to be able to force one more on up here. Hopefully get that lead up once more for the NXL side. Shower's position has been a heavily contested spot here on the map for both of these teams, both wanting that old orb and more importantly the A-long control. As the peak comes on here, Pascal's will punish Flash for that over-aggression.
Flash couldn't really do too much. Hot hands and the Sage slow orb, too much to kind of try to deal with. Pirates to get almost converts for a double kill. And now this is where it gets a little bit more hairy. Flipsider is already down into low echelons of HP, but they've already taken the damage. They've already thinned out the herd onto the Pirates. Flash and 2 get away. No much utility for Pirates to throw out, for NXL to deal with. And they go in for the ping train to the B site. It's going to be Flipsider to go about this. He does have his wall. He can boost up to this smoke, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll see if that is where he's going to try to go to. Actually, never mind. No more wall for him. So he's just going to have to wait for the recon dart. And I do really like that. The combo for Fire Sage to always go for that refrag through the pulse of the recon.
Right, he fights on B, and here comes out all the utility. It's a 3v4 on the take, but Spider is very low. Fortunately, on the Sage, he can heal back on up, and he finds a frag as well on the opposing Sage. Fire Siphon going down. Paint Shells will flush Budmeister out of the position, but they know where they are right now. Hearts will get filtered on out from the door here. That will be Senior Carl finding one, but I don't think he's going to be able to find more here. That's all right. It should be a done deal. Time is ticking. The sands of time are slowly wailing away, and he's going to have a lot to do if he wants to get this one on the board. But nada. He's going to have to fall on back here, maybe die with a spike. The rest of it will be a third round here for NXL.
Yeah, it's fine. The blast radius and your exit route there, pretty easy to be run up by Senior Carl. You just want to make sure that he can get another kill if ever, just to give a more expensive round to NXL. Now, this is where I believe the Pirates did have a very difficult time playing up against Hasher, if I'm not mistaken. I'll double check on that one, but memory serves correct. They were just being beaten out of by Jeremy and Hatred. And now we are kind of seeing the same thing for NXL. There is a lot of good things for the Pirates there in that one round where they won, but I think it's the over-eagerness, like you said, from people like Flash that do open up the map. And when you lose your Killjoy, when you lose your Astra, that's all the control that you really have in this map, and it's all about the gunplay after that if you do lose that.
Well, the gunplay is something that's going to be a big factor for both of these teams because they're heavily reliant on that contact play, and that's contact towards the B-long side. Fireside an opening pick for him, but the quick trade-off from Flipsider and the great retaliation here from Vascalis to find Senior Carl, with both of the top fraggers of the side of the Pirates taken down. Lots of firepower, lots of gunplay taken away from their side. Will trade off on that Vandal, throwing it over the hedge and taking that out of their own lawn. And so, for the side of NXL, with this 4-3 advantage, they can just swarm any site that they really pick. I think the B site would be better right now, but A is where they're going to get the side to. And Asarai, seems like they might just overrun things here towards the A site once more.
They're about to explode into it. Tuga is to the corner now. He's got to be careful, though, because there is going to be a flash out. There's going to be the flame wall. He's not going to know where it's going to be coming from, but I do love the adjustment onto the side of NXL. Vascalis was left there to go in and lurk, and he's about to find a frag, leaving only Flash to remain here onto the side, and he gets flushed out by Flipsider. And this is where NXL, they're starting to show their strength on the attacking side, and the amount of movement, the amount of options that they have to go A to B and vice versa is just astonishing. And Nico is going to get spotted. Flipsider is going to take quick work of him, and NXL, they strike back in the second map.
They're so good at using these teleports. Lots of times you're going to see them play heavily more towards like the B long position because they can TP on out, and they can play like towards this kind of mid A short position because they can take that TP straight into hookah and make something happen that way. So making full use of basically like the one-way rotation that they do have to be able to apply here, and it's been working out for the attacking side. Currently, Pirates, the only round they've won is round number 3, and so them and the Eco have yet to bring things back here. Still, they're gonna have a chance right now. They do have the res, and so if they can go 1 for 1 and get that res and get their man advantage back up 5v4, they can make something happen on here. You can see Flipsider is still like 3 ult charge points away from taking his, but for NXL, at the cusp of their ultimate charge is going to be Sayo and Noisy Boy. That's going to be the run it back and the lockdown, and we can expect that to come into round number 7 forward.
They're going to set up much more differently here. They've been forcing a lot of, or emphasizing the A site a lot more for the Pirates' defense, and now they put like 3 bodies straight up to B. I do like this. This does give them some opening, but NXL, they're kind of going to do the same thing on showers. They know that there is a lot of control from the Pirates. They're not going to be able to read that the push out is going to be on B main or B long. But in the end, it's a weaker buy for the Pirates. So NXL should be able to take this up real quick. The stars were just put into the nip of the openings of the both A side. And Flash will not be able to find one. Maybe they can get something, but the quick pinch up here is Flipsider going to be prepared because the vacuum is already set into the motion. Looking to be the case. Flash is going to try to charge out as down to 20 HP. Singer Carl and Tuga do make it tied expensive. But as they know, they went in for that cheeky little play. It's going to be a straight bum rush onto the B, and Singer Carl, my God, how does he make do with the Sheriff? But, oh, they jumped aside. Oh, this is going to be so good, and Singer Carl! I did not expect that to happen. They dropped the spike. They thought they had it. They all went to the B side thinking that it would have been able to plant it down there, but my God, Black, they just forgot about the one thing that they need to win the round.
I mean, we saw it coming, right? Senior Carl lands a shot. He found that triple kill earlier on Ascent with the Sheriff, but he picked up the Vandal. That's all he needed to do. And more importantly, he found the low player. He found Noisy Boy first, and he swung over to Vascalis, who was already low. A single bullet did him in. That's all it took, and they take a second round here. Great push on that to when you're in that kind of like low economic situation, right? You're on the eco. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to take the initiative. You want to push all together and actually go and trade off of each other, because if you play a very spread out offense or defense, rather, you're not going to get anything. As Fire Cyjan, it's hunting season for him. Doesn't even need the head, but finds the one, the Flipsider.
Now that does lower the capabilities of NXL to move around the map. And losing Flipsider as well, who can throw out the slow orbs to kind of choke the points of entry from the Pirates when they come out to the site as well, is going to be hampered. And of course, the wall is so good to be able to cross onto the site now. At least they do have Booty Meister, who's still alive with the smokes on the brim. They put out the pings as well as where they're going to come in, and Booty Meister is about to pop his orbital strike if ever he does need it to be. 45 seconds into the clock, and they are going to be pulling that trigger immediately. Sayo goes in for the run it back. It's going to be the take onto the B site, but it's all but been abandoned here for the Pirates. Sayo, though, he finds the kill onto Fire Sage, and it's going to be amazing, but time's out with his ult. And now it's going to be the retake. Now it's going to be the 4 versus 5 with Fire Sage and Flash or Singer Carl having their ultimates up.
Maybe if he had a bit more load in his pocket to be able to pull that run it out back, but here comes a showstopper. Dispensed, orbital strike, not going to find anything up from the heavens. Flash playing this very, very close. No flash for them to actually make a play here, but he can hold down the line. Tuge, he's going to find that frag, will go 1 for 1. Flash has to make a play here. He's going to try and hold off. Here comes the shot dart on out, and Nico's going to find one. Here comes the trade in for Fireside as well. They're going to come on his way, and Vascalis is going to be the lone out here. 1v3. Nico will shut him on down. The Pirates, a great retake for them to take the site on back, even with all of that in their way. The orbital strike, even with, of course, that divide coming in from Tuge, making it work, and a great retake from them once more.
You pointed out already, I feel like Tuge's Cosmic Divide really messed up, you know, the members of NXL there, because normally when you're in that situation, when you go straight for A long, you actually have everything working for you. You have the post plant, you have the vision on the spike, you don't have a wall because, you know, Flipsider has to maintain his positioning with the sniper. Everything can fall through, into the place for NXL here. But that Cosmic Divide for Tuge basically flipped the switch, because now they have to push through that. Bullets cannot go through the Cosmic Divide. Utilities can. So because Singer Carl was also up with his ultimate, it's gonna be at least fantastic for them. And Tuge and Nico, The combination connection transpires for them. Noisy Boy and Bootymeister would try to go for the refrag, but Singer Carl, he's not done just yet, and he is just really feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. As Vascalis gets pinched in for 2K, the 4K to come out, and now NXL, they want to set up, but they're being counterset by Pirates.
A clean round from the Pirates. Now, normally on ship, might not be the most clean thing, but in this case, Tuge, he will get that triple kill. I think he almost gets a fourth at the end. Yes, he does, to clean it on up. A great round from him, and you can just see like how much firepower the backline here of Pirates does have. It's not only Fireside nor Senior Carl, Tuge, Flash, Nico. These guys can make big time plays in such a big situation here. Now they're gonna have to go big once more as the execute from NXL on this. A bit of a mixed light by only Noisy Boy with the rifles coming towards a short once more. Senior Carl paint shells on out, keep them at bay.
It's gonna stop them from just rushing in. And you can see Senior Carl really wants to get these kills, but has to respect that the utilities being thrown by NXL will do a lot of significant amount of damage. There is that big gravity well that stops them in the tracks for the moment here. They line right back up, and as the wall comes through, Tuge capitalizes. It's a bit delayed onto the push. Bootymeister is going to be into the corner. Flipsider as well. He will not be denied, and now it turns into 2 versus 2, but Flash going in for the big flanks. Firesage bringing out the one back as well. But they do have the positioning. They do have the post plant, but what they don't have is the good enough positioning, because Flash is about to hit the flank of his life. He doesn't even need to look at Bootymeister a second time because he's already found Flipsider out of nowhere. What was that from Flash? They'll be able to get themselves that defuse. A very close call for Pirates. NXL, they looked fantastic for the second part of that push. All about the contact. Flipsider almost brought it all the way back, but the problem was they had no idea where the others were coming from the Pirates' side.
Turning back time there. He did a double take Flash to get that second frag on the Bootymeister, and well, look at that. Great swing from him, turning around, getting that one. Hiko himself would be proud, but the thing is here for NXL, what they have to realize is that when you're going for the short push, that's such a nutty shot every single time on the wall bang. If you're going for that 8 short push and you don't have Shower's control, that's your biggest problem. And you can see why. Tuge is holding it on down. He got the double kill from that. Completely halted the push from NXL at the nape. Right now, they finally have guns on their side, NXL, looking to take Shower controls once more.
They're playing this very slowly now. Not even peeking the corners just yet and hoping that they will be able to find something. Vascalis wants to capitalize, wants to translate this into a pickoff, but it's a bit too far. And since he was not able to get that first connection, the second and third will be a bit difficult, a bit more difficult to hit. In any case, NXL, they're getting the info now. They do know that there is at least Tuge who is in the back of the site already. Singer Carl, a bit too overeager, finally gets punished by Sayo. And this could be the positioning. This could be the setup that they are going to be looking for. Another blaze wall for that cross, but Tuge is into the corner, has to back away, and he gets caught into the cross transition. But luckily enough, was not traded out, and Flash keeps him alive for the moment. U-Haul is still into the hands there, and Sayo is going to be thwarted here. What's going to be the plan now? He does have the double up with his teammate, and this is now the first time where NXL looks good on that post plan.
They do have U-Haul control here right now. There's 2 of them actually stacked on the NXL side for that U-Haul. So Fireside and Co, they're going to have to try and flush him on out here, but it's going to be a very hard deal. Here comes out the lockdown, though, and so it's going to do the job for them. Now as they come on here towards the 8 short, Flipsider is going to find that opening pick here on Nico. They will be able to safely escape, not being detained just in the nick of time. But as the Astral Divide comes up once more, it's going to cut him up in half. And here comes the push out from Flash. A bit too overeager. Too many guns lined up on him. Tuge will get that trade off on the Vascalis, though. They're trying to make the push here, Sayu. They're getting caught and trapped in here. Bootymeister and Flipsider is going to shut things on down. And they tie things up here at NXL.
1 enemy remaining.
That was fantastic. First and foremost, even if that wall did work on B the last time, the Cosmic Divide from Tuge, it was, I think, a bit too late. There was everything that could be set up there for NXL. Look at that flank from Bootymeister. There was no chance. Flipsider just going in and showing to us that even if he's not on a jet, he's going to be unabashed. He's going to be fearless to go and charge right in to just net them that win. And NXL come back alive. couple of straight rounds. It feels like we've been playing for such a long time in the second game, but it's still only the 5-5, and we're not done with the first half just yet. NXL keep themselves afloat. We'll be able to buy up in terms of the weapons, but look on the other side for the Pirates. They have now Fire Saiyajin playing on the operator.
Well, they've finally tied things on up here, and they're looking to both of these teams actually looking to finally extend things as we're moving in to the last few rounds of this half. Budmeister playing this corner. Senior Carl, will he expect it? He has to. He's looking the way here of Noisy Boy towards that market side, but they have to be careful of this position right now. Budmeister will not find the frag. Senior Carl is going to open things on up here. That's a great opening find, and lots of control being taken here by Pirates.
There's also the spike drop down as well. This is not going to be too good. The quick charge out from Senior Carl, and this is not, I repeat, this is not an unrated match where you could just style in right that with the raise, but it seems like Pirates are making it work. And from a victorious round from NXL in that last one, Pirates just bring it all the way back with the flawless here. Aggressive take onto the short. The quick adaptation just overflowing from the Pirates. And NXL, their slow style has been thwarted, at least for that 11th one.
Oh, man. What a play coming in there from the Pirates. Just completely overrunning. You know, that whole A side, they push out from showers. Obviously, the opening pick coming from Senior Carl to get Budmeister and drop the spike there. That's just such a tough situation for NXL to be in. But looking to tie things on up here at the last round of the half on the attacking side. Trying to make their mark. Coming on the B push right now. Hookah control is successfully, cleanly taken by them. No contest there. But as a Nano Swarm is going to burn him on down, he will be able to be forcing back that run it back. But Budmeister and Saya will go down one apiece. Noisy Boy, a great find on the flanking Senior Carl.
Senior Carl back to the drawing board on that one. Great find there from Vascalis to stop the showstopper from dealing any more damage. Nico is going to be on the back of the site as he does have his teammate Flash and Fire Saiyajin playing onto Octa. They do have the wall to keep them at least prepared, but look at that, the extended wall coming out from Flipsider as he tried to jump up on the box. Can he actually get out of harm's way as he gets spotted by that recon? Nico wants to get the kill, but only thought that it was going to be Flipsider, and that is where NXL can have some opportunities here, can have some openings, as they do have the numbers. They've already taken down the important targets onto the Pirates side, and they can go quickly with this rotate. Tuge is going to be anchoring it, but this is 4 members of NXL. Mind you, he lines it all back up, but misses the first couple of shots, and that is going to be NXL taking the A side 2v4 on the retake.
A bit of a whiff there. He could have definitely found like maybe 1-2 if they lined on up properly and he landed his shots, but they have taken the site right now in a 4v2. Fireside, and he's going to have to go big. We've seen this man do great plays, but it's going to be very tough here now. That lockdown will keep him at bay. Flash, though, opening things up on the flip side. It's a big player to get down on the board. They're going to have to find Sayo, though, who's playing this closely, and Noisy Boy as well with a crossfire here on the Vascalis, playing all the way at the back of the site. Turret on out gives him away. So they're going to have a lot to do to make this retake happen. Going to kind of tap that defuse. Here comes the spike plant, rather the swing from Noisy Boy, and they tie things up at the half, 6-6.
Great lineup there from Noisy Boy, and the movements from NXL here, it seems like it was a bit of a overlaps from Flipsider. They're just not being able to jump off of the box, but maybe it was a bait. And now that does allow them to translate that into the A side, and the betterment of them. Tuge just wanted to be able to deal some damage, maybe take away like 2 targets or whatnot, as 4 were charging into short, but he was just a tad bit off of his aim. And this is where NXL strike hard. Now we do go into the second half here, guys, where Pirates are going to be ones charging in. They do have a interesting set of weapons bought. Double onto the frenzies, but not on the duelist. It's going to be all about the ghost there. So it's going to be, I think the mentality there is you can tag with your duelist with the ghost, and then frenzy will be to finish everything off. But it's going to be a very aggressive take here. Sayo is waiting for a pop flash to come in. And they do respect that there could be some shenanigans to come through. As the alarm bot pushes, Sayo does go for the flash, but everyone else, look at this. Senior Carl is already on hookah, and he can actually find Flipsider here, who is just about to go to the corner, but still does have his wall for safety.
Well, you're playing this very patiently right now. Lots of, I guess, noise being made here towards that shower's position coming in from Nico. He's not necessarily going to step on the pedal just yet. You can see them pulling on back. As they're doing that, Triple stack here from A site might just be a bit too intimidating right now. With the information being gained here as well by NXL towards B long, that kind of cements their thoughts of holding on to the A site here, because B site is very quiet for now. And if Pirates push into this, I'm not sure how they're going to fare well against all these crossfires already set up by NXL.
That was beautiful from Bootymeister because they've held off for a good chunk of moment. Look at where the other rest of the Pirates members are, stuck onto the shower side. But that frenzy is just too much to handle and was only going to delay the inevitable. That Flames just quell the push from the Pirates, and it's not going to stop just yet. Vascalis does come in for the TP. Flying coming into the shower side will put out the recon dart. Spotted will be Fire Sajin, but he's going to be in a crossfire here. He has to connect the shots right now, but elevated position for Fire Sajin could put him in such an advantageous spot, as now it's only going to be left for Vascalis, who checked the immediate right, but it was just a bit tad farther onto the side. There was the push from Flipsider, but he had to deal with Singer Carl, but he did lose that fight now. And Pirates do get themselves that round win, and now we do have another bye for them. Will NXL go for a force and risk it? I mean, it's still neck and neck, but you never know.
I mean, initially, it was seeming like a good round for the side of NXL on that A side defense. They're holding the cross. They had like one triple, one that cubby side, and then one towards U-Haul, which meant they had like a straight horizontal line of defense and lots of utility, of course, on that Killjoy to hold on to things. But still, Pirates, what's more important sometimes is you just have to land your shots, and that's exactly what they did. Budmeister here going very aggressive. That turret is going to dissuade him from any further aggression. He's going to have to fall on back, and so I like the initiative here from the side of NXL. They're looking to make a play, but in that case, well, the turret just got the better of them, and they realized we can't further press this on. It might just be too hairy for us to really try and comb through.
And they are going to try to comb through the A site for the moment. This could actually work, because even though there is a turret into the side, no nano swarms will be thrown. It's only going to be maybe the bullets being peppered in. Noisy Boy, the Ice find the one, I think, with his shorty there, but still not going to stop the charge. And there's Flipside, the last one to remain. A bit of a tussle. Did leave Pirates down to 3, but that was all about what they can take. Plant down the spike as well. Now NXL do have their first gun round. How are they going to be able to translate this? Where are they be putting Noisy Boy? Because his utility as a Killjoy will be adamant at being able to lock down the site and allow movement for NXL to just go around freely on the site where Noisy Boy is not at. And you can see that with 3 members just being situated on the shower side, and then Noisy Boy is just holding hands with Vascalis here, who could at least throw some recon darts for information.
Oh, well, that information game is exactly what has been so well, I guess, for the side of the Pirates right now. Now, NXL, they've been trying to do the same thing, sometimes getting caught out in that endeavor, though. But still, I think they're on the right path here, NXL, to try and make this comeback on happen, as now they're finally, of course, with this weapons advantage, they can cement their might and hopefully get the round either way, because they are in need of one very so dire son.
Oh, sorry, just to say to that, Senior Carl actually used his satchel charge to go straight up into Hookah. I think as a bait, because he wanted to spot out where all the nano swarms were, and they're not really in a hurry to take the site anyways. That was a pretty nice play. We didn't see it on the replay anyways, but this is going to mean Murder Hole is where everybody's going to come through, but NXL is ready for the contact. Look at how many members of Pirates just all fall down. And that was a swift retribution from NXL. You thought you could take the site unguarded, unchallenged, but after that, the post plant is where NXL stomped their grounds, and that is going to keep this pretty close here, Black, 7-8.
Yeah. A swift execution by NXL there to stop the attack from the Pirates. They do get the plant off, but, well, that's as far as you guys go. Coming on the retake, NXL, they actually gave that space up to let the Pirates feel like having this false sense of security is enough for them to get the plant off. And while they do get that plant, well, NXL, there's 4 of us waiting on site. We're ready to pounce on this, and it's exactly what they did. Like, basically baiting a fish into your trap. Do get it at the end. Here comes the wall on up. That's going to actually stop it from chucking over that nade. And for now, Showers control once more being heavily contested.
That's a really strong wall, because there's only one point of entry, and if you try to break the first segment of it, you basically have to break everything else that's already been fully crystallized. So I do like how the Pirates did break the middle of it, but you do know that NXL with that particular setup does allow them for a lot more control onto the Shower's side. Nico will be throwing out a lot more shock darts here to keep Sayo and Flipsider honest, as the rest of their members do gravitate for a B, but the Spikes is still situated here. Singer Carl will try to go for that connection, and that was just a quick punish from him. They did not even know what hit them. Sayo was just looking maybe to destroy the recon dart, but get punished in the end as Singer Carl. He's not done. He finds his target into the corner, and the flicks and the ability of this man to scan, read the entire site is more than enough for Pirates to take the A.
Oh, senor. What an opening pick from him. Actually, a double, punishing Flipsider there, who was busy trying to, I guess, turn off the vacuum Roomba coming on his way. He's going to get the fourth as well coming his way. So 7-9, the Pirates, they take the lead. They extend the lead once more. 2 rounds here over the side of NXL, and that was all from this great push coming in from Senior Carl again. You can see that the Phoenix, he was actually, Sayo, he was predisposed and trying to help the side of Flipsider, trying to, I guess, destroy that Boombot. But in the end, Senior Carl just making full use of the distraction and the space given to him, actually made by him, just willing around here for the Pirates.
Dude, that was really tight timing for the Pirates there. Because Senior Carl knew what he had to do. He basically doubled up with the recon dart, threw out the boombot as well, and in that very little space that you can move around on Shower, do have to make Sayo and Flipsider honest that they have to destroy the utility first before anything, because that smoke does net them that they can't shoot through it and get accurate shots, but their opponents can because of the recon dart. And that is where, you get a bit bamboozled. Senior Carl, through all that commotion, make it work. And I think Tuga's gravity well there also netted him that second kill. So in the end, Pirates, they do have a lot of setups for these little fights that allow them to get so much control. In NXL, they want to get map control. They want to be able to push out. But with their picks right now, it's all about how they can punish and read the positionings or the utility being utilized here by the Pirates. But these close quarter combats really haven't been to their regard. I think the rounds that they have won, more so than not, have always been fights where Pirates charge right in because there's not enough time, or it's because Sayo finds one, Flipsider finds one through some off-angle position. But in the past couple of the rounds here, Pirates have been just pretty adamant with how they've just peaked with their utility.
Yeah, there are some openings here from the side of the Pirates that can definitely be capitalized on from NXL. There are some times where they get a bit over-eager on a lane to push. There are some times where it's the exact opposite of that, and they play a bit less decisive and concise as we'd like to see them. And that has been where NXL have been capitalizing and making those rounds happen successfully. Also, to the credit of NXL, they're really good at faking out Pirates and making them think and give them that kind of false sense of security to capitalize on. But he's going to push on here. Will not find the opening pick. Going 1-for-1 though, Fireside. Noisy Boy will get that double kill here towards that Garden's position. And now, as Senior Carl is trying to capitalize on that,
Noisy Boy has all but ran through onto the teleporter and actually gets a 3K out of that one. Hold on to your horses, guys, because NXL, they're not done just yet, and Noisy Boy gonna lead the charge for the moment. 2 versus 3. Nico has to react to that flash, but Senior Carl at least keeps him alive for the moment. There is gonna be that Killjoy ultimate. No ultimate from Senior Carl to stop that one, and he has to back away here. He has to respect the range on that, but everybody just comes in and they don't respect that he can line up a shot through the murder hole. That is gonna be that is just going to be devastating here for NXL. They had everything working for them. Noisy Boy already got 2 kills. He got a third as well. And he had his Killjoy ultimate. But they did not wait for Carl to just be pushed out of the site. And he lines it up. And look at this one. Ay, ay, ay.
oh my.
Oh my, indeed here, Black. That is just, again, that is just heartbreaking for NXL. They had everything working for them up until the part where they just came out and thought that 1 second, this guy is going to be holding on and, you know, backing away. But we've known now that Southeast Asia teams, players specifically, they're not really afraid of the lockdown anymore. More specifically, if you're Arena, because you can get a kill, and if you can get it smiths through the lockdown, you're going to be all right. But there will be players who will put themselves out of their way in the riskiest of positions to go for those plays. And it makes sense, because if Senior Carl actually went back, he would have had to fight against a 2 versus 1 where a smoke could have been put in front of his face, where he could have been in a numbers discrepancy, and he's not going to be able to clutch it. So a very risky play like that works in the end, but Noisy Boy, he's finally set up his spot here on Hookah and says, no, all the bait is here for me, and I'm going to be able to get this all for myself. And now it leaves only Fire Saiyajin and Nico to work around this round, but the problem now is they don't have the utility, they don't have the map control, and you'd be damn well sure they don't really have enough firepower. Fire Saiyajin, he's been looking good on the Sage, but, well, can he really make that work, as it's about the Crossfire, Flipsider, and Noisy Boy. Gonna make it loud here on Hookah, and NXL got another round, a flawless victory for them.
A great defensive round, to be honest with you there. Coming in from the side of NXL, Noisy Boy just shutting them on down as the Pirates try and push their way here towards Hookah. They're telling them, well, look for another shot because ours is closed. I'm holding it down. Flipsider on that support as well. He's going to get them a frag, and Noisy Boy, he gets 3 in that round alone. So great crossfire from from both of these players, and a great defensive round as a whole from the side of NXL. That's what we want to see more from these guys, because that's where they excel. You know, if they have a good setup, that's just so much too difficult to deal with for Pirates a lot of the times. Still, Senior Carl opens things up here, going 1 for 1. Cannot get the res without the wall, though.
Well, are they going to be able to punish Seo? Not going to be the case. Able to back away immediately. And this is where Pirates, they do have to respect that the flash plays, the aggressiveness of NXL is coming out. This is how we know this is the Indonesian team. Their old playstyle just being gung-ho is now exuded in this round. Problem is they're being traded out by Tuge, as it seems like they're about over-eager. They had the numbers already. Flash was able to come into the sides, and Flipsider not knowing what hit him. And Flash dropping down that lockdown, telling the other team the B side is mine. Budemeister will be here to try to challenge. And Noisy Boy once again up to his old antics. 2 versus 4 or 2 versus 1. He does have the utility. And will be the spike drop down immediately. And as the lockdown comes out, will he be able to translate? He does have one of his own, and this will flush out his opponent. And he's going to make this as a bait play to see if Flash will try to challenge. Flash is going to be playing onto the edge there, onto the elbow. And Noisy Boy, does he even know? And once again, the lockdown play being denied, and Noisy Boy just cannot find a break.
Killjoy versus Killjoy in the end. Noisy Boy versus Flash. And this, well, in the end, I guess, the Flash, the man, will prevail. And Tuge, great opening picks there towards Hookah as well. They get that successful B-side take, but it did take, well, quite a lot from the Pirate side. You can see it came down to a 1v1 clutch, and while they were able to win that round, yes, still, the B side has been a lot more difficult for the Pirates to go on in. Right before that, you know, there's a very clean round coming in from the side of NXL, and so Pirates, they might want to try their luck here towards A side once more. That might just be a one-off win on the B side, and so Alpha is where they're going to be going.
Well, the Alpha site is littered with nano swarms here, Black. A lot of crossfires set up, and Pirates are about to go into a very well-defended A site. Senior Carl is going to be charging right in. He does have his Boombaya. Oh, if he hits this through the smoke, he would actually get the second, but of course, that was Seo activating his ultimate there, and Nico able to find through the 1 as well. Seo able to survive. Noisy Boy got to be careful because Tuge was pushing out the U-Haul, and Flipsider was already boosted up to the wall as well. Far Sage with the fadeaway will not be able to connect the second one onto Flipsider as it comes out through the heavens, but Cosmic Divide, the plug on the wall once again, and they're going to go into this 2 versus 3, not having any info, and the Flipsider down to 6. They have to hit their shots.
Oh, they construct this wall, and Nico finds a frag on the side. You'll make that a third for him. Nico getting the triple, and Pirates a single round away from closing this series out to take it 2-0. Now NXL, look at this. A Phantom is all they can afford for the rest of them. I'm going to go on that light buy. It almost seems like a done deal here, but NXL, they've done big things in the past. Sayu shutting him on down there, but in the end, of course, Pirates, they just overrun the site. So if I'm NXL right now, I'm looking to make a play. They can't play this passively. They can't play in the way to let Pirates on in because they simply do not have the firepower to make that happen. So the Spectre is going to have to come in huge here for the side of NXL, coming on this what could be the final round of the series.
Found them.
You talk about the Spectre, and you can see how close range NXL have to play here to make a Spectre a good thing. If they try to play the long range, obviously, it's not going to work against Vandals and Phantoms. And now, you put NXL to the test. Duget is going to be able to spot Vascalis, quickly backs away. Spike is dropped on market. And I think they have an inkling of what is the setup for NXL. And Vascalis is Sova drone. Getting sucked in, cannot get the information that he needs. Will he be able to spot at least one? Does get two. This is perfect because this is a read for NXL that they can quickly rotate on. And Singer Carl does shenanigans once again. If he gets that to the air, I'm just going to call it quits. But this is going to be a quick punish for Booty Meister. Noisy Boy coming online as well. And this is looking good for NXL. This is looking really, really good for them as they still have the full 5 in this 3 situation for the Pirates.
Yeah, this is exactly what they're kind of hoping for. Yeah, even more than that. You know, they're just really hoping for a single pick, but they found the double. Still, Tugi will swing it on back, but Flipsider quick on the trade. He gets a triple, keeping NXL still alive here. They're not letting down. They're not backing down just yet. These guys want to make the comeback happen. They want to be able to get a bit of retaliation for their other fellow countrymen, the Indonesian squad that was Boom a while ago who lost to Bren. They don't want to share that same fate and go down 0-2. Really right now, the Pirates, though, with this economy that they do got, they can still buy up on here. They will have that Spectre on the Nico, but he's done great things with much less. And so, Pirates looking to close it out on here, but if NXL win this, then it'll be 10-12, which could easily be 11 because Pirates will have to go on the Eco. Everything is riding on this round.
Everything falling for NXL. They only need 3 here, Black, to push this into an overtime where they can start to work their magic once again. They're doing it right now, but it's slightly lacking. There is going to be the wall over this corner. Nico is about to use his drone to spot out Flipsider, but he doesn't. Singer Carl is at the other side of the wall here, but he's not about to knock it down by his lonesome as the rest of his teammates is just holding on to B-Long while Flash is holding the flank at short. He can open a sight here. They're backing away. They've heard some of the utilities already. They've seen the slows, and they're respecting that there could be a lot more force of NXL here than they would have likely liked to deal with, but they're still looking to engage.
Well, they're going to engage. They have to choose the time to do it. 40 seconds left in the clock, and Flipsider is going to be holding on to this very valiantly here towards this hookah position. They can't get a bit too overeager. Otherwise, as they push on in, Flipsider, he's going to find a frag, but Senator Carl dodging that, finds a second here. Fire Cyanogen for the side of Pirates, but look at this. Vascalis, a double kill comes his way. It's now in this situation, a 2v3, as Vascalis is still very low. He can be naded on out, but Budmeister is going to shut Senator Carl down. All on the Flash. Will he save the world once again? Will he channel the Speed Force? He finds a frag, but not anymore. Budmeister keeping them alive, and Pirates will have to go on the eco.
Pirates have their treasure stolen from them. They still have a couple of rounds to work with, and they can at least go for one more round for saving. But look at that. Vascalis stepping up to the board, stepping up to the plate there as he keeps NXL's B site well defended and just not going to allow Pirates to just come rushing right in without any form of pickoff or trades. And now we go. Pirates do have Fire Sage with an ult. They do have a lot of members that can charge for the ult here, so maybe the play exactly is that, to secure some ult orbs for the moment and play this into the next round. But for now, it seems like they're going to equip Carl once again with the Sheriff. We know how deadly he can be on this one, but when there's a triple man crossfire on A, and they're just about to charge right into the Nanoswarm, it's going to look hairy. And we'll see how Booty Meister, who is going to be first contact, will be dealing with that.
Well, he will be playing that contact play position, so there's a lot riding on what he does right now from that U-Haul side. Of course, right beside him will be Sayu, who's looking to make a play too, but the eco coming here from the Pirates with a minute left in the clock is looking dire by the second. They have to try and decide what the play is on here. It looks like to be the B site. I think that's the right decision. Lots of presence here towards A site. It's going to be a bit too difficult to challenge those long sight lines, especially with what little they've got. The Sheriffs, well, they've gotten big with that, but they're going to need to go huge to be able to take this round on. And here we go. B site execute coming underway. They're going to give it up for the safe plant.
They know now that basically the site is well defended. Senior Carl finally taken down. His Sheriff is not going to show himself any worth whatsoever. And Fire Saiyajin, he's basically flushed himself out, and he's going to be in a just a very, very precarious position. Seo and the rest will be coming right in, and the only one to really defend against this one is going to be Flash, as Fire Saiyajin has to go all the way around, and he's going to go and risk it, but the Nano Swarm does stop them in the tracks for the moment. We'll see how this pans out as Fire Saiyajin comes in from the back.
No.
And the pinch is working. The pinch is working here. Booty Monster is the only one to remain, and it's not looking too good. He does get the flag onto the back of the side, but now Flash is there. He just has to peek, and he knows he's a god.
No
Oh
way.
my god, that's gonna be it. So
No
unfortunate.
Helen
Not
way,
like this.
man.
Not like this.
No way. I refuse to believe that's how they win that series, because
brain
NXL, they should have had that by in a million years. They should have won every single time in that situation, but the flank coming out from Senior Carl getting that res on up, and then Flash just once more channeling his speed course, running the time back, saving the world once again, just as he does with the Justice League. This guy has been so great, keeping the glue together for the side of the Pirates, and well, it seems like the kryptonite of the Indonesian side for Boom and for NXL are the Filipino squads.
They made that work exceedingly well, because the first thing that was, I think, was the first step there for Pirates to get that eco win was Nano Swarms were still available for Flash, so throwing out that Nano Swarm delayed them a bit more. But the problem with that, I think, is because they put up the Blaze Wall from the Phoenix, they didn't really have to technically push through Octagon and get the, you know, the fight going. And that play from Fire Saiyajin, that was a mistake from him, but he utilized that mistake into a win, because I don't think that he was going to be coming out from elbow, because they did see that the wall was there, so they thought that maybe he's going to be on Octagon with Flash. But in the end, what a unfortunate turn of events. You know, Jim Carrey's going to be laughing in his grave for that one. Or not? No, he still is alive. Or no, Neil Patrick Harris.
You're
He's still alive.
already sending him down 6 feet under. He's still like, with us, man. I think you're right. I think what they thought was when Senior Carl was towards that elbow position, that he walled it after he fell on back, but they don't realize that he walled the elbow position to start the round off with, to start the execute off with, and so he was actually stuck there and had to rotate back into the spawn. But well, I mean, he was given lemons and he made lemonade. That's all we gotta say, right? He put himself in that situation, but he shot himself out of it too. And that's the most important thing at the end of the day. It is a shooter game, so if you win the shooty, you do get that loot at the end. And well, the Pirates are going to be moving on over here, 2-0 over NXL, and just what a great performance from them. So many, I guess, good rounds coming from NXL. There was a lot of light at the end of the tunnel. So many spectacular moments coming from their side as well. But in the end, only one can win, and it's going to be Pirates taking that home.
NXL, they had everything falling into their hands there, and it slipped through them. Like, if you put water on your hands, it's basically that, right? Cupping water on your hands. And I don't know if it was just like just being out of luck, that flank from Far Saiyajin or whatnot, but they could have pushed it into 11-12, and they could have pushed it into overtime. But again, the eco comes clean here. Senior Carl wasn't there to help the rest of the Pirates, but he doesn't need it, and they don't need him. They can just use whatever else they've had, and the communication for the Pirates is just astonishing here. The ability for them to pinch and capitalize and to make do with what their teammates, you know, kind of paved the way for them is what makes them into such a scary team here. And now after this series, both of the Indonesian teams have been pushed into the lower brackets, and we are seeing the Filipino teams, which historically just does not do well in Southeast Asia tournaments, now beat both and are looking better in the upper brackets. Of course, now their challenge would be, I think, X10 and the others, but this is looking pretty good for those Filipino fans, and at least for the Indonesian fans out there. Don't lose hope here, guys. We have the double LM setup, and this gives us a chance to see maybe the return of the comeback for teams like Boom Esports, for teams like NXL, and of course the Vietnamese team, Furious and Cerberus, to mount that comeback. This is why I believe double LMs is the best way for us, because there's all chances of retributions. And last play, that is it. The lineup, everything just falling into the hands of Flash. But yeah, like I said, chances is still up for grabs here for the teams who lost.
Yeah, I mean, there are some very, very good teams that got sent to the lower bracket, early on. Like yesterday, we saw CBT, who brought it to a full 3-game series versus X10. And then right now, we just saw NXL go down to that lower bracket. These teams are definitely no pushovers, right? They're at the top seed of their own respective regions to represent here, but still, will be the Filipinos moving on here. The Philippine squads, they're going to be going up against very tough opponents, though, as we move into our further matches of the day. With Bren Esports going up against Paper Rex, such a dominating, I guess, Tyrannosaurus force here in the SEA region. And then with 6045 Pirates going up against the defending champions, X10. That's going to be one doozy of a match, actually both of those. And so the Filipinos right now, I'm sure you guys are hyped, but there's a monster waiting at the end of the door, at the other end of that door, and you're gonna have to deal with that today.
Imagine that. It's gonna be before we go into that break, it's gonna be Dubstep up against Forsaken, who we saw yesterday was just playing out of his damn mind in that game number 3. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go for a breather, and when we come back, it's the next series. Who's gonna be able to win? Are the Philippine teams still gonna be able to make it happen, or will they finally be stopped as Paper Rex and X10 are looking to go further beyond? Don't go anywhere. VCT Southeast Asia Challengers will be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, a 2-0. And I'm not black and blue. This is not Asarai. Actually, we got the names a little bit reversed here, but we'll get that sorted out in just a second. But we saw, while we're fixing the names, we saw the Pirates getting absolutely on fire in that last one, taking a 2-0 up against NXL. And a dominant victory, a great show for the Filipino squad. The up-and-comers, never expected this. I think if you would have run a predictions panel all across, I think none of us would have ever in a million years said 6045 would have taken that. But it was an inspired victory. A great performance from not just the team, but the individual players of 6045 Pirates to take their team further and further and closer to Iceland.
You know, the Pirates, they set sail for SEA and they really made it through the treacherous waters. So it just means, Ilustrado, both PH reps, they're into the next one. So you're going to be getting a lot of Filipino action right now. The Indonesian team is going to be dropping on down to the lower bracket, but we are not done because we are going to be getting into another game. You guys are tuning into the English broadcast. And I got to say, Ilu, our next one is going to be huge. Bren Esports versus Paper Rex. And if I were to describe this series right now, it will just be all about domination. Who can dominate the other one? It really will be interesting because Bren, they showed up so heftily against Boom right there, right then in that previous series. Paper Rex, in the meantime, their whole playstyle is like, we start off slow, we get that fire lit under us, and as soon as that the ember is burning to its brightest, it probably is a team that is nigh unbeatable in SEA.
You mentioned dominance here, and this is a result, I think, of teams from SEA generally being driven by momentum. We're a kind of region that really goes off the field. Oh, hello there, Kat. Just looking like woke up from a nap right there. But yeah, you know who else just woke up? Bren started strong, and Jesse Vash. We just talking about their roster right now. The Sovas currently today. There's something special about the Sovas. Multi-kills almost every single time that there's a Hunter's Fury onwards. On board rather, and every single time it just seems like there's multi-kill after multi-kill here. We're highlighting dubstep because this is, I think, one of the exciting head-to-heads that we're going to be seeing. And I think Asarai mentioned it earlier, it's dubstep versus Forsaken. That's going to be a showdown that I think everybody's waiting for.
Exactly. It's going to be absolutely huge, especially if Forsaken is just there to go on it. It'll be interesting to see if we can get like Wits versus Devi, if it is going to be a bit of that extra duelist there for Bren. But speaking of Wits, man, he has just been so potent on that Sky. The utility there from the side of Bren, giving them the intel, showing their intellectual plays, and that map control just crunching it over to the side of Bren Esports. Him and Jesse Vash together, just really on fire right now. And Bren Esports, things are firing on all cylinders. Just got V12 engine really purring to the loudest it can be, and with Jesse Bash the one getting so many kills for the team, it just means Bren is really at peak perfection right now.
Yeah, peak performance. I just have to say, I feel like it's because when you remove, I think, any extenuating circumstances, any external factors that might be inhibiting the performance of Bren, I'm not saying it's a player, I'm not saying it's lag or anything like that. I think in particular, just this roster and the current situation, where exactly Bren is right now, it's just allowing them to perform so much better. But let's talk a little bit about the other side, Paper Rex here. Their journey here wasn't the easiest. They took out favorites team SMG to get here in a close best of 5, which is one of the best of 5s I've ever seen in SEA. And we're taking a closer look at Forsaken, who is touted a lot of the time to be the best, if not one of the best players just across Southeast Asia here. And that dubstep Forsaken head-to-head we've been waiting for, we're gonna see it today.
And that intrinsic chemistry for the whole squad from one title to the other, they stayed together in Paper X. They're just like, okay, let's make it work. It's a mixed roster of players from Indonesia, from Singapore, and Malaysia, but they make it work. And I gotta say, for Paper X, it really feels like they're a ticking time bomb. The longer you play against them, the worse your odds are. So if Bren's going to be facing off against Paper Rex, they need to go for that quick 2-0. Because you mentioned it, they really had that slobber knocker versus SMG, which went 3-2. And all of their series, it's like 3-2-2-1. It will be the other side getting a map, sure. But you let Paper Rex simmer, and you are just going to get, chef's kiss. You're going to get such a good slow roast right there, right then. So I'm really excited what Paper Rex is going to bring to the table now. How will Bren try to go for that game's done quick session and look to speed speed run through this series. It's a matter of time right now, Illustrado, before the full powerhouse is Paper Rex will be unleashed. And I gotta say for Paper Rex also, it really is such a tough bracket coming into NYSG because them, Team SMG, and I'd consider debatably XRR or Orgless, they're pretty much the titans of the NYSG scene, and they love to play rock, paper, scissors against each other. They want to be like, oh, it's your turn to get into the region, maybe it's your turn, and it's so top heavy, it's so competitive, it's such a small quantity scene, but the quality is top notch.
Yeah, and honestly, just the quality of the rosters that we're seeing here, I'm personally happy about this, and I said this in Twitch chat earlier, that Philippines used to be a country that was heavily dominated, not just by the Indonesians, but also by the Thai teams here. The fact that they're putting up a show here today means only one thing. There's so much growth coming into the scene for not just the Philippines, but for SEA. The more competitive we see the region becoming, the more we have chances up against regions like NA, against Korea, Japan, and truly, I think I have to akin a lot of it, and I'm not just kissing butt here. The fact that it's so well supported, tournaments like this is what we always lacked previously in other titles, because NA and EU and CS, they'd be getting a lot of those tournaments. SEA, we hardly really ever got the representation that we need, but because of the fact that tournaments like this exist now, where teams can consistently go head to head, it just fosters a better relationship. But let's take a look at the maps right now. This is going to be absolutely crucial. Icebox, Ascent, and Bind was able to really go ahead and see it right there for a quick second. I think Haven must have been banned, otherwise we would have seen it, but Bren. So Icebox is the first map here. How are you feeling about that one?
Icebox, gonna be an interesting pick for Bren. They want to innovate, but I've seen Paper Rex, they can really show on up on a map like this. And overall, the next two maps that we get there in the map pool, they were the ones where Paper Rex got the win. Paper Rex, their whole playstyle is to just really cook it up, preheat the oven, and show up when they need to the most. And when you get into overtime, that's the scary part. They will come to a point, it goes to overtime, and Paper X will be favored because they just know how to do it so well. And if it goes to map number 3, even though we've seen Bren show up on Bind, especially against Boom, we still remember. I still have scars from last night, Illustrado. That was such a performance, and it really is. I feel like it has to be Bren going for the 2-0, because if you go to 3 games, it's just the Paper Rex way. It's a time trial here, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be seeing if Bren can go for that quick 2-0, not because they dominate, but because they need to, or else they'll probably lose.
It's a little bit of a gauntlet, I think, that Bren is going through right now. Icebox is actually not their best map. But then again, Bren, the way Bren plays is kind of like they play every map well, but then they play Heaven just that much better. And so going into this one, picking an Icebox first, I think the rationale here, the reason why they picked it, is because they're hoping that Paper X doesn't play it as much, just banking on that fact. But personally speaking, I don't think that's going to be the case. If we look at the historicity of how Paper Rex would play on Icebox, they're not exactly the worst team in the world on it either, which is why I feel like this pick, these map vetoes, they're really going in Paper Rex's favor. I think Paper Rex have a massive advantage coming into this one, and Bren not having their preferred maps, it's going to be a big challenge.
Yeah, but Bren, at least they showed up last time, and that's the thing. We talked about dominance at the very start of this segment, and Bren, they showed us dominance in that last round. You have to show the same kind of hand that your opponent is really bringing to the table if you want to have an even matchup. And the thing is, Paper Rex, they were tested yesterday. It was like, okay, if Paper Rex wins this, then they have to be one of the favorites coming into this one, especially against Full Sense. And it looked dicey in map number 1, but then the clutch in map number 2, and then dominance in map number 3 showed us Paper Rex was pretty much on paper the same kind of setup as per usual. But Bren, they vanquished their biggest demons coming into the bracket. They needed to avenge that loss to Boom from Masters number 1, and they did so in pretty much quite ironic fashion, 13-3, 13-3, and the way they knew how, plus the way they knew how to give themselves retribution. Overall, though, it might be a good start for Bren, and I gotta say that it's good that they're winning pistol rounds right now, Illustrado, because they need it. They need a really hot start. We cannot stress that fact, because the more you play against Paper Rex, the more chances that they're gonna be able to just turn it around and dominate, especially with Forsaken.
Yeah, here's the thing. Bren and pistol rounds, a little bit of a complicated relationship, okay? Not exactly the smoothest, and had their ups and downs, but they're staying together. You know, they're doing a little bit better on now. They went to couples therapy, and I think they're able to, mend those broken bridges here. And a lot of the time, I think it's because again, and I don't want to say everything is because of Wits here. Wits is not a panacea by any means for all of the faults of Bren's problems, but they have a lot less to worry about on their squad, and this transitions even onto pistols. Because on pistols, a lot of the game is about how you aim. Let's be honest, not a lot of utility. Sure, there are some setups you do, but a lot of it goes down to the aim duels. And on pistols, I feel like when you have the firepower and you have the support of a player like Wits, it really helps Bren get into the zone and pick up those pistol rounds, which they're very, very much worth it, because they're 2 or 4 rounds that you actually can get.
Yeah, with experience from tactical FPS, and then we say it time and time again, just the natural chemistry right now between the Bren roster is there, and it feels like that's gonna be one way for them to acclimate versus Paper Rex, who literally transferred CS to Valorant with the same roster under the same org. It's just unbelievable, right? How Paper Rex says, we want you guys to play this Island set, and they're like, sure, okay, and they are here right now into the region, vying for a spot to Iceland. Gotta say though, for Paper Rex, I feel like there is one part I've always been wondering about them. I know this team is very, very strong, and when they're at 100%, they can turn it up to 110, 120. But why does it take so long? Why does it have to be in that slow burn kind of setup? If Paper Rex can be a team, can dominate from the get-go and just go for the 2-game streak, 2-game sweep, then it might be even scarier, and they really might just be the Titan that everyone has to beat. But right now, these two teams can be favorites depending on the result. Whoever wins this, I gotta say, Illustrado has a really good chance at taking that Iceland spot, especially in their position in the bracket. But here we go. Icebox is on. We got Sovash again for Jesse Vash. Wits is on the Jets. They're gonna be seeing him play the duels, but Viper is gonna be abound here for both sides, apparently.
Okay, and I'm happy that Devi is actually going ahead and playing the Jet. So when we talk about Paper Rex, it's usually the Devi Forsaken show. Now they're switching up. Forsaken's usually on the Duelist, but this time Devi is going to be leading the charge. Same thing on the opposite side. It's going to be Wits versus Devi this time. So maybe later on we get that Forsaken dubstep combo that we want, that that rivalry, but we're not going to be seeing it in this one. It's going to be about Devi and Wit, and I really think this is going to be interesting. It is almost exactly a mirror matchup here. Just the difference being Reyna onto Bren, and I feel like this is a pretty solid set of picks here. This got to be a close game. The win conditions for both of these teams, not that different. It's really going to be about who can play their own play style.
Yeah, feels like for Brendo, a little bit more on the angle, on the contact with Wits playing that Jet. And I told you guys, I was feeling it. It's like Devi versus Wits. It's gonna happen. But there's one more matchup I'm very curious about here, Mr. Illustrado, and it has to be Mind Freak versus Borkum. Because these controllers, they can do so much. Astra's Viper's really cutting the tempo. But one thing that might give Bren a bit of the edge as we are going to be getting into map number 1, it just might be the utilities getting a bit more value in terms of fatalities. Because with Jesse Vash looking so cracked right now and looking so insane with the kills, it wasn't really the best performance from Tommy and Benkai in terms of the knockdowns. It was really more of the setups that just might allow Bren to come out of the gates even stronger if all 5 guns are really pointing and clicking against Paper Rex.
Yeah, well, let's find out as we go into the game. The first one of the series. We're in Icebox, ladies and gents, and here we are. It's Bren going to be playing up against Paper Rex, 2 titans of their local scenes, now going to be facing off against each other on none other than Icebox. And so let's take a quick look at how things are going to be starting off. It's going to be a 3-man hold towards A right here for Paper Rex, and for Bren, they're gearing around towards B here, and quick wall already going to be starting off the game here as Control, Mind Freak will get spotted out. Going to be taken down by Dispenser, and that's the early pick off on the round.
Oh, Bren Esports, it's a big pick. No more Decay gonna be in order for a round like this. And seems like Bren stationing on up to play the B side. Dispenser quickly with a default wall. Benkai in the meantime onto the high ground. And verticality, it's pretty much the name of the game here on Icebox. And Devi, his game is to get the headshot onto Dispenser. Looking for a second one. And there we have it, Paper Rex. Is this gonna be the hot start they're looking for versus Bren Esports with Devi right now doing the things that need to be done. Borkum though with a catch onto Forsaken, 3v3.
That's a big pick to find. Dubstep here working from the back. Let's see what he can come up with. Takoa taps in, unable to really truly make any mark. Spike gonna be diffused for now. They get it to half here, but Wit's gonna be dashing on from above, and downward he rains the bullets as Bren will secure that victory nice and tidy. Like, the wall was a great idea, but they didn't expect the mobility coming from Wits to go from up above and then the double peak to clean up the round. It's a good start for Bren.
Yeah, proactivity around the map. You could see not only was it a heavy stack onto B, it was also a bit of that mid control and the high ground there being taken by Wits. The Jet able to dash on in and get the takedown. Walls don't matter. If you can see from above there, Ilu and Bren. Another one. So proud of them. Pistol round, winning it again. This is a completely new Bren we're seeing. But hey, talk screen gonna be there. And this time, I like what we're seeing from Paper Rex. Go for the safer wall. Go for the annoying one that really hits you with the decay as soon as you try to cross. But it seems like the Spencer, he has no fear against the poison. He wants to push. Bren, though, not wanting to play the B side, and A might be the take instead.
Showing a little bit of presence here towards B and then making quite the rotate. They are going to be leaving one player going towards mid, and that's going to be Borkum. He's lurking, and he catches off Forsaken. That's going to leave the A site completely open and at the mercy of Bren right now. The spike will go down, and they're going to be giving it to Dispenser just so that he can get a little bit closer to that revive here. Wit still doing work up in heaven, and this should be a fairly straightforward round as everybody else just has Classic and one Deagle. But as I say that, Devi picking up a kill with that Sheriff.
Yeah, come on, Paper Rex. No matter what gun they have, Ilu, they can shoot you and they can kill you. That's the thing. Mechanically, really one of the best, if not arguably the best in the SEA scene. But right now, Bren looking to be the best, beat the best, and beat them down onto a 2-0. A bit of economic damage done, though, by Paper Rex. Bren, though, will shrug it off. Here we go. Bonus time for Bren Esports.
That's a pretty solid anti-eco round. Sure, they lost a couple of members there. Can't be helped. But they will still have enough to go for a... not really a bonus round here because, you know, as you can see, 3 of them are going for those rifles. So it will be a little bit of an awkward situation because of how many they lost. But they're going to change their minds and go ahead and buy a couple of Spectres here. Jesse Bash will stick on that Ghost just because he does need the extra utility. Little bit of a risky thing here. So the goal, not to win the round. The goal is to make things expensive. Wit will be dashing on through, and Forsaken gets the pick with that Shock Dart. But mowing them down as well towards mid makes things already nigh impossible for Bren.
Ironic. You know, Jesse Bash, he's the one who gives that lineup to the PH scene, and now in the SCA, he's the one who takes it. What a volley there from Forsaken. Wits, though, he's not done, and Wits, he's just really at Wits' end right now. He finds the kills there over on the L side. Dispenser, though, looking to fight the volume. He'll get that kill. Now it's Perez and Jesse Bash. He is brought back to life, given a bit of a chance of redemption. And I like the call to bring back Lasova. He wasn't able to use the utilities yet. Bren now moving to B, but a pinch is on from Paper X.
Oh, that's the flank right there. 4 kills for Forsaken. Looking for a 5th. Gets the recon dart off. Gets that spot onto Wits now. So it's a very, very awkward situation as the Owl drone will be deployed. The spike has to be recovered, and there's just no way. The ace coming on Forsaken. He's able to get 5 kills for his team on the bonus round of Bren. But at the end of it, Bren will still be happy with how much economic damage that they've done.
Such a crunchy round there from Forsaken. And Bren, they made the right decisions overall with great opening onto yellow, but Forsaken, you just cannot count this guy out whatsoever. It really feels like here for the side of Paper X, they're putting one of their best fraggers on that Sova, and he does not disappoint whatsoever. Hunter's Fury now available here for Paper X. Brendo in the meantime, they do have the Blade Storm, so in terms of ult economy, Bren has a really good handle. They're 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. They have the Blades right now, and Wits is feeling it, so he might be able to play the entry. Over onto A side we go, though, and here comes Bren Esports.
Oh, nice tag right there onto Benkai. Barely getting away. And that's going to be Wits dashing in, no hesitation, capitalizing on the reposition of Benkai, but Forsaken will capitalize on Jesse Vash going down right there with that Hunter's Fury. Spike goes down in a 4v4, and this is possible for both squads. Devi is able to bring things back. He takes down Wits, and that was the entry right there, getting punished now. There's still a flank here, and that was Devi, so they will have to deal with this at some point. This makes the retake a little bit more tricky, a little bit more difficult to hold on to for Bren here. But Dubstep is able to stay alive. Dispenser right there with another Devi still working on that flank. Will find a follow-up here, and Mind Freak dropping on down. Will not win the duel, but Dispenser and Dubstep, the dynamic double Ds of the Philippines, getting the kills that they need to prevail in this post-plan.
Come on. When in doubt, the D&D connection, they got your back here for Bren Esports, but I'd even give just that toxic stream such a big role coming into the round. I mentioned it already, Borkum, he is going to be looking to play that controller first as a counterpart on the other side. Mind Freak trying to go for the fight, but Dispenser with that takedown. And really, the Vipers are going to be the artistes of this round, of this map here, Ilu. They're the ones looking to paint a picture coming into Icebox. They're the ones looking to stroke on over with that green and that mean look. Thing is though, for Bren Esports, they were able to use it a lot better coming into that round in that take. And now it's gonna be Paper Rex trying to go for the fight. They are playing the eco, but they have the Blade Storm, and we'll see what the Vi can do.
Just holding a little bit more aggressive towards mid, hoping that somebody will walk his way, but doesn't look like anybody's gonna be strolling down that road for now. Wits, though, will capitalize onto Benkai as he gets a little bit too forward, trying to claim some map control to alleviate the pressure of having to work on a lesser buy. Now, target of choice will be towards B as the orb will be collected here. They're just showing a little bit of presence, but I wouldn't be surprised if they make a full rotate off of this. And in fact, the wall will come up, and it's for A. So this will signal the A rotation. Devi gets so close to getting 6 feet under, but he's going to survive for the meantime.
It's pretty hard to bury someone in the ice, but we'll see if Bren can bury it down onto A side where it's a lot warmer. They're already moving over to set on up the same way they know how. And the thing is, with not only the Sage still alive, but also the Viper, they can do the same thing that they did in that last round. But Paper Rex, can they be creative, especially with that shorty? Borkuno with the catch onto Tommy here. Devi still onto the high ground. Overall, though, Bren right now scrambling all around, but here we go with Devi catching the headshot. Love the parkour though from Dispenser. Can he get the kill right now versus the Jet? The wall bang is enough to get that takedown. Mind Freak over onto the boiler. Gonna get cooked on up instead by Borkum. It's a 3-round gap between Bren and Paper Rex.
Paper Rex unable to get a good read on Bren. The idea was to take a little bit of a risk and go towards B because they lost one early. And I like that idea, sure. Especially because they're on an eco. But the problem with that is Bren, they already dropped their the toxic screen towards A. And that's kind of a big indicator that they're going to go to A. The hit towards A didn't come until like 10 to 15 seconds later. But Paper Rex still refused to move. So I think that was a little bit of an oversight. Think that they'll probably have to do a little bit better with that, especially coming later on onto the actual gun rounds. But as I say that, they're heading straight towards B yet again.
I mean, it's the intrinsic weakness of the Viper. It's pretty much telegraphed where they're gonna go unless it's used for the fake. And it allows you to rotate accordingly a bit easier. But right now, Benkai, all he needs to do is stay on the high ground and catch out one, make that two. Wit still brought back to the life and dumps it with the kill onto Mind Freak. But Benkai doing it there. He's done. Can he get one more? No, it's Dubstep right now, stepping on the competition. But no Empress gonna get popped. It's Forsaken instead popping a little bit of the Reyna instead. 3v3, but the Viper spit is just here again. And right now, smokes have been the friend for Bren.
Wits hanging on, staying hidden deep in this toxic screen inside the Viper's pit. Can he find the picks needed? They're trying to find him with a blind fire, but they're not able to at all. Devi has to push through this, but as the wall fades, it's going to be Wits to prevail. And so will Borkum and Dispenser, one apiece for the 3 remaining members here of Bren. And Paper Rex falter yet again, and they're torn to shreds.
Yeah, torn to shreds and pretty much turned into scraps of paper right now. But I gotta say, yeah, confetti. The celebration party time here for Bren, but they can't celebrate at all. 5-1 is pretty much the scoreline that they need against Paper Rex. We see it a lot already, Illustrado, and it is a time trial for Bren. The faster they can be done with the series, the better chance they're gonna have. Paper Rex, already we saw Devi feeling it, stepping it up at the start. Forsaken, he's got another ace under his belt in this bracket alone. And it really feels like if these two guys especially feel it as much as they can when they have that hardcore shots over to the heads and over to the taps, it really is gonna be Paper Rex's day. So things are looking good for Bren. But this is not a done deal whatsoever. 5-1, I'd say it's already a good sign versus any other team. But for Paper Rex, it has to be the standard right now for Bren Esports.
Tactical pause coming in just probably to help Paper Rex get a little bit of a breather because they have been struggling, to say the least. They have been unable to find any footing in this game. The one round they won wasn't exactly the most convincing. That was on the bonus round. And so after that, Bren was able to turn things up. And you're really starting to see here Bren's just chemistry. In that previous round, during that B take, you saw Wits go down. And then in the wake of Wits not being there, Dubstep goes ahead and pushes and finds an opportunity while Wits is getting revived and finds 2 kills. That kind of synergy, that's not something you can talk about. That's just something that happens on the fly. And on rounds like that, they just know each other's movement. And this is the truly dangerous thing about Bren, the way that they sense each other. It's kind of like, you know, dancing blind with just dancing to the beat of the music, and you kind of know what your partner's doing.
Exactly, you know the whole coordination. And the thing is, had one more after Dubstep fell, the Viper Spit came online because they knew they didn't need the open sight lines anymore. But Jesse Vash with a kill there with a shock dart. But here comes Tommy. He finds the angles and he's gotten 2 so far. Wits though has gotten a target, but this is gonna be Bren. Need to be careful. Can they confirm where those guns are? That's the question. Paper Rex now, since the Sage getting the kills, that's gonna be a res there. But Borkum finding 1, finding 2 through the middle. Here comes Mindfreak trying to fight on back at Borkum right now, respecting the competition, but will still get the headshot anyway. 3 kills now for Borkum. It's all up to Benkai, but it's gonna be bye-bye instead to the Killjoy. 6-1. Another solid take here for Bren Esports.
We talk about the weakness of Viper being that she's so quite readable for the team. But one of the things that's so good about Viper is you don't have to be anywhere near your team to actually contribute. You put down that toxic wall, you throw your smokes from God knows where, and you can still go ahead and lurk and, you know, just be impactful elsewhere. This is not exactly something you can do with the Brimstone, who has a limited range and where he can drop his smokes. And sort of similar to Omen, where you can actually see where he throws his smokes from. So this works hand in hand with Borkum's playstyle of not just of lurking and at the same time, you know, getting kills effectively. But as I say that, Hunter's Fury is able to pick up 1. Jesse Bash gets Forsaken, but the trades still favor Paper Rex as Mindfreak gets 1, and it's going to be a man advantage right now for Paper Rex.
I mean, if Snakes on the Plane had a sequel, it'll be Snakes on the Frost, and that's what Icebox is all about. Viper's just really finding targets, but oh, what a shot there. Benkai with a catch on the Wits, but Jesse Vash tracking down Devi there. It's now 2v3, and Paper Rex, they finally have the advantage coming into the start of the round. They are holding as per usual with Viper. And this is going to be Mindfreak though, backing on the way as Jesse Vash is able to retrieve it. But don't count out Borkum and Jesse Vash coming into this one. Jesse Vash, he's been stellar today. Borkum, I'd say, he's so flexible. Seeing him in control doesn't really show off his firepower too much. But when Bren needs him the most, that's when he can turn it up.
Look at this lurk here though. Borkum gets all the way into kitchen, but his angle is being watched, so doesn't matter. Wins the duel anyway, and that opens a little bit more of the map for them to work with. Will they expect Benkai, who is just around the corner? That's going to be a little bit of a tough one here. That's a crossfire now kind of set up. The toxic tree will fall, and just perfectly timed, in sync, like a beautiful deadly ballet. These guys just know when to peek. The moment that wall falls, it's over. Show's over for Paper X.
Call the curtains, as that was just a call of grace from Borkum. It's like you're trying something on and then suddenly your friend gives you a new set of clothes without even letting you change it up. And Bren Esports, they're not changing anything whatsoever. They're keeping it on with the pressure. Borkum, 11 kills to his name, and even though we can see some of the highlights from Dispenser and Dubstep, they've had relatively quiet games compared to the Viper. It really feels like it's the one angle that you don't watch for that really hurts you the most. It's lethality right now for Bren Esports. This poison is sinking in against Paper Rex, and they need to find the antidote fast, and it seems like the first ingredient will be a headshot there.
This is one thing that you shouldn't do against Paper Rex, is straight up take aim duels, because these guys mechanically skilled as it comes here. But Hunter's Fury now will be able to find Dubstep as Dispenser in a little bit of an awkward situation here. Will be able to get around the corner. Borkum takes down Forsaken, makes the punish for taking down Dubstep, and still a 3v4 though, so it is doable for either squad. It's just a matter of how they go about them. It's a slow and steady push towards A that they're gonna go for. The wall comes up to help them plant. No way to really deny them. Yeah, but then they're gonna get the destruction onto the Nano Swarm.
deny basically, say no, you're not stopping us. And the Viper Spit look to bake a souffle onto A side. It's looking pretty cheesy with the green. The Vi though, he needs to find that crunch, and there you go. Borkum now gonna go on down. Apparently the oven just wasn't ready for it. Spike though is now exposed. The Vi dropping on down, but the shock dart from Jesse Bash just knows where to aim and knows where to hit them. And that's gonna be the Spencer covering fire as well. It's Bren Esports playing the post plant and praying it well. Can he go for the 2v2 though? Mindfreak now gonna get caught. 1v1 all up to Benkai versus the Sage, but the timing is everything. And Bren Esports, they're looking at the clock and saying it's time to make it to dinner and it's time to feast on Paper Rex.
My. When Borkum goes down and then the toxic screen, I mean the Viper's bit just became
One enemy remaining.
instantly useless, just non-existent. I thought Bren was done for, but proven wrong. The post plant's too strong for Bren right now, and Paper Rex, really, it was a little bit awkward that none of them went ahead to push to look for those kills, especially when they know that there's a Sova on the other side. I don't know. It's a little bit of a misplay on that retake for me.
Yeah, they just allowed basically Jesse Vash to do the things that he does best, and then the Spencer in prime location. Not only that, Paper Rex, they tried to set things up, and Bren is already looking at them, and it really just went to the wayside as soon as Bren had the angle. But I gotta say, it's more on the plays of Bren here, as Paper Rex will go for the push, and Bren is waiting to get to Mindfreak though, catching out one dubstep. Getting another kill on the board, 4v2 suddenly, and Wits, can you survive? No, the slow orb, it just gets in the way. That's so unfortunate.
Yikes.
So hard to hit a floating shot. But just to wrap up my point, Ilu, it really feels like for Bren, they are so quick to adjust when they lose one. We saw it in that B tick a while ago. We see it on that A tick there, and it really allows them to change their playstyle on the fly. And few teams can do that. Half a second, maybe a second, and they say, okay, let's change it up. Bren is just ready for it, and now they're ready to take care of B.
Right now, the spike will get planted. Paper Rex, they force a res on an eco round. So that's pretty good for them. But Bren are happy to take it because there's so many rounds ahead that they'll use everything just to get one more round, because at this point everything is bonus, and if they can get each and every one round that they get is already an extra nail in the coffin of Paper Rex. So the fact that they've already gotten this far and done this well, Brent's gonna be happy about the scoreline no matter what. Any kill that they get, it's just bonus. Benkai has to save a Vandal on 11 HP, and he's gonna take this on to the next round as one of the very few pieces of equipment that they can actually take into it.
You need something. And that's the thing. Paper Rex, they need something in the fast. Sure, they have a single point, but this is not the scoreline you would like. Oh, dubstep. Okay.
What?
I think he thought it was safe enough, but no, the spike, it was closer. It was closer to their side of the map, and I was just like, why did you plant it there? It's like, why were you there in the first place? So sure,
Call of the Void, I think. So you know, you ever get those intrusive thoughts where like, what if I just walk into the spike? And
all the time.
This
is why I don't live in a condo, bro, for good reason. It's scary. But Bren, this is looking even scary here. It's horrific right now for Paper Rex. And even though we say they start off slow, 9-1 is not a scoreline you ever want to be under. Something like maybe 7-3, something like that. A lot more manageable, but no. Paper X, they need rounds desperately. And can they do it? They whip out the operator though for Divide. The Spencer now planting the spike down and putting the wall. Good call though for Paper X to break down a segment immediately before it fortifies. But a spike, it's not even going down here. Paper X denying the plant for now.
I like this hold. I like this patient play from Bren because they've already baited so much utility. And what's the call here? They can easily wait and slow push and go for a contact. There's options here. They can go for a pick like that. They can even rotate. But look at this. Very little vision for either of these teams because those toxic screens are just making life a little bit difficult. Fortunately, they dropped them just for a little bit more of an angle. And they're just happy to play aim duels right here, Bren. They're happy to take these aim duels because they know, yeah, sure, whatever. We'll win. We'll win these aim duels. This is our turf. And one by one Paper Rex are just getting picked apart. Doesn't matter how many players you have on site.
This is big, and Jesse Vash with a proper catch at the end. And Bren gonna be putting that spike down. Look at that. They even secure A along the way. No bonus points for that one though. But I gotta say, Illustrado, this is actually a smart thing to do for Bren. Not really the smartest thing to do for the round itself, to go for a duel against Paper Rex per se. But the fact of the matter is, if you can just break the confidence of Paper Rex from the get-go and say, you know, we can out-aim you, where you're really strong at, then Bren Esports will just have such control of the mental coming into the series. If Bren can dominate Paper Rex the way that Paper Rex really beats the rest of the competition, then Bren Esports will have that angle, will have that momentum, and should be able to secure the victory. But we are not done. Paper Rex, like we say, never sleep on this team. 10-1 is a horrific scoreline. I'm very scared for Paper Rex right now, but it's not done. It's gonna be the last round of their defense, though.
I am at a loss for words as to how good Bren is playing right now. Up against Paper Rex, a team that has been so lethal in the regional scene, they're going above and beyond here. Now, Paper Rex, they have a pretty good chance at winning this round, but even when they do, even if they do, it's still not going to be enough. A 10-2 scoreline on Icebox? Yeah, man, I don't know. That's pushing it a little bit.
Comebacks can happen. That's the thing. They ain't over till it's over, but right now, Borkum's life is over thanks to Benkai. 3 wits, though. There's a reason he wants to play that duelist right now, and he
5
gets the
HP.
kill before Forsaken finds that target. 5 HP, though. You can see how critical that was for Paper X. They're able to get the defuse with around 6 seconds left to spare. But my oh my, this Bren roster, they just click, Elo. That's the thing. They just work so well together. It really feels like Wits has been the missing piece that Bren Esports has been looking for. Not only can he bring it up with duels, he also plays amazing flasher. We saw the Sky. I know he has a history of playing the Breach as well, and it really allows Borkum to do different Borkum things now. He's not going to be flexing on over to whatever works anymore. They're not going to be experimenting to put Dispenser and Dubstep together on the duelist.
Right.
They have someone they can rely on. This is pretty much prime Bren right now, and I like the fact that they're not doing these random antics that they did in Masters 1. This is really them showing that what they've really come up with over the past month, over the past few weeks,
Yeah.
and it's been working.
It's like they've learned their lesson. Don't pull out random stuff when you haven't tried it out yet. And it's clearly working, because the
It's
last time
big.
we saw them on Icebox on Masters was against Boom, and they picked this really strange composition. I think it was a no duelist plus Sky. I don't know, man. It just didn't work. But this time they're going with what they know works. They have wits on the operator, on the jet, and it's clearly working here. But as I say that, Devi gets the opening pick onto Borkum and start off the round here. Retake now beginning, peeking through the cracks, just trying to be like a spider here, but nobody really going down. Forsaken gets the follow-up here, but Dubstep is able to bring it back. 3v4 on this retake, and it's still quite doable. But the post plants, remember, there is still a Viper with a lineup, and this is not fun to play against. On the other side here, it's gonna be the wall coming up here, and the snake bite soon to follow. And that's gonna be enough to secure them the kills. Dispenser on 15 HP. They have no idea where he is for the meantime, but he'll be checked in a second.
And Spencer, he's gotten halfway though, so there is a chance he can get the kills, but no, Forsaken will shut it down. And as soon as you know a Cloud is on top of that spike, a Viper's snake bite will just come your way as soon as possible. Paper Rex, a very mechanically inclined team, I would say. When they're on the attacking side, that's where they can even flourish further. You can just set up the tempo and set up where you're going to be fighting on, force Bren to answer on back. And if Forsaken, Benkai, Devi, these guys can really play the entries, even though only one of them is on the duelist, then it should be enough to give Paper X some rounds. So here we have it. Momentum will go in favor of Paper X to start off the half, but it's still a long, long way to get to Bren's level.
Oh yeah. Steepest of climbs here. Icebox feeling more like Mount Everest for Paper Rex right now. And even if they do get to the summit, the descent also is equally treacherous. So Paper Rex here, they're going to have to climb up 7 rounds. That's not an easy feat against a team like Bren. But fortunately, they got a good start. They took the pistol round. That just means that there's 2 less rounds to worry about.
I mean, that's the thing, right? So the match checks out.
Yeah.
It really feels like, hey, it's go 13. That's pretty much it. Okay, you take those. But Paper Rex, come on, man. This team, they still have to be careful. We know of them to be so mechanically adept and more really experts at their craft, really good at basically shooting people on the head. But Bren Esports, come on. The whole playstyle of Bren has been in terms of setting things up, going for utility, And it only feels like it's just been right now with this roster that they've brought in the mechanical
seconds
prowess
left.
that can dominate the same level as the SEA region. Sure, the PH, it's all Bren. But against, of course, SEA, it
He's
hasn't
waiting to
been
get
the most
boosted.
successful.
Ah.
Rainbow! That was good effort. He tried.
Yeah.
He tried. The Spencer, though, he has to break that wall now.
He was waiting to get boosted up by that Sage Wall, just unable to get the right spot for it. Clever idea. But still, they have a man advantage, but almost really nothing in the arsenal. So this retake, it's not going to be easy by any means here. And that's a quick smoke, maybe to help him get to half, but the Nano Swarm and the picks from Devi and Tommy will shut down any chance of that happening. Tommy, well, pretty much sealed the deal for his team here. As Borkum, the only man left standing with a classic in hand. Just looking to make things expensive, but this is a little bit awkward. The spike is actually open. Okay, that's one. That's two. Oh, and the wall bang. All right. For a second, you thought maybe there was a chance. Nah, but no, not today.
Yeah, the classic, it's done miracles here in this bracket, Elu, but not that far, not that much. 18 kills though for Borkum, really showing how much of a major effect he's gotten in this game. And now Bren will have the rifles that they need. Interesting enough, Paper Rex is their bonus, but they know they cannot afford to lose any single round by this point.
Yeah,
they
they
want to try to make it 10-10, so they are going to be going for the buy on up. So from a bonus round, it's a bit of commitment now here for Paper Rex. We'll see if they can face off against Bren. Thing is though, it's Tommy one away from the res.
That's a significant advantage that they would have if they managed to get it, but at the moment they're happy on the Paper Rex side to just play passive, to hold back. Question is, will they expect Wits playing this angle here? He gets the kill and dashes away. That's a great start to the round here. They get the orb. However, like you said, Tommy, if Tommy gets the orb, they can go for the res. And Dubstep getting a little bit ahead of himself right there. Wits is right there to bring things back though.
I mean, you answered your own question. Wits, it wasn't expected for him to play the aggression, and it wasn't expected for him to take a second angle to go for that second frag. So the Jet right now using mobility to be key to get those takedowns. The Forsaken now onto the high ground, very aggressive angle to get that kill. And Forsaken, he's not done. He's gotten two so far versus a counterpart. Here comes Wits though, still alive and breathing with 45. But Borkum now playing the flank, and this just might be Paper Rex caught unaware unless Bren cannot find the kills. But no, Borkum already with one there. Here comes Wits taking advantage. Turnabout is fair play, and Benkai, he has to dance in the middle. He's like a monkey right now trying to figure something out. But of course, he's going to be evolving with the Nano Swarm there, zoning out the competition from the high ground, trying to force out the 1v1. But Bren isn't biting.
They're just gonna let him plant. Oh, just a little bit of salt to the wound right there. 14 seconds left. He has to go for it, and they're waiting for the plant, playing patiently, playing so smart. They know the dash coming in, and that's the peak right there from Borkum, not even letting him a chance to plant the spike. 11-4, and the discipline, the diligence of Bren to pull back when they need. Just so on form right here for the boys in black and yellow.
Play for time. That's pretty much it. You're on the defense. You have that natural advantage of the map as well as that time back. And the fact of the matter is, the Paper Rex all turning on around there to watch out for Borkum. Wits again able to take advantage. The positioning here from the Jet has been so key. And I love the movement here from Wits. From Station A to Station B to Station C. All the points of reference is there to go for either the refrag or the opportunity. That proactivity from Bren really giving them the edge on the duels right now. 11-4, and Paper Rex is hurting as they only have 3 rifles, a Sheriff, and a Spectre.
A lot of ooh.
He does it
All
again.
right.
Come on.
Yeah, jeez, that's a lineup that is just insult to injury, just salt to the wound, and just punching downwards right now for Bren. 11-4. It's looking even worse. There's 3 big ultimates, 2 rather big ultimates here from Bren on top of this. And I don't know,
Peekaboo.
Dubstep as well, the disgusting one tap to follow. But Mind Freak brings it back, but the connection, Wits finds a third here. And they're not losing the duels. Forsaken's there, but again, he's only on the Sova. Not exactly the easiest agent to clutch with in a 1v3. Plus, Dispenser has a res, if he so needs to use it. But I doubt.
I mean, Forsaken, he's just there. That's the thing. He's not on the duelist, as you mentioned. He's on the Sova. He can set things up, go for the recon, but he has to move at normal pace, and that normal pace has gotten him stuck there. Bren Esports now on match point, and on Wits. that A site is his playground here, Ilu. It really feels like from the initial antics from the tubes, the pipes, and everything to all of the rafter shenanigans that he can do. He knows how to mobilize with the jet right there, right then. One more thing is that little, I'd say that little footstep that he has on the defensive side, it actually gets in the way of some of the shots. And that's how he got the first 2 kills from the get-go. And now Paper Rex, it's desperation time. Whatever they can buy, they will go for it. They are moving to B side, but look at this. There's a recipe of success looking to really fog on over at B. And the Viper Spit is there from Borkum.
And that's forced everybody to go to A. But look at where Wits is. He's already secured so much map control. Okay, he misses the shot, and okay, that's a little bit of a whiff from Wits right there. That could have been much better. But still, it's a lot of good real estate that has been claimed. Now, Hunter's Fury, hoping to get lucky, but not really finding anyone. Still, some decent damage. He gets a tag onto Jesse Vash if I think so. But Mind Freak is also right there to bail out his teammate Dubstep going down. There is still a res for Dispenser if they can go and get it! Hello, Jesse Vash! Out of nowhere getting the double!
Revealing area.
What?
He whipped out the belt and just whipped it there. The recoil, the transfers, the sprays. It's just everything going in favor of Bren right now. Forsaken will be forsaken there by Borkum. And in the middle, we see an execution of Paper Rex. Bren Esports 13-4. Another commanding scoreline coming into this set. And just so incredibly from Bren, they needed that kind of set there, Elo. They needed to show up very early on into these maps. And with a scoreline like that, everyone now has to take notice of Bren.
We were all a little bit caught off guard by that one. Just cut to me, it was a black screen. Oh my god, just no one expected this to be like this. We all thought that it was gonna be a close game, and in the end, we were just in for too much of a surprise. Bren showing up the way they are, this could be the Bren era of SEA. I know it's been the Bren era on Philippines for a while, but taking a win against a very strong team like Paper Rex, and this isn't any pushover team. Paper Rex is dominant, not just locally, in SEA as well. This isn't a team that you bully 13-4. And getting a result like this is, again, another milestone for Bren.
Yeah, but to quickly naysay there, Paper Rex, this is a team that you give them the map number 2, they can make it close and they can take it away from you. And they've gotten out of holes like this before. And with Forsaken, at least the MVP, even on the Silva, you can really see where the foundations of Paper Rex are. But we will not remove anything from Bren whatsoever. They got the job done in map number 1, Elude. They needed a very quick round number 1 to just get on through to round number 2, try to make that 2-0 happen. And it's still a race against the clock, but just to echo on your status dominance, yes, Bren Esports, every little bit that they did, it worked out. The puzzle has been solved by Bren, and whenever they lose a piece, they just get some other segments of other parts, adjust their position and their strategy, and it works. I'll give you some examples real quick. When one of the duelists die, then sightlines are cut. When the control dies, then it's all about playing the post-plant shenanigans from afar instead. And when you don't have those utilities to bank on, that's when the duelists go for the push instead. They get some space, and overall, the triumvirate of Bren just absolutely triumphant there. All the parts, they work together hand in hand, and it's quite a handful now that Paper Rex need to deal with.
Just a solid, fluid, well-oiled machine is what Bren looked like in that one. They were able to not just control multiple aspects of the map with the amount of map control that they secured, but each and every time that they would hit onto a site, they're so clean in landing their shots. And the way that they used... Okay, I just have to point this out. The way that they use Viper, so cheeky, so dirty. Using not just the wall being up to their advantage, but the toxic screen being down to their advantage. Knowing when to drop it as well was crucial for them in so many rounds. And it just goes to show the level of mastery that they have with this composition is just through the roof.
Borkum, he added a completely different dimension there. Just the timings and the positioning of the toxic screen was really essential. And not only that, he would really play things out, give such a big surprise, and Paper Rex, they just didn't know where to look. Now, you gotta say, for the Viper of Paper Rex, it was pretty much a standard fanfare. Set it up to elongate all the way from B to A and go for the Cloud plus
Ooh.
snake bite setup as we get some crispy highlights here. It just wasn't enough because Borkum, he turned it up to 11. He made sure this poison was absolutely lethal, and his Fist of Justice, his gunplay, was also as potent.
Yeah, because normally Bren doesn't start off this strong. They normally warm up.
Come
But
on.
they've
Ilu,
done
Ilu.
something with their
Let me cut you off there. It's because they win pistols. It's because
Yeah.
they win pistols. That's
right.
it.
Right. That's a very good point here. But we'll break that down a little bit later on because we have to take some time to think about what just happened and to consider our choices in life. But before we go into existentialist crisis, we'll take into a little bit of a break. When we get back, game number 2, and it's going to be Bren versus Paper X.
Are we witnessing Bren-mageddon, or will it be signed, sealed, and delivered by the standard Paper X comeback? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 coming your way between Bren and Paper X. I'm Dax, he's Illustrado. And come on, Paper X, they need to wake on up. We saw Forsaken there put on the ace show, but besides that, the rest of the team, it's time to step up or be move on over to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I don't favor Paper X's odds in the lower bracket. After NXL just got knocked down, I don't know, man. Lower bracket is looking kind of scary, if I may say. So this is kind of a little bit of a conundrum for, I think, every team. We're seeing a lot of favored results. Boom is down there, NXL's down there, and Paper X is down there. It's a scary prospect to think about. If you're one of the teams going down to the lower bracket, you have to fight through these top SEA teams if you want to even have a chance at qualifying or coming into the grand finals itself. And I guess this is what makes things so exciting, Dax, because we just really have no idea how these games are going to go.
I mean, I love how it's standardized now that it's double elim for everyone. Some of the countries here we play single elim, others play the double elimination, and there will be another chance for whoever loses the series. But right now, this is one of the last chances Paper Rex is gonna get. We are gonna go into the map pick Ascent, and Bren Esports is gonna be starting on the defense. And what do you think about this map right now, Illustrado? I think for Paper Rex, they'd love those open sight lines though, but not much on the verticality side. And of course, Forsaken, he should be on that duelist now.
So here's the thing with Bren having wits now, their maps like Ascent and Bind are just that much more potent. They're able to truly take not just the map control that they weren't able to before, simply because Humi was relegated to used to play as a smoker, but now they have an additional initiator, which I'm hoping really helps them definitively control parts of the map. I think this is looking good for them, but having said that, Paper Rex, they're known to be very, very good on Ascent. So this isn't going to be a walk in the park like the last one. We thought Icebox would be that much closer, but at the end of the day, this is still Paper Rex's map pick. And if we look at historically how they performed, this is one of Paper Rex's top maps. And so if this were to be a 2-0, I'd be genuinely very, very surprised.
Bren, they've made miracles happen on a map like this, but to mention it over, it really feels like for Bren, this is a map they don't want to play too much against the region because they know pretty much everyone is strong on Ascent. And Paper Rex. So I was thinking about it's like, is it gonna be the no duelist composition again? Because there's one more comp that Paper Rex likes to play, and it's just hard utility. They played it out last time versus Full Sense, and they won it out over overtime. Forsaken gonna be on that Killjoy, Mindfreak gonna be on the Astra, Benkai on the Breach, and this is just all about the grounds here being controlled by Paper Rex Illustrated. They're just gonna be happy to say, okay, this is gonna be our time, this is gonna be our space, and they're just gonna look to take those sights away from Bren. But Bren, in the meantime, the tried and tested Sky and Sova combination.
So these two lineups are going head-to-head in terms of how they approach the map. The reason why Bren actually have this double initiator is to help them take early map control. Paper Rex, the reason why they have no duelist is to help them easily take map control at the start as well. So expect early fights. Expect a lot of early fights here because they want to be taking that map control for both of their sides. I don't like the fact that there's no duelist on Paper Rex when you have Forsaken, like literally one of the best players in the region, and Davai as well. Just sitting, on the Sentinel role and then the controller role. I think it's a little bit of a weird thing. And it's not something you should be doing up against a team like Bren. Maybe against teams who aren't as crispy with their aim, sure. But you're going to need that extra firepower if you want to beat Bren on their aim duels today.
And Paper Rex, they made it work last time. They made it work yesterday. But there's still a caveat. It went into overtime. And we know that this is the Paper Rex formula. Overtime, win, dominate game number 3. That's just been the tried and tested setup, especially over the past few weeks. But it still feels like a gamble no matter what. If you're down by 1, it's still a scary, scary thing to behold. And if Bren Esports come out of the gates the same way they've really done so far today, then I don't think it's going to make it to overtime. For the side of Paper Rex, they really need to use those utilities as best they can just to put Bren in such a bad spot. But the thing is, Bren, they will know exactly where you are between that Sky and the Sova. The entries are coming, and the entries will know exactly your position.
Here we go, guys. Game number 2. Paper Rex on the back foot. Losing by 1 game, and Bren getting this much closer to the icy cold tundras of Iceland. And getting a chance to be living the dream, if I'm being honest here. Did you know that in Iceland, the days are really short sometimes, and people have to drink fish oil just to get their vitamin D?
Okay, so I'll just say the guy. So to Riot and our prod, I think Ilu's trying to say something. He's very prepared to go to Iceland, guys. He's
I've
ready
studied.
for it. He studied. I think
we've studied.
Okay, yes, I get to come too. I get to be in your suitcase. But maybe you know the local language and all. But here we go. The only language you need to talk to about is Valorant. And as we are going to be getting into Ascent, Paper Rex on the attacking side, Bren on the defensive. Paper Rex bringing out their no duelist composition on Ascent. It's very interesting. They're so willing to do it. They made it work last time in the previous round versus Full Sense. We'll see if they can make sense of it against Bren and their double initiation.
I am thoroughly enjoying the double initiation from Bren, and I like that they did a little bit of an adjustment. Previously on Ascent, they put both of the initiators onto B, which I wasn't really that much of a fan of. Now they're changing it up a little bit. They're putting the Sky towards mid, and then they have the Sova on B side itself along with the Jet. Now they've used that early map control to sneak Dubstep this far up, and that's going to give them a lot of informational awareness here. Dubstep missing the shot. He gets flashed off, able to smoke himself off the angle. But there's three players still to contend with as they get onto the site. Witz gets one, but he goes down shortly. They should still expect Jet here at the very back. But Dubstep, nobody's looking his way. He finds one. Benkai turning around low on HP, but it does not matter. His team bails him out. And Paper Rex will secure the pistol. Brenner back to going 0-1.
Yeah, Paper Rex will take it. And as you mentioned before, pistol round, it's all about mechanical skill. And Paper Rex, they decide to go for it anyway. Most of their composition, it really comes online when the rifles are out, not for their side, but I'd say for the side of Bren. If Paper Rex can really manipulate those sight lines and break down the defenses of Bren, it'll give them an easier time to go for the takes. And then you get into the post plant where it's up to the Killjoy and the Sage to do things, the Astra for the setup, and of course, Tommy gonna be getting intel whenever he can. So on paper for Paper Rex, it does feel like that they are just gonna be looking to raw on in for these sides. Their attack can still work even without the duelist. We'll see though how Bren's gonna adjust as Jesse Vash scans up and sees where Forsaken's position is.
Okay, Dubstep up close and personal with the Bucky. He's not been a prolific Bucky player, but he is a prolific player, period. So this might still be something that he can do something with, especially if they don't really check this angle. Mind Freak, he's already up close. And so he could be coming up huge right now, but the rotation gearing mostly towards short. It's going to be a 3-player short, 1-player long split that they're going to be doing. And there we have it. Dubstep gets one before he drops and gets too tempted by the sweet Spectre. Devi will clean up that one as well, and this should be another round right now for Paper Rex. They have made it a tiny bit expensive, but at the end of the day, this is still Paper Rex happy with what they've gotten.
I mean, Dubstep, he probably just looked at the Spectre and said, ooh, Prime Precious.
Shiny.
Precious. I need to get it. The hunches on over and tries to get on a wave, but no, it seems like it will be the fires of Paper Rex consuming it, and Forsaken, he'll consume 3 in that round. 3 for the board for the Killjoy, 2 points on the board for Paper Rex there. It's 4 kills actually for Forsaken, so it's getting the kills that he needs. We got the ace a while again from in that last map. Dubstep though, Bucky bringing in the damage, but Forsaken and Devi, proper entries when they need to the most. And Paper Rex, gotta say, they were so willing to play with that time back, and they were rewarded for it.
So Forsaken, he's been amazing this tournament. But having said that, in the last game, the biggest thing that he was able to do was he gets an ace on the first starting round, and after that, it was all just gone. So I think we're going to have to expect a little bit more from them later on, but see what they can do. As currently, again, it's the fight for early map control for both of these teams.
I mean, the
Look at
biggest
how much
concern-
utility is being used, Dex.
It's so true. You're already seeing. I mean, you have utility-based comps, right? You only have a single duelist in this whole 10-people game.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, you don't see that too often in SEA. So it really will just be about who can use as much utility as they can, or in this case, as little utility as they can before the spike gets dropped. And Dubstep right now, he's the one who needs to get the kills. He's peeking on over, has to dash on away. Paper Rex, though, piling on the pressure and piling over to A site. It seems like the take can be happening here onto the east end of Ascent.
They already have 3 players on the defense now, but it's not going to matter because the Owl Drone is just going to be a little bit of a bait because the Spike's still undecided as to where to go. They still might continue on towards A right now, and that might not be the best thing. They have spotted out Devi, who was caught off by
30
that
seconds left.
alarm bot here towards mid. And still a lot of indecision here for the side of Paper Rex, but Borkum will make the first move. He's going to be getting the decisive kill onto Benkai, followed up by Borkum as well, and Dubstep chiming in with kills of their own. Forsaken is there to bring it back, but he's the last person. He has the spike, but he only has 10 seconds, and that's just not enough.
Light of hand and quick on the trigger figure. Borkum always bolted no matter what he's playing. But I gotta say it now, since we have the time to really check things out. Bren Esports, in that Icebox map, Lustrado, they had a lot of ground control between the Viper and the Sage. It really was just so difficult for anyone without that extra mobility to move on through sites like A. And that was a problem for Forsaken. Like, sure, he can get the kills, But is he ever in a position to peak in the first place? No, he would get trapped, and then it would be Bren showing on up. Now, though, it's Paper Rex with that ground control. They're the ones who can really navigate the physical form of the battlefield. They're gonna be like, okay, put the stars there on the ground, fault line for the stun, Killjoy turret, watching on over nano swarms, alarm bots, and the like, plus the slows in the wall. For Bren, it's just okay. There's a dart, there's some shock darts, and some flashes. The biggest thing is this Spencer's utility. So in this case, this is gonna work out a lot better for Forsaken. The situations that happened a while ago on Icebox aren't gonna be happening as much. We'll see though if they can take advantage of that. It's the Odin right now for Jesse Bash, and he wants to get the scan, and he's trying to go for the wall bags.
Oh, and it's actually enough to get some information, but they don't really have anything on top of that. They're forced on the ecos, remember, so there's really just 4 upgraded pistols and that Vandal that Forsaken was able to save, and that's because their anti-eco was just so sloppy. I can't stress this enough. It's so important to have clean anti-eco rounds. And as I say that, they lose 1 player. Now they lose 2. And just the whole concept of a good anti-eco is gone.
Just falls apart there, and just can see the utility being used time after time. Flashpoints on point. There's the wall, there's the slow, and the Vi still alive to breathe on over and get some more kills. It's 3v2 now. The question is, will Witch be able to turn on the round and get the kill against the Sage? Here comes Borkum though, but he's spotted outside the Killjoy already, and the Vi and Forsaken, they'll be the dynamic duo, but it gives Paper Rex that punch, and they're now up by 2.
Yeah. So a good round, and again, Bren lose to eco.
Maybe that's their weakness. That's their Achilles heel, is rather. We're exposing them on stream.
It's no longer the pistols. It's the ecos. Which in a way is still the pistols, I guess.
Instead of it being in their hands, they struggle when it's their opposition. But again, the utility, it really is big. That's the whole playstyle of Paper Rex right now, and I like the fact that they're so willing to embrace it. Like we said, this Paper Rex roster came from CS, so you expect, okay, they know the lineup, sure, but that's that. They want to go for the hard contact, and more often than not, that's really the brunt of their composition and their ideology. But here on Ascent, they change it up, and they've really shown us a big evolution in their playstyle. As Forsaken, alongside Tommy, dodging it. Oh, he wants to give Jesse Bash a taste of his own medicine. It's not happening, though. It's eco now for Bren. They have the Blade Storm, though.
Fun fact about Jesse Vash, he initially didn't want to play Valorant at first because, he didn't want to play CS because of all the lineups. Lo and behold, he's one of the lineup gods right now. But as I say that, of course, he's going to be tested and found to be wanting towards here on B.
Just flunked by that point. It's that shot from the Vi.
Crispy.
That's crispy, and that's just juicy there. I gotta say, that's Paper Rex in a nutshell. If you want the clip that pretty much identifies what Paper Rex is all about, you just go for the Vi. It's like, okay, I missed the first shot. ADS, hit that second. It's from afar. Death coming in at any kind of angle, and Borkum, oh no. This is the hardest 1v1 in an eco state, Illustrado. How many times the turret versus the player, it's just suffering, and sure, Paper Rex gonna be giving up the site. They actually forget about it a little bit. It's like, wait, Benkai, can you watch over? Can you watch over the market real quick, just in case, just in case Bren thinks about it and goes to the defuse. Paper Rex should be able to seal a deal, and they do so. 4-1 right now. And yeah, the Paper Rex playstyle, it's coming on up. It's game number 2, so it's game time here for Paper Rex. Still worrying that they're down the map, but pretty much the way they know how to play, the way they know how to win, and we're seeing it so far.
I think the true important question here, Dax, is do you like your bacon crispy or kind of soft?
It really depends on what it's on, but crispy is the way to go, and I'd say crispy is the way for Paper Rex too. How about you?
I kind of like a little bit in between, like soft in the middle and then crispy on the outside. Like, that thick cut bacon, the meaty bacon.
Is it really bacon we're talking about right now? But hey,
yeah.
Hey, love is
call me out on
battlefield.
stream.
No, I'm not. Love is a battlefield, and we're seeing a battle right now here on Ascent. Bren Esports, they're on the back foot, but they whipped up the signature Ascent comp. So they have the Operator, they have the Odin, which means they're going to be looking to contest long angles. They're also going to be looking to contest through the walls. But very interesting enough, it's both of those different guns over at B site. And the thing is, Paper Rex, they had the right read. They're heading over to A, but the Killjoy is waiting with a turret over at the tree area.
So 2 Odins on the battlefield, 2 more Odins than I normally like to see. The double shock darts, not enough. But the lockdown here from Killjoy will be signaling that there is at least going to be some presence here towards A. As to whether they commit on top of it or not, that's the big question. It looks like the answer will be yes.
Spike down
Tommy
A.
peaks a little bit prematurely. Does go down though. Benkai gets one. It's unable to find any more than this, and so it's going to be a
30 seconds
2v4
left.
retake. A very, very clean site take here for Paper Rex. Divide
One enemy remaining.
will almost get mowed down by that, and he has a res, so this round is pretty much done here. Dubstep has to go and save this up.
Yeah, Bren Esports, they have to be proactive now. It really feels like if they're gonna be running that Sky in the Sova, I wouldn't be too surprised if aggressive defense was the way to go. Go for the peaks alongside Dubstep, get the flashes on, and put the guiding lights in a spot that doesn't flash the jet. There are angles here on Ascent where you can do that. Because if you allow Paper Rex to slowly siege on in and set up, you can see the difference, right? There is, oh, Dubstep though with the kill on the Benkai. But back to my point, and oh, Dubstep, he might fight people over at the spawn. This is a long-range angle. We'll see what
Don't
he
do
can
it.
Mind Freak! He broke the mind of Dubstep there. That is just gonna be one comic you don't want to read it. Paper Rex! My oh my, what a shot to shut down the operator. But now we can talk about the tactics, and do you see the setup there from Paper Rex? A wall in the way, slow orbs, nebulas, flashes, fault lines, arts. If you let Paper Rex play as 5 as they try to take a site, you are gonna suffer not only to the kills, but also the time it takes to rotate. No way, no how to find the angles versus Paper Rex right now, and Bren is suffering because of it.
What I don't like about what Bren is doing is because at the start I said, oh, that was so close. He almost gets snuffed out right there. But what I don't like about how Bren is taking this map is that they're giving too much map control. Like we said, their team composition is ideal for taking early map control. They did this on the pistol, but on top of that, on the other rounds, they didn't. And that's just letting Paper Rex save all their utility. They're not baiting any utility from Paper Rex. And so when it comes to an A hit or a B hit, whichever, Paper Rex still have as much utility as they need to go onto the site. And that's really hurting Bren because they're forced to sit back and wait and just be, you know, whittled down by every single piece of utility that still exists on Paper Rex side.
Yeah, this double initiator, it's not too potent at holding down the site. It has to be the defender. So it's trying to figure everything out for the team, and it's not working. Paper Rex, though, it really is a sight to behold, but right now, Wit's finding out Mind Freak and catching him for a surprise. Thing is, though, Paper Rex, as a team, their whole reputation is all about how mechanically strong they are. So you don't want to go for the firefights, but Gorkami doesn't care, and he does it anyway. This is what Bren needs to do, throw caution to the wind and try to fight Paper Rex where they know the best. And Bren Esports right now, at least they got a few pickoffs, but they still don't have the guns. It's either the one-taps happen or they will be dead. 17 seconds left though, and Paper Rex, they will have to scramble and are forced to play at the B, and Dispenser will be the survivor there. Can he do it? Can he stall for time? Forsaken though with a big gun, bringing in the pain. Paper Rex should be able to get the plant here.
Barely. A second left, and they're able to go ahead and get the plant, but if Dispenser were able to get one more, that would have been a round. Paper Rex are cutting things close, like a fine paper cut. And it's a 2v2 retake though, so this is very much doable here for Bren. They will have 2 to contend with, and Tommy makes sure it's easy pickings for him. Wits is right there with a bite back. Now it's a mental game here. What's the play? Wits has to go ahead and push. Time is ticking away, and in the end, he wins the duel. Clean triple kill right there for Wits to help his team survive and bring us to a 5-2.
You know, Wits, it stands for win in the zone, and he is just going to be in the zone here to take the clutch. He was the initiator, and he was the executioner. First kill and the last kill for Bren Esports. It was thanks to Wits, but Dispenser, he's the clutch one here. He found the kill onto the Vi, and even though he didn't really get the kill onto the Sova trying to go for the Tristan, he gave his best shot. It stalled Paper Rex enough. It really hampered their numbers. And from that point on, it was the Witch show. So 5 kills here from Wits, 5 kills from Dubstep. Bren Esports, they don't have the numbers right now in terms of the takedowns. And Jesse Fash back on the setups rather than the frags. Paper Rex, so they still have to be on notice. And if Bren has more of that courage that we saw in that last round, it will be a lot better for them. Jesse Fash, though, some big tags onto Benkai. It has to be Devi healing him up.
82 HP is still a pretty decent amount. You can still work with that. He gets
It's half.
still pretty decent. It's no commitment yet, and like I said, Bren now, they're actually utilizing their composition to do a little bit better. They've secured A main, but I'm a little bit weirded out by this because they now have A main completely in their favor, and they're still putting 2 players towards short. So this is a little bit, I think, a little bit backwards, because the fact that you secure that much map control on A means that you can have a little bit more free reign to transfer over some players. Finally, they're gonna do it. Finally, they're gonna put Sky towards mid, and that's actually going to be the point of attack here for the side of Paper X.
Yeah, but Paper Rex, they're doing it again. The setup already with the wall. You know the angle that Paper Rex is going to be taking. It has to be that B side, and they're going to flush out whoever is going to peek them. But Forsaken, he was thinking about the log cubby, but he doesn't go for it. Spencer now in prime position to go for the takedown, and that small little difference there, that small little hesitation costing Paper Rex the life of one. Mind Freak though with 2, Benkai keeping it up, and even though it was a bit dicey there, Paper Rex able to still will themselves over to B side. Borkum though playing the flag. Here comes Dubstep as well. We'll see if the pinch for Bren can work out here.
Tough retake every single round. It feels like they're forced to. And Dubstep getting 1 here, has 2 more to find. Still doable for the alt player and duelist of Bren. It's not an easy thing by any means here. Time is taken away. He goes for the spray, just hoping that there's someone in the other end of it, but there's nobody. Both players buried back into the side. He goes for the dash in. He's trying to play around his smokes, but he's playing this smart. He's playing this excellently, but not enough to secure him the round. I thought he had that last kill for sure, just unable to make the final adjustments for it, and it was a good attempt in the end.
Yeah, Paper Rex, they got out of that one by the hair of their chinny chin chin with 2 HP. Still gotta say though, if you feel like there's someone there, might as well use a Nano Swarm anyway. It was a good decision for Forsaken to flush out wherever Witz was coming from. But if he got that initial Nano Swarm against the Spencer, it would have been an extra member in their roster for that post-match. Sure, it's really hard to say that, especially since we see everything and they don't. But when you have an inkling already, when you have an idea and you know the setup of the Killjoy is there, might as well check out the corners as much as you can. Divido now checking things out and catching out the Spencer. Good pick there from the side of Paper Rex as Bren Esports. They have an Odin. That's pretty much it. Ultimate Soul are available. Dubstep, he has the Blade Storm out and about, but the struggles of Bren continue so far.
Yikes. And they continue indeed as 2 more players from Bren are just met with a quick fate. So will Jesse Vass get caught off trying to crab walk with the Odin, and this is kind of scary here for Bren. They're not exactly playing to the fullest of their team composition. It might be a little bit better going into their attacking side because they do have a duelist, but again, that's only 1 real duelist here, and against the double initiator, double sentinel of Paper Rex, it might not be enough.
Thing is though, for Paper Rex, that breach isn't gonna be as, I'd say, impactful on the defense. Sure, in the retake, that Rolling Thunder is gonna be the best, but usually you see the breach right with something that can combo with, like that Jet. And right now, Paper Rex, they're basically using Benkai for the zone. They just want to go for the stuns in places that they feel like people are gonna be coming from and flashpoints nearby, which means that their composition can actually actualize on that setup. But when you go to the defense, it's highly unlikely that they're going to be looking to go for those peaks, look close for those broads, especially against what Bren has on the other side. But of course, Paper Rex, they will have that option. I wouldn't be too surprised if they bring it out though, just because they can do so. But Bren, when they get on the attacking side, they will test Paper Rex. What do you think though here? It's going to be interesting. We got an Ares, we got some Vandals. 7-2 those scoreline here, Illustrado.
Jesse Vash has 0 kills.
Yeah, I said yeah, he's.
Oh, you did?
He's back. Yeah, he's just back on the. He's back on the incel basically, and that's the thing, because Bren, they've been feeling it right with Jesse Bash getting the takedowns, but right now it's just about the setup for him, and they need that extra gun. They need everyone to be on point against a Paper Rex that has woken on up.
Well, Jesse Vash had an amazing run for the whole of the day. Maybe now he's a little bit tired. I don't know, but
age is showing.
Yeah.
He's not even that old, honestly.
He's not even that old.
He's such a veteran for the PH in so many titles, so you'd think he's old, but he's not really. But hey, Guiding Light gonna be there. And Paper Rex, back them that mid control. Like I said, though, divide out with the slow orb. They just need to be a bit more paranoid of what is to come, because Bren, their only real hope right now is to get these opportunities made. And there you go, dubstep right now, finding it and catching out the buy. Hunter Sphere gonna be there. Rolling Thunder Seekers now meeting each other mid combat. Jesse Bash though getting two so far, and even though the gunplay hasn't been on point for him in this map, the Hunter's Fury is still potent. But oh, Benkai on the board. It's 2v3 right now. Paper X trying to figure things out onto A side, and Tommy waking on up. It's Benkai and Tommy versus Bash and Dubstep. Who can take this? That'll be the question as the spike is planted, and Dubstep, he's waiting for the opportunity to get that kill.
Gunplay not on point for Jesse Vash, but every single time he has that Hunter's Fury, he picks up two. Now he's going for the long flank here, and there is not really a lot of angles left to check. They've done most of the grunt work, but Benkai is able to get one, but Dubstep stepping up for his team. Look, if Bren gets a 7-5 here, they can still go for that pistol 7-7. And honestly, it's not looking that bad for Bren. Sure, they're struggling on the rounds and their crossfires are getting dismantled, but if there's any team that's very good at adjusting in the middle of a map, it's Bren.
One enemy remaining.
It's been adjustment city for Bren time after time, and we mentioned it in Icebox, right? Every single time a player falls, they change up their playstyle. Here on Ascent, though, the biggest thing that Paper Rex does to get in the way of that is just the amount of utilities that literally get in the way of Bren. They cannot rotate the same way they did on Icebox. Paper Rex has been doing a good job. That's why they're up by 4 right now. But if Bren can figure it out, get those kills in those nooks and crannies, that is going to be a saving grace coming into this game.
The ulti right now, Killjoy's lockdown deploying, and no fake this time. Just full on, straight up hit. And Borg with the fadeaway. Two players do get detained, and they know he's right there. There's nothing you can do about it. They get the res on top of it, so not really worth it if you ask me to go for that pick off, especially because they can just res easily. However, there is still the Astra ult for the side of Paper Rex that they can use, but as I say that, just goes down anyway here. Now, one kill after the other, leaving us in a 3v4. Tommy getting that pick up onto Dubstep is huge here, and this retake still also very much difficult as Forsaken just clothesline Dispenser as he swings out, in another round on the board for Paper Rex.
The sucker punch with a Vandal, he just gets close, and Paper Rex right now running away with it as much as they can. That A take yet again set up to fruition. Time after time, Illustrado, you have all of these utilities. How do you juggle all these utils? Apparently, Paper Rex has found that perfect balance. As a team, they're so mechanically inclined. As a composition, they're so tactically and pretty much setup inclined. With those things coming together, it really feels like it's a perfect recipe of success right now. But Bren Esports, they've shown us dominance all throughout the day. This is the first time we've really seen them on the back foot. Gonna be a big test if they can go for the comeback right now, but the Paper Rex playstyle is to take map number 2 and take map number 3. Will it happen though, as the Hunter's Fury is upon us from Tommy?
That's a quick pick by Dubstep. He gets the blades out and makes full use of them. And Devi, however, gets that one traded in so quickly by Dispenser. Will allow him the opportunity to use a gun to pick one up at least, if he can get close enough. But the rotation fully going towards A here. The guiding light doesn't actually spot anyone, and so it might give them a little bit of a false sense of security. No, that's not true, because Borkum's already falling back here. Dubstep somehow from above able to get one with swinging out a little bit haphazardly. His position was not known, but Dubstep's hitting everything, tries to go for the blind shot, but not able to do so. In a 1v2 right now, Benkai has been crucial for his team, and oh, the timing, he just gets beyond the wall at the right time. So problematic for the Bren side, and that's gonna signal the mad dash towards B. And look at this, there's an ulti still. Cancels it,
30
however.
seconds left.
Seems like for Bren, they want to stick together, but now Benkai, he tries to go for the 1v1. Such a good opportunity to pick apart the Killjoy of Dispenser there, but it's just not happening. And Bren, they at least make it manageable here, Lustrado. 8-4 is not too bad, but Paper Rex, this was the form that was waiting to be unleashed. This was the slumber that has finally been awoken. And Paper Rex, they are on point right now with the shots and with the takes on the attacking side. Interesting enough, though, in the last game, it was them dominating on the attack and actually struggling on the defensive, allowing Full Sense to basically go for that overtime play, but it was still Paper Rex winning it out anyway. So, Bren, they have a chance historically. They have a chance from from pretty much the performance they've really put out so far. And they do have the comp that can take a side pretty well. They're like, okay, go for the flashes, get that intel, and get on in with guns ablazing. But as soon as Paper Rex snuffs that out, figures out what's going on, they still have members on the board, then it's gonna be flying on in with the stars, with the ground quaking, with the darts and nano swarms, and the slows. That's a lot that Bren needs to deal with.
Oh, indeed, but I feel like he might be able to do it here, as the Trailblazer will help them pave the way towards short. The grass is being cleared right now. Fault line just to slow them down. And there's already 4 players rotating here for Paper Rex side. The attack is in a very bad spot as Forsaken gets a double. One with a gun, one with a nano swarm. Turns around, finds a third, and Forsaken's come alive here. Doesn't matter if he's in a duel or a sentinel. He finds the kills for his team, yet again shutting down Bren. And this is looking lethal. This is looking like a complete shutout here for Paper Rex.
Natural advantage for the Sentinel and Forsaken. He will get forward there just to put it on the board, put it to his name, and put it for Paper Rex. 9-4 now. Advantage here for Paper Rex coming into the second half. They took the pistol. They have momentum. And the thing is, if Bren cannot set up onto the site with the initiation, it's basically because of the Sentinel getting the way. Forsaken, he is the raid boss right now. He is the big boss of this Coliseum here on Ascent. And any single time that Bren walks into his setup, it has to be them super wary. And that's the thing. They have means here, Illustrado, to actually figure out who's stationed on what. They have that Sova, they have that Sky, and they can check things out if there's a setup onto the side. But Benkai, oh, the combo, that's huge. The Storm gonna be there. Paper Rex gonna be able to get through, make that 3, and oh my, the damage has been done. Dubstep though fighting on back, but this is the power of no duelist from Paper Rex. No way, no how, no room in hell, no way you're getting out of here. Paper Rex make that a very quick round.
Dubstep man sent to the 7th circle so quickly. Tries to get on back, but pull him right. Just when I think I get out, they pull me right back in. And Bren, man, this is not going to be an easy feat here. They did eco, and so they will be on the full rifles here. 6 rounds to go. It's not impossible by any means, but they have to be perfect. They have to be perfect this half.
I just gotta say though that this is basically a testament to how much Paper Rex has grown. When they initially came into the scene, it really was them, okay, there's a lot of them being very strong at hitting the shots, but how will they adjust to Valorant? And after everything is said and done, after being the rep here for the region, Ascent has to be the map that really embodies it. You see a mechanically strong team play no duelists and just dominate the way they're doing so right now. It really is a testament to their progress and just how much these teams have evolved as a region. You know, Bren Esports, same thing, adding on wits and feeling a lot more confident in their run. But Paper Rex is running away with it. They're just basically heisting on over Bren right now. They're lording over the fact that they've really gotten the big haul of points. And it's even going to be operated time here for Paper Rex as Bren will be finally playing the rifles.
Not an easy round to take. They have secured map control towards mid. They have been able to take some. And that's going to make their life a little bit easier going towards B, but no one's really there to contest them. What they want to contend with is toward Boathouse, and that's Tommy, who's laying in wait and spots the information. So they're going to be leaving one player here for Bren, Borkum. He's going to be controlling the back of CT here, and he gets the kill onto Divide. Now, Dubstep, that's a clean take onto the site. Exactly what Bren needed to get back into this half.
No, I'm gonna make a checklist. First things first, get that initial entries, yes. Make sure the Killjoy isn't here, yes. And oh, Benkai bringing the oh no, indeed. Borkum gonna be going on down, and seems like the smoke's not working out there for Bren. But Jesse Bash, he's feeling it now. He's gonna get back on the board to get a takedown, but Forsaken just shaking Jesse Bash there, strangling him, taking care of business, and taking his gun away. It's 3v2 though. Can Forsaken Mind figure it out? Seems like though they say no. We bought an operator. Let's save it. They have rounds to give anyway for Bren Esports. They dodged a bullet there, and that bullet was named Forsaken.
The operator, such a crucial weapon. Paper Rex have to be careful not to fall into the trap of trying to save it every round and then eventually just losing too much that they can't come back from it, or that rather Bren are able to come back from it. So this round, they'll be happy to give up because they still have 5 more. But when push comes to shove, they do want to be fighting for those rounds here. Let's see what they do. The difficult thing of not having a jet and an operator is I'm sure Devi can hit the shots, but taking aggressive peaks, taking aggressive angles, if you miss that shot, you're so easily punished.
I mean, one shot, one kill, right? But if it goes both ways, one shot and the one kill might happen to you if you get pushed to the brink.
One whiff, one kill,
One whiff.
basically.
Yeah, exactly. He makes such a good point there. And the thing is, there's no second chances with their comp. There is no one here who can hold an operator that can say, okay, that didn't work. Let's get the hell out of here. No blastbacks to go for it. No way to go for a dash. And Devi, he'll whiff it. But it's a bit far right now for the side of Bren. They also have natural cover. Devi able to get away from that one scot-free. But now, Bren knows Paper Rex has the op onto A side. There is the setup, though, over to the turret for the Cubby, plus the alarm bot in the middle. Seems like Paper Rex has an idea that Forsaken is just really shaking Bren to the core, and he's gonna be the one in the middle to rotate as quickly as possible.
Recon spots out Dispenser, who was trying to make some presence towards B. The bot is going to keep him safe for now. However, it's just a mental game, a game of chess for the both of these teams as they try to figure out what's the best play. So much utility, so much information garnered at the very start of each round. And it's both of these teams just trying to piece together this big puzzle. There's a big question mark in the middle of it. And in the middle is the victor. Now, Devi with the pick towards mid. And I think it's a little bit too indecisive here for Bren. They spotted out the upper towards A. They could have gone for a punish, but instead they lingered on a little bit too long, and now they're going for the exact 10 play towards B, this time with one less member and a lot less HP. They also catch Jesse Vash, who's trying to get sneaky towards A, and in a 4v5 situation, I really don't think that was the best call.
Yeah, 5v3 now. But still, with the opening, at least B side being taken. But when you play slow against an op, you're just asking for it. And this is what the side of Bren needs to do. It's all up to Wits, though. He has no time to put the spike down. Does he actually make it? It's gonna be very, very close, and he does make it with half a second left. He does get hit by the gravity well, though. Moving on the round by the default boxes, but Devi, he wants to be very sure about this. Throwing for confirmation, baiting his own teammate just to know where Wits is. And the icing on the cake is the headshot there. Paper Rex gonna get another round. And to your point, Illustrado, when you're facing up against an op, playing slow like that is just not gonna work out. Not only that, they already confirmed where Devi was. They have a composition that really lets them set up and play off the side. And the thing is, you're slow walking into the middle. That's somewhere Devi can rotate to. And well placed by the stage, getting the hits right there, right then. Crispy headshots all about. And it's just supper time here for Paper Rex.
Paper Rex really truly running away with this. I think this is the time that Bren has to prepare themselves mentally to just go into the next map and be like, yeah, let's just write this one off as a loss and try to get momentum for the next one. It's really not a good look if they let the it's a low morale of this loss, potential loss, most likely loss, carry over to the next game. And so the mental reset now has to start coming in. Let's figure out what we can do on the next one. We get shut out completely. We won the first map handily, sure, but we got shut out completely in the second one. Let's see what we can do. And it's the same exact strat that Bren has employed time and time again. They're going for the mid to B split, leaving Jesse Vash towards A. It's just not enough. And especially with Devi hitting shots like that, this is what Bren should have been doing on their defensive side.
Sounds like a victory call, saying his name, Devi, Devi, Devi. He's just doing it again and again and again. Now, though, the off still connects on the dubstep, and now the frenzy versus Wits. It's just gonna be an arsenal of tools and tricks here from Devi. Tommy and Forsaken there to wrap it up, and Paper Rex with a flawless win to put them on map point. Gotta say, though, Ilu, I looked at the stats a little bit. In the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 series that Paper Rex has played in the VCT has gone to the maximum amount of maps. So we were really banking on that game 2 comeback from Paper Rex. They are not disappointing whatsoever. Game 3 gonna be very dicey for Bren if ever it does go to it. They still have a chance, though, if they can push it to overtime. But things are looking very, 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 very bleak for the PH roster.
So the last game was a 13-5. It might just be a 13-5 this time too. So they hit back just as hard.
13, I think it was either 13-4 or 13-5, but Devi right now, he's gonna be able to get the one with the gun. Dubstep, though, with the place to get the punish. But Forsaken, he's the man with the multi-kills, and he's gonna be bringing in the prongs yet again. It's all up the Borkum, and it's now or never. Time is of the essence. Is it gonna be Borkum time here for the side of Bren, or will Paper Rex evict them from Ascent? Forsaken, he will just be able to stake a claim onto A, and Paper Rex, they will get map number 2 as expected by this point from their trials, tribulations, and their playstyle.
Paper Rex not getting too discouraged by that 13-5, getting a 13-5 of their own on the second one, bringing us to a game number 3, showing why this is one of the most dominant squads in the region. And you said this, time is taken away from Bren. They are on a timer. The fact that we're going into game number 3 bodes very, very badly for Bren, because the later into the game, into the series that these guys get, Paper Rex, the stronger they are. And with momentum already on their side, Bren's chances severely being diminished here.
Such a big stopping point, though. It really feels like when you get to Ascent for the side of Paper Rex, everything goes topsy-turvy because you expect composition that gets in your face with duelists and the like on the Paper Rex side, but no. This comp that they've been running, they showed it yesterday, they show it today, is just exceptional. Sage, Killjoy, Breach, Astra, and Sova. No way, no how for you to rotate the way you'd like. Those nooks and crannies on Ascent being clogged up by the utility. The Vi, though, whipping out the operator, and he is really one of the Twin Towers here, or the side of Paper Rex alongside Forsaken. They're just so strong at what they do, and even though Dubstep tried to put in the effort and really finding a few openings here and there, Bren Esports as a whole just couldn't find any kind of chance to adjust the way they know how. It really feels like it is just the complete inverse of what Bren is trying to do, and it really is just a big counter right now versus the Bren playstyle Paper Rex. Now they're gonna have momentum coming into game number 3, and it's pretty much the way they know how. Is it gonna be another series? It will be 8 in a row for Paper Rex to win at the maximum amount of games. They really like to make sure that we go the distance here in their series, but they never disappoint in what they show up with.
Yeah, 100%. Really well said right there, Dax. And it's going to be a tough one mentally to come back from. A loss like this. But if there's any team that has fortitude, actually both of these guys are pros. So they know full well how to make that reset happen. As to whether they can do it on Ascent, that's going to be a little bit of a tough one. Like I said at the very beginning, the fact that Haven is not present here for Brent, it's a big blow. And the map's really starting to show that it's going in the favor of Paper X. So this is going to be a little bit of a big ask, especially if Bren fall to the lower bracket where they only get one map pick. That is also a big disadvantage for Bren. So I feel like truly Bren, if they want a chance at going to Iceland, they really need to win this one.
Yeah, that's the big thing about this. And besides that, Bren, now they have to break the trend of Paper Rex in their playstyle for quite a while already. For the past few weeks, for the past few days, we've really seen Paper Rex play in both their local scene as well as the region. Is that game 3, or in the case of Best 5, it is that game 5 where Paper Rex turns it up to 11 and shows up when they need to the most. And this means that Bren will have to break basically a streak of Paper Rex sweeps back in the best of 3s. They go for a bit of that reverse sweep, or sure, it is going to be time now for a 1-to-1 scoreline, but is it going to be enough? Is that first game enough for you to feel confident enough against a team like Paper Rex when they're going to be whipping out the duelist instead, when they're going to be changing it up, as Ascent has already really turned it inside out? Your mental game can be so very different after seeing this no duelist composition work out. And I like the whole macro economy of Paper Rex, not only in the game but also in the series. It's very, very distinct right now what Paper Rex really does to you in a matchup like this. But for Bren Esports, it's been such a new look for them. We don't see this kind of dominance from them in terms of the mechanics especially, and seeing it in that series versus Boom, that game number 1, there is still a chance. If someone will break the streak, it has to be Bren Esports, and we'll find out as we get into game number 3 in just a bit.
Yeah, I do have to point out though, Devi playing out of his mind. Sure, Dubstep played really, really well here, but it wasn't anywhere close to enough because the rest of his team was kind of being sleepers. And Devi just hitting every single shot, knowing how to play with that operator, that's what Dubstep should have been doing in that map. But they were locked out because of that no duelist composition, so strong that every single time that Brent tried to do that thing and push and get map control, they were denied. But we will be going into a short break, and when we do return, we're going to be heading off to the last game of this series. Bren has one more chance against Paper Rex, or will Paper Rex head on over and progress and get closer and closer to Iceland Reykjavik? We'll find out after this break. Don't go anywhere.
to the Headshot, where we break down all the latest and greatest from the VALORANT Champions Tour. First up, we've got some of the best plays from last week's Challengers event.
내려올 때 스모크샷 스택스 찍고 들어오는데요 스택스
오늘 스택스 컨텐츠
有一时间串烧第一支没问题，第二支没问题，第三支哇！
Gerçekten takım halinde çok iyiler. Kusur yine tek mermi ve Deş yine tek mermi. Yine
ends up getting two at the same time could complete it with an ace Spectre still out reload
chegando com os números aqui em cima, vem atropelando, mas nas costas, chegou a Vitalina, já limpando os jogadores, meu amigo!
Let's take a look at the standings after last week's Challengers main events. It's a return to form for two giants in the EU scene, Fnatic and Team Liquid. They took the top two places at last week's Challengers main event, qualifying them both into the EMEA Challengers finals. Fnatic's roster formerly played under the name Summon FC and had great results in 2020, finishing second place in First Strike. 2021 has been a shaky year for them up until now, where they finally took the win over Team Liquid.
A Magnum swing and he gets the ace
PPGL is back on top in Turkey. After a few weeks of rough results, they took the win at the Challengers Week 2 main event. BBL will advance into the EMEA Challengers Finals alongside other Turkish representatives, Footballist and Oxygen Esports. With BBL in Pool A and Footballist in B, we could see a Regional Masters Grand Finals rematch. Over in Brazil, we've locked in our first four teams for Challengers Finals. Gamelanders and Furia, who took wins at the Week 2 main event, as well as the runners-up Team Vikings and Shark Esports. These four teams will compete for a chance at Masters Reykjavik, alongside the four qualifiers from the Week 3 main event.
O Saci tem que pressionar, o Niang já fez metade, vem o avanço, agora o jogador Saci levou o primeiro, Saci vai ser derrubado, Niang!
Vision Strikers' 102-game win streak has finally come to a close in Korea. They had their first ever loss as an organization in Challengers last week as F4Q knocked them into the Group A lower bracket.
Ganga
Vision Strikers now must defeat I Need Girlfriend this week in order to qualify into their regional playoffs. Gambit Esports took the win in Challengers CIS Week 2 main event, securing their spot in the EMEA Challengers Finals. As CIS's most constant and dominant team, they'll definitely be ones to watch this event.
Все, ребят, здесь можно констатировать факт, что VALORANT играют все, а побеждают Gambit.
Most of SEA played Challengers main events as well, with a couple more teams qualifying into SEA Challengers Finals. Bren Esports from the Philippines and Team NXL from Indonesia. CBT Gaming took the win in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Paper Rex did the same in Malaysia, Singapore. Both teams will advance into Challengers 3 to fight for a chance at the SEA Challengers Finals. For more results from other regions and open qualifiers, head on over to ValorantEsports.com. Let's head over to NA to see who will be our team to watch this week. At long last, fan favorites TSM have qualified into another Challengers main event. 2021 has been a difficult year for the TSM squad. They were once regarded as NA's best team, but they've struggled to live up to that title so far in the VCT. They've only qualified into one other Challengers main event, where they finished 6th place. After a disappointing Stage 1, TSM made the ambitious move of signing Brax as their 6th player. TSM played with Brax in Stage 2 Week 1 and then swapped back to Hayes for Week 2. But in the end, it was the off-god Wardell who stepped it up with an amazing performance for the Week 2 Open Qualifier.
Highlight reel at the end of this game is going to be just Wardell, and then more Wardell.
He put up a whopping 28 kills against Gen G on Ascent, landing himself a peak average combat score of 381 on that one map alone.
They're peeking up, it's too easy for him.
TSM made a bold bet on a 6-man roster with hopes of being the most versatile team at Masters Reykjavik, the VCT's first international LAN event.
Stopping him, it's the Wardell show.
Will this move pay off for them? Can they defeat powerhouse teams like Sentinels and Immortals to earn their spot at Masters? Tune in this weekend to find out.
TSM look to close it out on the retake. The paranoia goes through all 5 members. Sabrosa cuts down 2 inside garage. Wardell to find another, and this could be it. As Kuzma hops up, Sabrosa finds a 3K on the round. Make it for the Hunter's Fury as the cherry on top. And TSM closes out 2-0 fashion.
Before we wrap things up, we've got a special announcement for you.
Let's have some fun.
Masters Reykjavik will also debut Valorant's newest map, Breeze, in competitive play. With 6 maps in rotation, we'll be introducing a new map veto and selection process that will take place ahead of each match.
I'm impressed.
Be sure to tune in on May 24th to watch all the best pro teams from around the world competing on Breeze for the first time ever. The competition in Iceland is going to blow you away. Which team do you think will dominate Breeze when it drops? Let us know in the comments and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on any of the action. Thanks for watching The Headshot. For upcoming matches and schedules, check out VALORANTesports.com. We'll see you next week for more updates on all things Valorant Champions Tour.
During game number 1 of the Valorant First Strike Grand Finals between Archangel and Bren Esports, the 8th round proved to be nothing short of magical on the map Bind, as Bren's Dispenser won a 1v3 clutch that got everyone out of their seats. Hard work, dedication, and of course the skills. The recipe for these top-notch plays during high-level competitions. Ever wondered what's going on in the mind of a pro as such moments unfold? My name is Illustrado, and this is Galawang Pro Gamer. Let's bring it back a little bit. Bren has just gotten 3 consecutive rounds successfully, and as the 8th round kicks off, Archangel proceeds to shake things up. With Archangel successfully executing a strike at B site against the too thinly spread and now outnumbered Bren squad, the momentum shifts and the boys in black and yellow are thrown into quite the conundrum. And this is where we turn our eyes to the Cypher, played by none other than Kevin Dispenser Te, a seasoned FPS vet with multiple titles around his belt.
I played for Mineski, Rex Regum Kion, which is Indonesia, Red Wolf, which is China, and then last is Archangel.
Running last towards the B site, he is at a heavy positional disadvantage versus the 3 winged angels already poised to take the round. But what can a Cypher do in this situation?
Bago mag-start yung round, so nakapag-set up ako ng mga plays, na mga traps. So meron na agad ako naisip na play bago pa lang mag-start yung round. So yun yung ginagamit kong advantage.
Dispenser, the last man standing, knows he needs to find the perfect setup if he wants to turn this round around. He needs to do something and needs to do it fast. With quick thinking, he decides to take a risk, hoping to catch the members of Archangel off guard. He strikes early, hoping to get an early kill before the retake begins and bring it to a 2v1. But what he does instead was something nobody could have expected. Emerging from the mouth of Bind's B Hall, Dispenser spots Josh S peeking on the right side and fires with pinpoint accuracy to take down Josh S. But it doesn't end there.
Pinik ko si Josh, tapos napatay ko siya, na-headshot ko siya, then biglang lumabas yung dalawa, so natuhog ko silang parehas. Nag-line up sila.
With steely nerves and laser-focused reflexes, Dispenser anticipates a refrag and adjusts his aim accordingly. Archangel goes for the double peak refrag, which was a sound and tactical move. But the lineup from Dispenser was even better. Archangel's Carl and Nasmi, standing too close together, got caught off, and with a masterful spray, Dispenser takes them down, lining the both of them up and taking down the remaining 2 Archangels perfectly to complete the clutch.
Yung clutch para sa akin, meron kang nagawang napaka-imposibleng bagay. So let's say 1v3, 1v4, 1v5, pero napanalo mo pa rin yan. So, yan. Against all odds.
Against all odds, indeed. Mind-blowing as that play was, it's just another day at the office for the one-man dispensing machine.
Dispenser in a load of trouble here in a 1v3. What can you do? He lets. Oh my god! Bren Dispenser! What was that? Triple spray down from him!
The VALORANT Challengers is fast approaching. Can Bren's Dispenser keep his magic flick? And what about you guys? Are you ready to rise up to the challenge?
Keep grinding, guys. Huwag kayong mawala ng pag-asa. Kahit anong mangyari. Hilan tayo pataas. So, laban Pinas!
Registrations are open and ongoing. Your road to the Masters starts here at the 2021 VALORANT Challengers. Make sure you like and follow the PPGL page so you don't miss out on anything related to the VALORANT Challengers. My name is Illustrato. See you on the next episode of Galawang Pro Gaming.
Welcome to Decoded, where we break down all the best strats and plays from the VALORANT Champions Tour to help you in your ranked games. Today we're going to be specifically looking at the operator and how to couple that with your agent's abilities. So, why listen to me? Let's see how the pros do it. Ever notice how the Jet player on pro teams is usually the one with the operator? That's because her unique movement abilities pair perfectly with the gun to safely create openings and get those entry picks. Her tailwind dash can interrupt the post-fire cocking animation after you take that operator shot. Use this to immediately dash behind cover after you take your shots to ensure the opponents can't trade back in or punish. Jet's updraft is another great tool when it comes to operating. Use this ability to reach higher vantage points on the map where opponents are less likely to expect you. This small roof on Bind, B-site, is a great example of a sightline that updraft allows you to hold. Here's another couple of locations for you guys to try. Keep in mind that other agents can also use their abilities to reach some of these locations, including Omen's Shrouded Step or Razor's Blast Packs. Now, let's hear from Baby Bay on how he likes to utilize Jet's mobility when playing that op.
I feel like there aren't a lot of other heroes that can get away with as much as Jet can with the operator. When you have the op and you're playing Jet, and you have your dash up especially, you can go for these ballsy peaks that like people don't expect you to do. You combine Jet with an op and she is a nasty hero, and it's definitely a lot of instinct that goes into it. It's a lot of fast thinking, like a lot of reactionary thinking. You know, you can get into these sticky situations and get out. Peeking into a molly and just dashing away, going for like just aggro picks on riflers all the time. Even oppers, because if they miss their shot and you take your shot, you can just dash away instantly.
Smokes and walls are an essential tool for oppers, especially on defense. They can be used in a number of different ways, like denying vision from your enemies or potentially faking your location. When holding angles like Ascent A main, try to cover the site entry with a smoke. This allows you to safely hold the angle from A heaven without being spotted by the opponents until they emerge from the smoke. At which point, there's nowhere for them to take cover. Here's a couple more locations to try.
Going up. Launching smoke.
You can also use your smokes as a bait. Take a look at how CNED uses them here to bait the enemy. As soon as he gets the first pick, the enemy team knows he's got an operator this round. At this point, most AWPers would smoke off and try and retreat to a safer vantage point, but CNED's built a little different. This is where he goes for the bait. He walks into the smoke instead of away from it and is able to catch 3 more players from Rix off guard by toying with their expectations. Now let's recap everything we've learned so you'll be ready to op like a pro in your next ranked game. As Jet, use her tailwind to dash behind cover after taking your shot. Use her updraft to reach unique vantage points and sightlines. as any agent with a smoke or possible wall, cover key site entrances to hold risky angles more safely, or use the smokes to fake your location and catch enemies off guard. Try incorporating these pro op strats into your play and see how your rank improves. Thank you for tuning into Decoded. Be sure to tune into the VCT to learn more pro strats to bring into your rank games. No excuses now. And again, for all that information you may need, the matches that are upcoming, or maybe the schedule, head on over to ValorantEsports.com. Nice and easy. And again, we'll be seeing you next time for more tips and tricks direct from those VCT pros.
In game number 2 of the Valorant First Strike Grand Finals between Archangel and Bren Esports, Archangel's Josh S stole the spotlight with a breathtaking double kill clutch and defuse on the 4th round in Haven to steal the momentum away from Bren. Hard work, dedication, and last but not least, the skills. The recipe for these top-notch plays during high-level competitions. Ever wonder what's going on in the mind of a pro as such moments unfold? My name is Illustrato and this is Galawang Pro Gamer. Let's run it back. Bren Esports owned game number 1 in a spectacular fashion and was looking to continue their dominance with 3 consecutive rounds under their belt in the second map Haven. Come the 4th round, the boys in black and yellow start feeling like they have the wind in their sails and that nothing can slow them down. Archangel's Nasmi starts the round strong with an opening frag onto Dispenser with only a classic in hand. Borku meets the same fate shortly thereafter by walking all alone into A, into a 3-man crossfire and getting taken down by PBD's pistol, giving Archangel access to 2 dropped rifles from the Bren side. The round is going well for Archangel, finding a 2-man advantage, but Bren bite back by taking the C side guarded only by an under-equipped Johan. Things are looking good for Archangel, but once that spike went down, things took a turn for the worse for Archangel's squad. Archangel, from a 4v2 advantage, suddenly dropped 1 by 1 at the hands of Bren's Ching and Dubstep, defiantly holding off the retake and leaving the last agent standing, Joshua Josh S. Santos, in the hot seat.
After we lost to the first map, which is Bind to Bren, I knew to myself that we have more room to prove ourselves and beat Bren.
Josh S. on his breach, alone, battered, but unbroken. And with only a stinger in his hands, needs to overcome 2 attackers and defuse the spike to win the round. But can the young blood find a way?
As the young blood of the team, I still do have the pressure going through when performing in a competitive tournament. However, I utilize my pressure by converting it into adrenaline to make my aim and game sense more accurate.
Low on health but overflowing with guts and adrenaline, Josh S slowly walks into C double box to pick off a recently repositioned Ching, which may have been considered a lucky peek, but the truth was very far from that.
I heard Omen TP to side, so I walked directly to Lugs to try to get him off guard, which I did, and the last info for Jet was C long. I only had an aftershock. It was a hard duel to do because the Jet had an operator at a distance. So I quickly made the decision to utilize my aftershock by blocking his vision and surprise Dubstep by peeking while it explodes.
You heard that right, straight from the man himself. Josh S finds Ching, bringing us to a 1v1 against the very well-renowned Opper himself, Dubstep. Josh S, knowing he is at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, position, and time, knows he needs to perform a miracle to win the round. And that's exactly what he does. Josh S picks up the fallen opponent's weapon and uses his aftershock to obscure the vision of Dubstep. And knowing that he is against an Opper as well, he also swings wide behind his own ability, making him an even more difficult target to hit. And that's when he does it. Lining up the shot with ease and precision, he demolishes Dubstep from long range with a headshot that rocked
the veteran opper to the core. All of that under immense pressure to bring back Archangel and keep them in the running.
That's going to be pretty difficult here for Josh S, but if somebody can try to make it work, it's going to be the young blood of Archangel. Into the corner he goes, but Jing is tucking himself in. Josh S gets the clutch. Dubstep still has the cross, but this might provide a little bit of cover. Peeks out. Perfect! Josh S just knows how to do it with that breach mechanic.
What was that shot from Josh S? Dubstep left shocked.
And did we mention he picked up the op too? The VALORANT Challengers has officially started. Can Archangel's Josh S remain in top form? And how about you? Will you rise up to the challenge?
To all aspiring Valorant teams out there, come and join the upcoming Valorant Challengers 2021. We will be waiting for you guys.
Registrations are open and ongoing. Your road to the Masters starts here at the 2021 VALORANT Challengers. Don't forget to like and follow the PPGL page so you don't miss out on updates related to the VALORANT Challengers. My name is Illustrado. See you on the next episode of Galawang Pro Gaming. During the game number 2 of VALORANT First Strike Grand Finals between Archangel and Bren Esports, at the map Haven on the 17th round, Bren's Dubstep went on a rampage of tempestuous proportions, taking down the entire enemy team by himself for the ace and for the match point for the goal. Hard work, dedication, and last but not the least, the skills. The recipe for these top-notch plays during high-level competitions. Ever wondered what's going on in the mind of a pro as such moments unfold? My name is Illustrado, and this is Galawang Pro Gaming. You know the deal. Rewind time. Round 17 and Bren Esports at 11 is just a couple of wins away from a 2-0 map victory against their adversary Archangel. Bren is looking really unstoppable at this moment, but as you may know, the storm is only just brewing. With almost everyone converging towards the mid area, everyone knows something's about to go down at B site. Banking on the numbers advantage and perhaps a hint of desperation on the side of Archangel. With their hefty round score deficit, the boys with silver wings mount their forward march from courtyard to the gates of B. But what's waiting for them from beyond the A-Link is the one and only JV Dubstep Pagirigan.
My name is JV Pagirigan and I'm Dubstep from Bren Esports. I started playing FPS games back in 2013. That's when I knew in my life that I wanted to be good at first-person shooters. So I moved to VALORANT last year around May 2020 and I had seriously no idea I was gonna make it this far. But other than that, I'm very thankful to be able to make it this far.
With the operator in hand, Dubstep's Jet awaits and aims patiently as if aware of the impending storm he is about to unleash.
I think Jet is the perfect agent for the sniper role because she has this tailwind in which pwede ka mag-lease para mag-pick. As hit or miss, meron ka ding safeguard. Plus she has cloud burst wherein you can easily move from different angles depending sa situation.
After a rolling thunder, Archangel's PBD headlined the attack towards B site in the attempt to cloudburst the A-Link entrance, only to meet the eyes and the barrel of Dubstep. PBD was successful with his smoke, but that did not stop Bren's Jet from taking even more lives.
To be honest, I rescope at the perfect time kasi nata-report si Breach sa B entrance and feel ko medyo suneta lang din ako sa moment na yun eh.
Not satisfied with a quick double kill, Dubstep switches to his ultimate, the Blade Storm, and lands his daggers precisely between the eyes of both Josh S. and Nasmi for the double deuce.
To be completely honest, wala naman ako nakitang unique sa paggamit ko ng Blade Storm pero as far as I can tell, I just love the right click on the Blade Storm kasi mahilig ako sa shotguns like the Bucky and the Judge. So it works the same way as the shotgun for me.
And that is exactly how he wrapped up the round. Like a shark smelling blood, Dubstep descends onto the lone Archangel's Carl, and right-click Blade Storm burst at point-blank range completes the ace and puts the Bren Esports squad at match point and eventually the championship.
Nung nasa moment ako ng play na yun, I felt like everything went into place and I went along with it and did the play. I just happened to be in the scenario at the perfect time.
You still need that extra plus 8
to get to 13.
Rolling
Now-
Thunder towards B. That's a little bit desperate of a play, but they're going for it anyway. Dubstep with 2. He still has the knives out. He pulls it. He makes another connection. He makes a fourth. Looking for the ace. He finds it. Yes, he gets it. Dubstep with the ace right now to get match point against Archangel.
The VALORANT Challengers has officially started. Are we about to see more aces from Bren's Dubstep? And how about you? Will you rise up to the challenge?
To all the teams out there, kita-kits sa VALORANT Challengers, and hopefully mas madami pang sumali ulit ng mga nakaraang tournament.
Registrations are open and ongoing. Your road to the Masters starts here at the 2021 VALORANT Challengers. Don't forget to like and follow the PPGL page so you don't miss out on updates related to the VALORANT Challengers. My name is Illustrato. See you on the next episode of Galawang Pro Gamer.
hard work, dedication, and more hard work. Welcome back, guys, to the VALORANT Challengers not Philippines, excuse me, SEA Playoffs. We're having a grand old time right now. You're joining me, Illustrato and Dax, and if you've been tuning in for the past, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, you've been treated to a little bit of some fun times here, Dax.
That wasn't a pro gamer move, Illustrado.
Yeah.
I want you to do it again. I want the pizzazz. I want how the script does it. The script, you write it yourself. You're the ones doing it. Right now that the two teams we have, they're writing their own script 1-to-1. But come on, Ilo, give it to me. Give me that gusto that you're known for.
Are you ready to dive deep into the mind of a Can't do it. God, I'm physically cringing. Enough. Let's move on. Let's talk about the game. Game number 3. And we're going to be going on to Bren and Paper Rex, okay? So, yeah, a lot of fun that we're having here and it's a great series thus far. 13 5s on both sides, and this is the definitive series. Whoever wins this gets that much closer to going to Iceland and Reykjavik.
Disappointed by the intro,
Oh,
but
stop
okay,
it. It's okay. Disappointing
okay,
people
let's
is
go
something
back.
I'm used to doing, all right? So let's
Oh,
move
don't
on.
be like that. You're always someone we're happy to have. And right now, we're happy to have an incredible series. Got Bren winning out Icebox 13-4. In the meantime, for second map of Ascent, it was the side of Paper Rex winning out 13-5. Similar straight, similar folks, and similar ways to actually go for the domination, which has been the name of the game. But now we're going to be getting into Bind, and my oh my, it's been quite a doozy to see these two teams on a map like this in this bracket. Last time we saw Bren, it was just a while ago, actually, this afternoon, versus Boom. They brought in the Boom, they brought in the POW, and they brought in every little bit that they could to bring in that win. In the meantime, Paper Rex, after an incredible overtime win over the side of Full Sense on Ascent, where they really showed up that no duels composition the same way they did so last map, it was just, where was this Paper Rex? And that's really the fearful part about this. We had a bit of a break going on. And the thing is, it's all about a matter of time. Bren Esports, they needed to go for a quick little speed run to this competition, to this series, but Paper Rex, they're having none of it.
Yeah, Paper Rex, they definitely didn't want to lose that one because you go into the lower bracket. And when a team goes into the lower bracket, I feel like it's kind of like no man's land. I wouldn't say it's like it's not like low priority mode, okay? It's just things get very, very chaotic, and it seems like we're starting to do with quantum entanglement, where anybody can be any place and anybody can win. We end up in Schrodinger's bracket. So is the team really winning or is the team really losing? We really don't know. But we're sure definitively heading up on Bind now. And this is the very last map of the series. This is, of course, going to be Bren starting on the defensive side and Paper Rex starting on the offense. And this is a map that Bren do well in. But so does Paper Rex. Again, and this is basically the most level map that we can see to even the playing field here.
I feel like coming into this map, it's not a matter of composition anymore, as since you mentioned Schrodinger, a cat shows up, so apparently it's here on the broadcast, and sometimes it's not. But back to my point, right, it really feels like we're going to be having the rivalries that we mentioned before, maybe the likes of Divide versus Wiz, you're going to be Forsaken seeing it versus Dubstep, of course the controllers facing off, all about the utilities as well, and this time the roles will be a bit more nuanced in the way that, okay, this guy is going to be facing off against this guy, and whoever can make that different split happen, then it will be the edge that one team needs on Bind. Because we've seen both teams really show on up, hold close, make it tight, made such a very, very quick conundrum that you have to solve, and it really feels like it's all about potency right now. Whoever can basically play better, that's really just it. It's not about tactics anymore, it's just out-aim and outlast the competition here.
Yeah, and that's fine. Right now, though, we had a little bit of a break, and this is something I wanted to bring up. Long breaks like this could let people, the momentum slip away. So after a very, very crucial win for the side of Paper Rex there, they took a little bit of a break, and because of how long it was, maybe they're not feeling as hot anymore. This is good for the mental reset of Bren, however. But I think in best case scenario, both teams got a full reset, and it kind of feels like we're starting fresh, just taking a break, and we're going to get to see both of these teams really well rested, and I'd say at 100% on both of these sides. But having said that, it is going to be still a tough game because you got players who are feeling hot, just like Divide last game. He was insane on that Sage, never missing a beat on that operator and even on the Frenzy.
And here we go as we are going to be getting into the map itself. You know, he was crazy as you mentioned, but now Forsaken, he's on the duelist, and we are going to be seeing a Phoenix from him. I do want to mention the fact though, the Phoenix hasn't really been the best pick so far into the tournament. More than often than not, things like the Astra do get in the way. And speaking of the Astras, they're both on both sides, both the side of Bren as well as Paper Rex. They have it here, and it's up for Forsaken to really break that trend. CBT couldn't really do it. Boom Esports, they couldn't really do it. Will we see some value there from the twin life duelists? We'll see as we get into Bind.
And yeah, we're seeing a pretty solid lineup, pretty standard lineup from both squads. Don't really want to deviate too much to be too crazy on a map like Bind, because Bind is the kind of map that truly tests your fundamentals. But fortunately for both of these teams, they have that in spades. But let's go ahead and go into the game, the last one of the series, the last appearance for both of these teams today. And Bren already played phenomenally earlier on, but they've been slowed down quite a bit here as we go into it. Now, again, it's going to be, I think, one of the closer ones. And if I'm going to make any predictions, I don't think I'd bet any true, anything worth value on it, because it's just that difficult to guess.
Just looking at the map itself, right, it feels like it's a coin flip. Either Bren or Paper Rex can take it. But the thing is, Paper Rex, we've said it before, we've said it again. This is the trend of taking game number 2, game number 3 coming into the set. It's usually a 2-1 victory for Paper Rex in their last few rounds of action, both in the local scene as well as the regional side, and they really make these competitions as fierce as possible. So for Paper Rex, it's still continuing on to see if they can do the same old thing. They're running right now the double duelist with the Astra Killjoy and the Sova. On the defensive though, we have Wits onto the sky and dubstep on the raise, and he is raising hell there to catch out Forsaken. First blood for Bren.
And that's a spike drop. So the amount of information they got from that one kill, absolutely crucial here. The fact that they leave it onto Forsaken is a little bit of a conundrum to me here, but they're going to go ahead and go straight onto the site. Mindfreak goes down very, very low because the utility's so good. Dispenser getting 2, and Dubstep's right there to trade that out here and leaving only one. That's Tommy. He's only got a pistol, obviously, because of the pistol around here, and a nice third kill from Dubstep there, making full usage of his utility. The paint shells and the boom bots just securing the round for Bren.
And Pistol Bren is back at it. They take that first round and they show off when they need to the most. Not only that, you mentioned it already, Ostrado. Getting that information where the spike was is so key to a round like that. Bren said, okay, the spike is there. Let's just go for it. Let's just make sure that Paper Rex has to walk into us. And even though a roster like Paper Rex liked to go for the fights, but that man advantage was too much to handle, and Bren took that round.
Indeed. Full pistols for Paper Rex here. They don't want to go too crazy. They do have a sheriff on Devi here. Witz is actually going to get pulled in and stunned. And Dubstep, man, charges in a little bit too haphazardly. He's getting punished for that with a classic to the face. He's able to drop down Benkai quite low, and nobody there to heal him. Borkum does get that pickup onto Devi, and that's a big kill to find here. But there is a Spectre that has been relinquished onto the Paper Rex side. Jesse Vash, good information, good tag onto Benkai will allow him to get the advantage on the round, and Jesse Vash getting closer and closer. He misses all the opportunities, brings Tommy to 4 HP, and somehow he's still alive. And on this anti-eco round, it's all gone to the wayside as everybody's chiming in with a kill here, leaving 2 players left on Bren.
And Paper Rex, they're figuring things out. They still have 3 members alive, and they have a Spectre to transfer on around and give the Mind Freak. But the Spencer will break his mind there and break his face with the headshot. Tommy now tried to go for a peek. Forsaken still ready to go for that con-tap. But I love the fact that we have Borkum versus Mind Freak on the Astros here. A while ago on the Viper, Borkum able to get more value out of control. Right now, Borkum also getting a kill onto Tommy. But of course, Mind Freak will answer into the next few rounds. There we go with quick low fake. Forsaken swing a bit wider than expected versus Borkum. Allows him to get that kill, but the Spencer timing is everything, and oh, he tried to dodge the headshot. He tried to go for a flick. It's like, if I don't see you, you can't shoot me. But that wasn't the state of mind that the Spencer had, and it's Bren taking another win.
Yeah, and it's a pretty great round here that we've seen. Not very clean, but at least it's a good rotation, a good all the way back towards the spawn from Dispenser there. Pretty intelligent, but still they lose way too much on an anti-eco, and that's very concerning. And now they're going to be on such a low buy. If they lose, they're going to be forced to eco. Actually, either of these teams, whoever loses, very much going to be in an eco round. So this round is crucial.
It's gonna be interesting to say the least, because Paper Rex, they've shown their firepower just in that last round, and now they have the leg up here with the rifles into play. A bit of a standard split push, but besides that, there is still people over to the shower. So for now, Paper Rex, they're trying to get a bit more of that information, a bit more of control coming into a map. You have that Phoenix very, very strong at contesting that shower, but Wits, of course, we've seen it already in the last time they played on Bind. He's the one trying to fight back against that duel. So the Vi sees a shock dart there, counter shock dart into play. It's all about utilities right now being traded, but neither side giving an inch, and these darts, they're not really hitting anyone.
Yeah, just warning shots, warning shocks, if you will, to anybody who's bold enough to approach, but nobody really will be biting the bait on this one. They'll be rather funneled into A, where Killjoy has set up quite a bit of utility here, so this will be a little bit difficult to break through here. They're already cheating over 2 players now from Bren's side, and it's a pretty good read on them. Flash coming in, and that's going to start to take here onto the side, and that's a good shot from Dispenser. Forsaken finding 2, that's massive for him. He's able to heal up as well, is able to find enough for the ulti. Could use it this round. The spike will be dropping down here, and Borkum trying to make a difference, trying to get some action in, but with 11 seconds on the clock, the spike, it needs to go down, it needs to go down now here. Dubstep will be dropping down that, and through the walls, not going to be able to land the connection he needs. It's a 3v3. This round is as close as it gets, and Forsaken going down through the ulti here. Able to time it perfectly, and the backup from Benkai. No charges saving the life of Forsaken, protect the VIP, and that's a clean round for Paper Rex.
That was an interesting call to Goomba Stomp the Phoenix, basically. It's like, hey, I'm gonna hit your head, fly on in. And you mentioned it already, just protection of the run it back beacon. You make sure that your second life is not gonna go to waste. Your first life is still there. And Paper Rex protecting Present, protecting the man that is named Forsaken in that combat, and it works dividends for them. Dispenser, such a tough decision. He knew that someone was coming. He was thinking, do I have to go for the Vi first? And he just went with it. He knew Forsaken was going to be there.
Oh, no, he
the
got
2
spotted.
kills there from the Phoenix. And oh, Jesse Vash, now he's exposed. And tough decisions here, Ilustrado. Must he go for the teleporter play? There we go with the shock dart right now. And Vash is in really deep trouble. Oh, the shots, but they don't connect. The Vi cannot get the hit.
No way he's alive. There's no way he should be surviving that, but he does. His teammate backs him up just to give him a little bit of leeway to get out, to wiggle on, to mosey on out. Sashay away.
Terlets. Yes. Ah, no. Your fancy dances, Ilustrado. Your culture is leaking here, my friend. And you know, it's like, you know, the wine and dine, fine dining Ilustrado, man. And then you see his place, and he has the chicken sheets, which pretty much everyone loves. But for now, well, I love the chicken sheets too. But right now, let's go for Paper Rex. They have the guns. They want to go for the push, and they're trying to figure out where Bren is stationed. This is an eco round for Bren. They're looking to slow things down though with the gravity well. And well, Borkum now with a bit of the push. Lockdown is going to be there as well. Thing is, Bren, they want to put Paper Rex in a bit of conundrum in terms of the time bank. But Paper Rex, I don't think they're going to really care. They're just going to go for the push anyway. Curveball into the takedown. Borkum going to go on down. Next one, that's going to be Dispenser, who gets the tap with the Forsaken. But the Vi is there for the refrag. 4v3. Is this an opportunity? No, the Nebulas are in the way. And now Bren has to play against the plant of Paper Rex.
Difficult round. If they can manage to damage the economy of Paper Rex, they've already gotten Forsaken. That's a little bit of decent progress. If they can find one more, that's going to be very, very crucial here. Look at that though. Yo, you can't wall. You can't do it. It just doesn't work. They're trying to find him, dude. They're trying to find him. But you just don't have any penetration on the frenzy. He's gonna try with the Deagle.
Player remaining.
Sheriff in hand. At least he has a kill onto Tommy, but Mind Freak, oh, dubstep creeping closer and closer. But the Vi will say goodbye. And Paper Rex now able to tie things up. So Bren Esports, they committed a lockdown there just to try and figure out basically how to stall for time. And the thing is, Dispenser, he's feeling confident, so he's happy to experiment a little bit. But that lockdown could be a lot more effective when they do have the guns for the retake instead. So the guns are here, and the showstopper is with them as a package deal. Borkum also 1 away from the Cosmic Divide. Thing is, though, Paper Rex, they're close to their ults as well. And the thing is also, for Divide, with a Blaze Storm out and about, even if he doesn't have money in a bad situation, he can whip it out. Still a lot of tools right now for Paper Rex to keep the momentum on.
Jesse Vash has been playing very, very dangerously here towards this long area. Dubstep is able to secure one. He does so much damage onto Benkai. The lineup was almost true for him. But uh-oh, Jesse Vash trying to do the cha-cha over here. Pulling out his orb. He gets spotted out. He's gonna get pre-fire here. Can he survive? He goes for the pre-fire himself, and then he wins it. What a play right there to keep his team still 2 men ahead, and Benkai basically a hair away from just getting dropped. Can he find the finishing blow? A little bit of an awkward exchange as Tommy gets the kill onto Borkum, but this still means that it's a 4v3.
Yeah, Bren right now with the advantage. A while ago onto the elbow. Whoa, Benkai! He just shuts down the showstopper. He's watching from afar. Eagle died and all. And now he will be able to just be further prey. And Jesse Bash is the predator here. It's 3 right now for Jesse Bash. Wits in the meantime, getting that final one. And this is what Bren needs. A while ago, Jesse Bash, he's been so good all throughout the day. But on Ascent, he just couldn't hit the shots. Now, this is the extra edge that Bren is looking for. And even though there were a bit of awkward exchanges, Jesse Bash creeping on forward, no watching the elbow side, and Bren will take advantage of that one.
A little bit, I think, ill-advised that push from Dubstep and Borkum because they could have just waited for the plant, but instead they waste their advantage. Fortunately, Heroics from Jesse Vash was able to bring the round back, but I think they were definitely getting a little bit ahead of themselves here. So let's see what they can do and maybe bring things back, maybe reel it a little bit in, because Bren definitely, that was a big mistake that could have been capitalized on. But Ultimate, now being deployed, that's the Hunter's Fury. Will they be able to get any value from it? Then yes, always yes. If Jesse Vash has the Hunter's Fury, more often than not, it's going to be a kill. In the words of the coach of Bren himself, Giboa says, it's a 50-50. 50% he gets 1, 50% he gets 2.
So what happens when he gets 3?
Then that's the outlier, isn't it?
I see. So stats don't lie, and Bren Esports gets value. It's a big pickoff because, honestly, after when we see the likes of Forsaken and Divide do basically the setup plays here for the side of Paper Rex, Benkai is so essential in many situations where they want to go for that post plant. Sure, Mindfreak can make do with the stars and all, but of course, when you have those Killjoy setups over onto the site that you have taken away from your opponent, then that makes it a lot easier for your team. And in the case though, Paper Rex, they're spotted now eventually by the antic of Dubstep. Here comes the Boombot though to buy him some time. Forsaken holding close, and he will go for the fight against Dubstep. The Octagon one down there by the side of Paper Rex. Second life though, shut on down. The Bladestone right now coming after the run back. But Jesse Bash, he survives the initial gauntlet. Can he actually do more? Tommy though, with a kill on the win. Borkum though, working on the inside, Borkum in hand. But oh, Mindfreak with a backstab. Borkum could not handle the rifle there. It's just 13 seconds left with the spike down. Jesse Bash now tasting all the shock darts and all. So low on the HP. Such a little chance right now to stay alive. And Forsaken will catch up with him.
Yeah, I can't blame Wits though, because the Bulldog's recoil is just kind of gross sometimes. It's not a weapon you can really use close range. Let's just leave it at that.
One enemy remaining.
Borkum. He tried. He tried his best, and usually, right, when you play that Bulldog, you want to go for the ADS burst fire, get that triple shot, headshot to secure it, and in those situations, he said, why did I buy this gun?
You know,
I wish I had a Spectre instead.
It's one of those instances, Dax, where somebody just needs to make a montage of the whiff and Coldplay singing in the background. And you try your best,
but you don't succeed. Or you can really send a mail riot, be like, why the Bulldog needs some love.
Yeah.
Part 1, an analysis, and it's a 2-hour video on YouTube, basically. Yeah. Anyway, though, enough of that, these video essays. We're having a little bit of a write-up of ourselves, though, as Paper Rex and Bren are all tied up. Said it is a bit of a 50-50 coming into this one. Right now, Paper Rex stacking the odds in their favor with a kill there of the Spencer. Beautiful use of the Owl Drone into the wall bangs. It's gun advantage even for Paper Rex, so more often than not, they should be able to take this hot hands right now to go for the zone, and here comes Paper Rex.
Look at all the utility being expanded here, and they're not even committing. The flash, though, is coming in. Borkum could get some damage in, but it's all, again, consolation prizes right now. Good pick from Borkum. He gets that kill with the Sheriff in the back, and it's going to net them at least some pressure to at least make Paper Rex second-guess themselves and think, oh, we're going to get flanked at some point here, so we got to be at least watching out for it. The timing might not be in his favor right now, but Borkum, he manages to pick up a Phantom. And I think they spot each other, which is why Borkum is actually watching this angle. In fact, it is. And so that's going to mean that it is a 3v3. Already made quite expensive here, and Mind Freak is on 9 HP. If any more losses come here for Paper Rex, this is a very, very bad situation for their economy.
So apparently, if you give Borkum a different rifle, if it's in the Bulldog, he can get the kills. Mind Freak, though, with 1, but Borkum! Phantom in hand, that's enough to get 3. He needs to get 2 more for the ace for the clutch. He's trying to go for the spray down into the takedown, but he will get teased again. Forsaken, he is just really a hunter here, finding anyone and everyone. He will not stop the siege, not stop the hunt, and not stop the trail whatsoever. Forsaken, again with the entries and the executions. Paper Rex happy to take that lead.
Forsaken is 11-4. And it's very, very early in the game. This guy, he is something special. I mean, one of the players I think SEA can truly be proud of. Just a phenom in all senses of the word. And it's difficult for Bren to go up against that. Teamwork as much as you want, but if you're not landing the shots against him, it's going to be tough here. Good pain shell to force them back, and that's a lot of utility on top of that peak. Dubstep gets a little bit of damage in. Nothing he can't worries about, but oh, this is what we have to worry about. The gravity well, they're not going to be able to capitalize on it, fearing that, oh, there's a counter gravity well. And we're just... I was about to say something. We're just pulling in everybody. There we go.
Yeah, that's pretty much. So we're basically just counting stars here, and lately we're gonna be seeing them playing into the showers there. Mind Freak though, he's gonna be killing onto Dubstep, and really, this is such a big point of contention. When you have that Phoenix on your roster, you want to play the showers as much as you can with Forsaken. Such a good entry point, especially on A side. Bren though, they do have the tools to snuff this out with the Sky as well as that Astra. Seekers though trying to make a parade, but no, the jellyfish gonna get stung immediately. And this time, Cosmic Divide. Here comes Paper Rex, the wall is up, and they're gonna go for the entry, but again, the gravity wall's coming into play. Benkai though with a takedown, and Forsaken, he doesn't see Borkum there. Mind Freak though will spot out his counterparts. Paper Rex now putting the spike down.
2v4 retake, and they're better off saving, they know it. Not in position, don't really have grounds to do it, don't have the money to support it, and so they're just going to safely tuck away and just be able to hold on to these rifles, because again, we're getting into kind of dangerous territory if Paper Rex pulls away any further. Sure, they'll take a 5-3, but if they keep letting this happen, Bren is going to be getting towards that point when comebacks are going to be a little bit difficult, especially since they're going onto the attacking side.
Yeah, for Paper Rex, they're getting the momentum that we're basically accustomed to when we get into a deciding map. And that Cosmic Divide really setting things up, knocking things down, really making sure that Bren wasn't even gonna bother in the first place. Mind Freak, though, just a flick there to try to stay away from the guy in light. Even though Bren had such a good angle for it, they just couldn't get the execution. And really, they need to hit shots like that. They cannot afford to make mechanical mistakes against a team like Paper Rex. That being said, though, Paper Rex right now, they cannot let go of their trigger fingers. They cannot let go of the acceleration of the car, the vehicle that is the Paper Rex team. By this point in time, it's only 5-3. And if Paper Rex can get a few more rounds, sure, they can run away with it. But Bren Esports, they want to put up a fight. They want to make sure that they can try to tie things up while it's still doable. You already see Borkum doing a good job here, but it feels like for Bren Esports, this 5-man roster, everyone needs to be on the same page mechanically to get takedown after takedown against the strength of Paper Rex.
Indeed. And they can still buy because of that save. Won't be able to drop for Wits, though. He's going to be forced on the Sheriff. So they're going to have 4 rifles strong, and it's a matter of what they can do with it. Now it's crunch time for Bren. They have to equalize the playing field. They're going to leave Wits on not a Sheriff, but rather a Spectre. So it's a matter of how they use it, right? So if they can get some early presence, they keep trying bathrooms. They keep trying to take duels in bathrooms. The Paper Rex are always ready for it. What's the next move here? It looks like the double up on long.
Here we have it. Classic split push here for the side of Paper Rex. Honestly, if you need a team to identify with SEA, Paper Rex has to be it. It's a very mixed roster. 2 from Indonesia, 2 from Singapore, and 1 from Malaysia. Really goes to show that people can come together. People can really say, okay, we're going to be representing, we're going to be playing as one region, one team. And the fact of the matter is, it's just working for Paper Rex. Sure, they came as a team from CS in from different nationalities. In any case, though, they're really doing such a good job. And Paper Rex, one of the best in SEA. Brendo, same case, especially on the PH side. And now timing is everything. That's gonna be Vash catching out the buy. He goes for the same angle. The thing is, Paper Rex, they assumed a little too much. A while ago, he was punished there, and they thought, okay, Vash isn't gonna do it again. No, sir. Bren Esports, they're willing to go for that broken door. It's gonna be advantage here, but Forsaken catching out.
Course is clear for him, but the rest of the members of Bren are already rotating towards that area. Range duels, he has to go and try to get up close, and the rest of the members still sort of closing in here. They capitulated B,
10 seconds
so they
left.
will now try to have
Spike
to wrest
planted.
the control back here. Fortunately, it's a man advantage for Bren. It's a very possible retake.
over.
Could be the play for Forsaken, trying to go for the fight.
One
And
enemy
Mars Freak,
remaining.
he uses his teammate as cover, allowing him to net 2 kills there. Benkai, and as soon as Forsaken gets back to his origin point, he's been looking for from a Phoenix player all throughout this tournament, Illustrado. Just tell him a name, make sure they kill you first, and suddenly there's a guy waiting in behind to strike them down.
Defense.
Right now, Bren, they just need to play that game of zones. They have the Astra, they have that Killjoy, and thing is, they also have ways to find out where the side of Paperx is coming from. They need to really set things up and look for the knockdown. Not allow Paperx to really get close the way they have done rushing it, but Bren Esports are also pulling out the stops to really try and get in the way of Paperx.
What can they do? They're stacking down 3 towards B. They kind of have control of Hookah for now. They kind of do. No information garnered here for Dubstep, so he's already went around the world. He's going to really nothing to say in this round, leaving only Dubstep with a frenzy.
Atom scramble by Favor. They just want to go in, go ham, and secure the decider. It's still doable. Hemorrhaging as badly as they can. They need to find a way to stop this as soon as possible. Just win it out in direct combat, or at least stall for time a lot longer than they can. Paper Rex, though. This is a team that is just looking to pull into the station, pull in to the next round in the upper bracket. We'll find out who can win this round.
And I think the reason why they're trying to go aggressive and win the aim duels, but they're not going to win against Paper Rex when they're hitting their shots like this. That's a shot, though. And that's a pretty decent one to bring things back. Devi getting up low, nobody to heal him. Good swing out from Dispenser, but that's the lockdown gone.
My good riddance, and no more Sentinel for a round like this. Really, Dispenser is the linchpin of this full setup for Bren right now. He's the one with the best kind of stalls alongside Borkum. He allows the side of Bren to rotate quicker to the siege of Paper Rex. And now Paper Rex, they're basically taking their sweet time, and as per usual, this is the thing. More often than not, even though Bren tries to pressure that time back, Paper Rex usually has that choice to wait things out. They are still in control. Mind Freak, though, thinking about any kind of potential B setups, and they're trying to psych out Bren. Will we see a rotate, though?
30 seconds
Seems to be the
left.
case. Bren right now holding the ground.
Blinded.
Guiding Light to get that confirmation. No more flashes, though, for Wit, so he has to go pretty much raw with the peaks here. It's all about the shots right now, and Borkum will at least get 20 seconds left. Paper Rex, they have to execute.
Double teleport now coming in, but there still are players towards that B site. They still have the defense on it.
Player remaining.
Crossing that is going to be a little bit of a gauntlet as Dubstep, they're going to lock down that round. And it's a pretty solid round for Bren.
Last
It's a
round
good
before
read,
the switch.
but they only won because they played a little bit more passive this time, and they actually won their aim duels. This is something that Bren, this is an adjustment from Bren that is actually a little bit long overdue. Notice how Bren lost the earlier rounds. It's because they were punished taking too much map control, trying to go a little bit early. And Paper Rex know the timing of this. They know that Bren likes to take early map control, and so they'll go ahead and contest it. What Bren did this time is they take map control later towards the middle of the round. That worked out for them, and then they can make the calls from then. And that really worked in their favor here as we're going into the last round. If they can repeat that success, it just might be a doable game for the boys in black and yellow.
Game of fake out, a bit of a Jack in the Box statement and setup here. The thing is, for Paper Rex, though, they still have the tools of destruction to go on the B site. This Fury, though, can be unleashed by Jesse Bash, and apparently, Stats not gonna be getting the kill that apparently Gibbo has given us there. It will be Jesse Bash getting a tag, though, onto the buy. It's some critical damage anyway. But on the B side, they're looking to play the angles. There we go with the curveball. Nebula's gonna be the way. And now Dubstep. Can he get out of time? Showstopper from above. He survives long enough to do it. Benkai, though, burning down Borkum, but also burning down his teammate at the same time. Good damage brought in by the Astra. It's 3v2 now. Thing is though, Bren, they still have one ace under their sleeve here, Illustrado. They still have that lockdown. If Dispenser can make it to a good spot to plant that one down, it will be a testament to the whole year of Bren. But Paper Rex, they get that spike down anyway.
Dubstep knows he's dead there, and so he decides to take one down with him in spectacular fashion. Wits, he gets spotted out. Dispenser brings things back. 2v2, doable situation here, but it's all going to be about the duels, the wins. No more smokes for either of these guys. An Initiator and a Sentinel for both squad. What's the play? Dispenser looking to get close, sees the head, unable to win the duel, and that's a big deal here. Wits has to look for an engagement, has to look for a duel, knows where one is, knows where the last one is, but the time is ticking away, and there's still a Nano Swarm on the ground here that he has to deal with, and he runs out of time. Sure, he wins the fight, but there's nothing he can do, and this is the round. This is the half for Paper Rex.
Bankai with just that can-do attitude. You can see many crucial decisions done by the Killjoy there. In terms of positioning, it was just essential in the post plant. And even though the kill feed says he basically killed his teammate, right? It's really because Borkum got some good damage done onto the Phoenix, while we saw Forsaken decide to go for the push into the utility. In any case, he took down Borkum. He stalled enough to get rid of the first defender that came his way. Wits also distracted by the Killjoy's presence, and it's all about the objective there for Paper Rex. They come out of that first half with a 4-round lead, and now we see them on the defense. Let's see though if they can keep up that momentum, especially if Benkai can go for those crucial decisions that Paper Rex needs to go on. But Forsaken, Beast Unleashed, 13 kills right now. It isn't as overwhelming as the last time we saw him on Bind, but he's getting the job done alongside the team.
This is going to be scary for Bren, especially because we know that they're not as good on their attacking side. They're really a defending-sided squad. And with a 4-round deficit like this, they're going to have to be almost perfect in everything that they do. So they're trying to get on towards B here. They spot information for one. But no one really biting here. They do have one player close on Paper Rex side. Benkai does get the drop onto Dispenser, but Dubstep's able to take it back. Benkai doing work here. Still alive in Hookah, not relinquishing that piece of map control, and they're going to have to fight for it. It forces them to plant inside 10, which is the safest plant you can get, and very, very bad for retakes. And so this is going to signal the start of the retake right now, and even though it's 3v3, Bren are at a disadvantage.
Bren Esports, they have to be careful, but that is going to be at least Borkum catching out the Vi, dashing in to his sightlines. Mindfreak, though, trying to make some noise, trying to call in the Thunder, trying to call in for the action. Borkum, Dubstep, though, they do get the kills anyway. Bren Esports, they don't fall for it, even though it was a rallying call there from Mindfreak to try and fight and give Paper Rex the backstab opportunity. Still that numbers advantage, giving Bren the edge, giving them that extra angle to watch out for. If they win the pistol, at least Bren Esports, they're winning pistols more or less consistently coming into the set, coming into this bracket, and it gives them that boost, that buffer against a team like Paper Rex.
And it gives them a little bit of, I think, leeway that even if they do struggle sometimes on the gun round itself, at least they can have those 2 rounds that they can bank on. Now, this is going to be huge. Paper Rex have decided to go full eco. Hardly anybody has anything, which is a very, very good thing. Because of the fact that they can get full rifles in the very next round, they have a big enough buffer that they can just go ahead and take duels like this, and even if they lose, it doesn't really matter. But take a look at this. Forsaken going with a long flank here. He will be slowed down by the alarm bot in the end, but not until he actually does a little bit of damage. Jesse Vash onto 5 HP.
Yeah, solo onto the Sova there, but they still have that Sky to go for the regrowth. Don't see it too often though in these firefights in this series, especially the fact that both sides are so critical at the kills that they get. That is going to be the Trailblazer right now. And Wits, he's been in control of his pets for quite a while here, but Bren Esports needs now teleportation time, and Forsaken, he tries to hop on into the sightlines, but Wits is watching. Seems like Bren, they have eyes in the sky, in the back of their heads and more. They're back to be in this fight.
Good eco here. If they keep all 5 players alive, this is a good sign, yeah. And it's a flawless round. This is exactly what Bren need. A flawless round like this keeps their economy stable, allows them to hang on to this weaponry for a proper bonus round that they have a good chance of winning. And if they win the bonus round, and if they win that bonus round, they can build up a stronger economy to build them a buffer of them just having enough economy to keep on buying.
like this a lot for Bren. Besides that factor, Lustrado, they're really just being wary right now of Paper Rex. They know that Paper Rex has the lead. It is going to be the SE side there willing to take a few more risks, especially in that eco round for them. Now the bonus time. It is going to be a Sheriff in the hands of Jesse Bash. It's going to be rifled on the other side for Paper Rex though. And Bren Esports, this is a very, very crucial round for them. If they win this, they have such a good chance to tie things up. Paper Rex though, it might be in terms of Arsenal expected for them to get this one, especially as this is going to be a bonus for Bren. That being said, if Bren can build that momentum up and get a big streak coming into the second half, then they might be able to flip the script. And Jesse Bash there catching out Forsaken. What a punish by the Silva.
That's a huge kill. That's Forsaken. That's the top fragger on their squad here. And on top of that, that's a rifle that they've lost that they can actually take possession of if they so elect to do so. But it doesn't look like they won't here, and the call instead is going to be straight up go and hit onto A site. Device still right here, trying to hold up close, getting a little bit sneaky. He's gonna get spotted out by Wits. Trying to be a little bit clever, but Mindfreak in the corner, able to line up one. They're afraid to contest this. There still is a one-way, but he's getting tagged down. He's going to make the adjustment. Quick turnaround here, but he's dead to right as Borkum gets that kill onto his counterpart, though. 3v2, and another flank coming in here as Dubstep secures that kill onto Bankai, leaving Tommy in a 1v3. His position is given away. The Nano Swarm will slow him down. That's pretty much the round.
Such a way to go there. Correct. Try their best. Big without kill there from the side of Bren. That retake looking so sublime. This is the streak that Bren Esports is looking for just to turn it around versus Paper Rex. And this could be a test also for Paper Rex. You're seeing another close bout now between these two teams. They're going to be seeing them really fighting for their lives. Bren Esports, that's going to be a bonus situation that they're happy to take. It could be an 8-7 scoreline as we are going to be getting into the
Dax, apparently it sounds like your mic is underwater for some reason. Sounds like you're googly. You sound fine to me on Discord, but
Spike down A.
I don't know. Anyway, we'll do a little bit of digging here.
30 seconds left.
We good to go now?
See.
Last player remaining.
But yeah, Bren, they took that round very handily, honestly. Big surprise and big statements made, especially with Jesse Bash there getting that kill.
Exactly. And again, I said this is the round that they needed to win. If they win that bonus round, look at how much money they have. They have so much. They could invest in real estate, maybe buy some stock in GameStop, call it a day, and take a win here. Even after, if they win against this anti-eco,
I've got your trail.
if they win on this anti-eco rather, they're going to have almost max if they can keep it clean. This is going to be so good for their squad, and through the smoke, Borkum finds one, more or less securing their round here. They're going to even invest. They're going to even invest in that Seekers just to make sure that they have all the information that they need to keep things clean. And so it will be the case. They will have a Vandal onto Tommy though, which could make things a little bit expensive, but they're probably just gonna save it anyway.
And it's blinding his own teammate. Gotta say though, for the side of Bren, when you look at their comp between the Silva and the Sky, it does allow them to get a really intellectual rushdown. They have all the notes they need on the site they're trying to take. They have the darts, they have the guiding lights, and alongside that, it's flash utility with those birds. So you get intel, plus the fact that your opponents are going to get blinded, then gravity walls to really make sure that the equation is going to get solved, make sure that you know where Paper X is going to be stationed. Then what else? You have Dubstep on that race and go for the combo as Jesse Bash right now going for the kill onto Benkai. Mindfreak though with the answer. At least Paper X can be able to pick up another gun there. Not as clean as Bren expected at the start, but it's clean nonetheless. 8-8. Bren has tied it up after an incredible streak here on the attacking side, and it's now up to Paper Rex to shut down operator here for Dubai.
Yeah, look at the money. Borkum should be dropping for Jesse Vash, if I'm being honest. He has 8,300. Everybody has made bank here, and pretty good investment. I guess they bought Bitcoin early on in the trimester.
Ooh, that's a big investment. That's like years past there. So Paper Rex.
What if credits are Bitcoin?
Hmm.
What if credits are Bitcoin and these guys are actually loaded with a lot of money?
So you're telling me these guns are that expensive?
Yes, because it's the futuristic guns. I mean,
Are they
Have you
really
ever
futuristic?
seen a Prime Vandal in real life? That's going to be costing a lot of money.
I mean, the thing is, you think about this, Ilu. All the guns, no matter the skin, they cost the same.
Right.
So that's the thing. Maybe it's the Valorant points. Maybe it's that. In any case, 8-8 here. This is gonna be quite a pickle for both sides because Bren Esports, sure they have the money, but they know a single round that tips the scales in favor of Paper Rex, that is just going to be them looking to run away with it. We know how powerful they can be on Bind itself. Here on the defense, though, they haven't really been able to play the angles that they would like. They're usually getting overrun by Bren and their setups. But now the operator is going to be that deal breaker for the push. If the Vi is just able to simulate the similar performance from Ascent a while ago, show us the power of the op yet again with that Jet this time, he not only has that second chance if he whiffs that, he also has a bunch of space to breathe in over onto the tower angle. So Paper Rex, the ball is on their court. It's Bren really sizing up with the challenge, and this technical balls right now, we're waiting for everything to be a-okay, but between these two teams, this is the map that we have been waiting for.
The operator on the Vi, he is phenomenal on it. And so I'm expecting him to go a little bit crazy with it and try to sort of figure out an early pick. This is something that they want to have on Paper X side, and they've saved up quite a bit of rounds here. They have lost 4 in a row, and so the loss bonus is building up significantly for Paper X. They can't afford to go for these with not as much damage to their economy, but if they do get reset, it's going to be very much a big problem here for Paper X. Now, as for the Bren side, sure, they're picking up the rounds. They got 4 in a row, and they're stringing them together. That's a great sign here. If they can manage their ult economy, if they can manage their own personal economy on the creds, it could just be enough to take a win here. Because look at this. Jesse Bash, 2 more. Borkum, just 1 more until he gets that divide. Dubstep, he already has his showstopper. On the other side, there's barely any, except for Benkai and Mindfreak still, if they get the orbs, sure. But if they can utilize this economy, this is going to be a very big round for those guys. So, again, not too far off, and I expect to see a lot of ultis being deployed in this round.
Also, one thing to note for Forsaken, he's been making plays on the attacking side with that run it back, especially not only getting the entries right, but using his own body as a shield for his teammates. Here at the defensive end, he's going to be running it back, going to try and get a pick out of nowhere in a dry peek or two, but it's not going to be as, worth it compared to what they were doing a while ago on the other side. If you go for a peek like that and you get shut down alongside a teammate, that is just a sight easily takeable by the side of Bren. It's like serving the court and giving your opponent a reservation. For Forsaken, he needs to really get some value here coming into this defensive half, because he's been top fragging right now. He's tied up with Mindfreak, but here on defense, he just hasn't been able to get the opportunities that he was able to create for himself last time. But we're back into the game, and we'll see what Bren can do. Paper Rex, though, and Bren, there's a lot of stars on the map right now.
They're going for aggressive plays here towards Belong, and they've done this a couple of times already. The fact that they're going all the way this far back, Forsaken, this early on, is critical. They're going to get... This is a very, very risky play here, but it looks like it's paying off. Jesse Vash has no idea whatsoever that Forsaken has already creeped up this far.
I like this from Forsaken. He wants to make a play. He's gonna do it so right now. And surprise, in the cave, but no! Bren Esports, there's 2 of them! And Paper Rex, they couldn't get any single one of that one whatsoever. Forsaken, he needed to get that kill. He needed to make an impact so deep into enemy lines. And now his corpse is just basically gonna be swept up into the sands of time. So unfortunate, because that was such a good opportunity. But Forsaken just couldn't get the heads there.
That was the biggest brain play into the potatoest of aim. So unfortunate. That could have been it. Dubstep, he's able to get Tommy before he goes down in a blaze of glory, leaving 2 members left standing for Paper Rex and Bren. They're going to secure the lead here this half. They've made a comeback. 5 rounds in a row they've gotten.
Yeah, Paper Rex, they need to shake this off and fast. They're the ones who manhandle Bren in the first half. But Bren right now bringing in the same kind of punishment versus their opponent. And Forsaken, we know how good this player is. He is just incredible, really. One of the best duelists in SCA. And he had such a smart play there to go all the way to the cave. Who expects someone to play in the cave? Absolutely no one. Even Bren was taken aback, but they reacted in such a good manner. Now, Paper Rex, at least they're going to be able to save the guns they have from that A side. Bren, though, not only do they win the round, they just are able to steal an operator from the side of Paper Rex. It's now Bren Esports in the lead. And Paper Rex, they're in shambles unless Mindfreak and Benkai can make a hero play with the rifles they have now.
And fortunately for Paper Rex, they do have the round loss bonus. They have lost 5 in a row. That's going to allow them to secure some rifles. Devi has almost enough to get the Blade Storm up. Not just yet, though. And I doubt he'll be going for a play just to take the orb. So he's going to be sitting on that Spectre. Maybe he'll go for the play and then pick up the Blade Storm here. But what's the response here for Brett? Look at all these stars around A, man. It's just a sky full of stars here.
It sounds like Coldplay concert looking to happen, but right now the concerto of Bren Esports has been the symphony of success. And as we are going to hear the Blade Storms now being popped by Devi, Paper Rex, they're trying to figure out where Bren's going to go, and it's just basically a Reed versus Reed here. Bren, they have so many ways to get that intelligence just to figure out where Paper Rex is. So many stars, though, being set on up, especially on that A side right now. And Forsaken, he's looking to play against Belong, but no one is there. It's Bren playing on the A side instead. There we go with a bit of the one-way Nebula. Mindfreak in the meantime trying to slow things down with the Gravity Well, and he gets the kill onto the Spencer. That's a huge pickup here for Paper Rex. They needed that reprieve. They needed that small advantage coming into a round like this. And Bren, they have to back on away because of it.
So difficult to deal with that one way if you're not completely prepared for it. I'm just a little bit surprised that, Dispenser didn't just stay on it and then just wait for it to pass. But I guess he was in a weird situation. And now, Bren, they're holding a little bit longer because they're afraid that somebody might go in for a flank.
30 seconds
maybe
left.
just to bait out the fact that they're going A yet again. And that's actually the right call because there's only 2 players here. So Smoke's now going to be deployed. Just one, actually, for now.
I'm obscuring vision.
Second one there. And the Nebula just blockading the sight lines versus Dubstep. Now Blade Storm and Devi comes close enough to get the first on. Throws the Cloudburst, able to dash on the way to avoid that critical shot. And now he is going to try to be lethal, but Borkum is the weapon there instead. Mindfreak, though, with the answer. Paper Rex having that 2-man advantage. Bren Esports scrambling on away. The thing is, they don't have that Hunter's Fury. They still need to go for the kills. Dubstep, in the meantime, over to the showers. I like the call here for Forsaken. Put the Blaze Wall up, and Benkai now trying to defuse this. The Cosmic Divide into the fire. Jesse Bash, though, and Dubstep on the board. Dubstep stopping the defuse, and now it's up to Mindfreak, but the Angels are there. And on the other side of this border, it's Jesse Bash waiting to stamp you out. Bren Esports, how did they just do that? A great angle taken by the Rays.
The big brain flank from none other than Dubstep. And of course, the support from Jesse Vash was instrumental in getting them that round. The recon dart and the follow-up double swing, oh my god, it was a thing of beauty. Playing around the Astra ulti, just dipping and dodging in between those realms, I suppose, just allowed them to outmaneuver a 2v4. And very well played, fantastically played from Bren to force another eco for Paper Rex. This is the kind of rounds that they need to scrap together if they want to keep Paper Rex humble, and they are. Look at this. From earlier on, they were just getting map control. They were pushing out every single time. Now Paper Rex is forced to eat humble pie as they're buried deep and within sight.
Not just a meal of that there, good sir. It has to be them shaking it off and shaking off basically what has happened in the last 2 rounds. From the cave exploration failure to basically that 4v2 advantage dwindling out in their face. And Jesse Vash, he just has Forsaken's number by this point. I think it really started with that Sheriff kill by Vash against Forsaken, and he's gotten in the head of the Phoenix right now. And this hurts Paper Rex because we all know Forsaken is such a critical component of a roster like this. Bren Esports able to take advantage, give not only the numbers to the side of Bren, they already have the arsenal, they already have 2 ultimates in reserve. And what is the plan for Paper Rex? It might be up to the likes of Mindfreak and Bedkai because they have an ult, they have a rifle, and they'll give it a good old try.
They're creeping up on A. But there
30
is still
seconds
Killjoy
left.
with full utility laying in wait. If they can work their way through it. Jesse Vash, though, will make things a little bit more interesting here. Will they expect the Killjoy Benkai in that corner? Looks like the answer is going to be a yes. Says only 2 players left standing here for Paper Rex. 13 seconds left on the clock.
10 seconds
But
left.
Borkum,
One
they're all
enemy
just happy.
remaining.
They're happy to play the time down, to run the time down, to force any utility that they have on Paper Rex side, because they know they have the weaponry to deal with it anyway. And so it's going to be all in the hands of Devi, and I don't think he's got much of a shot here. Only has a Sheriff, and he's already getting flanked.
Devi, he's into the showers. He's trying to be sneaky, but against a Sova and a Sky, it's just so ill-advised. And already, Bren, have an idea what's to come with so low HP, but he's going to be able to get that solo kill anyway. 11-8. Bren Esports giving Paper Rex a taste of their own medicine. They say they can do even better on the attacking side. And that's the thing for Bren right now. On the attack between the Sova and the Sky that we mentioned already, it's just so good at clearing the site and figuring out where everyone is. You have a general idea with the guiding lights. You have, of course, that sure shot with the Recon Bolt. And overall, if you're going to be trying to play keep away, you're going to be trying to hide a little bit versus the attacking side right now. If you aren't spotted by any of that, that's their fault, not yours. It's really just is Bren right now maximizing the amount of intel they can get. This is why the Sky plus Sova works really well for them. It's why they bank on it with Wits and Jesse Bash really coming together. And it's 11-8 for that result.
You got 3 big boy ults here. Jesse Vash gonna hold on to his just in case Benkai drops down that lockdown. But again, 3 big boy ults that they can use to take a site, and they're going to be so happy, especially in a round like this, which is basically do or die. Now, Dispenser, he's holding the flank, but he's holding it with a spike. If he gets caught off in a weird spot, just like this one, that's the spike dropped in no man's land. And they're all going to have to scramble back just to try to reclaim it.
And that's what Forsaken needs. He needs to find a kill at the very start of a round. And not only that, in terms of the mental game, he's able to avoid Jesse Vash and his Hunter's Fury, which means he should have a lot more confidence coming into this one. A kill on Dispenser, though, removes the lockdown from the equation here at Bren Esports. Paper Rex, wasn't it 8-4 to start off the half here? This has been a 7-round streak for Bren. And the PRX squadron, they just need to stop this as soon as
30
possible.
seconds left.
It's not even about tying things up anymore. PRX, to help them out here, they just need to get one. Time, though, is running on out. Bren Esports looking to play through the showers. Cosmic Divide gonna be there. Beautiful Nano Swarm, though, from Benkai to stall for time. And Bren, they're gonna be cutting it close here.
They know there's one close, and that's going to be the counter with the ultimate right there with the lockdown. Keeping his teammate safe, but is going to be sucked in and absolutely destroyed. Tommy gets Borkum, and Killjoy's ultimate has to force them back, has to get away using just the... Oh no, he's going to get the defuse.
Yeah, got it. Benkai and Forsaken with the kills, but Benkai, that was the hold to remember. That Nano Swarm was huge. Really great play from Mindfreak as well to go for that gravity well. Put Borkum in such a bad spot. You can see how far he moved away from where he put that spike down. He's like, why am I here now on the other side of the wall? Where are my friends? Why am I all alone? And Benkai, Tommy, these guys, they just gave him a welcoming party to remember. The Killjoy with the stall, the Phoenix with the kills, and PRX, they survive in a round they desperately needed.
How unfortunate is that, though, to get sucked into the other side of the wall where none of your teammates can back you up because the bullets don't go through? That's a death sentence, basically, here. And the response now from Bren, they have a couple more chances because they have built a lot of economy. So the play here goes straight towards B. They're not even going to bother with Hookah. It's going to go straight up into it here. Dubstep, what can you do? That's the ultimate right now for Killjoy. The lockdown being deployed here. How many will it force back? Looks like the answer is not going to be a lot here. Forsaken trying to get close, has to run it back, uses it to perfection. Is going to find Dubstep, who doesn't even have a chance right now. Still gets detained though, but Device watching his teammates back like a hawk.
Oh, speaking of the Hulk, it does tank up the bullets there meant for Dispenser, and now the duelists are coming on. And Forsaken, though, he's found his groove, and he's gotten 3 so far. Mindfreak catching the backstep onto Borkum. Jesse Vash, though, still winning the 1v1 versus the Phoenix, but it doesn't matter. It's Devi with a refrag, and finally, Forsaken, he's back on the board here, ladies and gentlemen. He's used his run it back finally in a round that really mattered, and Paper Rex one away from tying things up.
Bren, little bit, I think, just jumping the gun on that one. I think going straight onto the site. And of course, not expecting Forsaken to go ahead and push with the run it back. Now, they have used a lot. And like we pointed out a couple of rounds ago, the Sova ultimate, the lockdown, and even the Astra ulti, just not doing the job that they needed. They could have synced them all together and used that in one round to secure map point, but they didn't. And now they're only left with two. They got Wit and Dubstep with their ultis available. That's going to be a big thing for sure. But look at this push here coming down towards B long. Jesse Vash could be in a load of trouble. And he is. He's dead.
He's dead. He's gone. He has been kaput. He has just been chewed up by the Paper Rex system, and he is just swallowed whole by that point. Vash now gone. It's going to be up to Bren to figure out what to do without those darts. They have the Seekers though, so there is still such a good way to really get that intel. Hunter's Fury though here from the side of Tommy. Orcum able to just stay into the corner, hide away right now. Thing is though, Bren, they can't really decide. Are they going to commit the Seekers now? Is it going to be enough to get that intel? They're trying to station onto B. At least give them a chance to rotate if ever. And Bren, you have to make the hard decisions here, Illustrado. Will it be A? Will it be B? Thing is though, PRX, there's 3 here on A site.
Device crosshair is just messing with me right now. It's huge.
It's big.
It's all I can see. It's like taking up half my screen.
30 seconds
Tommy
left.
will get Borkum, who is trying to get cheeky towards short, and I feel like a lurk like that's just not the solution that they need right now. They do know that there is one in hookah after that flash, but Mind Freak, he's gonna line up one. He's not gonna line up two. But Forsaken's right there to bring it back, leaving Wit all alone. But Wit, he's still got something left in the tank. He's gonna get flashed, and Benkai will seal the deal. 11-11. Things are now dead even, and the comeback from Bren has been recomed back. That's not a word.
The comeback on top of the comeback, and when you wish upon a star for the 11-11 scoreline, Paper X says, let's just bring it back to the brink and more. Let us bring it back versus Bren Esports, and apparently their wish has come through. Forsaken, he's back on the board in the best possible way. 20 frags to his name. In the meantime, for Bren though, it's quite a concerted effort. 15-15 for Borkum, Jesse Bash, Dubstep with 17 right now. And I gotta say, in terms of the kills right now, it really feels like Bren is trying to bring in that whole team effort. But for Paper Rex, it's just a Forsaken show as soon as he got back. And I think that's the thing. When you have someone that's the star of the show here for a team, he is target priority #1. And Bren Esports, they've found ways to get it off the air, make sure it wasn't going to be happening for the past few rounds in their 7-win streak. But besides that, Paper Rex, they figured it out. They allowed Forsaken to stay alive. They gave him the space to work with. He was able to sustain himself. And that being said, PRX has done the job to tie it up. This is going to be a very critical round to see who's going to be on match points.
Bren need to do what they did against earlier on, against Cerberus with their presence on A. They're peeking B long on Paper Rex's side almost every single round. They need to address this. And I think they're finally going to go up and do it. They're going to take the operator and they're going to make that peak here, but they're going to be faced with stiff competition. It's going to be an op-to-op duel here with a lot of supporting factors on both of the sides.
A big risk though, Dubstep on the operator. We'll see if this attacking op can actually make dividends here. Divide though, on the other side of the same thing. It seems like for Bren, they just want to answer side of Paper Rex, but in a way they know how. Whip out the op, and Dubstep is looking to unleash his fury, but Forsaken, this is really such a good angle for the Phoenix. We mentioned it a lot that it's all about CQC for an agent like Phoenix. He knows he wants to stay away from sightlines against the operator, and he's willing to peek this. Will he get punished? Because Bren Esports, not just one, not just two, not three, but 4 of them over onto B-Long. There we go with the flash. Gravital though, gonna be in the way to prevent that push. Robot now trying to say hello, and the Seekers are there as well. Seems like Bren, they're unleashing the storm and unleashing everything they can against Forsaken, but Paper Rex, they're holding position right now and weathering the path that Bren is trying to make.
Oh!
What the buy, the buy. What a shot.
Obscuring vision.
That's a big pickup. This Dubstep rather getting massacred without even having a fight. The rotation is easily read. Paper Rex, they know that they're going towards A here. It has to be the play because they still have Puka. And so the play's looking quite deadly. They know there's one close, but Benkai doesn't matter. Dispenser goes down to it. And one by one, they all drop. Paper Rex about to secure map point here.
Paper Rex, just a statement round there. punishing the peak from Dubstep immediately, seeing that Raze crossing through the fire and the flames and getting destroyed by the operator. And as that happens, they rotate alongside Bren, they go to A sites, and they just make it as clean as can be. This is just an incredible round there from the side of Paper Rex. What a performance versus Bren Esports. The thing is, Paper Rex, they know how to make a show happen. They know how to win out and decide this, and right now they're one away from doing so. Bren Esports, in the meantime, they've had a dominant run today, winning a great series against Boom, winning out map number 1 versus Paper X in quite a fashion as well. And Dubstep, he's not done. He says, let's just try to race this instant pass with a kill there. A bit of that trigger discipline though, waiting it out for the time being, and eventually that will be Forsaken spotted, but he waited a little too long, and Witz will spot him instead. It's 4v2 right now. Painchels to go for the zone as of yet. Benkai though with a kill on the Witz there, and Paper X, they're down some members. Bren Esports looking to make this an overtime statement. Dubstep though on the other side. Alarma though saying hello. Tommy even with the shock darts, and PRX are able to equalize.
But they have 2 players left standing, Sova and Killjoy on both squads here. The recon coming in, spots 1, the Hunter's Fury available. What can they do with it? They're going to spot out where Killjoy exactly is. That's going to force a peek. He's not going to prevail right now. Beautiful Hunter's Fury to support his team, but it's Dispenser to come up huge, forcing the overtime here for Bren. And we're not done just yet, as they say. We're holding on, and we're getting another overtime here today.
We are not done. Paper X, Bren, neither side wants to lose this series. Both sides want to stay into the upper bracket. And what an effort from Benkai and Tommy. For Paper X, it really isn't the utilities making the most noise for the roster. But Tommy and Benkai, what an effort, really. And especially Benkai here with some great stalls. The scoreboard here doesn't do him justice. We've seen multiple times Paper Rex coming up ahead on the defense just because of his positioning. But Bren, they found the opening, and it was interesting because Forsaken, he wanted to get a bigger opportunity, but Bren Esports able to snuff him out, and now we get that overtime.
Overtime, what we've been hoping to see, and this series has taken us the extra mile and further. We've just gone past the touchdown point, and now the play here for Bren. They're pushing 3 players. They want to go aggressive. They want to go hard. Can they win the duel? Flash off the angle. Utility everywhere. Dubstep can get away. 4 HP somehow still alive, and it's a battle of utility, but the bullets will prevail here as Forsaken getting the drop onto Borkum.
So unfortunate for Dubstep. What can go wrong did go wrong. The Painchels bouncing on back, hurting him alongside that Hot Hands, and it forced the side of Brent to stay a lot longer in the showers than they want to do. They lose Borkum as a result, and without the stars aligning here, Paper Rex now has control of that field. But as I say that, Dispenser would lurk with that push and with the kill onto Mind Freak. Forsaken though in the meantime with the punish. 4v3 on the B side we go. That turret's not going to be doing anything as its owner is already dead. Jesse Vash also will get spotted and will get taken down. Paper Rex off to the races, and off to B we go.
That's a difficult retake, one of the most difficult ones you can ask for here. That's even to run it back, to add salt to the wound. Dubstep all alone, and he's going to be joining his team in the afterlife very shortly. Match point again for Paper Rex. They take the lead, getting this much closer to going to the finals, getting closer to Reykjavik. And Bren, they're looking stumped on the defense.
It's so heartbreaking for Bren. They had the challenge. They wanted to fight Forsaken in his own game. But what happens there? Forsaken gets 3 in the round. Borkum getting punished immediately. Not just because he's going for peak, but he's trying to save his teammate as much as possible. And that mistake with the pain shells, very costly for Bren Esports. Now they have to try it out again on the attacking side. I don't think that Paper Rex is going to be giving them any more opportunities like they did in that last round of regulation. Divide though. Big risky play here. Operator in hand, no armor, no cloud burst, no updrafts. It's that dash and the op. That's it here for the Jet.
Yeah, he's going for the naked off here. Spots the shoulder, doesn't land the shot, 1 HP. He gets alive, but Tommy to back up Dubstep. And that's a big scalp to find here for Paper X. Bren going a man down yet again early on. They can't seem to start the rounds with an advantage. Paper X always capitalizing.
Paper Rex, they still have an extra gun. That is just going to be huge here for the side of Paper Rex, especially since Devi is playing the risky operator anyway. Now Mindfreak though trying to go for the push, and he will do it. Devi is on the board, and Mindfreak breaking the faces of the side of Bren. It's all up the wits right now in a 1v3 slate, but Paper Rex, they've seen the invitation to the next round. They want to go for it. They want to get that RSVP on, but Wits, he has other plans. He's getting in the way. He's basically trafficked right now for the side of Paper Rex. The defuse is coming. Wits though not falling for it as of yet. The double peek is there, but it's Wits. He gets one more, but Forsaken, he finds the clutch anyway. And Paper Rex, they started things off with Forsaken heating on up, and they will snuff out the flames of Bren in a 14-12 victory.
You think for a second he could have had it once he landed the shot, just couldn't get back into showers. Was going to be denied here, but what a game from Paper Rex, hanging on just when it looked grim. They bring things back, and in overtime they prevail, advancing, denying the hopes and the dreams of Bren Esports. What a game that we just saw. I'm absolutely elated about what we just witnessed here. Really, truly a clash of the titans, and who would have thought that Paper Rex could have done so in such spectacular fashion?
It just felt like it was game of 1-up and a game of punish. The side of Bren, they were punished heavily on the first half, but Paper Rex just doing all they can and more. The usual antics, the usual kind of domination. But when we get to the other side, it's just... The fact of the matter is, Bren found the prime target, they saw the VIP, they saw that wanted poster, and they were hungry for Forsaken, really shutting him down multiple rounds. But eventually, Paper Rex, they stepped it up, they said, just use your ult, bro. Just go for that run it back. And it allowed Forsaken to get that space that he needed, getting the kills, getting back into the form. And even though there were critical mistakes on both sides, it just led to the overtime there, where Bren, they take too long into the showers. And Paper Rex, Ilustrado, another win in overtime. These guys know how to make it close, but they're still clutch, and they still know how to close out deciders.
24 kills for Forsaken, 1.9 KDA. Oh my god, this guy, just when you thought he was going to have a terrible day, he just shows up and proves why he's one of the top players, if not the top player in SEA. Just an amazing force to be reckoned with here. Dubstep couldn't stop him, no one could stop him on the side of Bren. Sure, Jesse Vash did, but he was truly the only one. And Bren, they held on, they did a good job. But once they let that momentum shift, Paper Rex are happy to pick it up and take a victory in overtime here. 14-12, one of the best series I've seen so far in this run.
One thing that Paper Rex was also able to do is they were able to highlight their utilities for quite a while there. Mindfreak doing all he can, and more Tommy with some great kills, and of course Benkai with the Killjoy positioning. All of those factors gave the time, the space, and that breathing room to allow Mindfreak and Devi to wake on up. Because Devi, he didn't have the best game at the start, but in those crucial rounds, especially in overtime, that operator making so much noise there for the side of Paper Rex. And that's what you need. If you have two duelists who can really carry their weight and carry the whole team alongside you, if you feel like they're having struggles right now with their muscles, with their flexes, just give them that reprieve. It doesn't need to be the wins. It just needs to be a little bit more of the stall. It just needs to be a little bit more of kills onto the other side. And eventually, Paper Rex, they fell back into form. They beat out Bren, who is just in top form as well. It's really interesting because I just wanted to say at the very start of this one, whoever wins this has shown that they can really beat the best of the other side. It's really peak Bren right now versus peak Paper Rex, but Paper Rex is the one getting that edge.
Yeah, but we still have more games to come here. This is only series number 3, and it feels like it's been a while. It's been a minute, hasn't it? But we still have one more best of 3 to end. We've seen so many flash, but this is not the end of the tale, and for Bren, not even. They're going to the lower bracket where they're still going to have a chance, but let's not beat around the bush. Let's not sugarcoat it. The lower bracket is not a nice place. It's a place where bad things will happen to good teams.
It's just it's a no-no zone. It's basically a timeout to the corner, and it's sudden death. When you get into the initial rounds of that lower bracket, it's best of 1, as we're seeing the highlights right now for both sides. Thing is though, Paper Rex, they give themselves that breathing room in this whole series, sticking on the round, making sure that everything is fine and dandy in the front line, still fighting Bren, even though they're at peak form. And you can see that no matter the round, it really feels like that PaperX and Bren could actually get those kills. And even at the very end, Wits, the newest addition of the Bren Esports roster, he showed up today. Bren Esports is not done yet. They're all over to the lower bracket, but PaperX right now, they have a very well-deserved break, but they're still going to be watching because the next match will be their opponent. It's either be X10 or Pirates.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this. X10, probably the top team in SEA, probably the best team, arguably, and they're going up against who we thought probably had the, literally the underdog, the smallest chance of actually claiming this title. This is going to be the truest test that 6045 Pirates has ever faced in their lives. The biggest Goliath that they've ever come across. And if they can surprise everybody, well, bow down. Everybody worship the new SEA Kings, because nobody's going to expect this at all. Those usurpers rather, are coming. But you know what's also coming? It's going to be a break here. We're going to come back. It's going to be the last series of the day. But unfortunately, it's going to be Aserai. Well, not unfortunately, but unfortunately for us, it's time to say goodbye. Fortunately, you've got other amazing casters to step in. It's going to be Aserai and Black and Blue to take you home for the rest of the day. Again, I'm Molestrado. This is Dax. We've been your casters, but we're going to take a little bit of a breather and see you guys tomorrow. But stay tuned for the last series of the day.
Okay, we're already here.
Oh, that was
Well,
fast.
guys, that was quick. Well, unfortunately, I am Black and Blue, and with me is, unfortunately, Asarai to cast his last final game between X10 and the Pirates. And shout out to our brethren there, Illustrado, guys. Hit him up.
Yeah, for unfortunately, exiting the cast and unfortunately leaving all the work to us.
Very
so,
unfortunate.
yeah, very unfortunate, man. It's a disgrace. It's a disaster why this has happened. But when all is said and done, we're gonna be going into our last series of the night. A very nail biter, back and forth, best of 3 between Bren as well as, excuse me, PRX. And it seems like there were so many times for PRX to mount the comeback there at the end, and they got it as Forsaken got his groove in the final stretch of the match. But there was that one round for Bren that really made or break it for them. The missed throw on the nade, on the paint shells with dubstep, and that will be pushing them to the lower brackets. And now, at least for the Filipino fans out there, we still have one playing in the upper bracket, 60-45 Pirates up against even more of a big monster in Paper X, X10 Esports, Black.
Yeah, it is quite unfortunate on that one of those few final rounds, and that whole paint shell being missed is actually the big reason, or the whole reason why Borkum even had to go for the dry pick. He felt like he had to do something. The pressure was on them. In the end, though, they will be sent and relegated to the lower bracket. And so, for Pirates versus X10 here, this last best of 3 of the day, whoever loses this will go on to the lower bracket to face Bren as well. And so, will it be X10 versus Bren, or will it be Pirates versus their fellow Filipino brethren in the lower bracket tomorrow on? We're going to find that on out. But the winner of this will be moving on over into the semifinal here for the upper bracket, and that is going to be quite a doozy as we move into it, guys. And these two teams, well, they'll start to put it best. It's basically the biggest matchup by far for the side of the Pirates. This is going to be the game of their career so far, just yet here at the SEA Challengers Finals, because X10, man, they're the kings right now, and they're looking to dethrone them.
Yeah, and we did kind of get to see what they were capable of when they went up against CPT Gaming yesterday. We were curious, because Poo One Tap was the main jet player of X10. He was fantastic. He was phenomenal when we saw him during the SEA Masters, but he exited shortly after that particular tournament and left X10 to scout out for another. But it seems like somebody was looming at the horizon, waiting for his opportunity to get into the spotlight once again, and it's Patifon. And he has been so good with this addition to the roster of X10. Of course, they're here to represent, Thailand once again, but it goes to show that he was a perfect fit. Like, if you're playing Tetris, if you're building Legos, this man does not stick out like a sore thumb. He just meshes well with the entirety of the X10 roster, and they have been doing so well with Patifon as their fifth.
Very true. I mean, when they had him come on in place of, the obviously popular Poo One Tap, people were kind of doubting or wondering how will he perform. Well, I tell you, he's fit in like a well-tailored glove in a suit right now. You can see there, not just only Patifon, though, is a player to look out for the side of X10. You got players like Foxes, you got Sushi Boys, you got Cruz, who's been doing so much on that Breach in Sky, just initiating for the rest of his team, and their whole as a squad, they've just been so good. To be honest with you, as far as all the teams here, they seem the closest to like that Korean style of play that we do see in that region. So for the side of X10, they are definitely the top dogs. And for a team like the Pirates, well, they've slayed Titans before. They're looking to do it once more here, Asarai.
Yeah, 60-45 Pirates. It's kind of an interesting thing that there's two paths that they can obviously go for. If they win against X10, that's amazing. The 60-45 Pirates train or sorry, tonight has just been like bad for my throat, but going back into it, it seems like their ship has not stopped its sail. It's always been forward here for the Pirates, and they have been just looking nigh unstoppable. If they do lose, this could be like our pseudo VCT Grand Finals where 60-45 Pirates go up against Bren. We haven't seen this in such a long time, and we'll be seeing if this rendition is going to be up for the task. But of course, that is, just as an if statement. In any case here, Fire Saiyajin, 1.4 KDA. It's not only him that really pops off for the rest of the 60-45 Pirates, but arguably this team has really come together in these past tournaments that they have competed on. And Fire Saiyajin, he's just a nice little topping. If you're gonna be eating a pancake, he's like the cherry on top with the syrup and the whipped cream. He just adds to everything. And definitely the whole package comes in for the 60-45 roster. But same could be said, of course, with X10 looking so damn good with their performance yesterday against CBT.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that X10, that was a full 3-map series here. So far, for the side of 6045 Pirates, they've 2-0'd every single opponent that they've come up against here in our tournament. They did it earlier with FS, with Full Sense coming on in, and then, with FS, and then as they actually moved into things, Fear Us, rather. They did it to Fear Us, and they did it to NXL a while ago earlier on, going 2-0. But will they be able to do that to the current Kings? Well, I don't think so. I think we're going the full 3-map series again, if ever they do able to stretch it out that way, because X10, these guys are not going down hard. They're not going down easy, basically. And it's has to be a huge adjustment, honestly, for the side of 6045 Pirates. I don't think they've had to face anybody of this class yet, anytime, anywhere. This is the biggest opponent that they will be coming up against, and so you're gonna have to pull out all the stops. But man, we've seen 6045 Pirates, they've improved every single week. I'll say it time and time again, because these guys have been on a steady train to heaven, to improvement for what they've been doing. They have been non-stop on that grind, using every resource that they can to just get into the game and get a steady connection. These guys, they're playing from a computer shop that was lent to them by a friend of theirs, which is actually a really cool looking computer shop if you actually see it. But they don't necessarily have a boot camp, and so just that whole community thing, Cebu Pride for their specific island in the Philippine region, all just coming together to help them get this far in the SEA Challengers finals. Such a beautiful thing to watch.
Yeah, it's something that I think a lot of us dreamt before. I guess before I got into esports, I wanted to become a pro video gamer. And back then, a couple of years back, there wasn't really much support for a lot of the players, especially when you're young. You have to prove yourself at the very start. You have to go through such a rigorous training process. It hasn't really changed, but the amount of people that are willing to support these type of endeavors has really gone above and beyond. But now, just going a bit back into this match here, Black, I think the reason or the opportunity for 6045 Pirates to actually be able to maybe even have a chance at X10, and I'm looking at right now an 80-20 where X10 have the 80%, is if 6045 Pirates can get the map picks that they want. There are some map picks where the Pirates can really, really shine, some map picks that are really, really good, and map picks where they are just godly dominant on. If they can get those, if X10 do not take it away from the board and they're able to play it, well, that's a chance that, the 6045 Pirates can mount that comeback. Maybe we're going to be seeing an icebox once again. Maybe we're going to be seeing a quick ascent to kind of set the pace here for the Pirates. And, before we get into maps where they're not as good as, which is like something like along the lines of Split or Haven, this could be something that 6045 Pirates can try to at least push when we see the map selection later.
Yeah, they're going to have to come in big here, 6045 Pirates, to take these Titans down. They have to go big, just like, I guess, my delivery driver coming in clutch, who brought me this mic cable a few minutes before this match actually started, because a while ago, obviously, apologies, my mic was kind of, doing its own thing, just giving the mic diff and doing all that buzziness. But we got replaced, and credit to my clutch delivery driver, got it here with like 5 minutes to spare. But they're going to have to go big, especially with the fact that, Icebox is one of the best maps right now. Some people even say it's the best map for the side of the Pirates. But the thing is, it's also the best defensive map for the X10 team. And for that to be that case, when your best map is also the best defensive map of the best team in the entire Southeast Asia region, that rings some alarm bells. And so they're really going to have to bring their A game here. Now, the thing is, what is great about the Pirates is that they're always consistent. They never drop the ball. You know what their power level is, and they're always going to play to their maximum potential. They never go for weak performances like we see maybe some other teams, especially VCTPH, where maybe they'll be doing great one week and then the next week they don't. Pirates, they're just steadily sailing on through, and that is where they shine, because they're always consistent, and they're going to have to be as consistent as possible if they want to take as many rounds away from X10.
Yeah, I think it's all akin to the inclusion of Nico from MOTV. I believe he is the IGL right now. If I make a mistake, just call me out on it. But ever since there has been that roster change for the 6045 Pirates, their structure as a team has definitely changed up in more ways than none. And it really has allowed them to adapt on the fly. If they make a mistake on one round, on the next one, they're going to be able to adjust to that quickly enough. And this is where I think their strength lies in. On the other end, X10, they're just a really just a beast of a team to just, pop off and everything and whatnot. Their players, we talked about how Sushi Boys could be someone that can always pop off. He hasn't really gotten the most explosive of kills. I think from that best of 3 yesterday, he only got 40, but the highest amount of kills that I think the rest of X10 got was like 49 with Patifon. That just means that there's a lot more spread out overall performance from X10 here. You might even say that Cruz was missing a couple of crucial shots here and there yesterday. He was a non-factor, but he was playing Breach, and he was just enabling a lot of his teammates to make work with that one. And even though the months have passed, Cruz, who has been such a crucial flasher player for X10, really haven't been scouted properly by other teams, and this has shown for the downfall of teams that just don't respect it. And CBT got a good taste of it, and now 6045 Pirates could be in for a same type of situation.
Yeah, I think a great thing about the side of X10 is that it's a complete total team effort. If you look at their stats on that CBT match all throughout the series, nobody is really further extended in terms of the fragging power. They're all within what, like 8 frags of each other. The top is, just to check it real quick actually, is at 49. That's Patifon and Scary are both at 49 frags on that previous match, and then 46 on Crows, 44 on Foxes, and 40 on Sushi Boys. So it's not even that big of a discrepancy between these two teams in terms of, or rather, all these 5 players on the X10 team in terms of the fragging capability and potential, because they play as a team. They enable each other. Every single player enables the other to be able to make a play, and that is where they are great. And so for a team like 6045 Pirates, they're going to have to play their style, but they also will need to make the proper adjustments mid-round, because X10, these guys, if you do the same thing twice to them, they're going to catch on very, very quick. They know how to read here the game very good. Their game sense is top-notch. So for 6045 Pirates, once more, let's not beat around the bush here, SRI. They are the underdogs, but they've been in this situation time and time again and show themselves that their bark, well, it doesn't even compare to how bad their bite is.
The Cinderella story. Are they going to be able to find the slipper, or will the mean stepmother be the one to end it all? I mean, X10, such a dominant team, going to be utilizing the Astra and Sky. So a kind of quick variation to the same the 6045 Pirates, but this time they do put Tuge on his Omen once again. So it seems like this is going to be giving 6045 Pirates the option to play very slow, because Astra isn't really considered as a your typical controller. Yes, you can put down her stars and put smokes and whatnot, but this does tend to use her ammunition of 5 stars per round, even if you can buy all those stars up. But at least with the Omen, you have the chance to put 1 smoke into a crucial position on a set, which is good. You can put it on short, you can put it on mid, and you get a lot of that mid control already, which allows you to rotate in and bring bodies where you need to for the 65-45 Pirates. And this does give them some adjustment. But what now makes me a bit interested here as well is what is going to be the adjustment, with Fire Sage and Senior Carl. They're such aggressive players, but there is a lot of understanding with X10 and aggressive teams, and they can always play to kind of stop that quick takes that Pirates can try to do.
Yeah, they're very good at kind of receiving an attack. If it's volleyball, they're good at that reception. And for the side of Pirates, they've actually, surprisingly, as they got here to the SEA Challengers Finals, been playing a bit more cautious. They've been slowing their game down. It's not the Pirates as we normally see, but it's one that has been working out for them, and so I'm looking for them to do that once more here in Ascent. Now, Ascent is a map that they have historically, at least for the most part, done okay at, right? And for the map here, I'm not sure who necessarily picked this map pick. It kind of escapes me right now, if you can correct me on that, who necessarily did it. But as we move into this map pick, this is actually, for the side of Pirates, an okay map for them. But the thing is, this is probably, if not the best attack map for the side of X10. Aside from this, probably Haven is their only other better attacking map, but we're finally moving into round number 1, the pistol here with the side of the Pirates. Starting on the defense, X10, they're looking to play this default that they always do, 3 towards B main, and then 2 in A side.
And I think Pirates do give a bit of respect here to the side of X10. Even though we know Tuge is a well enough Astra player, Astra doesn't give the same control around that you do see with the Omen here. Tuge, he doesn't even have a paranoia. He has the Ghost, so he can play at that long range, and then, as well as the Shrouded Step, to blink away from harm's way, as he does know here already the rotation's coming in. Will be able to connect the shots right now, but only the one to be had. But he's done the damage already. He's done at least a takedown onto Cruz, which does net them no more flashes to be dealt with coming into this retake. But it's a 4-4 here. Now we do break the wall, or the door, and here we come.
It is a 4v4. They're going to have to make the retake here happen, the Pirates. And so the chest, will they be able to unlock it now? Sushi Boys opening it up. Flash will find one of his own egos. Going to get another one. Here comes the trade-off. It's going to be a triple kill for Sushi Boys to get the round in for X10.
That was almost a takedown there for Nico, but he missed the crucial shots. You saw how he just quickly flicked to the second, hoping that he would have been able to accurately, precisely tap at the heads away, but X10 just too good with the split. Very well done as well to go for that quick ace, A dash in. And hold up a minute, has it? We watched the 64-5 Pirates play up against NXL Liga game, and the map that we saw in Ascent, where Flipsider and the rest of NXL charged in on the attacking side, was also A. And you see X10, they're just, if our opponents is going to be on defense, we're going to do the same thing here. Flash, of course, going to make it into an expensive expenditure going in onto the A site as Crossfire is being set here for the Pirates. Senior Carl is at the back of the site now, and Scary covers it. He's hiding for dear life. 3 versus 1. Covers the one shot once again. And can Senior Carl do the wondrous plays? It's only going to be the one to take down. And the X10 with a quick and swift, decisive round to take B and at least jettison them into this 3rd round already.
Put it on the card there. Put it on the tab, because that was a decently expensive round for the side of X10, losing those 3 members to a Sheriff and all. So the Pirates, they're going to finally have economy right now. This means they can finally buy on up, and they're looking to get a stop here. You can see on the defensive side of the Pirates, they are going to commit 2 members towards his mid position. That's going to be Pizza, and I assume the Marketplace player will cross on over as the round comes on in. There it goes. The guiding light there to trying to seek some space towards that bottom mid position, trying to take away that piece of control. Fireside Jindo comes out the leader, will not find the frag. He will actually in a Potifon, taking on down, and Senior Carl will swing wide and land the shots through. Tro's getting taken down with a bird in hand, and Nico will find another here in the Sushi Boys. As that turret is destroyed, here comes on the Nano Swarm. Fox is making lots of noise here towards B main, but he will find that opening pick on Senior Carl.
Ahead.
Quick recon dart flash, still has yet to really show his location, but Fox knew what was coming, or knew what was in store for him here on B. 3 versus 2. They've already lost the 1 as we do spot Tuge getting the 1 takedown. And Fox is trying to hold himself off, but as he tries to drop down in, you saw Tuge creeping up to the B. And that is Pirates with a swift round once again. Able to at least counter out this buy round for them. It's expensive, but at least they do put a round or a point on the board.
Finally do get that round on the board, and that was off of a great push there coming in from the Rain Fire Cygen. Swing on towards short, and a lot of times the answer to how can you kind of like cut a mid pizza push in half, and how do you stop it from happening mid round, is you go for that short push, and if you're able to get that pick, that's going to keep them guessing, and that's going to keep them very wary of what's happening. And you see that because of that, they had to rotate on out, and even though Fireside only found 1, that mere presence was huge here for the Pirates comeback round. But now, here comes on the dash. Patifon will open up the site, but nobody's going to be waiting for him. They're going to give it up completely. They know you cannot contest this lockdown right now. They're going to go for that spam towards the Raptors. Not finding much, though. They will get to safe plant here on the A side. It's a full 5v5 retake, but Nico with a great denial on Scary with those shot darts.
What was the adjustment that we saw a while ago from the Pirates, where They needed to find at least some of the lockdowns here. Nico survives, never mind. Another fadeaway tag onto Tugan. That puts him in such a discrepancy. Faris Saiyajin, blinded, cannot get a kill, cannot get that Devour to reset his HP. And now Senior Carl, everybody's looking into his direction. Look at the minimap, and they know he has to hit these shots. He's a pretty incredible aim, but in the 3 versus 1, where everybody is looking into your own direction, there's not much that you can do. But is he going to be the miracle worker here as he charges right in, tries to segregate, he finds more targets, and he does get it, but no time indeed. And that is going to be another round for the Pirates, or X10 rather, taken away from the Pirates. And he even dies, cannot save the Vandal. Pirates back to the drawing board, I believe, with their economy. And Fox just knowing where opponent was, and the delay on that last dink with the Hunter's Fury, genius.
That was great timing there from his side. I mean, with that single one, he tagged 3 on up, killed 1, and then he gave information on where the last 2 remaining members were in that Rafters position, and that was just enough for Extend to capitalize on. Wow, a great valiant effort from Senior Carl. He's done amazing things. In the end, though, that will still be the round without any time remaining for the Pirates to defuse. So Extend will extend their lead now, 2 rounds up once more. Aiming control taken early on here by the Extend side to try and get that ult charge, and they do successfully do that. Patifon now, the Blade Storm of his own. They're looking to make a play here towards mid.
I mean, they already have Bank. And he's even creating more chances to save money with these Blade Storms already in motion. You can see Pirates are kind of like ants, worker ants, around the clock, all around the part of their base, trying to stop invaders, predators for coming in to their sweet, sweet hive, but it's not going to stop. They do put a couple of smokes as well as more bodies onto the A site, but this Seekers, it's about to open up B here, and Patifon is into the start of it, has to dash away through that ultimate, and has to respect that Nico's been cracking shot with his Hunter's Fury, and the Fury of the Hunter has been undeniable. Double kill for Nico. This is working right now because we're in a 3 versus 5, and there has been no contact whatsoever between Pirates and X10, but they have to deal with the better weapons. One coming into the mid, but it's just falling into the hands of X10 right now, and Pirates, they can pick up the weapons, and this has turned into a workable round for them. Freaking-tastic as Tuga finds another. Flash comes in, already knows where he is, onto the left side of back of B, and that is going to be the clutch on the eco for Pirates. What a round!
That is what they're so good at. Playing in that deficit is where the Pirates shine. We've been saying it time and time again. And in this case, well, they get another one here. Board off of a great eco too. So once more, X10 put it on the tab. Very expensive for them. They do get the plant on off, and that will be just enough for them to kind of force Abyssal, but they will still be on that eco round. So Pirates looking to flip this on their heads here, the X10 squad, and looking to take, well, tie things up. And finally, the stop that they needed on the eco round, that's exactly what they've been looking for, what they've been searching for. That's why the C's have been so high for them. And right now, the Pirates looking to calm things down finally and equalize the score on up. But on this defensive side, they're going to have to do a lot of work because X10 are also quite good on the eco. Here comes on the recon dart, able to deny that from getting much information. Although, this Astra, they can actually play around the smoke here. Senior Carl, if you can find the proper angle towards Catwalk.
I was expecting a buy round here for X10, but I think that round where Senior Carl just got a swift amount of kills, which is more than enough. Fire Saiyajin, Pirates play him as a solo lurker, but it doesn't really work out in the end. And it seems like you said it already, my man. Ecos also pretty deadly onto the space of X10, and it's only Flash to remain. Rather unfortunate, but Faris Saiyajin hasn't had the best of chances on that A short. He's been always caught unawares. And now Flash, as the pulse comes in, there's not really much that he can do. The turret also catches him off on that peak. And now, he can try to go for a lockdown maybe, flush out everybody on the site, but that's only going to anger the swarm here, and everybody's just going to look in his own direction. Spots out the one already, but again, 4 versus 1, you have to feel the pressure of just peeking every single angle, and that just gives X10 the ability to buy up without even using friends.
I mean, we just said it right at the start of the round, where This is where X10 are also quite good, playing on these ecos, knowing how to use a man advantage on a single lane, and basically just zerging and swarming over and playing the trade game there. And well, sharps in hand, that's all they need sometimes. These guys are cracked in the aim, and they're also very good in the game. See a gelato stand over here, very sweet, but right now they're gonna have to get spicy, as here comes on the B site. Execute, lockdown will come into effect to try and get things going.
Pathifan is on the chase, on the prowl, and Nico cannot survive to save his life. But Singer Carl, where was he? He's actually still into the smoke. A criminal indeed. And Pathifan here finally shuts him down. But Singer Carl, he stopped the momentum. Fire Sajin is waiting along the sides of the Cosmic Divide as he hopes to try to split away the members. Pathifan's going to back onto the back of the site now. And as the spike is planted, they do know that a couple of members are here onto the back of it, but Fox tucking himself on lane there. Spots out Fire Sage and not having a good day, not having a good start at this game right now, which leaves his teammates to do the work. 2 versus 3. And because they still do have Scary, there's more smokes to blot out the vision. Tuge, you know he's been able to clutch multiple times on B here. Maybe he can make it work. Now that he's cleared everything, he can come in for such a dominating play, but he needs to take the first, which he does. 8 bullets in a dream. It charges right in, but Scary was just flicking left and right, and he hits the crucial shot to keep X10 above Pirates.
There was a chance there for the Omen at the end, 2GE, to get that one, but well, slipping away from his hands. Astral Divide to get things going as well without lockdown. Pathifan, actually Singer Carl does get that double to open things on up, and well, the execute, the retake could have worked for the side of the Pirates. Flash somehow, even with 5 HP, did that frag on the Foxes. You only got the trade because of a shock dart post-mortem, and so going down a martyr there for X10, but will the Pirates to try and force things out. Fire Sajin does have the Phantom to see on that Spectre, and a good opening pick for Pathifan once more on Fire Sajin.
Oh man! You'd expect that it's the Omen who can play around the smoke, inside his own smoke, and keep himself alive, but Pathifan just flips the script, the roles, with his teammate having that recon dart again. It's been shown on the Ascent map. The weak link for Pirates is their A site. We've seen it in earlier today. NXL, they just always go aggressive at it. It seems like whatever Pirates try to do here onto the A site, it just does not work. It seems to be everything that they try to go about it. Maybe they need to put in more bodies or, you know, rotate flash or something, but they need to stop the bleeding that is that A site here, Black.
They have to finally, I don't know, find some syringes or get a needle to soothe this on up, because it has been completely bleeding out for them. A Flash will find that frag, and Scary gonna find a second, actually. It will be Singer Carl coming on that
out
one,
of the
they're gonna go down
misery there from Singer Carl, but he does put it into a
tab.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh. I think we doubled up there. My bad.
It's all good. Well, in this case, as we're moving into things, they do finally get the 6th round of the board here, Asarai. And what's important now is that Pirates, they do have well, economy to finally buy on up, and that is what they were lacking during the previous one. Now, it has been kind of an overrun from the side of X10 towards that A site once more. They're looking to finally stop that from happening. They cannot give up those opening picks, and it has been one of their, honestly, bigger problems so far, giving up that initial opening pick that has been letting X10 overflood the site.
And look at that. As I do say it, they put Flash to try to put a seal onto the A site. This is going to be the buy round now for X10. And, not X10, but Pirates. They now have the weapons. They're slowly rotating in. Pathifan spots one already. Singer Carl whips out the blades, but cannot find a clear enough shot to hit the head of his counterpart. And I feel like X10 knows about this. Either that, or they've been just saying, bro, dude, let's just go alternate. A, B, A, B. 2 gets into the corner right now. Spots out one already. Will have to back away, but that recon dart makes things messy for them. And this is where, of course, the Hunter's Fury will find its mark. Maybe not going to happen, though. Singer Carl shut down. There's still some hope at the back of the B, as it's going to be Tuga and Nico, but it's short-lived. Not really well spent. All to Flash once again. This man, he's been putting so much of his utilities of his technology around the map, but it still hasn't really translated into much, although he does get a kill here. But look at the hunt coming in from X10, coming from all cylinders, up, down, left, right, you name it, we got it. And this is X10 already 7-2.
1, 2, 3, 4, showing them quickly out the door. And Pirates, well, they do have economy here on the Senior Carl. He can kind of force a rifle on up and still be able to spend afterwards, but you might want to look to save that for the operator. Maybe, just maybe, that might be what can start swinging things their way when they can actually buy the operator up as we move into the next round. Not this, but the next one. And so they can kind of go for, I guess, maybe a force buy here. If anything, they can... he doesn't have the Blade Storm anymore, and so the single Vandal is what he'll be popping on now, trying to play, I guess, protect the VIP, try to protect President, because they do have that Sheriff, they do have the single Spectre to go along with the only rifle on their side, but they do also have the Empress and the Omen ult ready to go. Now, Patifan, he's done so much work with that Blade Storm. He does have it online here, but the lockdown is about to also join us, as well as those jellyfish from Cruise. And that is something that they have been very, very good at really using to exploit any other team that comes across their way. And Pirates, they're no exception. So X10, you're looking in a really good spot right now. They should be able to take this round because they do have that weaponry and economic advantage, of course. And so for the Pirates here, they're good on the ecos. They're going to have to pull out another eco round win and make it very expensive for X10 once more.
You can see the problem for the Pirates here. It seems like they have such a good setup, right? I think they went for a tactical pause there as well. But the problem right now is because they don't really have a flasher to stop the bleeding coming in from X10, and X10 do have the flasher in the form of the Sky, they can always just aggress. And whatever they want to do, because there's a recon dart and a flash, the defenders are always blinded. They can't really find an opening here, and this forces Pirates to go for the trades. I mean, now they do make something with the valiant effort from Senior Carl there. Crossfires are being set up, but the kills not really falling into their hands, and Fire Saiyajin once again gets caught unawares as Fox comes in for the middle of the site. Peek out from Nico here. Could prove to be a bit fatal, but in the end, there was just too many targets, not enough time. And that is another round for X10. And once again, Pirates get caught with their pants down. And that's never what you want to happen here, Black. Never, ever.
I mean, by all means, X10, they kind of should have lost that round based on just their positioning alone. Of course, they had the weaponry, in their hands. They had full rifles. Pirates did not. And so, in that case, they were stuck between being able to go in the side, like through lane, through the speedway, because they couldn't even actually get out of like that whole workshop area as they move into the B site. And in that situation, typically the defenders are going to be able to kind of pincer them on in and keep them in that valley. But in this case, they shoot their way out of such a deadly situation and they come out with it. But here comes a lockdown on towards the A site, and they're looking to think here, Flash, if he wants to counter that with a lockdown of his own, but they destroy it instead with the Hunter's Fury, denying that from happening. Good play here from Nico. Now they still have the lockdown to apply.
Well, that is a lot of utility ultimates expended here by X10. And this gives Pirates a bit of breathing room, but this does keep everything safe. Fire Saiyajin, okay. Lockdown follows afterwards. They do get more kills here and there. Jenny, which is going to be scary. He does not have the positioning nor the safety to be able to get out of harm's way there. And Senior Carl finds the last kill, and Pirates here finally find the groove as X10 expend too many utilities, not enough kills. And Fire Saiyajin, where did this come from? That's going to just be good for Pirates.
Great communication there coming from Fire Saiyajin, because since Flash was on the other side of that wall, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hear the sound cue of what is happening on the other side. And so Fire Saiyajin tells him they're going for the plant. Flash drops his lockdown, and there they go. They come on the execute. They probably didn't need the lockdown, all things considered, but hindsight is 2020. It was better to be safe. In this case, though, Pirates are going to have to pull out all the stops. It's the very last round here, Asteroid, of this half, and they're down 5 rounds. If they can bring it 8-4, this can definitely be a comeback story coming into the second half, but it's going to take a lot from the Cebuano pride to be able to bring it on back. Still, though, you can see here, not going to let things come too easy. This mid-control, they've been fighting for it, and Senior Carl being very eager here. Will get the 1-for-1, though, as Fire Saiyajin will find Patifan.
Given the confusion at mid, that does allow Fire Saiyajin to get that. Cruise takes away at Fire Saiyajin, but trades all abound. We're now into the 2 versus 2 with Foxy. He does only have, I
player
believe, the
standing.
operator. Oh no. All the wall bangs, all the humanity, but I think the walls are too thick here. There is going to be only Foxy and another crossfire to come in as Nico wraps around, giving Flash the opportunity to get that last kill. When end this first half here, Black 8-4.
Well, the Pirates, they're keeping it afloat for now. And they're doing a valiant job of at least not letting it get too out of hand. Like early on, it was a really good start for the side of X10, but the Pirates, they seem to have woken up from their slumber, coming out of the deck, and they're now fully on board. And so, Pirates, only 4 rounds down. If they can win this, they can cut this down to a 2-round deficit easily. That is something that they're going to have to looking for here. If they lose this round, though, I don't think they're going to be taking map 1. Just to put it plain and simple, X10 are too good of a team to give up such a huge lead if they lose this pistol, and then the round right after in a 6-round lead. That's too much for them to deal with, to be quite honest with you, because Pirates right now, they're going to have to bring out all the stuff. But we don't want to call it before it happens. Let's see how it actually turns on out as an A-site execute is coming underway from the Pirate squad.
Well, there it is, the great suck from Scary. And afterwards that, the challenge from X10, pure confidence in Patapon. The Overwatch extraordinaire gets himself already a couple, looks for more, and claims the triple. You never want to be giving kills to the Jet that earlier on, because not only does it give, of course, you know, momentum to a Jet, you give easy ultimate charges as well. And look at that, they just challenged one after the other, and Pirates were not aware. Seems like they're also not really akin to just getting the trades in and just rushing in as a group, but X10 is doing just that.
Yeah, not to mention, like, of course, when you give it to a Jet, it's not necessarily like a Killjoy or a Sova where you're like, okay, let's use it for this specific execute, for the specific retake. Nope, sometimes the Jet will just pull it out when they want to, and that's what you have to be careful, giving it to a player like Patifan. Right now, here the Pirates, they are in an eco once more. They actually won the eco, kind of like the force by round versus the X10 by round earlier on, and so they're looking to replicate that success. But now they're on the attacking side, and so they're not going to be able to choose like the range of the engagements that they're actively taking as they did on the defense. And Fireside, he's going to be the first victim here of the Crows.
And he just wants to get a lurk, but he's been just caught unawares here. Scary is into the corner. Does get spotted out by Flash, who immediately picks up the weapon here, and the rest of Pirates have gone and crept up. Singer Carl, he's down to like 13, but he could really do some damage here. He could even tuck himself in the corner, maybe get a flank around, or at least be a body that allows his teammates to rush into the site right here, right now, as Fox does get the shutdown on 2-get. Flash once again still holding his own onto the B side, and Nico does need to get that trade in. There will be the finalizing blows from Sushi Boys, but X10, they make it at least worthwhile for the Pirates. They do get the money, they do get the plant down, but in the end, 10 points, 10 rounds in for X10.
Oh, I mean, it's looking like a runaway job here right now for the side of X10. Trying to make I guess, end this early opening map. Patifan and Fox is, well, they're doing it real quick too. Flash, ironically, he was trying to get that off, but with Nico going down as well and the double lineup coming in there from a player like Sushi, well, it's a done deal. But 10-4, Pirates finally have guns. X10, they're going to stay on those SMGs. Foxes, he will upgrade and do the Vandal. And so, you can see Sushi Boys, dude, he's at 20 frags right now, going absolutely huge. But the Pirates are going to have to go even bigger to bring this one on back. And so, Flash already here for the side of Cruz. He's looking to make a play. On the other end of that will be, well, Flash to accept it.
Cruz is playing by his lonesome here, waiting for that quick contact. And well, he did have the turret actually with him. I thought he was just out of his mind looking for that visual confirmation, but the one that got the confirmation for him was the, well, machinery of Killjoy. Then and there, a kill for Senior Carl is not a kill for the rest of the Pirates here. We'll be breaking down that wall, and Cruz so on point. If there are smoke criminals, this man is a blinding artist, as he does get another takedown, leaving it into Fire Sage and Nico, who have really yet to pop off. Nico, fantastic ultimate usage, but he needs to also include with his gunplay. He does spot out Patifan, does have his teammate right behind him, but Sushi Boy's on the trade with this cross, and He just got in for a ride with that gravity well.
I mean, Cruz, what can you say on that Sky? He's in cruise control basically right now. Just playing it as he knows, and he's been finding everything here that he needs to. You can see here some valiant frags coming in there from Senior Carl and Nico from the side of 645 Pirates, but they're just, at least on this map, Asarai, to be quite honest with you, you're looking outclassed here by X10. Now, X10, they're a world-class team, and the Pirates, they've done some amazing things to get this far, but so far, well, their sales, it isn't even half-mast. It's just been a lot to, I guess, Terranious Waters here for their side as Patifon opens things up on Senior Carl too.
Too good, though. Does get the takedown onto Scary. This equalizes things, and maybe we'll be seeing something along that regard. But X10, they're just 2 rounds away. Fire Sage and making a lot of noise onto the short side as Cruz has already been spotted. He's about to go for the big swing, and he needs to connect these shots right here, right now. Oh, the dog. He knows he's on the corner. He's waiting for the flash out first from Cruz. Respects the utility from the Sky right now. But he backs away safely. Sushi Boys is there to hold him with the crossfire. And this becomes very, very hairy as there it is once again. The utility, the usage to utilize that turret on rotation. Incredible and very difficult to handle, especially when you're alone like Fire Sage.
And that flash from the Sky of Cruz comes out so fast, it's almost impossible sometimes to dodge because you're going to be kind of distracted. Sushi Boy does get that fragment flash. You're going to be distracted by the turret that will actually give your information away, your position away, and Cruz just knows how to capitalize on that as he does on the 2GE at the end of things. Match point. Pirates, well, they typically fly the black flag with a skull on it, but I don't know, it might just be time to wave the white one and look on forward to map number 2.
This is looking very, very grim for the Pirates here. And you know what? The song has been sung. The coin has been tossed. And we now hold the hums of the Pirate is life. And we'll see if they can bring this all the way back. Quick flash onto the A main there from Cruz as Flash comes in here from main. Nico will be getting some information with the drone, and quickly enough, Fire Saiyajin back to his aggressive takes as Nico tries to find a target here and now, and the double up once again. Can he find a double kill? That's going to be a no, but they do already find 2 at the back of the site, and Fire Saiyajin is shopping on market, and he can find some targets here if somebody tries to exit out, which he does.
Oh, Fire Sage will get 1, but hard to find, and Fire Sage, that's a second now coming his way. Waiting inside that lockdown, and 2GE will open things up on the B site. They're making a play here, and they're not going down just yet. It's a 4v2 in the favor of the Pirates. Post plant will come on in, and Scary is terrified here right now. 17 HP on him. Fire Sage will take down Patifon. It's all going to be in the hands of the Astra. Scary on an island alone, and the Pirates are sailing his way.
And that is going to be the Pirates able to still hold on. The storm is right in them. They're baking, or rather they're just inside of it. They are still surviving, holding as a team. Fire Saiyajin, we see a glimpse of the monster that he is. And he does find more. 4K for this man, keeping his teammates afloat. But now comes the difficult task of fighting against X10. They won so many rounds already in the past few. They have so much bank to work with here and now.
They're going to have to go 7 rounds perfectly, but what a great shot from Patifon. I thought that was going to land too late, but just a sliver there of Fire Sage he's going to find, but Senior Carl will trade on back, but they finally brought things back here. A double kill now from Senior Carl towards mid. He uses the updraft, getting that verticality, getting the sight line, looking up on down like a guardian angel, and finds the frag onto that mid player. And now it's down to a 4v2 once more, with Scary and Sushi looking to hold the line here for X10 Asarai.
This could be the winnow for Senior Carl. His gust of wind, his might is right. He is into the corner there, and Sushi Boys, will he take him on a cruise? Oh, he heard him. He wants it. He gets it, and that is going to be the quick charge for Senior Carl. Like a shark on water, sniffing blood from miles away. He waits, he creeps, he stalks his prey. And Pirates live to fight for another day. This does reset the economy of X10. which allows Pirates for a bit more leeway here. But we saw Black. We saw that X10 can win a weaker buy round, and Pirates, they cannot loosen up at all.
Well, they're gonna have to do all the stretches here, all that they can do. Pull out the yoga mat, because right now we're gonna go the distance, and will they find their way is a question. Yes, it is a Hercules reference. Flash, he will be peeking on here, but Foxes will find him on first. That one going his way, and look at the Silva here playing all alone. You don't typically see this, but he's so confident in these type of plays, and he's gonna fall on back with Cruz obviously there to try and support him. Fireside blind as a bat, and he'll get that kill with a Guardian too.
Bringing your knife to a gunfight is never what is right, but Nico, how does he find this? How does he do this? Fire Sagen wasn't able to, but he does things that can really bring Pirates all the way back. But Cruz, he's hearing the muffled noise, he's hearing the muffled steps. He was almost able to find about 3 of them in transition, but they just caught him. And as the wall goes down, this is where it all falters. Sushi Boys has to back away, knows that the rest is coming on here. That turret is the only thing defending the A side. They leave Carl onto A short. As Scary comes in here, there is a weaponry on this man's hand, and this is workable. If they close the door, they also close the rotation for Senior Carl, which Scary makes quick work of, and he has to peek now because his teammate is in danger.
Well,
2G, he's gonna find that fragment. Sushi Boy's the last one left alone here. Scary, he's gonna find it on him. It's a 1v1. Senior Carl, he's gonna have to go absolutely insane. 18 HP on him. This map is riding on this one round. Scary, he's gonna be faking that. He comes on the peak here. He will get the frag. The head he does find. Scary will be taken down, and they're gonna hold on to life here. Pirates, but X10, they're gonna finally be able to buy on up. No more M1 Durand, no more Spectre having to come out here. You're gonna get a full gun round coming on in, and this is where the Pirates should be wary of.
What a round for the Pirates there. To get, even through the utilities being thrown by the Astra, keeps his calm and able to at least get the 1 kill before being taken. Now, he actually dealt some serious damage to Scary, which at least made the life of Senior Carl easier on that 1 versus 1. Scary, though, not knowing where his opponent was, had to just go wild with his flickings here and there. Patifon onto the chase once again. Flash, though, is he ready for the reckoning? Seems like he is not, and Patifon, again with these operator aggressive plays. Pirates, they have to know that X10 just love to go for these peaks, and they will always try to challenge.
Well, his enemy was at the B main gates, and he sent him on back from whence he came. Well, Flash shall remain. 12-7 here, and Pirates are going to have to go 5 rounds straight perfectly to be able to get this one off. And Patifon, he's going to find a second. It's hunting season open for him, and 2GE will be next victim. The Sushi Boys is going to serve him up here. Fire Cyan, very hot. It's all in Nico and Senior Carl to bring this one back, but man, it's looking like a done deal. The white flags, it's about to be raised up, and Pirates, they won't give up easily, but still, now it's such a dire time for them.
I mean, dire could be a bit of an understatement there. This is incredibly grave for them. The suck is had, the Killjoy ultimate is activated. The flashes will blind. Even if it's the teammate that does get blinded, in the end, it still is going to be the pin down, and there's nothing that you can do. Walls around you do not even block the bullets, and that is going to be the win for X10. A couple of rounds did come the way of the Pirates at the last spurt, but the problem there was Patifon still gets away with his operator play. You thought he was going to be on B. He gets a kill there, and he immediately rotates for A, shaking up the information that Pirates already knew at the start of that round, and it seems like it just went all the way to the hands of the X10 squad for that last round.
I mean, Patifon, he just opened things up, hunting season. He thought he saw deer, but really it was the Pirates on the other end of things. And finding those 2 opening picks, well, pretty much sealed the deal here for X10 to get map number 1 in very, very great fashion for them. Honestly, it would have ended earlier on if they were able to get a few rounds and not go on that bad economy side. But the Pirates, they were fighting back there for a bit, maybe getting like 2 or 3 rounds in a row just to stay alive. But in the end, X10, well, they're in a class of their own, and taking Ascent, a great map for the side of Pirates, it's going to be very difficult for them to come on back. But as we move into the next maps, we're going to see if Pirates are going to be able to, play at that deficit, which they are usually so great at. Of course, though, they're coming against an opponent like they've never faced before in X10. And you can see there, Senior Carl, he did well, but Sushi Boys is the one we got to be looking out for because he's just dishing everything on out. A 2.6 KDA on that Killjoy, and that's what we mean sometimes. Sometimes your Killjoy play is pretty much your main rifler, and you can definitely pop off, as Sushi Boys just did.
He did. He just played an incredible game throughout this first match on Ascent. But to add to that, if we just like rewatched everything, the macro play for X10 is next level. Their ability to play, to put layers on layers. They're basically Shrekking this entire game, because Pirates, they get one bit of information and that immediately gets kind of turned over by X10 as they can read their opponents. It seems like they're just able to understand where Pirates or what Pirates wants to do, and then they basically turn that over on them and then just, catch them where they stand. Potaphon being equipped with an operator as well doesn't make things any easier for the Pirates. The moments, the times, the rounds that Pirates were able to net those wins is times where I think X10 was just not able to get the information that they needed, or the Pirates were just very quick on the trigger, or it's Nico starting off with recon dart plays or those Hunter's Fury plays. And again, you can't really have that every single round, so Pirates have to understand that. And the loss of a flasher, or not really a loss of a flasher, but the non-utilization of a flasher for the Pirates really did show on the attacking side, or on their defending side, because they have nothing really to stop the overwhelming push that comes out from X10.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, just say, I don't want to put any blame on him, but like, it was a bit of an underperformance there from Fireside, and he only came out of that one with 9 frags and an ADR of 89, as compared to their top fragger, who was Senior Carl, who, by the way, got an ADR of 246, 246 for him, and so he did a lot of good stuff, but in the end, it is a team effort that you need to bring on in. And that Lear, it just wasn't enough for them to really initiate a lot of their plays. Maybe if they had something more like an actual hard flasher, like a Sky, just as X10 has, maybe that will be the X factor here. Because the Lear, it was easily multiple times denied by the side of X10 and put into, I guess, you just relegated it to not even having to worry about it most of the part, but Senior Carl, some great plays by him in the end though. X10, they bring it home and they take a very decisive map number 1, SRI.
They have. It seems like one of the issues as well for Pirates is they played too much to the hands of X10, and I did say that already, but another kind of point in fact is, if you notice, Pirates, they like to go for aggressive takes. They like to go for these aggressive pushes, but for the duration of the attacking side that we saw, we only kind of witnessed only a few rounds of aggressive 5-4-man pushes. It's always kind of them solo peeking a main and trying to figure out if somebody's going to counter peek them. But that's where X10 kind of already have the setups with where you saw somebody like Cruz who will just like wait on the corner, just put his hands up in the air where he's setting up his guiding light. And then when his teammates' Killjoy turret activates, blinds everybody, peeks it right out, and shoots everybody down. And you think Pirates just challenged this with a few 2 bodies, and they got punished for it. They couldn't really do much along that line, and now that's going to be something that they have to adjust when we're going to be going into this break, which we are. So don't go anywhere, guys. Is the Pirates going to go to that lower bracket and face Bren, or will they keep themselves afloat here and try to sail the ship of the Pirates' name? We're going to be coming back for that second game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Is it going to be the Pirates' life for me, or will the Pirates' life be canceled here in the upper bracket as X10 does it again? On the Ascent map, it was fantastic. There was a lot of things that I think we can learn from these guys, where make your utility work for you. That's basically it. And they did it to up to this T of a level, which you can't even see it on the camera. That's how high level it is. And Pirates were just not able to adapt to it quickly enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to, I guess, be a sponge here and soak everything on up, what XN has been doing to them, make the adjustment as we move into our next map. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It's going to be Icebox, which is actually important because, as we said earlier on, this is, in my opinion, I think this is Pirates' best map when it comes to especially dealing with big teams.
Oh.
It's Icebox. But at the same time, it's the best defensive map for XN. I think off the top of my head, they have like a 79 or 72% win rate or something like that on Icebox, especially if they start on the defensive side. And so it's going to be such a damn hard deal for them to be taking here, because it really will be like that wall. Like if Pirates right now are the Otters and the dam is this high up with all the logs, they're gonna have to pull out everything from the top all the way to the base, because right now the wall in between them and X10 is huge. X10, they're just in a class of their own, and well, who lives in pineapple under the sea? That's gonna have to be the Pirates, because they're gonna have to soak everything on up from that map number 1 and make the adjustments coming in Icebox.
I'll probably be the bearer of bad news here, but I have to point out that I feel like even if I agree to some extent that this is Pirates' best map, I will always go back to the fact that I think this is also their worst map. This is a coin toss for them. And the reason why I say that, exactly. The reason why I say that is Pirates do an awesome job at attacking on Icebox. They can just, it seems like they're seamless with how they go and obliterate these sites, and I mean that in the most aggressive type of ways. They just come into the site and claim it as their own, but then when you go to defending, that's where they really fall short. Again, going back to the match where they had with Hashira, I think it ended like 10-2 at the first half because the Pirates were attacking, and then Hashira just went back and never let up, and there was no rounds where Pirates got on their defending side.
Yeah.
And again, that's where it's going to be very risky here for the Pirates, because you said it already, right? X10, very good defending side.
Yeah, I mean, when it actually happened the same exact thing when they went up against Bren in stage 1 of the VCT Philippines, where it came to the defensive side, and that's when Bren came back and beat them. But their attack was looking so good, and so you are right on that aspect. It is a very heavily one-sided favor. Of course, Icebox is kind of an attacking map in general, like it's more sided to the attacking side, but for a team like Pirates, it's so heavily stacked on their attacking side that they really try to get as many points as they can, maybe 10, 9 rounds on that attacking side, just to win 2 or 3 on the defend, because that's a lot of times the only amount of rounds that they can win on the defensive side, like 3, 4 maybe max sometimes when they move on over to Icebox. And so they're literally going to put all their eggs in the basket, both I guess literally and figuratively, as they move into Icebox, and that is going to have to be something that they cannot falter on, because while the water right now is very muddy for them and the waves are going up high over the stern, they cannot be shaken by this, because X10, they're great on both sides. Of course, especially on the defensive side is where they're really good at, and that's a scary thought, considering Icebox is an attacker side map, and for X10, for it to be their best defensive map, that's a scary thought here for the Pirates. I would be.
And now I have a prediction. I think we might be seeing Pirates start on the attacking side. Since this is a map that X10 have picked up for themselves, that leaves the Pirates to choose if they want to go on attacking or defending. And there could be a chance for us to see them go on the attacking side at the first half, because of the one point that if you allow X10 to create momentum, and Pirates is such a momentum-based team as well, and they lose that because they started in defending, because they're not as comfortable, it might not just bode well. So they could go for the risky play wherein they start on the attacking, where if that fumbles for them, they have nothing to lean on going into the second half. Again, this is just speculation from me, but it's a possibility that we might see and might be also true here for the Pirates. But we'll see how that pans out, as last round we saw only the Tuge Omen, but this one we should be seeing the Tuge Viper, which has seemed very phenomenal when they went up against Fear Us yesterday.
Yeah, and well, we have also seen in the past other players from the side of the Pirates kind of bring things up and step up to the plate. Like you've seen players like Nico make big time plays, players like Flash just do incredible things, the Saint Carl, obviously Tuge, but they really, for this series specifically, need Fire Saiyajin to come online. If he's as cool as he is right now during that map number 1, only getting 9 frags, I don't want to put the blame on him, but really when you're the superstar duelist, when you're the, I guess, the main man when it comes to getting those frags for your team, you cannot falter like this. When it comes to a team like X10, they're going to punish you. And here comes on out, finally the agent picks 2GE. You're right, he will be on that Viper, Nico on the Sky. Hopefully that will address their problems from Ascent. As we move into Icebox, what do you think about what we see right now?
Dude, I said it already, right? Pirates starting on the attacking side. So they are going to try to dictate the pace of the game at the start of the match. And they will bet on this. It's already series life for them. Again, if they lose this, there is the opportunity to play once again in the lower bracket, but you don't want that. Illustrato already said it's a barren wasteland because of how I think the pressure of just being kicked out of the tournament after you lose is so grueling. In any case, the 60-45 Pirates will be going with Senior Carl as a Battle Sage. Lots of utility, not going to go for the double duelist. And they're going to put all their hopes to pinch in the sight with Fire Saiyajin on his raise here in Icebox. Again, like you said here, Black, he's been very, very cold, very, very cool, but he needs to go in ice hot or else the Tundras as well as X10 will just slap them down here from the high heavens down to what is below. This is the last shot in the series, and we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, they're going to have to come in here white hot. Fire Saiyajin especially, he's going to be the only duelist for their side. But what they do have, Asarai, on the Pirate side is a lot of sustainability with obviously the Sky, with the Sage, and well, with everything else, with the Killjoy as well. And so they have lots of that sustained power. The thing is though, will it be enough? Will the utility, the amount that they can dump in terms of utility stack onto a site on their execute, will it be enough on the attacking side here versus the side of X10, who also, mind you, have a Viper, who also, mind you, have a Sky, and they're very good at playing off of that and countering it. You can see just, I mean, that synchronization of the utility during the last game with a flash being popped after that turret finds information, just that type of team play is something that X10 are so good at. And the question is, once more, will Pirates be able to make that adjustment? They have a lot of sustainability here, lots of utility, but is it the right type of utility for their attacking basket?
Well, we will just have to know, at least if we saw or we put more into our statistics, the happenings of the Ascent map. It seems like X10 will be on the upper hand here with regards to utility. I do like their setup here, though. They do put the Killjoy straight up onto B so that you cover the part of Icebox that is the most open with utility that can spot out your opponents. Then and there, Fire Saiyajin does spot out Potifon immediately, which does net the rotation to come in from the attackers here, but they still have to delay, or they still have to be aware that there could be somebody lurking, somebody sus, and that is going to be Sushi Boy.
What's very interesting is the fact that they put the Viper here on a Scary towards the A side. Typically, you'd see the Viper start out on Bravo on B. In this case, though, Sushi Boy is going to make the first contact as the Pirates trying to bum rush their way on in towards that B side. But here comes the adjustment now, and their own Viper wall will come on up here for the Pirates. Flash on out, Cruz will be trying to make that push. 50 decay immediately on him and punished here from 2GE.
You saw that? He flashed in, hoping to see somebody actually planting down the spike, but not finding anybody. If that was intentional from Pirates, big brain plays for them. And there's going to be a big flanking from Flash as well, and they're setting this up really, really well, as forcing X10 to go for the challenge because the spike is already planting, and the timer is now. Scary and Fox down to 10. Now Scary all by his lonesome. We'll be looking under the tube here, but we'll find only the one coming through the kitchens. Make quick work. The chef is here, but there's too many ingredients to try to mix in, and that's going to be Pirates with the first round in the second game.
A good flank there coming in from Flash, and a good start from Pirates. This is exactly what they need to be able to come back into this series. Now, Icebox, they're really good on this attacking half, and so they're going to need to take every single round that they can because, as we said, on this defensive side, they have more often kind of faltered, to be quite honest with you. It hasn't been too favorable for them when they go to the defensive side of Icebox, and so here is that we're going to have to really make their money, basically. Pirates are going to have to get every single round they can, and they're looking to do just that with the economy advantage. They're going to be going towards mid as well. We're in. There's going to be like 2 players here from side of 10. Wall right behind that, and look at this. So much damage coming his way, but lucky he's going to be able to heal on up. Farsigen will get the frag, but a quick trade-off from Potifan.
Potifan deadly at that distance with a classic. They have to respect it, and with his mobility as a Jet, all this optimization, loving it from the squad here. Sushi Boys just cannot find any luck whatsoever as Tuge already going in wild at the B side. Will be gravitating his teammates to go then and there. As one coming out from the kitchen once again flashes up on the case. Senior Carl, though, I think he just made a mistake thinking that Scary was Tuge for a moment. Scary does pick up the frenzy, but they know where he is, and they can play as slow as can be as they now drop in onto that spike. Will he be able to connect the shot at that mid-range? And this puts his teammate in a really hefty situation. But of course, the monkey bars will go ooh-ah-ah. And that is going to be another round for the Pirates. 2-0.
The frenzy was just a complete laser beam at the end there for him. And sometimes it goes wherever it wants, and sometimes it just lasers people down from that distance. It's been crazy, but Pirates, they do get that opening 2-0 start. Scary. At the end, will not be able to get the round, obviously. Quite outmanned and outgunned, but finally, here is where Extend will finally try to get a stop and hopefully get back into the game. They're only 2 rounds down, so obviously not too big of a deal just yet, but they can't let Pirates get the steam, because once that wind has caught their sails, they can definitely try and sail away. But right now, this opening initiation towards his B side is going to pull the defense, and Scary's coming in to help.
Boosted spot for Cruz here. He's only by himself, but he shouldn't get spotted by this dog. And oh, the wall doesn't even block the vision of Cruz. He can really provide some damage, but has to respect that the flashes as well as the Viper Pit, or sorry, Snake Bite, will put him in such a precarious position. His opponents not really at the best of the weaponries, but look at where Pirates have already situated their grounds. It's not going to bait out X10 just yet. There is going to be the turret onto the left side, which does keep Sushi Boy informed of what could be happening. And he does tend to try to go for that crossfire. He's about to charge right in, but Blinding Light once again finds another target here. And Sushi Boys, where is he going to be able to find his mark? He's still at the back of the site. They don't know that he's situated himself here, and he can provide some damage right here, right now. As the 1-for-1 trade comes in, Migo goes in hot, wild and bothered. In the back of the site on Waka later, they fought another. Cruz is in the back as well, but will only be short-lived as Pirates get themselves that third on the bonus, nonetheless.
Well, they're the one on cruise control right now, Pirates. Sailing away, and they do get that third on the board. With X10 on that eco, they should be looking to get a fourth. But X10, here comes out the shotty from Scary. Initially the judge, but jury's still out on that as he moves on over to the Bucky. I think he should prefer to use a former. Right now, not really the best patch to be playing the Buck. Here we go. Foxes, sus. Well, Sushi. They got 2 Sheriffs, 2 Buckies, and Classic. Let's see how this goes. Now, they've been keeping off their lawn as here comes on to smoke the wall. We'll try and hamper things, but the Viper's Pit, more importantly, coming out here from Scary, is going to be such a huge detriment on this B-side push. You can see him with the Bucky. He can definitely cause some chaos, and that forces Pirates on back.
I mean, the Bucky has been nerfed, but if you're inside the Viper Pit up against a Bucky, I don't think you're going to be feeling the negative effects of the Bucky anymore. It's going to be very powerful in this arena of toxicity, and this will really force the Pirates to go in on through. He's trying to see if he can find any rotations from maybe somebody like Potifan here. He's kind of heard the footsteps. He does find a transition as well. And now the rotations to come in. Potifan's flank will not happen. The walls as well will keep Pirates at bay. But in this 4 versus 5, it's very workable for them. But they have to wait for utility first. They have to respect that there could be some damage coming in. And Scary and Sushi Boys with this crossfire, it could be fatal. We'll see how that goes.
Ooh, Sleepy Boys finds that track. Luckily, his teammates able to destroy the bot, but Nico and Flash will find one apiece. Scary's gonna get the trade-off on the Flash. It's now a 1v3 with Scary finding a double here in the Senor Carl. Now, here's a chance. At this range, though, the Bucky not gonna do much. Gonna pepper him on in, but the salty frag at the end there from 2GE to get Scary off. And, well, 4th on the board for the Pirates, and they've taken once more, or rather extended their lead here over X10, but Patifon looking for the answer to all their questions. He's going to bring out the operator here, Asarai.
And this decision for the Pirates to start on the attacking side is working wonders for them. The 4-0. We are going to be seeing X10, the Thai team, to go for their gun round. And this is going to be looking mighty fine for them because they've saved so much money with the loss bonus. Patifon now has an operator in hand, and we've seen his demonstration of devastation on Ascent, and he might be able to do it once again here and now. And what is going to be the adjustment for the Pirates? It seems like we are going to be on a pause, not sure which one, but at least this does give some time for X10 to kind of go in for a quick meeting and figure out what they need to do, as Pirates show to be a very, very Swiss Army knife of a team on attack on Icebox. I think that's the good way to go to describe it here, Black.
I mean, that's one way to put it here, As, right? It has been a bit of a mixed bag, though. A bit of a mixed berry trail mix for side of X10. Not able to finally get the round on the board, but they're looking to make their stop here right now. And with this peek from Flash, he has to be very careful. You cannot slow peek Patifon when he's holding down green here, because while that gives him information, while the Flash comes on in, he's going to land that shot every single time. And Flash, you just feel the full benefit of, well, rather full detriment of having Patifon looking your way with the operator. A triple kill for him. He's going absolutely crazy, and they're going loco right now with just Senor Carl and Nico last alive for Pirates.
The 1-2 Patifon punch. Oh, Fox, is he going to have the same fate as Viscali from that previous game? Looks like it's going to be a no. Nico able to at least work his way through the tube here, and his teammate is still stuck onto the B main. Now finds the target on the top of Boiler, but it does leave him in such a dangerous location. Senor Carl is here. He's going to make a bit of noise as well, and are they going to get faked out that he's on the other side of the map here? But that's not going to happen in the end, as Cruz and Patifon on the case on the B main angle, and now they get themselves a ace, a team ace, as well as a flawless round. So all money that they spent on this one to buy, they still save up right now.
Ooh, well, they will get something in the bank on their side, and so Pirates, they can actually kind of force this round. They can buy up. They can go like double Spectre and triple Rifle. That's exactly what they're going to do, I think. Nico, he's going to drop on over that Spectre and fire Sigen. Oh, how are they going to do it? Okay, so yeah, double Rifle, triple Spectre. This can actually work out for them, especially if they play their cards right. Now, they don't have the best hand dealt to them, but, well, in poker, you got to make what you've got, and Nico, he's going to get taken down. Patifon will make that shot every single time once more. You cannot give this guy an inch, because he's going to take a mile, and he's going to take even more.
And we go back to the one problem with Jet operators.
You will not kill
what do you do with this kind of situation? He's not done just yet. Patifon playing the safe game, but he's going for the fadeaway op shots. Right here now, he is looking for a flash to hit him, but it's not going to work, and they just jump away for dear life, knowing that Patifon was on mid. That was funny to see. Yeah. I know, but at least that gives Pirates some information here, but this is going to be still risky, because even if Patifon can deal the damage, I only talk about Patifon. It's like 4 other members from X10 that you have to respect.
He's been doing so much work, and it was really cute to see Senor Carl bail out of that one. But they will get the plant on off here, off of this Viper's bit. So that's something to work with for the side of the Pirates. They did have that red, so Nico is back online, of course. And so, a full 5v5 take here, SRI, and Scary, he's going to be waiting at the cusp, at the outer ridges of that, in case somebody gets overeager. But right now, the Pirates are playing this very patiently, waiting for the flank coming in from neutral. Looking at it from Flash, rather, sorry. He's coming in under the 2, and he go for a great pick here. He's going to be walking his way in the kitchen. They're looking to make a play right now, but this intense fight is coming to go in the way of X10. As Cruz and Patafan will find the frag of East.
That is not going to work. In the end, a fly swatter onto Fire Saiyajin. Where in God's name is Flash as he tries to stop them in the tracks? Flash comes in, no time in hand, and X10 go down. Boom, shakalaka. Not even going to be able to save the weapon at Snowman. And Flash, I have no idea where he came from. I was so focused on what was happening with Patapon there and Tuga that it just caught me unawares. But he keeps Pirates alive for this advantage. Still though, X10 will have the money to buy up once again. Patapon, he doesn't get phased by that. Still has an operator in hand.
What happened there was, as soon as they popped that Viper's pit and got the plant on down, Flash was already walking, very, I guess, ironically, because he's a Flash. He was walking his way up into mid, into tube, in the kitchen to go all the way for a long flank, and he got that one important frag, one important kill to get and seal them the round. But here comes on the Flash from Cruz. He finds a great frag on Flash, thus dealing him back. But 2GE, a great trade-off on the hand.
You know, there's always that delay, that lag time when you throw out your bird that it feels like your opponent can react to that, counter it, but it seems Cruz has found the way to go about that, which is just charge him with your bird. That means that there's lesser time for your opponent to react to it. There's more time for you to close the distance, and they're expecting you to come in from the door where you're already right beside them. It's a smart play. It works out in the end. Senior Carl now going back into the game, spotted out by the recon dart. They know where he is. He's running for dear life, 4 versus 3. And there's not really much map control, but as I say that, Tuge creeping up his way. Oh, he finds the target. Scary. Yeah, he's out. 3 versus 3.
Do you normally barge in, do doors with your bird to lead the charge? That's right. Is that something that is part of your probably? But 3-3 here as we're moving on to things. Foxes, though, he finds that pig on the Nico. And that brings it now to, I think Fox is literally 1 HP on here, but Senior Carl will find Patafon. It's a huge find for him to be taking because right now on the spike plant, Beastie Boys will find 2G, dropping on down, sticking the landing too. He knows where he is. Will he get the clutch? Senior Carl, classic in hand, but look at here. Sushi is very low. He's going to serve him on up. Classic right click, and he'll get the 3rd frag, a triple kill, and a clutch to cap it all off.
El Clasico for the Pirates there. My goodness, these trades and in the openness of the map, X10 not having that enough of I don't know, coverage here. If they lose their teammate, if they lose their Killjoy, there's not enough eyes to really cover the expanse that is the icebox. And Pirates are banking on this, and it's working out. People like Tuge love to go for those lurk plays, and they open stuff up, and Flash and Senior Carl seems to be the clutcherists for this particular game number 2. Senior Carl finds another, and he's not going to get denied. You think you can go in for this crossfire? Who are you? Oh, you try to challenge me, but I am here. His teammate, the Patafon, will be picking up the weapon from what I can tell, but he's down in terms of HP, but he's not down in terms of aim. As far as Saiyajin sees his teammate drop right before him, Patafon once again backs away with the dash in, and this turns to be an expensive and workable round for X10.
A great shot from Foxes, though, to bring the man advantage back onto them. And so, Patafon and Cruz, they're both quite low here. And so, Pirates, they still do got a lot to work with. Of course, a great shot here. The Sheriffs just laying down the law for the side of X10. And, well, they've got the first say on which bill will get signed off. 6-1. They're looking to extend the lead here, but Pirates, they do have the man disadvantage. 2GE and Co. They're going to be pushing up here towards the B side. The wall comes on up, and that alerts here the defense of X10 to go on the rotate. Will they be able to get the plant, though? Will this poison kind of stifling and denying them from doing that on the default spot? Now, there is a small gap here towards all the way on orange. And with 20 seconds left on the clock, they can make a play for it. And look at this, a great cheeky peek coming in from Pirates. 2G, and he finds a double that opens up the site completely. And they now finally have a way to plant. But look at this great denial from Foxes. Even though they do get the plant, it's still a 2v2.
1 enemy remaining.
Flash! How did you know? Well, the spike was planted down, so he didn't have to worry about that too much. Only knowing that Fox was on the other side, still gets a kill. Hello with a shock dart. That's a shocking turn of events. Wink, wink. Fox spots out one with the recon, now coming around to the corner. His opponent doesn't know that he is not defusing anymore. Charges right out, but Flash still will not get denied. And I think he got the gist that that was only the fake. And fake don't pros. And it seems like Pirates keep themselves afloat. 7-1. And this is looking to be a more workable, digestible round for the Pirates here. And they're getting everything that they can consume in this first half.
That was a very valiant effort from Foxes. He got that kill with a shock dart on the 2GE, and then, well, Flash, he knew that it wasn't half defused, because otherwise he would hear kind of like that higher ping and higher pitch of that defuse sound, and so he kind of knew it wasn't already half, because obviously he was able to kill the guy who was trying to defuse it in the first place. And with that, he knew I can just wait in yellow. I have a lot more time to play with. Gets a frag at the end too, and so a good 7th round on the board for Pirates, but the sniper alley never come his way. Patifon finds another.
Senior Carl, though, on the other hand, as Scary tries to go for the arena of toxicity, he does find the opening immediately, but they decide to go to the other side here. Patifon is going to be the guardian, the vanguard here on B, and if they make a mistake, they get caught. This is not going to be too good. They do have the wall, which does keep their teammate alive. This is so smart. They have so much time to work with. They have 50 seconds here, and they want to make that 4 versus 5 happen. And they can work their way back onto A if they wanted to. And Tuge, he's not an anchor anymore. He's the lurker, just hiding in the shadows, waiting for his opportunity to strike. And it's not only the Viper that can go in for these bites. It's also Tuge, who's able to make it happen as well. And Fire Saiyajin now finds the pick as well, going for another. And they all fall down.
Well, they all fall down. Sushi could be the last one, but nonetheless, he will join the same fate, pull down to the depths of the void. And Pirates, they get an 8th round on the board, moving into round number 10 here. So 2GE successfully getting his, I guess, kind of, he's able to one-up Patifon there, who found him early on, and getting the trade after the fact, after he was rezzed back up. And so, well, it's a Mortal Kombat story, you know, when Scorpion gets it on, you know, whatever. Let's move on towards things here more important, because Pirates, well, their retribution right now is a whole map to be taken away from X10. They're looking to take this one, and obviously they're gonna have to get every round on this attacking half, because this is where they're really good at. But their defensive side, we're gonna see if that's gonna be something to really be awed by, because X10, they're also struggling on this defensive side here.
They are. Whoever they set up, however many frags Patifon can get at the start, his teammates cannot reciprocate that. They cannot just find it. And even if they want to stop Pirates from coming into the site, they just cannot regurgitate their opponents away from the board. Wall seems to be set up there from Singer Carlo. Maybe he's just priming it so that he doesn't have to do that when he's already on the site itself. Orb will be taken. Flash does have his lockdown locked and loaded as the flash comes in from Nico. He started off now. There's the wall. There's a setup. The flank is not guarded, but there's not really anybody to fear, because everybody from X10 is coming all the way here on their spawn side. Sushi Boys pops the ult, wants to see if he can flush out somebody, but everybody from the side of Pirates has already gone for the post plant on the other side of the map.
Well, they countered the lockdown here with one of their own coming from the side of X10, so they both have the same idea. Right now, nullifies each other, and here comes on the execute. Of course, X10 with a man disadvantage, and obviously the weaponry not going to their favor. They're going to have to try and close the gap to be able to get a favorable fight. And Flash, he's going to find Sushi Boys far side, and we'll get the trade off on that, but Scary will find one of his own. Cruzo going on down from Nico with a 1v4, but Scary bring it to a 1v3, trying to bring things back, but in this situation, you're so far off. And look at his flank coming in from Nico to cut him off, and he will catch him off guard, and Scary will be taken on down. The Pirates extend their lead 8 rounds now over X10. They've gone on this flawless run so far for the most part on this opening half, and that's exactly what they need to do to be able to force map number 3 Asteroid. But I'm still very curious how things are going to change, if the tables will actually flip when we go to that second half.
The problem with the Pirates, I think, when they go for a defending side, they respect too much the map itself. And by that, I mean, they like to keep every orifice sealed. You know, they try to see if they can cover A main, B main, tunnels, under tube. And you flip that on the other maps, it seems to be another weakness for the Pirates here. But while they're on the attacking side, while they're so creative and they're willing to just challenge these corners and to approach sites differently compared to the last round, it's really keeping X10 on a guessing game where if they said heads, it seems like Pirates give them a tails, and if they try to go for a tails, it's a heads. Now, are we going to be seeing the X-axis come out or the X come from the walls? Not going to be. Fire Saiyajin does not find his mark with that showstopper, but still gets his frag nonetheless. Knows that one is into the corner here, but scary. Oh, he does some damage, but still gets spotted. It seems like he wanted to be a sneaky little beaver, but his dam will get bursted down, and Cruz, who was back at spawn, out in the open, needed to connect the shot, which he does not, and Pirates, out of nowhere, they were struggling on the first map, but here, 10-1, what you gonna do?
Well, here for X10, never good for an X to swing on by, but with the 9-round lead already taken here by the Pirates, they're looking to swashbuckle their way into a third map. It's a 10-1 scoreline, obviously, as we try to close on the half here. Next 10, if they get the second round, then it might honestly be doable on the comeback. Now, X10, they're really good at making these comebacks happen. They did that yesterday versus CBT. They've done it time and time again in other tournaments, especially in the VCT in the region. But now, up against the Pirates, will they be able to make the comeback happen on this second map, or are Pirates going to force this one out? And I am quite a fan of that kind of M1 Garand Frankenstein gun with the mag in it.
Yeah. Looks good. I should have maybe picked this up, but it doesn't. Didn't this not have a Phantom or a Vandal, right?
It had like a, yeah, it had that most
Spectre and yeah, that's about it. And the Ghost and this one, of course, but. Yeah, I don't like to buy a skin set that doesn't have a Vandal or Phantom included in it. That's about it. But now they want to be included inside the ultimate, but that's gonna be rather unfortunate to get though. This man is unhinged. Where do you see a Viper actually playing away from his own smoke, charging into enemy territory to capitalize? Sushi Boy, left to his own, he does have the aim to kind of fall back on, but again, there's just not enough space to wiggle in, and Pirates, they come in at this 11-1, and this is where they get challenged for the first time. The reset and their defending side. Again, it seems like I'm a broken record here, guys, but this team really struggles on this one, and this is where X10 can mount their comeback, because we've seen, have witnessed Pirates lose 10 straight rounds on their defending here in Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, while X10 are a world-class team, I'm not too surprised by this, to be quite honest with you, because we know Pirates, they're a hound and a half. They're a complete monster on this attacking Icebox side, but when it goes to the defense, we've seen them lose similar score lines like this, and, well, obviously it was a bit more, not as lopsided as this, but it was still quite similar. For now, though, they can have a lot to prove. They have to get rid of that, I guess, moniker of how their defensive has been a liability on Icebox. And Singer Carl with the opening frag on the Sushi Boy as well. It's a nice race to get things going off.
We're gonna get things started here. Footsteps are being heard already. Tuge is just spraying into the corner. Spots out the opening, but spots too many. Still able to convert and flash. He has to at least keep them afloat for the moment. Spots out already the one in the back and has to back away as Nico is here. Does have his heal to keep Flash topped off if ever, but he don't have to go that far, because here's the one thing here, Black. Spikes not planted. They got denied because I believe Tuge threw out his utility before they can really do much, and now they're going to be willing to maybe go for A. It's a 4 versus 3. This is spreading Pirates too thin, but they're getting too much into the read here. They can just stick onto the side as the wall still does give some cushion for X10.
Well, the cushion on here between them is a lot. It's 10 rounds, and so by all means, Pirates, they should win this round. They should win this map. They should extend to the third one, and as Flash gets that double, it's looking ever so clear. Scary will be taken down as well, and we are now at match point with them having the advantage. And so, by all means, this should be a Pirates map 13-1. Question is, when we do move on over to the third map, will there... I guess this is kind of like, you know, their ace in the sleeve. You know, this is their hidden card. If this is Yu-Gi-Oh, this is their Exodia. But if this is the only map that can actually do this to, then it will be still a big trouble when we actually go on over to the third map. And so what they have to learn from this map is basically bring their momentum and what works in Icebox basically, and how can they transfer that over into the third as they're moving into potentially the last round of this map.
Maybe. I'm assuming X10 did their homework and saw the statistics that we have that, again, Pirates are iffy on Icebox, but the iffiness that they've had, the questions that I have asked, you know, with this team, it seems like they have answered everything. Trades will be abound. That's still going to be the 4 versus 4. Sushi Boy is very low, but Nico is just putting fuel to the fire, giving Flash more opportunities here, but he's got to be careful. Still, the trades will be abound. The weapons for X10 not really looking too hot, but Potifon with his Deagle, or rather Sheriff, can really deal the damage here, but the final blow, the final strike left into the hands of Potifon, and that is going to be it! Game number 3! We go. Pirates end this one 13-1. Holy! My God!
That's right. We were expecting them to do good on the attacking side, right? We were all expecting them to go absolutely big, but not that much. Not a 13-1. That's very impressive from the Pirates squad. And so they're going to have to keep that momentum up into moving into our map number 3. Now, they're going up against X10 in map number 3 in the 3-map series. It's a different deal than winning a single on map. We fully expected them to go into a third map. And so this is no surprise for the Pirates taking it back. But now they're going to have a huge challenge up against them as we're moving into the decider. I'm just not sure. You know, Icebox, I don't want to say that, like, you know, it's a one-off, but it really is their best map, and they picked that for that specific reason because they knew that if they cannot win Ascent, Icebox is where they're going to have to make the comeback, and they're going to have to play in that third map. And I'm hoping for their side that they can make this underdog win happen, but they really are kind of, while in a good win right now, the current is falling their way. You're going to have to pull out just more than what we saw in Icebox to be able to, I think, bring map number 3 home.
It's... I don't know if that was just an off thing. This Icebox is an aberration, some form of just not into the computation of X10, but you cannot deny the fact that Pirates were just phenomenal on that one. Yes, Singer Carl was doing a lot of things. Yes, Fire Agent was hitting the shots, but more so than not, I think the player that really just exuded and put all of his effort into this series has been Tuge. This man just finds the pick that he needs, and 13-1. OMG, look at the stats from that one here, Black, and it's looking mighty fantastic for the Pirates, and this momentum might swing or might carry over to that next game.
Yeah, I mean, it's been just such a great performance from 2G from map number 1 and then moving into map number 2 and continuing that performance on. Great Viper plays coming from him. I have to also shout out Flash because he did such great work there. He literally won that round off of a single frag from a great wraparound clutch, and it was so good for him coming on in. Just that time, that delay that he wasted, so great. And they've been really good in their post plans as well. Icebox is truly their home here, Pirates, and I think it's proven once more. Yeah, it is kind of a toss-up sometimes because the defense does falter, but when you go up 11-1, all you need to do is win that pistol, and the last round should be yours, basically, to confirm the map. And that's exactly what happened here coming from the Pirates. They got, well, we were expecting maybe for them to win 9, maybe in 10 at the most, but go 11-1 into that second half. That's huge, and that's such a great showing, and that's definitely gonna lift the spirits up here for the Pirates, who, mind you, Potifon, he's been doing such great work for the operator too. We can't deny that.
Potifon, insanity personified, but his frags that he picks up on Icebox, again, like I said, not able to really translate with the rest of the squad for X10. This has allowed the Pirates just go in unchecked, unchallenged, killing at will. And look at that, Tuge with his flanks, with his lurks, have really opened up sights by his singular plays And there was more times than not, I believe, to get caught Patapon unawares, because I think the timing was just perfect, and Patapon was like, after rotate A, maybe they're there. I hear like 4 people already, and then it just does not work out in the end, and you can see it happening last round already. And this was the point where Patapon needed to step up, but when you only equip him with a Sheriff, even if you can make do with this one, it's still not enough, at least at that last stretch. And we look to only see this game number 3. Is it only an Icebox that Pirates can beat X10, or is there another map that they can break this team and keep the Filipino dream alive in the upper brackets? So I'm not saying that Bren is out already, just, you know, if somebody gets confused there, but in the upper brackets, 6045 Pirates is the only Filipino team that we have. X10, the other Thai team, we'll see how that goes. But man, what a second game.
I mean, what's curious about this is that whoever wins this is going to go, rather lose this, will go to the lower bracket to fight Bren. But now, before we move into map number 3 and see who exactly is going to be relegated to that and who will move on, well, we're going to go on a short break, guys. We'll be back in here. Don't go anywhere.
We've smelled the scent. We've iceboxed where my heart used to be, and now we're feels like haven on this game 3 in this best of 3 series between the 6045 Pirates and X10 Esports. My name is Asarai. With me now is Black and Blue, and this is the final game. That second one, though, a recap, 13-1. How the hell did that just transpire for those viewers that were tuning in here, Black?
Well, I mean, in the deep analysis of the Immortal Dax, who has taught me everything I know about Valorant, they won that one. They just won that one. They won. They did the shooty, and they took every single fight and they won. And okay, let's be honest here. Okay, let's be truthful. They were kind of expected to maybe do a lot of work on that attacking side, but we weren't expecting that much. We weren't expecting an 11-1 half, let's be honest. And that was not simply because of, the shooty skill, but more importantly, their timing and how they play their pacing on the attack, and more importantly, in the post plant. So that means like when Flash goes for the flank, when they actually try and peek, when they actually toss that toxin on out to try and deny the defuse. They've been so good at that timing, especially in Icebox, and I'm hoping that they can convert that over into our final match, which will be Haven, because that one, well, just like Ascent, it's actually one of the best attacking maps for the side of X10, which we just said, much like Ascent.
Now, if memory does serve me correct, this is a very much of a toss-up for the 6045 Pirates, but because this particular map which they played in, they did beat Hashira here, but it was very close, ending in, what was it, like triple overtime, 16-14. And this just goes to show that there is a lot of lacking things on this particular map when we do see Pirates go for that defending side. And again, X10 being a Thai teams just love to play on Haven. I don't know why, but it seems like they just know how to work this map, and this could be something that could put 6045s in a troubling spot, knowing also the X10 is a phenomenal team nonetheless, and you put them in a map where they can really break the momentum there of X10, or rather of a 6045 Pirates. But I think, at least in the veto of maps, or the map vetoes that we had here, this is the best bet that we can have if you're a Filipino fan, because 6045 Pirates on Split, it's not really a good mix, and Haven is their best bet here because it could be a toss-up of what we're going to be seeing in this third game against X10.
If Pirates are somehow able to win this series, right, which by all means they are the underdogs coming into this, and saying that is not a knock on them, it's just in full respect of what X10 have accomplished and their history. But they are the underdogs coming into this. But if they take this series, if they actually send X10 over to the lower bracket, that's going to be Bren Esports who are going to actually have to deal with them. And in a single map series, when it's a best of one, single elimination in the lower bracket, anything can happen. The underdogs, no matter what the odds, can pull out a clutch one win, because winning a single map is a totally different story from winning a best of 3, or much even less, a best of 5 series. And so for X10 right now, they cannot afford to lose this, because anything can happen in that lower bracket. And for 6045 Pirates, let's be honest here, getting this far is already a bit of an accomplishment for them. Obviously, they want to go the distance, right? And they're looking for that way. But X10, they have a lot riding on this map. This is a map that they're typically good on historically, and they're looking to close it out on here, Asarai.
Fire Sagen once again on his Reyna. Not really the most explosive series that we've seen for Fire Sagen, and it did show a bit on Ascent. Now, Icebox, it wasn't really him that was the star for the Pirates, it was his teammates. But now coming into Haven, which again is a lot of contact play, when the sites get taken, when you're going to be up against X10, who will be going for the reach and grab as they start on the attacking side, he needs to step up to the plate. Now, we all do know that Fire Sagen loves to play as the Jet, but it seems like he has been relegated to the Reyna first. And Reyna, I think, is one of the safety net duelists that we have out there. Lots of utility. You can use her Leers just to assist your teammates on the site. And if you can get a kill, you take some damage, you can top off and reposition. Allows, I think, for really strong site control. But the problem right now with Fire Sagen is he just cannot find these frags to activate the Reyna abilities. And he has been put in a task, I think here, Black, where he's alone in a site. And I think they need to bring more bodies to help Fire Sagen out here, even though it is risky, just to keep Fire Sagen afloat as well. Because if they can allow Fire Sagen to, be fire in this third game, he will be helping Senior Carl in that regard. And X10, you know that they're going to be loving to pick out Fire Sagen once again, like they did on the Ascent map.
I mean, he's had the cold series so far. Even though they won map number 2, he only got, I think off the top of my head, like 10 frags, on that one, wherein he got 9 on Ascent. And so totally, he has only 19 frags on this series. But of course, they were able to take map number 2, which is more important than your kill count. And especially since a lot of those frags, a bunch of them were actually, high impact ones. They might not be it's basically, you know, quality over quantity for him right now, Firesaigen. But him being that duelist and him being that star duelist that they do have, he's gonna have to come in big as we come and start the attacking round here for the side of X10 on this Haven map. Map number 3. This is our decider. Question is, who will come out of this with the prize?
Well, this decider will be crucial for both sides, or at least will dictate the fate of Bren later on, because Bren is about to be hitting either 60-45 Pirates on their best form yet, or X10, who is the reigning champions from the SEA Masters. In any case, it's going to be brutal, but you know what? That is a story for another time as X10 start off this map on the attacking. We'll be getting more bodies onto the A site as that recon drone, or Sova drone to be more specific, is going to prove to get only the info on Nico. But like I said here, Black, it seems like they are putting more bodies with Fire Saiyajin as Senior Carl is onto the corner. His close quarter is just going to get spotted out, and rather unfortunate he could not get the frag, but Nico... Setups for days, my friend. Setups for days.
Oh, he dashes into that one too, and Fireside will rightfully capitalize on that space given to him and made. He's going to dismiss on out to safety just barely, and will almost find the frag in Sushi Boys, who hunts him down like a dog. But still, 1v3 here. He's going to have to go in big. He's trapped. The spike is not for him. He does have that utility to play with, but there it goes. He does have one more Nano Swarm as well to apply, but he's going to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. Here comes the spin cycle, and he will be flushed on down by 2GE. Pirates opening up here with a great defensive pistol round.
Breach. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Turret out.
Blocking sight.
Well, Firesaigen will open things on back here in Scary, and Cruz will find one apiece. Firesaigen, it's a double kill for him now. Patifan's holding steady here, and we'll get the double his way too. Nico taken down. Senior Carl on hunting season. He's going to find the Fox very slyly, but Patifan is repositioned here, and he has the advantage in this close range engagement. He will get that frag, and there it goes. The third for him, and they brought things back, and hopefully our microphones are back up online. I think we kind of disappeared for a sec, but I think we should be back. But guys, for now, well, great plays actually from both sides. Multi-frags coming in here. Patifan with a double in the end, a triple to close it on off. He had the Spectre retrieved after that Bucky play. Marshall in hand, yes, coming in there from Senior Carl, going up on hunting, but still, man, what a retaliation coming in here from X10. They've slung things back their way.
My goodness, Patifan is... This guy's a demon. This guy's a beast, man. Somebody has to deal with him here and now. And, dude, Patifan, he worked so hard on Icebox, got so many great kills, great frags, that his teammates, but his teammates weren't able to, again, just work off of. But in Haven, it's a different spell. He can open stuff up, and it just allows them to do so much more. Now, Fire Saiyajin biting off more than he can chew to go through that backside or back flank is not going to prove any dividends. But Tuga at least gets one before he does get taken down himself. The 3 versus 4 will be pushed. And B is the home for the attacking side of X10 as Cruz with the shenanigans with the flash once again.
Cruz in control right now. Nico getting taken down rather. And Flash, he's the last one left alive here. Sheriff in hand. Still, the Outlaws are coming his way, and here comes vertically a drop, and Foxes will capitalize on that. Flash taking on down. Pirates will finally be able to buy up on here on round number 4. Actually, they're in kind of a tough spot in that case, but still, they're going to be able to buy on up. Senior Carl, you can see him, Spectre in hand, Flash, the same idea. Now, X10 do have kind of a bonus here. They can play off of this. Even if they lose this round, they can force on up and buy rifles afterwards, and so the Spectre is all they're really going to be investing into. That's the right play Because here for the side of the Pirates, they're not on a full buy either way instead. And so, as X10 here on the attacking round have taken the lead, yes, 2-1. Now Patifan making the garage entry.
Sheesh! This guy's charge and crosshair placement, I think he's angry. You've made Patifan angry. You don't want to make him angry. He's not done just yet, and he took out the blades. Almost takes away its flash there. He could have impaled this poor man with his knives. And that's going to be the catch-off once again. Crossfire will not be too effective. Nico into the corner. Cruz finds another. And this is a 2 versus 1. He's looking straight at the tunnels. And they line up all the way for him. And Nico cannot convert. An X10 strike swift, strike hard, strike fast. And they take away another round away from Pirates.
You know what's unfortunate there is that Patifan, since he popped the ult right before dying, it actually is considered expended. And you can see he has no more ult charge off of that, basically giving away the ult for free. So, X10, they're still able to get the round here. Pirates will be on that lighter buy. They're going to go on the Soul Spectre, Sheriff's all around, and Classics to try and support that. But for the rest of I guess around here, you're going to have to make do with what they've got. And here comes the opening attack on this Charlie side coming in for Patifan. He is coming in full steam ahead, dash on in, and he spots out PPGL, getting a quick opening frag in a second on the flash, slowing down the time, and they should be able to get the plant off here towards C.
Have you watched the movie Cars, Black?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's a childhood movie. And, you know, there's one word, there's one quote that Owen Wilson keeps telling to us. I am speed. And Patifan here is speed personified. Yes, Senior Cross can get a kill here and there, but I mean, the damage has already been done at the start of the round. Patifan is just, again, unhinged. And he charges right in without any care. Brazen enough to challenge everyone who just tries to go up to his face. And with the help of Cruz with his flash setups, it makes everything so much easier for this man. And it's catching Pirates off guard because the speed they cannot match.
I won't lie, I thought you were going to say Kachow. When it came to Cars, I really thought you were going to say Kachow and be like, wow, that's the way we're going.
Oh, man. I'm sorry. I mean, it's his mantra, right? I am speed.
Yeah,
so that's what I was thinking.
You are right. You know, I was so surprised when I found out there was a second movie to that. But Senor Carl, what surprises me more is that great frag on the Foxes. Here comes the Hunter's Fury on out, but he's not going to find anything just yet. Seems for now, Prey is going to be waiting and looking to strike on back, and Patifan will do exactly that. Getting the trade off here in retaliation for Foxes. So Senor Carl taking on down Patifan. An opening pick to equalize the man advantage now.
He's getting some information here. Fire Sage into the corner, and Sushi Boys activates. There you go. You know, if you think about it, Lockdown is like a more advanced technological way to mark your territory. If you think about it. And Fire Saiyajin does find a mark though on Sushi Boys. We believe the recon dart's done. Oh, he wants to drop onto the side. Are you ballsy enough? No, though, but he does give that opening. 4 versus 3. Workable, digestible moment for the Pirates here.
This can actually work out for them on this retake, especially if you can find Patifan here or Cruz, who is playing under that hell position. So Patifan playing this cross. They're going to have to peek on him, but they're not actually checking him. Swings on wide, but look at that, a double good way. It will be scary being the last one taken on down, completely terrified with the impending doom that Nico will dish on out, and so they will get a second round on the board. Mind you guys, this is an attacker-sided map, and of course, this is actually, aside from Ascent, the second best attacking map for X10 as a team. And for them, right now, Pirates, they're pulling out all the stops. Good retake from them, though, on that 4v3.
I just have to say, oh, that wasn't even through the recon. Just a lineup for Fire Sage, and nonetheless. But again, X10, they're a team that has clocked in and honed in the timing on flash opportunity plays. We saw this on the Ascent map with Cruz doing set flashes for himself as the Sky. And now here, he's doing it with Breach for his teammate. And it's very sickening because it's awesome. It's so good. There's nothing you can really do against it other than one of two options. spray for dear life and hope that you can hit the shot or run away where there's at least some cover for you. But it's not going to work out here. Scary, though, is going to be putting the smoke straight up, and he might be able to at least put Fire Sagen in a bad spot, but there is going to be the trade, and the trade will be done by Fire Sagen successfully.
He will go 1-for-1, yes. But he could have dismissed on out of that. Still, though, going 1-for-1, he did his job, and right now that's enough to dissuade the X10 push on here from coming their way. And so they're going to go for the rotate here towards Banana instead, towards this A main position. 3 towards Sewer, the solo breach, walking his way up towards A main to try and pincer on in this A site. The only defender even close to it will be the Flash. And so, with that alarm bot obviously triggering things in, here comes the Nano Swarm. Still going to walk on through it, and they do have good post-plant positioning here. The thing is, though, aside from the Pirates, they have ultimate to apply onto, and here comes on in now. As that lockdown is destroyed, they have a chance, and Crows will find the opener. Senior Carl finding one, but a double from Crows now. Sushi Boy is able to come on back. It's a 1v2 with Nico in a tough spot once more. He's gone big. He's going to have to go deep, but still shut down by Foxes.
Well, he did have time to play with, but that playground was just too small for 3 targets. And Cruz here going for the plays with those flashes. There's really nothing that you can do because Fault Line was set up. They either had to push back, or sorry, fall back, push forward, and get hit by a flash. So either way, they lose. And these setups that X10 are putting out is being gobbled up by Pirates, and gobbled up in a bad way because they're losing the rounds here and now in X10. Again, the excellence on this team is unstoppable. Pataphan now here with his teammate once again with Cruz. You can see the setup, you can see the algorithm, and this formula that they're going at is pretty much proven to work.
Well, they have a lot to prove here, Pirates. Of course, they are on this lighter buy, and Senior Carl does have a Blade Storm on up, which can, to be fair, do quite a bit of damage at this range, and that's exactly what you can see. Now, you might not always want to bring a knife to a gunfight, but in this case, these knives, they fly with magical radiant power, and they do get that opening pick. And so, Sushi Boys will get the trade-off from that. Here comes the 4v4 on the B site.
Cosmic Divide makes everything easier, but Senior Carl, oh! There was the flashy plays, there was the execution to try to make that work, but in the end, it will not. Fire Sagen comes in for the big flanks. Here comes Tuga, but doesn't know that somebody was onto his wide left or right already. And it's a crossfire, but yeah, you're just gonna swim in the kerfuffle, swim in the shenanigans. Star as well as Nano Swarm is still then and there. The defuse will be coming out, but more Nano Swarms to just stop them in their tracks. And I believe Senior Carl is already out of his smoke, so there's nothing that he can do to cover his teammate. And that will just be it. 6-2, X10. I think even if we're like 8 rounds in, this doesn't feel like 8 rounds because of just how little time we've done to play with these, because of how quickly X10 take these sites.
Well, they're very swift at capitalizing on an opening, and when they see that they found a pick and they see like, oh, okay, the sky has opened up just a bit, well, we're going to soar through that, drifting through all those clouds. And so the Pirates right now, finally another gun round up on their side. Senior Carl looking to operate this round and see what he can find. Peeking on there deep, and he finds, I think it's going to be Fire Sagen finding that in Patifan. That's a big time player that they're going to remove here early on in the round. Patifan, he can do some amazing things, and so for him to be the first pick coming here from the Pirates, this is looking good for them so far on the defensive side. But now X10, they're barreling their way here towards the A site, destroys that, but the Nano Swarm is still there to keep him at bay.
The Challengers not going to be stopped from the Pirates here. And like you said, they do minimize their opponents. The lineups to come from the shock darts, delaying even further as the smoke now dissipates, forcing X10 to go underneath the site. But Cruz is still here. Deadly support player nonetheless. Flash is going to be playing onto the high ground now. Cosmic Divide up once again. Interesting. Oh no, actually it's Tuga's Cosmic Divide, as it does allow the defenders to come in. Flash waiting for the opportunity, but gets swung in the air, and this is going for the trades into the favor of X10. Fire Sagen and the rest to remain. Not a lot of time here now. 3 versus 3 here, Black.
the 3v3 though, and out comes Sushi Boys with a triple kill from him. He's gonna get a, well, it's gonna be scary to get that one at the final end. Farside was able to get some of his own still, yeah, but, well, X10, a great post-plant hold. Sushi Boys just dropping one, dropping another. He finds 3 at the end of things, and Farside, he gets a triple kill of his own too. But he was gonna need an ace clutch to bring it on home. In this case though, Pirates once more on the eco here. X10, well, they're looking to extend their lead further on. 5 rounds, looking to make it 6, as they've just been so good at these takes towards either side. Now it is an attacking sided map. Why, you might ask? Mr. Caster, why is it an attacking sided map? Well, look how many sites you got to defend, and look how long the rotations between some of them are. Right now, here comes on to execute once more toward the Bravo site, Asarai.
I thought I was gonna answer because I'm also known as Mr. Caster. No, I'm kidding. No, it's fine. I thought you were. I actually
It was rhetorical.
thought you were asking me. It was rhetorical. Yeah, you asked yourself, but you know, ask yourself this: can they come in as Pataphan connects these damned shots? It seems like that is going to be the case. They do shut him down, but it's not looking too hot. Though, as I tend to say that, trades coming abound. Nico, 5 HP, has to start looking for the corners, as Flash is the one who has to go for this defuse, maybe. But Fox, all the tools set into the motion, now does have the defuse coming right in, and Flash, that was rather unfortunate for him. He's going to try to go about this with the half, but they got bamboozled, and I don't think they were expecting Flash to get taken down so quickly, but Fox here just hits the shots that he needs to. Pataphan in that replay is a little bit too slow, but still does the impact in the end.
Well, once he pulled down that owl drone, it was pretty much hoot hoot to the end of things, because there was no way that Nico was going to win that. He either had to stick the plant while being pinged constantly because of the dart, or remove it, which means that giving up more time, and then he can just, I guess, get fragged while he's stationary. And so, in that case, 8-2 of an opener here. Extend looking to return the favor of what Icebox, well, what happened to them on Icebox from the Pirates side. But look at this. They're going for an aggressive A main push, and with that, hopefully that means Pirates will realize that this should be coming towards C, and that's exactly what's happening as the Thunder comes on in.
Spots out the head, and only the head is needed as he beheads Senior Carl. That's too many of the cranium plays, but Pataphan is akin. He is a master at making those brains explode. It's not a zombie game, but he makes it make it look so. Now there is going to be a lockdown in place. Cruz is into a lineup once again. And even though we do have to give a lot of credit to Pataphan, this man's lineup is rather ridiculous. Oh, no. Just look at him. Knife him, maybe? Do you want to give the respect? Yeah, he does. He just shoots him. There's no disrespect with the knife that's going to be happening here in X10. That was so devastating. And Pirates, they went for the risky play, but cannot find the frags that they need to go in through that detained zone.
Whew. Man, I mean, just X10, they're so hot right now. They really are. Well, especially Pataphan with that overdue pick, just dashing on in, sees ahead, but that's all he needs. Luckily for Sushi Boys, he is a man of honor, a man with much dignity, and will not take that away from 2GE. So, giving him a quick, swift death is his own reward. Right now, it's 9-2 to end the half. They're looking to extend this further, 10-2, but as the Pirates are once more on kind of a mixed bye, well, it's not looking too well. Very grave for them. The thing is, they're looking to dig themselves out of it.
Well, you know what? Still is a Cinderella run for the Pirates here. They can always rally back in the lower bracket if ever this does not go their way. I mean, it's already looking like that because it's 9-2, but this is the difference between Valorant and CSGO, is that CSGO, you have to play like 30 games in regulation, or 30 rounds in regulation, where in Valorant, it's half of that, with like around 25, or at least, yeah, 24. So that's like really bad maths. But what I mean by this is, as long as you can win one round, you can translate that into another. It becomes very much more reachable for you as a team. Like this 9-2, if you think about it, 9-4, that is much more doable. So we'll see how that kind of goes out. Senior Carl is going to be drive-by. He is out in no man's land into a lonely island, but he still does get the kills. Pataphan, though, will do the other. They come in from both sides as Patapon. Man, I saw Tens do something like this similar with the Sentinels on Haven, and Patapon gives me Tens vibes right now. My goodness, this man just exudes excellence, and he's not done just yet. Down to 8 bullets, but it's a 2 versus 1, and he does not have enough in the chamber to make that work in the end. And 9-3, Pirates still will not yield.
Of course, they're not going to give it up on easy, and still a great round coming in from them, shutting down the push there. At least they do end the half strong. I guess to surmise the point you were making is that the whole 24-round format is good for the fact that it lets comebacks happen a lot more easier without necessarily punishing the team that is winning. You know, it just makes it a bit more palatable to make those comebacks happen. And so right now, the Pirates, that's what we're looking to do. It is an attacker-sided map, and they are now on the attacking side. And so they're going to need this pistol round to bring it at least 5-9 to be able to even have any hope of making the comeback happen because, well, X10, they're 3 away from match point. But let's see how this pistol will go, as Pirates are playing very spread on out.
Dude, a quick charge out from Patapon here. Loving display from the man himself. But immediately just plays into the corner, but this gives a lot of map control already because he can just quickly peek if somebody's going to go through sewer. He can go for a nice little flank here if somebody is already pushing onto the site. But I think Pirates know what is happening here. They've tucked Patapon into the corner right now, and his teammate is providing that information, which is Fox. But this is a pistol, and they don't have the shield to really blow up onto Patapon right here and now. He has to hit the shots that he needs, but it's not going to work out in the end. And Patapon, even through the confusion, this man, my God, an Overwatch prodigy now turned into a Valorant legend. I mean, yeah, he gets taken down there, but he's done the damage already, and we're looking at this with Flash and Senior Carl to make something happen. And Senior Carl, who was looking at the floor, maybe doing Minesweeper things, but he needed to play Valorant, and that's not going to work out in the end. And Flash even has to pick up the spike now, spots out one into the grass area, but this is more than he can chew. 4 versus 1.
Perhaps Senior Carl is a sneaker fan who seems like he was looking like, hey, look at those, what you got on your feet. Flash, though, will find the opposing kills. Very Sushi Boys taking on down. In that case, well, Scary, his frenzy won't laser on through. He can actually get the plant here. He should be able to, but will he be able to hold on to the post plant? I don't think so. They're going to come barreling down his way. Still a 1v3 though. If he can isolate this fight, which he will, initially, Pros as he goes down, Fox is quick on the trade. And that gives him the 10-3 start, and this is not looking good for the Pirates, really. It isn't, and so the Pirates, I mean, Patifon's just too good. By all means, like, a lesser player would have probably died there towards that aiming position. Okay, he gets a frag, but normally, even after flubbing that dash, it should be going down, but 2GA just did not land the shot, even with the very, very low Patifon, and still, as we're moving into round number 14, X10, they have a 7-round lead.
They have a 7-round lead. This is going to be not too hot for them, but check out on the other end. Wait, this is a force buy for Pirates. I was thinking about if this is a buy round for them, but it's not. And it's a quick, aggressive buy because they know they have to swing the momentum on their favor. They can hear the shenanigans that Patapon is already here at the spawn. And there's going to be the cross trade, but cannot connect the shots as the Spectre will get absorbed by that shield here and now. And Pirates strike back.
Right here, right now is where they make their stand, and they're just not going to retreat a single inch. So, Pirates are looking to finally cut back into this lead. Looking to bring it down to just 6, and look at this, ADS on in. Senior Carl will find out in the boxes. He finds him on the corner to a triple to get them back into the game. But still, 6 rounds between them and the line. And that's not even the finish line. It's only the line to tie things on up, and that is obviously granted if X10 did not take another round.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Standing ahead. There they are.
Well, this concoction that they've got on is Fireside making his way on here. Here comes out the concuss though, and he puts out a leer of his own. Patipon will find an opening pick. Great job on him, but Fireside quick on the trade. Flash once more, but a shock dart coming in from Foxes here. Nico, a double kill from him, and they've completely overflooded the site right now as the waves are coming their way. Well, the current seems to be for them, but still, Sushi Boys 1v3. Will he be able to bring them the sashimi? And will he be able to make work with the sheriff that he's got? So, coming on here now, swinging wide. He knows Nico. He has to know that somebody's playing towards that short position. Fireside can work at him on the back. No, 2GE looks his way, says, hey, this is our round, 5 to 10.
Like I said, man, on stranger tides, the Pirates do traverse. And this is a different team that they've experienced so far. Vietnam, it's a region that is still pretty young coming into the Southeast Asia scene here, which they did face earlier on. Next one now is they beat also NXL, but it seems like Indonesia has lost its luster. But Thailand is where I think excellence is bred nonstop. We do know so many players that just dominate from the Thai region, and that's why X10 is the reigning champions from the Southeast Asia Masters. And Pirates are kind of playing, you could say, toe-to-toe with them. But in this third game, they need to do something else. But the problem now is, again, there is no flasher for Pirates here. You could say maybe Fire Agent's Lear, but when you don't have a flasher, you cannot really stop the onslaught that comes out from Patipon when he has himself equipped with the operator. Now all that they can really do is scout it out and maybe make a quick turn onto the other side, because we saw an Ascent. If you leave Patipon to get a pick on C and you don't rotate quickly enough, he's going to go on B, and then he goes quickly go to A, and it's just going to be a bad time for you. Anyways, 45 seconds on the clock. Pirates now have to make their move, or else they're not going to have much time to really work this this particular round.
Well, it's going to be quite a job to work this one down out, because Pirates still have not gotten too much control. They do have A main to kind of stage this attack, but they're going for the B side instead, where Senior Carl will wait for the rotation and hopefully catch him off guard when they actually push on him. The gravity wall coming on. What happened? Yeah, actually, I think I know what happened there. He probably swept his mouse, and he has Emu up as jump, and it bound him to jump. And so 2GE, he finds that opening pick there on a cruise, and that's super unfortunate. But X10, Scary will find that one. 2GE, his second frag, will not find the third. It's so dire right now. So Fireside coming in big. They're going to have to stick this plan. No more time otherwise. And still, Sushi Boys will bring it to a 1v1 right now. But he's against Arena. And he's going to get the clutch, Sushi Boys. Serving it up on the platter. Give him the soy sauce because, well, he's double dipping, and they get the 11th on the board.
Too eager to peek and challenge from Fire Sage, and I don't think he even had his weapon out there. We might have a replay for that one. There was a flank that came in from Flash that caught some of the members of X10 unawares. Here we go. We'll see that one real quick. I hope we can see the POV as well from Fire Sage. And once again, Scary though. That's a quick trade. Sushi Boys, let's get the other. And yeah, he didn't even have his weapon out. Like, he just got one bullet off as he was still whipping. But he knew that he was there on spawn. He had time to just wait a little bit and play it passively, and because his opponent doesn't really have a lockdown, he's not really going to get forced out of his position there on the default planting spot. But in any case, you can see Pirates very, very cautious and over eager to challenge their opponent to get the catch off on them. But with X10 play perfectly, even if they get traded off, they still keep their calm and composure, and it shows in tight clutch situations like that.
You know, that actually could have been a pick for Senior Carl. It's so unfortunate because Cruz on that breach, he was actually backing up. He was on the back pedal. And so he could have found that frag there, but unfortunately, I really think what happened was that he had mouse wheel up, bound, or mouse wheel down, bound to jump. And then when he swung his mouse, when he went for that flick, it kind of triggered it internally. It happens, especially if you have older mice. It really is a thing. It's happened time and time to players alike, and so that's what happened. But Senior Carl not going to falter this time. The opening pick, and finally on Cruz as well. He had his number from last round, but finally going to confirm it here, and they can go for a plant if they wanted to.
Now, because they do get that initial pick on Cruz, no more flashes, which has been the bane of Pirates. This is a very workable round for them now. It's still 4 versus 5, but Patipon on an operator on retake, if he doesn't get the starting kill, this becomes less and less more effective. So this could work out in their favor, and Patapon, ooh, he almost gets a pick off now. Scary coming in with the judge, jury, and executioner, and this pinch is perfect for X10. And there's nothing that they can really do there. The push in from X10 just so good, and Patapon, I think he just gravitated all the attention of Pirates to go to heaven, and they wanted to flush him out, they wanted to smoke him, but in that confusion, the rest just charged right in, and Pirates were not prepared for it. Match point, here we are.
That's basically on it. So Patapon, with that operator shot bringing on out, it pretty much pulled the entire attention or aggro for Pirates to be like, oh, there's one in heaven. But meanwhile, mid-thought, as they're trying to address that, well, the X10, they know that they've just made some space with that shot bringing on out, and they just capitalize on it, flooding the site. And well, the gates have been opened. Pirates, though, this is their last chance. They're going to have to go 7 perfect rounds. 7 perfect rounds to be able to make the comeback here. And Patapon, he missed that opening shot, but that's very uncharacteristic from him. You can't expect that to happen again.
Now, Senior Carl able to peek his way onto mid here. He doesn't push through. He's not suicidal just yet. It is the stars that he has to respect for the moment. And oh no, what could it go wrong has just gone and done. And now it's all up to Tuget, who will get spotted here. If he pushes and gets the kill, he doesn't know that someone is right behind him, and that is going to be it. X10 decisive win on that game 3, ending at 13-5. Pirates, they got swept from under their feet, and the rug is already gone. That's going to keep X10 in upper brackets, while Pirates will be going to the lowers to fight against Bren for tournament life.
Well, I mean, what a performance coming in from X10. They definitely are, you know, one of the top dogs here in the tournament themselves. And coming into this, we all recognize that, okay, Pirates, they're the underdog. And if you don't agree, you're honestly fooling yourself, because they are the underdog here, and that's not a disrespect to the Pirates, because really, it's just respect to what X10 have done in the past. And so for the Pirates to get this far, and mind you, 13-1 on map number 2 on Icebox, that's an achievement of itself. But don't worry, they're not out just yet. They will be relegated to the lower bracket. But the thing is here, they're going up against Bren Esports. So it will be the battle of the 2 Philippine teams in that lower bracket to be able to find out who will actually move on. So Philippines, from now onward, will only have a single representative moving on in the tournament because of that, because one is obviously going to lose. And so X10, they move on up here further in the bracket, and much valiantly so. They've done so well on map number 1 and map number 2 also. As we said, you know, Ascent and Haven, that's their 2 best attacking maps, and definitely show how formidable they are. You're going to be going up against Paper Rex.
Yeah, and now we are going to be seeing real quick the damn 328 combat score for Patapon in this Haven game alone. My god, especially on that attacking side of X10, we just were treated to how precise this man can play. And when he goes on a warpath, he goes on the warpath. Nobody can stop him. A freight train in computer form, in computer gamer, pro gamer form. I don't know what to call it, but he's just unstoppable. That's what I mean by it.
Yeah, he's just been a force to reckon with. So Patapon, I mean, we came into this knowing that he's definitely a player to look out for. He's one of the star players of X10, but the thing is, X10, they play as a whole unit, and that's why they're so great, and that's why they're moving on forward in the bracket to face Paper Rex once more. And, well, that's definitely a Tyrannosaurus of a match to be able to go into. But that's going to be relegated to the further days. That was our final map of the day, and they will be Pirates relegated once more to that lower bracket slot. Now, they're not out of the tournament just yet, but for the Philippine fans out there, you're going to have to root for one. It's either the Pirates or Bren Esports to come out of that one, and it's going to be a single best of one. So really, the game's up, and anything can happen in that type of situation. But, guys, of course, as today was the final day, let's recap things and how, I guess, that final series really did turn out on the sand. It really was just X10 outclassing the competition here. Pirates just, you know, they did try very valiantly, but still could not make it happen on Icebox, though. Asteroid, what do you think happened there? Why were the Pirates able to suddenly dominate so far, and how come they weren't able to replicate that on the, well, third map?
Honestly, I feel like there's just so many angles on Icebox, and there's so many ways to attack it as on the offensive side that it gave so much opportunities for Pirates to be creative. While you can do the same thing in any other map, I think because of how constricted some of these angles are, because you have to take fights multiple times on Haven, it just does not work out. And aside from that, because they had to take fights, and it seems like they were just getting caught multiple times. I think they were setting up, but then again, there was just, it seems like X10 were one step ahead at every single angle. There wasn't really much that Pirates can do. Even if they have, set plays, even if they can flush corners, there's another corner that they haven't checked for like a split second that boom, Patipon comes out, boom, Scary comes out, and boom, they get taken down, which we saw multiple times happen on that one. And you did see players like Senior Carl and Fire Sage and overeager, very, very willing to take these fights, which, again, is a merited trait, but with how they've been kind of acting towards, it seems like they reached too much and grabbed very little. So that definitely kind of accumulated, and Haven only procured them about 5 rounds. It could have gone more, but X10 be cracked.
They are, especially Patipon. But I'm gonna correct myself before we actually end the broadcast. It's actually not Pirates versus Bren coming up on each other. They have a match apiece to fight, and their opponents are not giving up on yet. So what's gonna happen is, as we move in tomorrow, it'll be mostly lower bracket matches. We're gonna have, the winner of Boom Esports and Furious come up against Full Sense, and the winner of that will face the Pirates. And then we're going to have NXL versus Cerberus, and the winner of that will fight CBT. The winner of that series will go on to face Bren then. And so if 6045 Pirates and if Bren win their own respective matches, then they'll face each other in the round number 5 of that lower bracket. But still, there are other teams here who are going to have to crawl even further up that lower bracket. We're going to have teams like NXL, Cerberus, Boom, Furious, Full Sense, CBT trying to claw their way out of that lower bracket. And as we move into things, the only 2 remaining teams in the upper side is Paper Rex and X10, 2 teams that have gone so far, undefeated here in the SEA Challengers finals. And so that's how the bracket is looking up to be as we move into our day number 3. That will be tomorrow. Mostly lower bracket games to really see who will be eliminated. And that's the big selling point here, is the fact that tomorrow is the first time we're actually going to see teams eliminated here in the SEA Challengers finals, and that is a lot riding on the line, especially when a lot of them are single best of ones.
It's the final chance to make it still work here in our tournament. That's about it. And a long day has passed, and a long day once again tomorrow, but again, it's been such an exciting day here. We started with day 1 with 2 O's, and I don't think upsets, but more of like statement series. This second day, it seems like there were upsets as well as almost great performances for some of the teams. And at least we do see right now that all the teams that were able to squeeze their way out of their own regions to come here into the Southeast Asia Challengers to compete in are all well deserved. From the youngsters like the 6045 Pirates to the Vietnamese squads that we saw from day number 1, they all did a fantastic job. And right now, X10 still showing that they are the kings. They might be not kings for long because of some of the maps that were looking quite shaky, especially the Icebox one, but they're still kings nonetheless, and they will be looking to go forward now up against, who are they going to be going up against? Oh, like you said, Paper Rex. So it's going to be, can they fold, Paper Rex to extinction, or will X10 be able to perform tenfold once again? Well, we're going to be seeing that tomorrow. Not actually, is it going to be tomorrow? Yeah, it's going to be tomorrow. So, you know what, guys? Come back tomorrow. By then, we'll see how that transpires. But how about you, Black? What do you think, or what was your favorite part of today's stream?
I mean, I can't obviously praise any Filipino team. Otherwise, they're gonna be like,
this is just a question. Anyways, you can go and do that, man. It's just a question.
My honest answer, honestly, has been the Forsaken show. Coming into this, like, obviously removing any other sort of factor in this entire tournament, When we were asked, as I said yesterday, who is the player I think we should be looking out for? Obviously, there's many great players here. We've got Potifan, obviously in X10, but I really thought, Forsaken, this is going to be his tournament to shine. This is his coming out tournament. This is where he was going to kind of overpass and get past that moniker of just being Xcure's brother, or just being that younger player from that side who came over from another tactical shooter, and now leading his team full steam ahead into what could be the grand final match moving on forward. I mean, Paper Rex versus X10, by all means, this is looking to shape up to be kind of like a preview of what could be our finals match at the end of the day, because all things considered, they're like two of the top 3 teams that we were expecting to get to that grand final slot. And for them, well, right now, everything is, I guess, going all according to plan, but I'm going to throw this off to you before we close on off. Asrai, what was your favorite moment of the day?
Favorite moment? I think there's a few bits of them, but honestly, my favorite moment would probably be Tugez lurking. Honestly, I really like how this man has transformed from just being a smoker that sets up, utility for Pirates, into a man that can open sites up by himself with his ability to go in. I think this is a dispenser in the making, at least for the Philippine scene, and coming into the Southeast Asia, he's learning a lot right now, and he has given or proven his stock for the Pirates team. Now, guys, we are going to be saying goodbye and goodnight for this day number 2. Come back tomorrow because one of the hottest series will be there. If you're wondering who's the better player, Potifan or Forsaken, it's going to be Paper Rex up against X10. So go somewhere, come back tomorrow. We'll see you then. Peace out. Boy.
Opponent killed. Enemy remaining. Nowhere to run. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Party's over.
Got some more. One enemy remaining.
Could have predicted this.
Take flight.